Daoyi gazed through the void, observing the facsimiles of Kamen Riders he had conjured confront the invading army of Thanos. It appears that this cosmic tyrant is destined for defeat, he mused with a subtle smile, his words imbued with a deeper significance. Thanos is indeed a formidable being, steadfast in his convictions, willing to sacrifice everything to maintain the balance of the universe. I hold a certain admiration for that. However, the indiscriminate annihilation of half of all life is rather mundane and foolish. The selection of those worthy of survival should be far more engaging, showcasing a resolute will to endure. I could offer him the opportunity to realize his ideals, to initiate a trialer, rather, a Gamido select the civilizations of life deemed worthy to persist. He extended his hands, as if cradling the world, and spoke with a serene smile. This shall be an intriguing game of knights, and I eagerly anticipate the performances of all participants. The only path is the path of the Great Dao. I am that path. 1. Dream game in the Marvel Universe. The year is 2008 in the United States. In Times Square, New York, a colossal screen broadcasts the most urgent news affecting the nation. The renowned billionaire, playboy, and inventor, Tony Stark, president of Stark Industries, has vanished without a trace, his fate unknown. Tony Stark had been invited by the military to the Middle East to showcase Stark Industries' most advanced weapon, the Jericho missile. After the demonstration, on his return journey, his convoy was ambushed by terrorists, resulting in the death of all soldiers escorting him, leaving Tony Stark missing and presumed kidnapped by the terrorists, with no further information available. Currently, Stark Industries' stock has plummeted significantly due to Tony Stark's disappearance. If he does not return, the company may face the most severe crisis in its history, reported a solemn female anchor on the screen. It is widely known that Stark Industries' cutting-edge weaponry is largely developed by the genius Tony Stark himself. Thanks to the advanced weapons crafted by Stark, the company has secured substantial military contracts, establishing itself as a leader among North American defense contractors, outpacing rivals such as Hammer Industries and Oscorp. Without the weapons development expertise of Tony Stark, Stark Industries undoubtedly risks losing its primary competitive advantage, potentially sparking a significant reshuffling among North American military enterprises. Tony Stark is also a perennial figure in sensational news, most notably featured as the cover model for fashion magazines every month, having been linked with various celebrities. In the eyes of the American public, while Tony Stark is a genius in physics and military engineering, Daoyi is equally regarded as a prodigy in game design and development. At that moment, in the office of the president of Dream Game Group, Daoyi reclined in his chair, gazing at the computer screen displaying news of Tony Stark's disappearance. With a light chuckle, he mused to himself, "The curtain of the era is finally beginning to rise. My preparations are nearly complete, and it is time for my game to commence." Hearing Daoyi's words, a charming short-haired secretary standing nearby in a poised manner inquired, "Master, what do you mean?" "Yes, do you not understand? The Master intends for the collapse source virus, which has quietly matured for 6 years, to erupt, allowing the world to enter the Master's game," replied Yaz, another secretary. Yaz bore an uncanny resemblance to Yiz, as if they were twins. However, while Yiz sported a bob that delicately framed her chin with green-tipped ends, Yaz's long hair cascaded down to her waist, its tips a vibrant red, her lips a blood red. Contrast to her porcelain complexion, exuding an alluring and playful charm. Yaz's tone carried a hint of fervor as she spoke, throwing a challenging glance at Yiz. Daoyi's 2 secretaries were identical in features, differing only in hairstyle and demeanor, one demure and innocent, the other vivacious and bold. Yiz, puffing her cheeks slightly, shot a glare at Yaz and addressed Daoyi, "Master, what is so special about Tony Stark? Why initiate the game and unleash the collapse source virus following his disappearance? After all, we have yet to find a suitable laser transformation candidate. We only possess Kamen Rider Snipe and Kamen Rider Brave. Can they contend with the collapse source creatures? Ultimately, the goal of the game is to forge powerful Kamen Riders." Having voiced her concerns, Yiz cast a cool glance back at Yaz, her expression betraying a hint of mockery, at least in Yaz's eyes. Yaz pouted slightly, smirking, and leaned against Daoyi's chair, like a playful kitten poised to pounce. "Since the Master has chosen to initiate the game, It is clear he has his reasons. We need only to execute his will, Yez replied nonchalantly. Yiz, observing this, felt a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth, her gaze directed at Yaz with a murderous intensity, particularly aimed at Yaz's delicate hand resting on Dan. Daoyi shouldered. If looks could kill, surely Yaz's hand would have been severed. Yet Yaz remained oblivious to Yiz's glare, her confidence only growing as she pressed closer to Dan Daoyi. Enough, enough, Tan Daoyi interjected, bemused as he sought to quell the verbal sparring between Iz and Yaz. Raising his hand, he gently stroked Yaz's hair. Must you provoke Iz? Can you not simply stand still? Tan Daoyi urged Yaz to rise. Yaz, feeling the tender gesture, lifted her exquisitely refined chin like a pampered kitten and cast a defiant glance at Iz. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, Since you have spoken, master, I shall comply. However, it seems you indulge is far too much, always siding with her. Tan Daoyi chuckled softly at her words. Who is it that always bullies Iz? I do not bully her. She feigns weakness to elicit your sympathy, Yez retorted indignantly. I have never deliberately pretended to be anything other than I simply lack your shamelessness, Iz replied, delivering her jibe with a calm demeanor. Look, master, Iz is far more malicious than I, though she merely conceals it from you, Yez purred, kneeling and resting on Tan Daoyi's lap, seeking his affection. Tan Daoyi smiled wryly. He had never intended for Iz and Yaz to harbor animosity. Yet, it seemed they were fated to bicker incessantly. You, who only clings to the master and shirks all responsibilities, are hardly a worthy secretary, Iz remarked, her gaze level upon Yaz. I see you are simply envious, hurling baseless accusations. You shot back without hesitation. Tony Stark's recent abduction will lead to a significant transformation in his life, a metamorphosis from a mere playboy to a true hero, Tan Daoyi stated, redirecting the conversation to more pressing matters, wishing to halt the quarrel. Upon hearing Tan Daoyi's serious tone, Iz and Yaz composed themselves. Iz clasped her hands before her, attentive and poised. Yaz, resting her right hand against her chin, seemed contemplative. Of course, Tony Stark's affairs are of little concern to us, at least for now. What matters more is that this heralds the imminent unveiling of a new era. Beings beyond the comprehension of ordinary earthling supermans, deities, demons, and extraterrestrials will soon make their appearance. These entities will play pivotal roles in my game, Tan Daoyi declared, his tone shifting as he gazed profoundly out at the towering skyscrapers, his words laden with significance. Understood. Before these beings arrive, we must prepare ourselves. Iz and Yaz exchanged knowing glances, each nodding slightly in agreement. Without a doubt, the Marvel Universe does not feature a game industry leader akin to the Illusion Dream Gaming Company. Tan Daoyi is a time traveler who, while binge-watching Kamen Rider late into the night, found himself enveloped in darkness and subsequently transported to the Marvel world. Accompanied by a system known as Kamen Rider Chronicles, he assumed the identity of a Tan surnamed Chinese who was destined to perish in a car accident, renaming himself Tan Daoyi, and took over his father's gaming company, which in reality was more of a modest workshop than a corporation. With the aid of Kamen Rider Chronicles, he developed the Xade universe and numerous high-quality, high-demand games, transforming Illusion Dream Gaming Company into the world's foremost game development enterprise within a mere 8 years. 2. The Kamen Rider Chronicles system is the golden key Tan Daoyi brought with him upon his journey, chronicling all information, marks, and rules related to Kamen Riders. It possesses the capability to create all Kamen Rider systems and their associated derivatives. Theoretically, with Kamen Rider Chronicles, Tan Daoyi could fabricate any Kamen Rider system. However, Kamen Rider Chronicles does not grant him the power to conjure freely in the Marvel Universe. Certain foundational requirements must be met. Particularly, some Kamen Riders endowed with immense power approach the creative abilities of a deity, capable of world creation and the destruction of time and space. Kamen Rider Chronicles has yet to reach such heights, at least for now. It requires Tan Daoyi to further develop the system, as it is still in its nascent stage. To create Kamen Riders within the Marvel realm, Tan Daoyi must first acquire the necessary materials, rules, or energy. It is akin to possessing a supercomputer with Kamen Rider Chronicles. Tan Daoyi wields the knowledge of all software programming and hardware assembly methods, as well as the ability to transform various materials into the components he requires. Thus, with the appropriate materials, he can assemble any functional computer. For Daoyi, creating a Kamen Rider system purely through technology is relatively straightforward. It equates to advanced, cutting-edge technology. Once he masters the technique and secures the requisite infrastructure and materials, he can directly construct the necessary devices for production. In pursuit of this, Daoyi leveraged the artificial intelligence technology from the Kamen Rider 01 world to create a super artificial intelligence Sark and establish the Life Tree Foundation, focused on life sciences and mechanical technology. Relying on the technological advancements documented in Kamen Rider Chronicles, the Life Tree Foundation has emerged as a leader among American enterprises in biomedical science and mechanical technology. As for the Kamen Rider powers imbued with mysterious, metaphysical attributes, they require the discovery of various special powers and principles within the Marvel Universe to serve as a foundational framework for their creation. Upon realizing this, Daoyi's mind immediately turned to the quintessential treasures of the Marvel world, possessing nearly limitless power, the Infinity Stones. These are the 6 Infinity Stones, manifestations of the universe's fundamental rules: time, space, power, mind, soul, and reality. Each stone represents one of the 6 elemental rules that constitute the universe's essence, each possessing boundless power. Mastering these 6 primordial forces would render one nearly omnipotent. In the original narrative, Thanos collected all 6 Infinity Stones and merely needed to snap his fingers to erase half of all life in the universe. However, at that time, Thanos could not be said to have fully controlled the 6 Infinity Stones. The Infinity Gauntlet primarily served to coordinate and balance the powers of the stones, functioning more as a wish-granting device. During the conflict, Thanos could not casually wield the true might of each stone. He could only apply their powers in a rough, temporary manner. Otherwise, in the events of Avengers, Infinity War, despite the protagonist's protective auras, it would have been utterly impossible for them to confront Thanos on equal footing. After all, the Power Stone alone possesses the capacity to effortlessly obliterate a planet. No matter how advanced Iron Man's technology, he could not withstand the cosmic essence of the Power Stone. Even vibranium, the strongest metal on Earth, might not endure, as it is not impervious to destruction. Moreover, at that time, Iron Man's suit was an ordinary nanomaterial suit, not one made of vibranium. There exist spatial gems, and with even a slight manipulation of the forces of spatial laws, every individual present, aside from Doctor Strange, would meet an inevitable demise. Without delving into the terrifying notion of spatial slicing, which disregards all physical defenses, one could simply open a portal and cast everyone present into the depths of the cosmos. Clearly, aside from the portal-wielding Doctor Strange, there would be no escape for anyone else. Thanos' singular objective was the Time Stone, known as the Eye of Agamotto. Held by Doctor Strange, the others were of no consequence. Should Daoyi manage to gather the primordial powers of the 6 Infinity Stones, he would create a Kamen Rider capable of harnessing their might. The Kamen Rider Chronicle system would then decipher and control the fundamental laws of the universe, granting him dominion over all existence. In that moment, I shall undoubtedly ascend as the supreme deity of the universe. Daoyi mused, his thoughts tinged with a hint of madness and fervor. Currently, 3 of the 6 Infinity Stones are located on Earth. The Space Stone, known as the Tesseract, is the fabled dragon gem of Odin from Norse mythology, securely stored within a classified shield, or perhaps Hydra facility. The Time Stone, a treasured relic of the Sorcerer Supreme, the Eye of Agamotto, is in the possession of the contemporary Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. The Reality Stone, an artifact of the Dark Elf race, the Ether, is also destined to manifest on Earth. Jane Foster, Thor's terrestrial love, discovered an anomaly while conducting research in London, and upon investigation, she traversed to the Ether's sealed domain, leading to the infusion of the Ether into her being and consequently triggering the plot of Thor, the Dark World. As for the Time Stone, Daoyi harbored no immediate intentions. Without sufficient power, he was disinclined to confront the Ancient One and did not feel an urgent need for time. The Space Stone remained among the most clandestine secrets of S.H.I.L.D. newly arrived in this realm. Daoyi preferred not to cause an uproar from the outset. Instead of searching overtly, he infiltrated all external networks of HILD to peruse their files, yet he found no trace. It was likely that records of the Tesseract, a top-secret artifact, were physically severed from external networks, making it utterly impossible to locate without internal inquiry. Consequently, Daoyi decided to bide his time. However, circumstances had since changed. Having completed the construction of the library, he could now ascertain the Tesseract's location at any moment. The Reality Stone had appeared in London, and breaking the seal of Asgard connected it with Earth, implying that the site of the Reality Stone's confinement was linked to Earth, possibly even residing within a dimensional space on the planet. After all, Asgard had previously cast the Tesseract upon Earth, so it stood to reason that casting another ether particle would be equally plausible. Perhaps they deemed Earth a fitting repository for their treasures? Moreover, it was evident that the sealed location had gradually established a connection with a specific area in London since its entrapment, ultimately intertwining with Earth. During the events of Thor, the Dark World, allowing the ether to enter Jane Foster. Thus, once the Kamen Rider Chronicle was stabilized, Daoyi promptly journeyed to London, seeking traces of the Reality Stone sealed site. Although he could not breach the seal to obtain the Reality Stone at that time, he managed to collect some primordial power emanating from the Reality Stone's essence through the Kamen Rider Chronicle. However, Daoyi did not wish to seize the Reality Stone just yet, for once it surfaced, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, would sense it and come to claim it. At that moment, Daoyi had no cards to play. If he could not create a sufficiently powerful rider with the Reality Stone's strength before Malekith arrived, the outcome would likely be dire. Moreover, such an act would expose him to the gaze of the Ancient One and Odin. Comparatively, Daoyi preferred to remain in the shadows, developing his rider system and orchestrating the game's narrative quietly. Even if he were to reveal his identity, he would wait until the Kamen Rider Chronicle was robust and formidable enough, allowing him to make a grand entrance once he was virtually invincible. Daoyi utilized the collected reality power as a material to create the initial collapse body virus through the Kamen Rider Chronicle. The reality power, being capable of manifesting reality, proved to be exceedingly useful, tempting Daoyi to consider breaching the seal and obtaining the Reality Stone outright. Over the subsequent 6 to 7 years, Daoyi, through the Kamen Rider Chronicle, maintained control over the collapse body virus, allowing it to develop in stealth until it gradually matured. After all, akin to a fruit tree, one cannot expect it to yield fruit immediately upon planting. Only when the tree grows sufficiently large and lush will it bear a bountiful harvest. As the farmer tending this fruitful tree, Daoyi aimed to maximize his gains. Iz and Yaz, his two secretaries, were both life forms created from the collapse body virus, combined with the artificial intelligence program from the Kamen Rider 01 world. Serving as his aides. Of course, during this lengthy duration, Daoyi did not merely wait for the collapse body to develop. On one front, he directed Yaz to vigorously advance scientific technologies from the Kamen Rider world within the Life Tree Foundation, establishing an adequate industrial foundation for the future creation of other rider systems. The foundational rider system of the 01 world had already been developed and produced. On another front, Daoyi was diligently constructing the Earth Library. The Earth Library, derived from the Kamen Rider WW universe, could be perceived as the diary of Earth's consciousness, an archive of the planet where the possessor can access information regarding any existing entity on Earth. With mastery over the Earth Library, one essentially possesses an unparalleled intelligence system, akin to being omniscient to a considerable degree, enabling precise planning for any endeavor. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle, thus ensuring Daoyi's gaming operations could proceed without hindrance. Therefore, after creating the collapse body virus, Daoyi promptly initiated the construction of the Earth Library through the Kamen Rider Chronicle. Not long ago, the Chronicle system had just completed the Earth Library's construction, and Daoyi was on the verge of commencing his plan and launching the game. At that moment, news arrived of Tony Stark's attack and subsequent disappearance in the Middle East, providing a perfect opportunity to set his plans into motion. 3. The Earth Library. Connect with Yaz, Daoyi commanded, standing before the window, gazing down at the dazzling nightscape of New York City, his expression indifferent. Having resolved to initiate his plan, The prior arrangements could now be gradually activated. At your command, is responded, blinking in acknowledgement. It'll take the lead. Yaz interjected, her eyes sparkling, instantly connecting to the network, illuminating the computer screen on the desk. Is looked at Yaz, her delicate, attractive nose crinkling slightly as she ground her teeth, her expression one of discontent. Before long, the avatar of Kamen Rider Zero appeared on the screen. How is the preparation for the museum project progressing? Daoyi inquired as he turned to address them directly. Master, the artificial intelligence, ARC, greeted Daoyi before responding, as per your instructions, the Tree of Life Foundation has been secretly constructing the production facility for the Gaia memory. All preliminary preparations for the museum project are now complete, and production can commence at any moment. Daoyi nodded in satisfaction. Well done. I will now transmit the relevant data regarding Gaia consciousness from the Earth Library to you. From this moment forth, the museum project shall be initiated, and the production of Gaia memory can begin. Understood, ARC replied in a mechanical, somber tone. Additionally, the extinction key and annihilation driver have been deployed. The forces of destruction and thunder are ready to mobilize at your command. Do you have any further instructions, Master? I have other plans in place. The game has only just begun, so there is no need to rush. When the tide of the era officially begins, my nightly game will encompass the entire world, establishing the rules of existence. Daoyi spoke with a blend of malevolence and fervor. Understood, ARC responded, his eyes glowing red. By the way, Daoyi suddenly recalled, what is the situation with the SHIELD organization? On the screen, ARC's avatar brightened as data streamed by Dr. Zola has utilized funding and resources acquired from Hydra to establish several SHIELD bases. Since their operational commencement, they have been conducting modifications and enhancement experiments on humans, showing promising results with some subjects undergoing preliminary transformations. Daoyi smiled slightly and nodded. Dr. Zola is quite efficient. Excellent. You may continue to engage with him under the guise of Corporation B, providing him with additional technologies for human enhancement. Understood. Once confirming that Daoyi had no further matters, ARC severed the connection and began to arrange tasks for action. The game has commenced. Every exceptional game requires formidable antagonistic organizations. SHIELD is a crucial element of the game's structure, casting a shadow over the world that must begin to develop, Daoyi mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In the Marvel universe, there was no SHIELD organization, but there was Hydra. Thus, Daoyi sought out Dr. Zola from Captain America, the Winter Soldier who transferred his consciousness into data stored in a computer. He created a mechanized bionic body for Zola, granting him a corporeal form. He also provided Zola with foundational human enhancement technologies, enabling him to establish the SHIELD organization. Zola did not disappoint Daoyi's expectations, leveraging Hydra's power to build SHIELD, thereby introducing it into the Marvel universe. With the intent to dominate the world, SHIELD's remnants oddly align with Hydra in this regard. The journey of a hero's dream invariably requires a villain as a backdrop. It can even be said that it is through the impetus and pressure exerted by these antagonistic figures that a hero truly evolves into an authentic champion. In any game, a villainous target must be established for the protagonist to overcome. The nightly game naturally necessitates an array of peculiar characters and malevolent organizations, with SHIELD emerging precisely for this purpose. However, Hydra's efficiency is indeed remarkable, as they rapidly constructed numerous covert SHIELD bases in a short span. It seems that the higher-ups in Hydra have a keen interest in the enhancement technologies of SHIELD. Daoyi is quite pleased with the efficacy of this organization, though he finds their curiosity excessive, as they are incessantly trying to uncover the elusive Corporation B that has been providing SHIELD with enhancement technologies. Daoyi's interactions with Dr. Zola have always been conducted under the fictitious name of Corporation B, with ARC initiating contact through the network. After each communication, all traces of correspondence are meticulously erased, and despite Hydra's restless ambitions, they have yet to identify the so-called Corporation B. Fully aware that Hydra cannot be easily controlled, Daoyi has no intention of investing significant effort or energy into subduing them. His strategy involves gradually revealing the enhancement technologies to Zola, thereby influencing and controlling SHIELD. While antagonistic organizations are crucial, Daoyi only requires them to play their role as villains. The specifics can be left unattended. Moreover, Daoyi finds it amusing that Hydra's operatives are tirelessly scouring the globe for information on the non-existent Corporation B, only to be met with incredulity and frustration at their utter lack of success. It is akin to a person on land observing fish in water, drawn by bait, endlessly searching for its source. One cannot deny that Daoyi possesses a wicked sense of humor. Now, let me contemplate our next plans, Daoyi mused while reclining in his chair, crossing his legs and narrowing his eyes. First, regarding the location of the space gem. We can directly locate it through the Earth Library. Although the space gem, known as the cosmic cube within S.H.I.E.L.D., is a treasure of cosmic origin and cannot be deciphered by the Earth Library's consciousness, any other object can be identified. The cosmic cube, however, remains an exception. In essence, it appears as a distinct mark on a blank canvas, making its location readily identifiable. Furthermore, while direct information on the cosmic cube may be inaccessible, events and figures associated with it are undeniably rooted in Earth. During World War II, Hydra utilized the cosmic cube, and both Captain America and the cube fell into the Arctic ice shield. Later salvaged the cosmic cube from a museum. These events, along with the relevant individuals, can be located within the Earth Library without question. Closing his eyes, Daoyi immersed himself in the Earth Library, seeking information regarding the cosmic cube. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of understanding, clearly having discovered the current location of the cosmic cube held by S.H.I.E.L.D. Or Hydra. Master, shall we seize the cosmic cube directly? Upon seeing Daoyi's expression, Ark surmised they had pinpointed the location of the space gem and wore a joyful smile, akin to a child discovering an intriguing game. Daoyi pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. Now is not the time. For now, gathering some of the space gem's power to initiate preliminary analysis of spatial rules will suffice. With that, he conjured an empty crystal card from thin air and handed it to Ark. Send Parrot to retrieve it. I will transmit the specific location to you. Deliver this crystal card to him, and let him use it to collect the power of the space gem. Parrot is the first complete collapse source body birth from the collapse source virus. In this world, neither is nor Ark are pure collapse source bodies. Daoyi named him Parrot and designated him as the operative. Ark accepted the crystal card with both hands, a sly smile spreading across his face. He then vanished into thin air to find Parrot and arrange the task. Daoyi glanced at the pouting is beside him and couldn't help but smile, gesturing for her to come closer. Master, do you have any instructions? Is asked with a serious demeanor. Taking his hand, he remarked, Yes, can indeed be quite impetuous and mischievous, but there is no need for you to hold a grudge against her. Both of you are my secretaries, my trusted aides. Is slightly lowered her head, concealing her involuntary gaze that wandered, fixating on the hand Daoyi held. She murmured, Understood. I will not stoop to her level. He appreciated both Iz and Yaz and wished for their camaraderie to remain intact. The reason Daoyi chose not to directly seize the Space Stone was primarily to ensure that the narrative of the first Avengers movie progressed smoothly along its original trajectory. Naturally, he was indifferent to the alien invasions and the heroes of the Avengers saving the world. The singular concern for Daoyi was that Thanos would entrust Loki with the scepter to bring it to Earth, as he coveted the Mind Stone embedded within it. Should the storyline be altered, resulting in the Mind Stone not arriving on Earth, it would become exceedingly troublesome to retrieve it from Thanos later. Not only would he need to surpass Thanos in strength, but he would also have to locate him amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos. Otherwise, he would have to wait until Thanos arrived on Earth. Daoyi despised unnecessary complications. In any case, by the conclusion of the first Avengers narrative, before Thor returned to Asgard with the Tesseract, the Space Stone would be on Earth. Daoyi could easily ascertain its precise location through the Earth Library, rendering the immediate moment inconsequential. As long as he could secure both the Space Stone and the Mind Stone for S.H.I.E.L.D., or Hydra before Thor transported the Space Stone back to Asgard, he would be satisfied. In summary, Daoyi's decision not to seize the Tesseract, which housed the Space Stone, at this juncture was straightforward. He desired both the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. In the sacred capital, The master pondered upon the arrangement of the valiant warriors and archers at the sacred capital hospital. Should we disclose certain circumstances to them in advance, allowing them to prepare? Izzy inquired, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. After a moment of contemplation, Daoyi responded, "Indeed. We must inform them beforehand about the impending outbreak of the collapse source virus. Although we have already provided them with some precautionary measures, they have yet to experience true combat and require time to mentally prepare. By now, their duties at the hospital must be concluded, correct?" "Yes. They have departed from the hospital," Izzy confirmed, her gaze briefly flickering with data streams as she retrieved the information from the hospital system. "Since they have left the sacred capital hospital, there is no need for haste. We shall notify them tomorrow." Daoyi yawned, affectionately stroking Izzy's delicate face with a smile. "Yes, Master," Izzy replied softly, her fair complexion flushing crimson. The Sacred Capital Hospital, a semi-public institution under the auspices of the Illusory Dream Game Group, was established by Daoyi himself. The purpose of founding the Sacred Capital Hospital was to identify suitable candidates for the player driver, who could transform into the Xade series of warriors derived from the powers of the collapse source virus. What Daoyi sought was an individual with the unwavering belief capable of fully harnessing the corresponding knightly powers. After all, nearly all Kamen Rider systems inherently possess the potential to transcend limits, what is often referred to as the metaphysical combat power. The source of this power lies in the transformation's awareness, belief, and will. If merely the ability to transform into a knight is required, fulfilling the hardware condition suffices. But such an individual holds little value for Daoyi, merely representing a non-playable character. Through the Kamen Rider Chronicles, Daoyi could, given sufficient energy, create a knight system endowed with ultimate strength. However, the quest for those possessing the will and belief is paramount, as such convictions not only maximize the knight system's power, but also present the possibility of transcending its limits. The so-called metaphysical strength for the human spirit indeed harbors infinite potential. For Daoyi, individuals embodying these traits are invaluable and play an indispensable role in the game. It is precisely because most knight transformants aspire to unleash the ultimate power of their knight systems, even to undergo transformation and sublimation, that they must possess a considerable degree of will, belief, determination, and awareness. Thus, Daoyi decides to disseminate the player drivers, entrusting them to others, allowing them the ability to transform into Kamen Riders. This approach places faith in those with sufficient will, belief, and awareness, whose convictions may enable the knight system to transcend theoretical limits and evolve. Consequently, the Kamen Rider Chronicles, which governs all knightly powers, could become even more formidable. Given the vast number of knights, it is impractical for Daoyi to probe into the ultimate limits and breakthroughs of every knight solely through his own will and belief. Moreover, it would not be feasible. As the owner of the Kamen Rider Chronicles, Daoyi can effortlessly invoke any knight system's theoretical ultimate power. Yet surpassing theoretical limits is not something to be taken lightly. The prudent course of action, naturally, is to enlist a multitude of facilitators to achieve the knight system's breakthroughs efficiently. At present, Daoyi's focus is on the game knight system birthed from the collapse source virus. So far, after meticulous selection, he has identified 2 doctors from the Sacred Capital Hospital most likely to fully manifest the powers of Snipe and Brave. They are to undergo adaptive surgeries and have the collapse source virus implanted in them, all while being entrusted with the vital mission of saving patients and safeguarding the world. While the hospital boasts state-of-the-art equipment and frequently invites renowned international medical teams for exchange, its semi-public nature means that, despite significant professional growth for its doctors and the ability to treat many patients, financial gain is limited. Daoyi deliberately designed the Sacred Capital Hospital system to filter out doctors with a commendable professional ethos and steadfast beliefs, subsequently selecting from them the users of the player drivers, Laser, Snipe, and Brave, for the 2 selected knight system transformants. Daoyi first demonstrated the effects of the collapse source virus. If humans fail to receive effective treatment upon infection, They will dissolve into nothingness, vanishing from existence. He then elucidated the virus's origins, a mysterious pathogen birthed from the electronic network, endowed with extraordinary abilities to turn illusions into reality and transform reality into illusions. If those infected do not expunge the virus in time, their ultimate fate is to disappear from the world. The virus can also conjure fantastical creatures from the game into reality, and if left unchecked, these monstrosities will wreak havoc, threatening countless lives. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against the creatures spawned by the collapsed source virus. Only the night systems developed by Daoyi's illusory dream group, based on the same virus, possess the capability to combat and eradicate it. Thus, these two selected individuals, after a moment of internal conflict, resolutely chose to undergo the adaptation surgery, utilizing the game night system to combat the collapsed source virus and heal the infected. Of course, I do not consider it deceit. The impact of the collapsed source virus on the world is indeed as I described to them, merely omitting the fact that I am its creator, Daoyi mused inwardly. The following day at the Sacred Capital Hospital, the atmosphere remained as bustling as ever. As a public hospital with advanced medical equipment, it attracted numerous patients seeking superior care at lower costs, making it the preferred choice for those in the vicinity. Elena parked her Porsche as usual, ignoring the envious gazes of the doctors and nurses, and headed straight to her department, donning her medical attire. "Lee, it seems you're not on break. What brings you here? Are you perhaps seeking to pursue me?" Elena's azure eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tossed her golden hair. Feigning surprise at the sight of the aloof and renowned surgeon, Li Hua, known for his exceptional surgical skills. Li Hua's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "I have no time for jest. I am here to summon you to the base. The boss requires our presence." Elena paused in surprise. "The base? No wonder you sought me out. What has happened?" Li Hua shook his head. "I am uncertain. The boss rarely calls us, since he has summoned us to the base. It is likely related to the game illness." Upon hearing the term game illness, Elena's expression turned grave as she immediately rose. "Let us go." Both individuals have witnessed the perils of the gaming virus. If the source of the collapse virus is not promptly neutralized, the infected will gradually fade into nothingness. They are both prominent figures within the hospital, boldly walking side by side in plain view, quickly causing a stir among the staff. Elena is undoubtedly a stunning beauty, with an alluring figure, long legs, fair skin, and striking golden hair that captures attention. Her affluent background is evident through her expensive jewelry, clothing, and accessories, all of which are high-end and limited edition. Not to mention her various luxury cars that she drives to the hospital daily. The term rich beauty could not be more fitting for Elena. If it weren't for the hospital's stringent security system, her admirers would likely fill the hospital each day. Moreover, had Elena not been in charge of obstetrics, many would probably feign injuries just to seek her help. Li Hua, a Chinese medical doctor who graduated from the University of California, possesses exceptional surgical skills, ranking among the best in the nation. Within New York's surgical community, only one other doctor, Stephen Strange, can rival his expertise. Countless prestigious hospitals have attempted to recruit him, but he has consistently declined, choosing instead to remain at this less-than-ideal public hospital, leaving many perplexed. Although both are well-respected in their hospital, they have seldom interacted publicly. Now, as they walk together, their colleagues cannot help but speculate whether the two have become an item. Unperturbed by the curious gazes around them, they proceed to the innermost part of the hospital's storage area. After confirming their privacy, they push against a section of the wall, which unexpectedly parts to reveal a high-tech metallic door. Following an iris scan, the door opens, unveiling an elevator. They descend to a secret underground base, confidently making their way to a room resembling a conference hall, where they sit down. Upon their seating, the central screen in the conference room flickers to life, displaying the figure of Daoyi. "Brave ones and archers, your moment to shine is upon you." Is the collapse virus at a point of inevitable eruption? Li Hua inquires, his brow furrowed. Daoyi, adopting a serious demeanor, nods. "While I have contained the virus within the game to limit its spread, it is akin to nurturing the virus. It is like water held back by a dam. If we do not release some, The water will continue to rise until the dam eventually breaks, unleashing a torrent that will obliterate everything. Elena furrows her brow and asks, "Can we not seek assistance from the government?" Daoyi shakes his head resolutely. Only the player drives, created from the very collapse virus, can effectively combat it. Should the government or military discover the power of the player drives, they would undoubtedly attempt to seize it for warfare and conquest. The player drive was developed to heal the afflicted, and I will not allow it to fall into military hands. Li Huan nods in agreement. If the U.S. government learns of the power of the player drives and game cartridges, they will stop at nothing to control that power for military purposes, causing immense destruction in the world. Elena is momentarily speechless. She is well aware of the U.S.'s actions globally and, as an Archer Transformer, understands the power of the Game Night system. Its widespread military application could indeed disrupt the balance of the world, and if seized by military forces, it would lead to even greater violence. Daoyi, satisfied with their reactions, smiles and states, "Without a righteous heart to wield it, great power will only bring about greater calamity. Thus, I have meticulously chosen you two doctors to become night players." Li Hua gently nods and asks, "What shall we do?" "Your sole task is to eradicate the erupting collapse virus, just as a hero vanquishes monsters in a game," Daoyi replies with a slight smile. "Is there no definitive cure for this virus?" Elena inquires, somewhat dissatisfied. Daoyi shakes his head and shrugs. "The collapse virus possesses the extraordinary ability to transform the unreal into reality and vice versa, far surpassing modern scientific understanding. Your player drives were created using the collapse virus itself. With current human technology, we cannot analyze the collapse virus, let alone eliminate it entirely." After informing Elena and Li Hua, the designated users of the player drives and game cartridges, of the impending game launch, the oncoming eruption of the collapse virus, Daoyi concludes his communication with the hospital. "Master, the cartridge has been handed over to Parrot, who has now departed for the location of the space gem. What should Is and I do next?" Yaz inquires, standing behind Daoyi, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders, deliberately exhaling softly. Daoyi nods slightly, glancing at the pouting Is, maintaining his composure as he speaks. "You two are our secretaries. Unless absolutely necessary, you will not be dispatched for any tasks. Just remain by my side to assist with various matters." "Does the master not wish to part with me?" Yes, feigns surprise. "The master refers to us." Is emphasizes, indignantly reacting to Yaz's misinterpretation. "Is that so?" Yaz responds with a look of feigned innocence. "However, now that the game has commenced, we should indeed organize and arrange our plans properly. Allow me to consult the Earth Library to uncover hidden secrets we may not have known before. Perhaps we need to adjust our strategies," Daoyi suggests, resolved to delve into the Earth Library for various undisclosed mysteries. Upon hearing this, Is and Yaz immediately quiet down, ceasing their dispute. "I shall brew a cup of tea for the master," Is offers, springing into action. Yaz, undeterred, begins to massage Daoyi's shoulders. Daoyi smiles slightly, immersing his mind into the Earth Library. Based on the current findings, he confirms that the narrative developments and character organizations within his world align with the plot of the Marvel films, at least on the surface. If left unperturbed, the future story is likely to follow the cinematic narrative. However, given that this is a real world, the films can only portray aspects related to the story's worldview. It is impossible for a few films to encapsulate the entirety of the world system. Therefore, the hidden narratives behind the world, which the films fail to reveal, cannot be simply interpreted through the lens of the cinematic universe. Previously, Daoyi lacked effective means to explore the secrets concealed in the world, and thus he did not delve too deeply into the investigation. The Dream Game Company is merely an ordinary gaming firm, dedicated solely to the development and promotion of games. Apart from Daoyi and Is, yes, the rest of the company consists of regular employees. Although the Tree of Life Foundation is a high-end mechanical life science enterprise, its access remains limited to the superficial facets of the world. Daoyi, leveraging the capabilities of the AK artificial intelligence system, can effortlessly infiltrate the network databases of various clandestine organizations, such as the Security Bureau, CIA, FBI, and even S-H-I-E-L-D. However, even S-H-I-E-L-D possesses only a superficial understanding of the truths of this world and remains oblivious to its deeper mysteries, such as the lineage of supreme mages safeguarding Earth from dimensional demons and ancient gods. Their knowledge is woefully inadequate. Conversely, the Divine Spear Bureau of the ancient Eastern Kingdom is quite formidable. With AK's capabilities, Daoyi can navigate S-H-L-DS networks as long as they connect to external networks. Yet the Divine Spear Bureau harbors too many secrets to probe. The mysteries of this world may far exceed what Daoyi has witnessed in films. Upon the completion of the Earth Library, Daoyi gained the ability to explore the world's enigmas and was naturally compelled to delve deeper. His foremost interest lies in the ancient deities of Earth. Undoubtedly, numerous pantheons existed during Earth's ancient epochs. Yet, the narrative predominantly highlights the Nordic pantheon, represented by Asgard, while other divine beings remain elusive. Only the Kunlun of the Xia Kingdom seems to have some connection with the Chinese pantheon, where Iron Fist trained and was bestowed with the power of the divine dragon after passing trials. Daoyi queried the ancient deities of Earth within the Earth Library. As he did so, volumes of books manifested before him, and the Chronicle automatically extracted information from these tomes. Enlightenment dawned upon him as he comprehended the contents. According to the records, ancient deities indeed thrived on Earth, including those from the Chinese, Nordic, Egyptian, Greek pantheons, and more. However, many years ago, a group of powerful deities from the cosmos descended upon Earth, igniting a grand conflict with its native gods. While the Earth Library lacks detailed information about these cosmic beings, it is likely they correspond to the cosmic pantheon of the Marvel Universe. Following this monumental divine war, most native gods on Earth vanished, with the exception of those who managed to escape. Yet, the Earth Library similarly cannot retrieve relevant information about the Nordic Aesir and the Chinese immortals, while numerous other pantheons perished at the hands of these cosmic deities. The whereabouts of the Nordic and Chinese pantheons remain unrecorded in the Earth Library, as they have transcended Earth and are no longer within its scope of documentation. Nevertheless, Daoyi is aware that the Aesir relocated to the cosmic expanse, thereby departing from Earth. Thus, it appears that Kunlun Mountain is quite extraordinary. Engaging in an in-depth search for information on the ancient Chinese gods within the Earth Library, Daoyi indeed uncovered some clues. The Qi practitioners of Kunlun Mountain seem intricately linked to the Chinese immortals. The fact that only the Aesir and Chinese immortals could emerge unscathed from the conflict with the cosmic deities suggests that the Chinese pantheon is at least on par with the Aesir. Moreover, based on the records in the Earth Library regarding the numerous pantheon's battles against the cosmic gods, it appears that the ancient Chinese gods may even surpass the Aesir in strength. Asgard is renowned as a powerful race in the cosmos, indicating that the seemingly understated Chinese immortals should not be underestimated. Daoyi's attention was drawn to a plant of extraterrestrial origin, a celestial flower left behind by Ego, the father of Star-Lord in the Guardians of the Galaxy film. Upon querying the Earth Library for objects beyond its analytical range, he unexpectedly discovered this alien artifact. According to the film's narrative, Ego is indeed the father of Peter Quill, Star-Lord. Thus, Daoyi proceeded to search for information on Peter Quill, which aligned perfectly with the cinematic universe's portrayal. Previously, he had overlooked this aspect, as the events of Guardians of the Galaxy transpired in the cosmos, and he had not planned for interstellar travel, causing him to miss a valuable item. The celestial flower left by Ego on Earth could serve as a material for creating the Night System, possessing significant power. However, prior to the existence of the Earth Library, he had thought of this flower and knew it was located in Missouri. Attempting to find a seemingly ordinary flower in such a vast state would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, nearly impossible. Now, with the Earth Library, he could directly query and instantly pinpoint its exact location, allowing him to retrieve it with ease. According to the film's lore, Ego is a planet, dispatching energy avatars to wander the cosmos, leaving behind such flowers on every life-bearing planet he visits, intending to consume life across the universe and become its sole entity. To achieve this goal, he requires a progeny endowed with his divine power to help manage his immense energy, resulting in the birth of Star-Lord. In reality, he has sown seeds across countless planets, and Star-Lord is merely one of many offspring, yet the only one to inherit his divine power. Despite its appearance as a common wildflower, this bloom possesses the capability to envelop an entire planet and consume all life upon it. This item is indeed remarkable and can be utilized as material for the Night System. With the location determined, he could send Parrot to retrieve it. While Parrot is yet to return from the secret base of S.H.I.L.D., where the Cosmic Cube is stored, Daoyi has already assigned him a task. A week later, most believe that the missing Tony Stark was doomed, yet the military unexpectedly announced his safe return. Daoyi had also collected a substantial amount of power from the space gems and the celestial flower. After the Chronicle of Kamen Rider absorbed the power of the space gem, Daoyi first created the ability of the dimensional wall, which is essential for traversing space. Akin to a portal for Kamen Riders. With the ability to create dimensional walls, theoretically, Daoyi could reach any location in cosmic space, gaining the capacity for interstellar travel. However, without specific coordinates, he could only teleport randomly within the cosmic void, rendering it largely meaningless, as the vastness of the universe makes random teleportation likely to result in a desolate expanse. Although interstellar travel remains unattainable for now, in conjunction with the Earth Library, Daoyi can access any location on Earth at will, as well as facilitate the travel of others to various places on the planet, which proves to be quite beneficial. As the narrative unfolds, Daoyi took a metallic frame glass jar from his, cradling it in his hands for inspection before extracting the flower within. This was the divine flower retrieved by Parrot. The Kamen Rider Chronicle activated, absorbing and analyzing the energy laws contained within the divine flower, which instantaneously dissolved in Daoyi's grasp, rapidly transforming into a viscous liquid that pulsated with a luminescent sheen reminiscent of jade. With a flourish of his hand, a portion of this liquid extended and soared to the center of the hall, swiftly expanding until it materialized into a humanoid form, gradually manifesting facial features and limbs, eventually donning garments. Before them stood a middle-aged man exuding an air of untamed charisma, who raised his hand to examine his palm, as if reborn. "Evolto for now. You may utilize this smoke gun," Daoyi remarked, as a small portion of the liquid morphed into a miniature submachine gun, which he casually tossed to the man. Evolto received the smoke gun, inspecting it with a casual demeanor, gripping it lightly as if it were an object of great significance, before a red glow emanated from his hands, coalescing into a small vial, topped with the image of a cobra. He took a swig from the vial, then inserted it into the smoke gun's empty magazine slot, pulling the trigger as he declared, "Steam blood." Mismatch. The sound effect resonated as smoke billowed from the gun's muzzle, enveloping him in a haze, erupting in a shower of sparks. When the smoke dissipated, he was revealed adorned with elongated, rounded horns atop his head, indigo armor encasing his chest and eye areas, while the remaining body bore predominantly red armor. The Bloodstock. "Boss, when shall I be able to utilize the EVOL driver?" Evolto inquired casually, resting the gun on his shoulder. "Be mindful of your position." Yaz interjected coldly, taken aback by Evolto's nonchalant attitude. Daoyi offered a slight smile, patting Yaz on the shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, and addressed Evolto, "If you insist on wielding the EVOL driver, I could indeed manifest a version for you right now. However, it will be a diminished variant, despite the divine flower's capacity to consume the life of an entire planet. It was not yet the ideal material for Daoyi's envisioned Pandora's box and the Blood Clan's creation. Thus only a transitional smoke system was crafted. "Very well, I shall make do with this for now. Following your lead, boss," Evolto replied, examining the smoke gun with a shrug directed at Yaz, then performing a gentlemanly bow towards Daoyi. The radiant, golden, invincible player, Kamen Rider build, draws its essence from the Pandora's box of the Blood Clan and nebular gases. In Daoyi's vision, the quintessential source material for creating the Blood Clan and Pandora's box would be the Planet Devourer, one of the 5 cosmic deities in the Marvel Universe, known for its insatiable hunger for entire planets. If he could harness the energy of this planet devourer as a foundational source, it would undoubtedly enable the creation of the most formidable Pandora's box and the Blood Clan, preying upon planets. Yet, despite being relatively weak among the five deities, the planet devourer remained a cosmic entity. Its power fluctuated based on its state of satiation. Theoretically, once it had consumed enough planets to reach saturation, it could rival the creative forces of infinity, eternity, death, and oblivion. However, in its famished state, it was undeniably the weakest of the five. In truth, it often found itself in a state of perpetual hunger, either consuming or en route to consume, its sustenance being the very planets scattered across the cosmos. Regardless, its stature as a supreme cosmic being placed it far above any other life forms. Securing the primordial power of the planet devourer would not be an easy feat. Whether through forceful acquisition or negotiation, one must possess sufficient power to command its respect and engage in equal dialogue. Even in its weakened state, its abilities transcended those of ordinary beings. To overpower the planet devourer directly and extract its power would likely require capabilities on par with several cosmic deities, implying that the Kamen Rider Chronicle must be brought to a near-complete state. Yet, achieving such a level in the Kamen Rider Chronicle would coincide with Daoyi's ultimate goal, a timeline still uncertain, and by then, the creation of the Kamen Rider system would be somewhat delayed. Thus, Daoyi pondered more on acquiring the strength to engage in equal discourse, subsequently locating the planet devourer and negotiating for a portion of its power. Daoyi's estimation. Mastering one of the ultimate truths of reality would empower him to create one of the greatest enhancements for the Kamen Rider system, the Hyper Muteki cartridge. At the very least, he would possess the confidence to confront the planet devourer, akin to Doctor Strange facing Dormammu in the Dark Dimension, thus gaining the qualification for an equitable dialogue. It was not necessary to subdue the planet devourer. As long as Daoyi could remain unharmed, the groundwork for negotiation would be laid. However, should he fail to locate the planet devourer or reach a suitable agreement, he could always resort to the powers of Ego, the living planet, father of Star-Lord. As depicted in the narrative of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, where Ego ultimately met his demise. It seemed preferable to extract and utilize Ego's powers to forge the Pandora's box, thereby perfecting Evolto. After all, Evolto was essentially a creation born from the divine flower, intended to consume all life on Earth, which Daoyi had harnessed from Ego. Across the distant cosmos, Ego sensed the disturbance caused by the utilization of the divine flower on Earth, yet the specifics remained elusive to him. He had scattered the divine flower across countless living planets throughout the universe, a number far too vast to comprehend. Furthermore, the magnitude of his own power was not something he could manipulate at will. His inability to effectively control the immense strength within his planetary form led Ego to procreate across the cosmos, hoping to produce an offspring capable of inheriting his powers, thus fulfilling his plan to dominate the universe through the consumption of all life via the divine flowers he left behind. Never mind. The paramount task at hand is to locate my son. As long as he inherits my bloodline, my grand design can be realized. After contemplating, I decided to send an energy avatar to find Star-Lord, postponing all other matters. The invincible player. Daoyi gently caressed the game cartridge of the all-powerful Action Player X, softly reciting his thoughts. The invincible player cartridge he aspired to create was a true embodiment of invincibility, grounded in the essence of reality. It possessed the ability to render enemy attacks completely ineffective, incapable of inflicting harm. This was achievable because the power of the invincible cartridge, acquired after obtaining the reality gem, allowed the Kamen Rider Chronicles to manipulate the laws of reality through the collapse source virus, categorizing enemy attacks against the invincible player as illusory and non-existent. Even if the opponent were a formidable deity, transcending the rules of reality, the invincible player could still be deemed as impervious to their assaults, rendering them as mere phantoms. In essence, the effective strikes against the invincible player and the invincible player themselves exist on two parallel planes of reality and illusion that never intersect. Therefore, The Invincible Player cartridge functions akin to a cheat code in a game. Invulnerability, unyielding strength, immunity to damage, and unmanageable control. Moreover, the Invincible power also disregards armor and magic resistance. The Invincible Player's attacks, while appearing illusory upon impact, ultimately manifest as reality, resulting in delayed damage. Of course, the delay is not the crux of the matter. The fundamental point is that the illusory cannot be obstructed, rendering defenses meaningless. Thus, when the invincible attack takes effect, it directly deducts from health points, ignoring defenses and inflicting what is often referred to in games as true damage, which can only be endured by sheer vitality. What does invincibility truly mean? Quite literally, in its essence, this is why Daoyi places immense importance on the development of the game system for the Riders. Not merely because the collapsed source virus enhances the power of the Kamen Rider Chronicles to wield reality-altering capabilities, but also because it is extraordinarily versatile and functional, aiding in the construction of the Rider system. The Invincible Player's strength also serves as Daoyi's design game cheat. And once he masters the power of invincibility, he can unleash chaos at will. Furthermore, he is supremely confident in his belief that he can directly wield ultimate power, surpassing all limits, an author of reality, capable of spontaneous creation and alteration. Since acquiring the Kamen Rider Chronicles, Daoyi has unwaveringly committed to designing his own game, aspiring to encompass infinite multiverses within it, orchestrating the destinies of all within the universe through his game. However, to accomplish the Invincible cartridge, he must first acquire the Reality Gem, enabling the Kamen Rider Chronicles to extract sufficient essence of reality and conduct profound analysis and reconstruction. Simultaneously, the game Riders birthed from the collapsed source virus must reach an adequate level of progress to serve as model feedback for data collection. "Boss, what should I do now?" Abert queried, having reverted from transformation, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his voice. "We still need a president for the Lifetree Foundation, so for now, you shall assume that role. From this point forth, you shall be known as President E." Daoyi replied with a slight smile. Though Abert was somewhat bewildered, he nodded in acceptance, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. "You are the boss. I will follow your directives." Daoyi inexplicably smiled, and instructed is to connect the communication line to Yak in the office. "This is Abert, your comrade, who will now serve as the president of the Lifetree Foundation." "Hello." Abert waved amiably at Yak's image on the screen. "Understood," Yak responded, his eyes glimmering as he surveyed Abert. "Don't be so aloof. We'll be working together from now on," Abert remarked playfully to Yak's image. However, Yak ignored him, turning to report to Daoyi. "The museum project is progressing smoothly. According to the data you provided, there have been no significant issues in the research and manufacturing process of the Gaia memory. The foundational experiments for all Gaia memory prototypes have been essentially completed, and we can commence experimental production. Additionally, as per your specific instructions, the initial sample for the mass-produced memory type, the Kamen Rider Masquerade, have been largely completed. With minor adjustments to the parameters, we should be ready for mass production." Daoyi nodded in satisfaction. "Expedite the production of the Gaia memory, but do not rush. Ensure stringent confidentiality measures are in place. For now, keep the Lifetree Foundation and Gaia memory unassociated." "Understood. I will meticulously monitor the museum project and execute your orders," Yak affirmed, his eyes glowing red with determination. "By the way, send me the initial prototype of the Eternal Memory. I will finalize its enhancement and fortification," Daoyi instructed. "Yes," Yak complied. A vast stream of data transmitted into the office's computer system, prompting Daoyi to activate the Kamen Rider Chronicles. Streams of data flowed from the computer, converging above the desk to form a rectangular white USB drive, adorned with a letter representing eternity. Upon retrieving the eternal memory from the desk, Daoyi smiled subtly. It was intended for use during his ventures, with the power to create Kamen Riders and transform into any of his creations. Failing to showcase such abilities before the world would be akin to a splendid attire worn in secrecy, a rather dull affair. As for why he chose to transform into Kamen Rider Eternal, it was partly due to the excessively cartoonish nature of the Xaid and Gen forms he reserved for himself, which were far too vivid. Given the current arrangements for his game writers, it was not suitable to engage with those two writers at this time. Utilizing the alias of Eternal primarily served to facilitate the forthcoming endeavors related to the sale of Gaia memories. Establishing a production line, manufacturing Gaia memories, and infiltrating the market, all orchestrated by the forces behind the museum and the deeper, hidden Consortium B, were all scripted elements designed by Daoyi for the Rider game. Once suitable candidates were identified, the Gaia memory narrative could commence. 7. Stark's press conference shutting down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division? Is it really that simple? Daoyi used. Observing the live broadcast of Tony Stark's press conference on the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with meaning. Master, if Stark Industries closes its weapons manufacturing division, their stock prices will plummet. Should we sell all our shares now? His gaze at the press conference on the screen, blinking as he spoke. Daoyi smiled mysteriously and waved his hand, saying, "There's no need. When Stark Industries stock plummets to its lowest point, Dream Group can continue to invest." Though uncertain of the reasons, understood that since Daoyi had stated it, he must have a well-thought-out plan. It was merely a matter of following through. Despite Dream Group's ample wealth, the prospect of effortlessly amassing even more riches was certainly appealing. Although the money held little significance for Daoyi personally, it could be utilized for the development of Dream Games Group, facilitating greater promotion of their games and expanding the fertile ground for the growth of the collapsed source virus. Moreover, in the United States, with sufficient wealth, most matters could be resolved. Essentially, all troubles could be addressed through capital. Iron Man, Tony Stark, though not yet, had been missing for a week after being attacked by terrorists in the Middle East, and many believed his chances of survival were slim. However, he utilized his extraordinary talents to construct a miniature arc reactor and the initial Iron Man suit in the rudimentary conditions of the terrorist cave, eventually escaping with the aid of Ethan, the doctor who saved his life. Tragically, Ethan lost his life to the terrorists while buying time for Tony, and his death became a pivotal turning point in Tony Stark's mindset. It must be said that while Tony Stark was arrogant, caustic, and prone to teasing others, making him difficult for ordinary people to tolerate, he valued the few true friends he had, holding them in high regard. Whether it was Colonel Rhodes, the military liaison, or Happy, his driver and bodyguard, or even his secretary, Pepper, he cherished them deeply. Although banter was common, it often resembled playful, joking among friends. He unreservedly entrusted the vast Stark Industries to Pepper, and when he believed he was on the brink of death due to palladium poisoning, he unlocked the system to allow Rhodes to take the Mark II suit back to the military. During the extremist virus incident, when Happy was severely injured while investigating, Tony boldly provoked the mastermind behind the terrorist attacks, even exposing his own address in the process. All of this demonstrated Tony's regard for the friends he valued. Ethan was one such friend, having built a bond of trust and emotion with Tony through their shared life and death struggles in the terrorist stronghold, especially considering Ethan's sacrifice for Tony. Ethan's death profoundly impacted Tony Stark, directly prompting a transformation in his mentality. Upon returning to the United States, Tony wasted no time in convening a press conference, making a shocking announcement. Although he was known for unpredictable actions in his personal life, this announcement marked a fundamental departure from his previous behavior. At the press conference, Tony Stark, casually holding a half-eaten burger and seated on the steps before the podium, declared the complete closure of the weapon manufacturing division of Stark Industries. His words immediately sparked an uproar, with journalists clamoring to question him. It should be noted that Stark Industries was the largest military-industrial complex in the United States, and its weapon manufacturing sector was a core pillar of the company. Tony's sudden and unheralded decision to cease weapon production would undoubtedly cause a seismic shock within the company. The largest and most prestigious weapon manufacturing group in the nation halting operations would inevitably create a monumental stir throughout the United States. In a short time following the press conference, Stark Industries stock, which had begun to recover with Tony's return, plummeted once again. Both external observers and internal voices within the company were rife with dissent, questioning the viability of a military-focused enterprise that renounced its primary manufacturing line. What could remain of such a company? Following the announcement, Tony Stark secluded himself in his villa, tirelessly refining the design of his Iron Man suit. further igniting speculation and anxiety within Stark Industries. After laboring tirelessly to enhance the capabilities of the Mark series, transitioning from Mark II to the completed Mark III, he finally emerged. However, after a banquet, he learned from a reporter that Stark Industries continued to sell weaponry despite his declaration to close the division. Tony immediately confronted Obadiah, who had been managing the company in his absence, only to be informed that Obadiah, whom he had regarded as an uncle, had conspired with the board members to remove him from the presidency of the company. Tony, this action was taken to protect you and the company, Obadiah insisted. Have you considered what will happen to Stark Industries if you abandon the weapon manufacturing division? Without sufficient revenue, the company may not survive. I cannot stand by and watch the company, to which we have devoted our lives, face bankruptcy. I believe Howard would feel the same. After announcing the news, Tony had retreated to his home, neglecting his responsibilities. Stark Industries is a product of both your father's and my efforts. It cannot be allowed to perish due to your momentary whim. Obadiah, while trying to avoid an overt rupture with Tony, spoke earnestly from a supposed elder's perspective, claiming his actions were for the good of Stark Industries. Yet, internally, Obadiah was filled with elation. He had not anticipated Tony's whimsical desire to shutter Stark Industries' weapon manufacturing division, effectively severing a critical limb of the company. Initially fearing that Tony's safe return would cost him the presidency of Stark Industries, Obadiah now realized that the board members would surely withdraw their support for Tony due to his reckless decision. This would enable him to seize control of Stark Industries, after which he could find a way to eliminate Tony, ensuring that Stark Industries would belong solely to him. No longer would there be Stark Industries. It would become Stain Industries under the stewardship of Obadiah Stain. After bidding farewell to Tony, Obadiah wore a smile, already envisioning himself at the helm of Stark Industries. Despite his arrogance, self-importance, and disregard for others, Tony Stark possesses an extraordinary intellect. Upon discovering the nefarious actions of Obadiah, he immediately harbors suspicions towards the uncle who had watched him grow. Although he maintains a facade of calm, he is resolute in his decision to investigate this dubious individual thoroughly. He subsequently enlists his capable assistant, Pepper Potts, to gather evidence of Obadiah's treachery. While Pepper remarkably procures incriminating proof against Obadiah, her departure prompts Obadiah to swiftly realize that his conspiracy has been uncovered. Upon recognizing the exposure of his plot, Obadiah resolves to take preemptive action by visiting Tony at his seaside villa. Seizing the opportunity, he employs sonic weaponry to incapacitate Tony and absconds with the arc reactor that sustains his life, leaving Tony to succumb quietly. With the acquisition of a miniaturized arc reactor, Obadiah resolves the energy dilemma, enabling him to activate the Ironmonger armor, a creation based on blueprints Tony had left behind in a terrorist hideout. Filled with hubris, Obadiah returns to his base, preparing to deploy the Ironmonger, fully aware that Pepper will inevitably uncover his wrongdoing and summon agents to apprehend him. At this moment, Tony Stark, deprived of the arc reactor that sustains his existence, faces imminent death as shrapnel threatens to reach his heart, rendering him helpless. However, Obadiah believes that by eliminating Pepper, who possesses evidence against him, he can obliterate all incriminating records and retain control over Stark Industries. With the Ironmonger at his disposal, Obadiah feels assured of his impending success. He contemplates the necessity of some post-event negotiations, convinced that in the realm of capital, ample resources can facilitate any ambition. Once he commandeers Stark Industries, he will undoubtedly possess the requisite capital, especially with the Ironmonger as leverage, believing that a clean resolution will entice military cooperation. In truth, the attack on Tony by terrorists was orchestrated by Obadiah, who aimed to eliminate him and seamlessly seize control of Stark Industries. However, the terrorists had their own agenda, seeking to acquire the advanced weaponry developed by the genius Tony Stark. They approached Obadiah with demands, asserting that Tony's value warranted a higher price, while simultaneously insisting that he produce Jericho missiles, attempting to reap benefits from both sides. This delay afforded Tony the opportunity to craft his own armor and escape. It was a group of incompetent individuals whose greed and betrayal ultimately led to their demise. Reflecting on the terrorists' insatiable greed and treachery, Obadiah cannot help but curse them vehemently. Yet, he finds himself with unexpected advantages. As the miniaturized arc reactor and ironmonger armor promise to elevate Stark Industries to unprecedented heights, perhaps it should henceforth be referred to as Stain Industries. He gazes triumphantly at the miniaturized arc reactor in his hand, conflicted by the thought of eliminating Tony, the Golden Goose. As Obadiah dons the ironmonger armor, he observes through surveillance screens as Pepper, flanked by armed agents, storms into his laboratory. With a sardonic chuckle, he muses that since the facade has been shattered, he must eliminate them all. Clearly, the agents sent to apprehend Obadiah have arrived too late. In the face of the ironmonger, their handguns prove futile, compelling them to escort Pepper away in haste. Just as the ironmonger is about to overtake them, Tony Stark, clad in his armor, arrives to intervene. "Tony, you're still alive? Do you have a second reactor?" Obadiah's voice, tinged with surprise, resonates from the ironmonger. "I've had a stroke of good fortune, blessed with a capable assistant and a rather practical, if not brilliant, aide," Tony replies with a light-hearted tone. It was Pepper who had packaged the rudimentary reactor Tony had crafted under the harsh conditions of a Middle Eastern cave as a gift for him. With the assistance of his AI mechanical arm, Tony was able to replace his outdated reactor just in time to make his timely comeback. What ensues is an epic clash between Iron Man and the Ironmonger. Due to Iron Man's design, prioritizing agility over raw power, he finds himself at a disadvantage against the imposing Ironmonger. Furthermore, Tony's armor is powered by the antiquated reactor, resulting in insufficient energy supply. Throughout the battle, Tony struggles, relying on his experience to counter the freezing phenomenon he had encountered in previous encounters, but remains largely on the defensive. With a resounding crash, Tony, encased in his armor, is forcefully knocked to the ground by the Ironmonger. "Sir, the current energy level of the armor is below 10. You will soon lose power. It is advisable to retreat," Jarvis informs him. "Retreat? How could the great Tony Stark ever flee?" He replies with pride. Not only is his power dwindling, but he cannot abandon Pepper to her fate. As he dodges the Ironmonger's attacks, his mind races, devising strategies to overcome his formidable foe. Just as a thought begins to form, he is struck by a mini-missile, crashing to the pavement. Before he can regain his footing, a car collides with him. The driver, a middle-aged woman, clearly panicked by the battle between the two armored figures, floors the accelerator in an attempt to escape with her child in the back seat. In a moment of urgency, Tony lifts the car to avert disaster, urging the driver to remain calm. The woman, overwhelmed with fear, finally heeds his advice, releasing the gas pedal. "Excellent. Drive carefully," Tony reassures her, relieved to set the vehicle down. Just as he prepares to lure the Ironmonger towards the reactor of Stark Industries to gain the upper hand, a cry of distress emanates from the back seat. The child, clutching a gaming console, suddenly appears to be in pain. What is happening? Tony instructs Jarvis to analyze the child's condition. "Sir, scans indicate that the child has not sustained any injuries from the prior collision. It is possible that he is suffering from an acute illness," Jarvis concludes. "Madam, does your child suffer from any ailment?" "No. Tom has always been in good health. How could this happen so suddenly?" The woman, witnessing her child's inexplicable agony, was utterly at a loss. "Sir, the situation with this child is likely beyond a mere illness." Jarvis projected an image before Tony, revealing that the child was inexplicably emitting pixelated blocks reminiscent of a video game. "I have detected an incomprehensible energy and information flow emanating from these pixelated blocks," Jarvis elucidated synchronously. "What is happening?" Tony pondered, though he was well-versed in many matters. This scenario transcended his understanding. Yet, before he could express his astonishment further, the child cried out in pain as a multitude of yellow pixelated blocks surged from his body, swiftly overwhelming the car and transforming into a bizarre creature towering 3 to 4 stories high. "What is this? A model of a domed house with legs? Its form defies the fundamentals of mechanical structure," Tony remarked with sarcasm. "Please, sir, save my child." The woman, seeing her child engulfed by the monstrous entity, grasped at her last hope and implored Tony for assistance. Just as Tony hesitated, feeling at a loss in the presence of this creature, Obadiah piloted the ironmonger towards them, instinctively believing that Tony Stark had conjured yet another bizarre contraption. After all, the appearance of this aberrant creature was far beyond ordinary comprehension. It was a creation that only someone as talented as Tony Stark could devise. Moreover, it conveniently appeared at the scene of their confrontation, not as a weapon secretively crafted by Tony. "Tony, what is this? Your secret weapon? I never imagined you had such a card up your sleeve. However, this thing looks just like a colossal toy, lacking any weaponry. You must not have completed the design. It's merely a prototype. Though I am unsure of your intentions, this contraption is nothing more than an oversized toy. Its top-heavy structure suggests it may struggle to move. Do you truly believe such an object can contend with my ironmonger armor? Just watch as I dismantle your new toy," Obadiah taunted, observing the strange form of the entity before him. "Do as you wish," Tony Stark replied, shrugging nonchalantly. "Do you genuinely think this nonsensical creation can stand against my ironmonger?" Obadiah, interpreting Tony's calm demeanor as mockery, erupted in anger. He raised his hand and launched a missile, striking the enormous aberrant creature. Tony's heart raced. He hoped the child would not be harmed by the missile. That entity seemed formidable, and Jarvis was unable to ascertain its material composition. Its design appeared to possess a substantial degree of structural integrity. It likely would not succumb to a single artillery shell. "What?" Obadiah gasped in disbelief as the smoke and flames from the explosion dissipated, revealing the bizarre creature unscathed. The massive aberrant entity, after being struck by the ironmonger's assault, sprang into action as if it were a stone finding its target. Its supporting legs propelled its enormous body into the air, soaring toward the ironmonger. "Damn it," Obadiah cursed, rapidly ascending to evade the creature's assault, unleashing a torrent of firepower from his weapon systems. Yet, despite the ferocity of the ironmonger's firepower, its effectiveness against the creature was negligible. It could only momentarily hinder its advance without inflicting any meaningful harm. "Tony, what else have you concealed from me? How many secrets do you harbor?" Obadiah questioned Tony Stark, his anger and trepidation palpable as he realized his formidable arsenal was ineffective against the creature. "Regardless of whether you believe it, this entity is indeed not my doing," Tony replied, somewhat exasperated. "If it wasn't created by you, then it must have appeared out of thin air," Obadiah retorted, wholly unconvinced by Tony's explanation. "It truly did appear from nowhere," Tony mused inwardly, though he knew Obadiah would not accept such a statement. In truth, had he not witnessed the creature's formation firsthand, Tony believed he too would find it implausible, existing in defiance of the laws of energy and mass conservation. Although this creature posed a considerable challenge, he reasoned that once Obadiah was dealt with, even the most potent weaponry would pose no threat without control. "Your Iron Man suit, Stark Industries, and this entity will ultimately fall into my hands." A sudden thought struck Obadiah as he maneuvered around the aberrant creature, charging directly at Tony Stark. In his mind, this uncontrollable entity was undoubtedly a secret weapon wielded by Tony. If he could eliminate Tony, the creature would cease its actions, and he might uncover a means to control this peculiar weapon, a most unexpected boon from Tony. As Tony observed the ironmonger approaching, he glanced at the inexplicable creature, seemingly attempting to decipher its internal structure, and muttered helplessly, "Child, it appears that the great Iron Man must first neutralize Obadiah's behemoth before I can rescue you from this monstrosity." Igniting his thrusters, he aimed to evade the ironmonger's assault. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the creature extended its body with ease, striking the unprepared ironmonger and sending it crashing to the ground, extinguishing its thrusters momentarily. Then, exhibiting its massive size and oddly mismatched speed, the creature leaped in front of the ironmonger, which was still struggling to ascend due to its cumbersome frame. Obadiah, piloting the ironmonger, had barely initiated takeoff when the creature collided with him violently, sending him hurtling away and causing malfunctions in the right leg's thrusters. The ironmonger, inherently heavy and lacking agility, was unable to evade the approaching monstrosity. Obadiah could only unleash a barrage of firepower upon the creature in a desperate attempt to fend it off, but the results were dismal. Soon, various weapons and systems were rendered inoperative, leaving him utterly defenseless. Like a sheep awaiting slaughter, he began to be mercilessly dismantled by the creature. "No, Tony, I was wrong. Spare me. I'm sorry, he cried out, feeling the ironmonger armor that had once protected him swiftly being ravaged and destroyed. Obadiah sensed that the situation was dire and immediately began to plead for mercy. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong audience for his entreaties. The collapse entity monsters were impervious to Tony Stark's control, and the creatures birthed from the collapse virus would not show mercy merely because he begged for his life. With a chilling scream, Ironmonger met his end, as the collapse entity monster's immense strength turned him into a mere puddle of muck. "I'm sorry, but I cannot save you," Tony thought to himself, standing silently nearby. While he too had intended to deal with Obadiah, the sight of his tragic demise instilled a sense of solemnity within Tony. He could not help but watch the monstrous creature warily. The Ironmonger was already beyond the capabilities of his current armor, and seeing it utterly crushed without the ability to retaliate raised concerns for his own safety. If this creature unleashed its fury, how would he respond? Tony Stark found himself contemplating this troubling question. Moreover, it seemed that conventional attacks had little effect on the monster. Despite Ironmonger's formidable arsenal, equipped with the pinnacle of Stark Industries' military technology, it had proven utterly ineffective. Perhaps energy beams or electromagnetic pulse weapons would yield better results. But his aging reactor was nearly depleted. He needed a significantly stronger energy source. Tony resolved to have Jarvis lock onto the remains of Ironmonger, now reduced to scrap, with the arc reactor ready for action. If he could replace it with his latest micro-arc reactor from the wreckage, he might stand a chance against the creature. After vanquishing Ironmonger, the collapse entity monster temporarily lost its target and commenced indiscriminate attacks on everything in its vicinity. A mere flick of its hand sent cars soaring over 10 meters into the air, and it effortlessly demolished nearby buildings. "Damn it, I must put an end to this monstrosity," Tony gritted his teeth. Preparing to take a risk to retrieve the arc reactor from Ironmonger's remains and halt the creature's rampage. Suddenly, the rampaging monster was struck, causing it to lurch violently. Despite the silence of its body, it emitted a roar akin to a wounded beast. Clearly, this latest assault had been effective. Previously, during Ironmonger's attacks, the creature had remained silent. Tony turned to see who had come to their aid, almost exclaiming in disbelief. "What is that? A non-mainstream anime character in armor with a giant head?" He scoffed. Arriving to assist were Li Hua and Elena, transformed into the masked heroes Brave and Archer, currently in their rotund forms with a 1:1 ratio of head, body, and legs. Their oversized armored eyes lent them an oddly endearing appearance. Li Hua and Elena, unfazed by the monster's wrath, continued their relentless assault, utilizing their agility to evade its attacks and swiftly counterattack. As the creature endured more strikes from the duo, it appeared to become unstable, emanating a ghostly yellow glow, its form shifting between solidity and translucence, as if on the brink of disintegration. Were those weapons they wield? They resembled toy models, whether it's the gun or the sword. Tony mused as he observed, unable to suppress his sarcasm. And why do their attacks have effects reminiscent of video game characters? Is this some sort of game? Despite the whimsical nature of their attacks, which were indeed distinctive, they prove remarkably effective against the collapse entity monster, thanks to the game night system designed specifically to combat such creatures. Before long, the collapse entity succumbed to the combined efforts of the two armored figures, and from its vanquished form, a child fell out. The creature began to emit light and slowly dissipate. "My child!" cried the child's mother, rushing to his side. Tony approached, eager to inquire about the origins of their armored forms and the nature of the monster. "Get the child to safety. The monster hasn't been defeated yet." Before Tony could speak, a serious voice emerged from the rotund armor, wielding a short sword, cautioning him. Turning to look, he realized that the monster's light did not signify an immediate disappearance, but rather a gradual contraction, ultimately transforming into an adult-sized humanoid creature adorned in various garbs, reminiscent of a video game monster. Would the great Tony Stark like to assist in dealing with this foe? Tony addressed the two. "You're Tony Stark?" A melodious young woman's voice responded from within the armored figure holding a pistol. Upon hearing her voice, Tony's eyes brightened, and he flamboyantly declared, "Indeed, you are in the presence of the magnificent Tony Stark. You cannot help. Just stand aside and watch." Li Hua interjected, simultaneously activating a lever on his belt. A sound effect echoed. "Level up." Tony was taken aback by the transformation of Brave, exclaiming, "Is that his face on his back? A swap in size and position? Step aside. We shall handle this collapse entity creature." Elena similarly activated her lever, upgrading. 10. Game start. The collapse entity creature evaded several shots from the masked hero archer, striking the ground with its staff, causing a flash of light to manifest several humanoid monsters with turkey-like heads. "What the hell is this?" Tony cursed instinctively, taken aback by the presence of the summoned minions. Why can these monsters appear out of thin air? What principle governs this? Do they not adhere to the law of conservation of energy? For the first time in his life, Tony felt as though his intellect was insufficient. While Tony was momentarily stunned, Li Hua and Elena engaged in battle with the collapse entity and its summoned minions. Jarvis, scan these armored figures and those creatures. Record all information for analysis. As he witnessed the minions being dispatched and dissolving into light, Tony's curiosity grew. These monsters appeared from nothing and vanished into nothingness. An utterly perplexing phenomenon. "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied, initiating the scanning and analysis process. These armors appeared remarkably powerful. He wondered what kind of individuals could create such formidable exoskeletal suits. Little did he know, there existed others in the world capable of crafting such potent armor, aside from his own genius. Tony observed as Li Hua and Elena effortlessly dispatched a significant number of minor monsters, turning their attention to the collapsing source entity. He took a moment to assess the strength of the heroes and archers, quietly comparing them to his own steel armor. They appeared incapable of flight, a considerable flaw, rendering them inferior to his comprehensive steel suit. Tony felt a deep conviction about this. However, he pondered why that device, which resembled a child's toy gun, wielded such formidable power. Was it utilizing laser ammunition or energy projectiles? What was the source of its energy? Could it possibly employ technology akin to my arc reactor? Yet, the reactor's technology is not something that another soul on Earth could master. The crucial aspect was that this gun evidently lacked an external energy supply mechanism, indicating that its power source was concealed within its body. Nevertheless, given the gun's size, it seemed improbable that it contained a substantial energy battery. What kind of technology could possibly provide such power? Could it be that his energy supply mechanism is more advanced than my arc reactor? Tony muttered in disbelief. Furthermore, what that toy sword, which emitted energy waves? Surely, it couldn't be sword energy, a concept confined to fantasy novels and games? Or was the designer deliberately crafting attacks reminiscent of those found in games and stories? The more Tony observed, the more the combat styles of the two masked riders struck him as absurd, as he attempted to rationalize them through his scientific knowledge. As for the monsters, he found them too ludicrous to critique. Their various designs bore an uncanny resemblance to creatures from fantastical games. "Sir, based on the scanning results, I have collected and analyzed their data, but I have not derived any useful conclusions," Jarvis informed him. The spectral and infrared scans failed to identify the categories of these monsters. They appear to be entirely abnormal. The material of the armor worn by the two armored figures remains completely unknown. Jarvis's standard voice seemed to convey a hint of confusion. Is it truly unidentifiable via spectral scanning? Could it be an entirely new, unknown element? It seems necessary to obtain a sample for further study, Tony mused, furrowing his brow. Have we gleaned no useful information? However, upon visual analysis, their appearances exhibit a striking resemblance to numerous characters in various games. After a brief pause, Jarvis presented an exceptionally peculiar response. Tony raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting they have emerged from a game world? Given that no relevant information could be found in the database, it could not be entirely ruled out that they might originate from another realm. The theory of parallel worlds remains undismissible. Perhaps there exists a world styled similarly to the games we know. Alternatively, it is conceivable that someone has mastered a form of advanced technology and unique materials, creating these knight-like archers and monsters in accordance with the characteristics of video games. Though the precise method of their creation and the technology employed remain unknown, Jarvis analyzed matter-of-factly. What then? Are these two armored figures representations of game characters? Tony inquired, somewhat exasperated, yet begrudgingly accepting this explanation. Indeed, their appearances closely align with protagonists typically controlled by players in shooting games and nightly adventure games. Moreover, the armor on their chests evidently features health bars and button designs akin to those found on game controllers. Jarvis displayed the captured images before Tony. This suggests that the system responsible for creating these armored figures is likely the product of a fervent gaming enthusiast, perhaps even a game developer, Tony mused, his gaze flickering as he spoke to himself. While he momentarily set aside the possibility of a parallel world, he found it far less likely. Meanwhile, the battle between the two masked riders and the source entity was drawing to a close. After all, the two nightly monsters assigned to them by Dao were not particularly formidable, merely intended to hone their skills and enhance their combat experience. In games, progression must occur gradually. Typically, novice monsters encountered at the beginning are weaklings that provide experience points to the protagonist. Only after leveling up and improving skills do players face more powerful elite monsters. This design element reflects a commendable level of consideration on Daoyi's part. Thus, at this moment, both the hero and the archer were indeed stronger than the collapsing source entity, and with the advantage of 2 against 1. It was virtually a one-sided affair. With the minor monsters eliminated, the two seize an opportunity to execute a combo attack, effortlessly achieving a critical hit. The simultaneous night kicks struck the monster, vanquishing it. Game clear. Upon defeating the source entity, a surrounding screen of pixelated brilliance materialized, accompanied by an automatic sound effect. Jarvis, document the design of the cards they possess and the images displayed on the screens around them. Tony instructed as he keenly observed the process of the two masked riders executing their finishing move, followed by the appearance of a virtual screen akin to a game completion. He immediately recognized that the cards they held might be crucial items and urged Jarvis to capture them for record-keeping. Thus, my friends who resemble game characters, who exactly are you? And what were those monsters? Tony inquired, lifting the visor of his helmet as he approached after the battle had concluded. Li Hua and Elena exchanged glances. We are merely doctors treating patients, passing through as masked riders, they replied, initially intending to depart. They were halted by communication from Dao within their night system, prompting them to address Tony's questions. Doctors? And what does masked rider mean? What kind of knights? Tony pressed further. Masked rider, they clarified. Masked rider? A knight in a mask? That sounds rather cool, like a masked hero. Yet why merely passing through? Regardless, he thought, those details were unimportant. Can you tell me what those monsters were about? Tony's inquiry resumed. The notion of being merely passing masked riders was a sudden directive from Daoyi. Though somewhat perplexed, both identified primarily as doctors, transforming into riders to combat monsters solely to eliminate gaming-related ailments and treat patients. The knightly role was more of a side identity, an additional title that they found easy to accept. Li Hua, having received Daoyi's instructions, nodded slightly and explained. Those monsters are manifestations birthed from a virus that infects humans, emerging from a virtual network world. This virus appeared abruptly one day within the virtual realm, possessing extraordinary and powerful abilities, capable of rendering monsters from the virtual gaming world into tangible reality. We shall refer to this as the bugster virus, and the symptoms induced in humans upon infection will be termed game sickness. With a contemplative gaze, one mused aloud. So, the child we encountered earlier was infected with this virus you speak of? Afflicted with game sickness, and thus the monster we witnessed was born from the viral outbreak? And you? Who are you? A clandestine government agency? Moreover, the idea of a virus that transforms the illusory into reality seems rather illogical, does it not? It lacks any scientific credence. As a world-renowned genius physicist, Tony Stark could not restrain himself from critiquing the premise of game sickness. It has nothing to do with the government. You should know that well. If the American government had created the equipment we possess, it would have first been deployed within the military. If the government wielded such power, as the CEO of Stark Industries, the leading supplier of military-grade weaponry, you would certainly have some inkling. We are merely acting to cure the afflicted and eradicate game sickness. When we first learned about the Bugster virus, we were just as incredulous as you. Yet, the reality stands before us. The laws and phenomena of existence are far more persuasive than any theoretical logic, Elena replied, shrugging her shoulders. Indeed, it is improbable that the military possesses such technology, as their advanced weapon systems are primarily provided by Stark Industries. If they had truly developed such an exoskeleton system as a cutting-edge weapon, they would undoubtedly seek my expertise for calibration. Tony nodded, naturally praising himself. He then inquired, if humans contract this virus and cannot receive treatment, what consequences may arise? Does this virus possess contagious properties? How is it transmitted? And from whence do your armored systems originate? If humans cannot promptly eliminate the virus after infection, they will ultimately become virtual data, vanishing from the tangible world. Consequently, the monsters previously encountered will evolve into complete forms, replacing the existence of the original individuals. As for contagion, the virus currently does not have the potential for direct transmission between humans. The means of infection include, but are not limited to, video games and internet usage. Li Hua explained, omitting the source of the night system. Tony wished to pose additional queries. According to our superior's instructions, we can only divulge this much. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Li Hua and Elena's communication was abruptly interrupted as a teleportation array materialized beneath their feet, and they vanished in a flash. Oh, could that be the teleportation array from the game? Did Mr. Game and Ms. Game return to their own realm? Tony mused, whistling at the sight. This appears to be a form of spatial teleportation technology, Jarvis noted earnestly. Tony fell into a brief silence before responding. Jarvis, have I not previously mentioned your lack of humor? Not once, but 56 times in total. With this instance, it will be 57, sir. Jarvis replied with precise accuracy after scanning the data. Tony hesitated, then waved his hand dismissively. Let us return. Please inform the logistics department at Stark Industries to handle the scene. Yes, sir. Tony's concerns, the Knight's uncertainties, and the game designer's machinations led him back to the Stark Industries engineering base previously controlled by Obadiah, where he found Pepper Potts and ELD. Agent Coulson awaiting him. Pepper, are you all right? He inquired, expressing concern while selectively ignoring Agent Coulson's desire to speak. Pepper shook her head. I am fine. Obadiah did not have the opportunity to harm me before you arrived. Mr. Stark, what has become of Obadiah? Coulson finally seized the moment to ask. The situation has reached a temporary resolution. Obadiah has received his just deserts. Let us return. The last remark was directed at Pepper. Having disregarded Coulson's further inquiries for details, Tony departed with Pepper. Well, it seems I must handle this now. Coulson sighed in resignation as he contacted his superior, mobilizing personnel to prepare for follow-up matters. With Tony's safe return, it was almost certain that Obadiah had been subdued, though the specifics of his fate remained uncertain. Despite the removal of the threat posed by Obadiah, Tony felt no relief, as the bugster creature he had encountered that evening filled him with profound unease. What precisely is the bugster virus? Does it genuinely possess the ability to materialize monsters from games? Lying in his villa's laboratory, Tony stared at the video footage recorded earlier by Jarvis. If their claims hold any truth, then this virus is undoubtedly a perilous entity. However, the armor worn by those who defeated the monsters bore a conspicuous cartoonish aesthetic, suggesting that their armor might also have been developed using the virus's capabilities. Jarvis, please retrieve and enlarge the image of the cartridge affixed to their belts for examination, he commanded. Certainly, sir. Jarvis promptly displayed the image on the virtual screen before Tony. The graphics and text resembled promotional posters for video games, such as TattleQuest Adventure Exploration and Bang Bang Shooting. They perfectly aligned with the nature of the games they represented. Regrettably, the monsters disappeared upon defeat, leaving no remnants. Otherwise, samples could have been collected to study the essence of this virus and its characteristics. Sir, I have recorded their voice frequencies, although they may have undergone voice modulation. Should they remain unaltered, we can later compare audio samples to identify potential suspects. My system could discern their identities based on voice frequencies, Jarvis informed him. Well done, Jarvis. While it may not be a definitive lead, it provides a direction for our investigation. Tony's eyes brightened with appreciation. If only we could ascertain their precise location. However, their departure, though reminiscent of a Game-S teleportation array, likely employed a technology akin to spatial teleportation. A wormhole, perhaps? Tony furrowed his brow. If this wormhole technology indeed allows for spatial teleportation, it could originate from virtually anywhere on Earth, leading to an unmanageably vast range of possibilities. However, they refer to themselves as doctors, perceiving the phenomena surrounding the birth of such monsters as a form of illness. Perhaps their primary role is indeed that of a physician, which could serve as a valid direction. Jarvis, create a file and record all relevant information within it. Any future-related details should be added to this file. Understood, sir. Jarvis replied. Tony, after everything that transpired tonight and the fierce battle you endured, don't you think you should rest? Upon Tony's return home, Pepper Potts, having just coordinated the aftermath with the team, approached him with concern. Noticing that Tony seemed disinclined to rest, she inquired. I'm perfectly fine, don't worry. I simply wish to make some modifications and upgrades to the iron armor. You needn't concern yourself with my activities. Tony felt an urgency within him. After installing the arc reactor, the Ironmonger performed comparably to his Iron Man suit. Yet when faced with that creature, it had proven utterly powerless. Moreover, if the common patterns of video games held true, humanoid bosses typically appeared last and were undoubtedly stronger than their initial forms. If he was to confront such monsters in the future, he feared he would not fare any better than the Ironmonger. Hasn't Obadiah been defeated? Why are you still so anxious? Pepper sensed Tony's unusual urgency and asked. Obadiah was not defeated by me, Tony thought bitterly, though he endeavored to maintain a calm facade to prevent Pepper from worrying. I merely recalled several areas for potential improvement while operating the armor. You know how it is. When inspiration strikes, it must be swiftly realized, lest it be a waste of my intellect. Very well, but do take care of your health and rest when necessary. Pepper advised, having witnessed Tony often lose himself in the pursuit of innovative creations. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits, Tony replied with a nod. Once Pepper departed, Tony immediately shed his smile and contemplated the enhancement plans for the armor. Conventional firepower seemed ineffectual against that kind of monster. Perhaps he could attempt to equip the armor with weapon systems that utilized energy munitions, such as electromagnetic pulses or photon cannons. Meanwhile, Alina and Li Hua returned through the teleportation array to the secret chamber beneath the sacred capital hospital, where the image of Dan Dao awaited them on the conference hall screen. Congratulations on your initial victory, Kamen Rider Brave and Kamen Rider Archer. It truly resembles the teleportation arrays from the games, allowing for direct traversal through space. Alina, having removed her transformation, curiously examined the teleportation area, but finding nothing extraordinary, resigned herself to sit down. Mr. Dan, why must we disclose the situation regarding the collapsed source virus to Tony Stark? Li Hua asked directly after reverting to his original form. Dan Dao, he cleared his throat, smiling slightly as he replied, This is for your future endeavors. Establishing a good rapport with Tony Stark could prove beneficial down the line. Tony Stark, that playboy? The arms dealer? Alina's tone dripped with disdain, seemingly harboring no fondness for Stark. Setting aside Stark's notorious reputation for collecting the cover girls of every magazine for 12 months, Alina held a poor opinion of him, especially after he chose to close Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division following his abduction in the Middle East. While it appeared he had undergone some ideological transformation, it remained to be seen what assistance he could offer us. Li Hua provided a calm analysis. What Tony will ultimately become will be revealed in time. For now, there's no need to dwell on it. The reason I suggest you cultivate a favorable relationship with him is that you may one day need to draw upon his strength. As the collapse source virus erupts, the appearance of collapse source monsters will become increasingly frequent, and your tasks will grow heavier, inevitably bringing you into the public eye. When that time comes, the night systems you possess will undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of various factions, and Tony Stark could serve to shield you from some of those threats. Of course, that is a matter for the future, Dan Dao, he continued. Currently, the crucial issue is that with the gradual resurgence of the collapse source virus, the newly born collapse sources will only grow stronger. And you must obtain corresponding enhancements as well. He waved his hand dismissively. How do we improve? By practicing swordsmanship? By honing our marksmanship? Alina pondered, recalling the childish design of their weapons, raising an elegant eyebrow as she gazed at Daoyi. Practicing swordsmanship and marksmanship would be somewhat beneficial, but your knight systems were originally developed based on games. Most collapse source monsters are derived from game prototypes, so you should first familiarize yourselves with how to clear these games. Daoyi remarked with a playful tone, a smile gracing his face. Playing games? Are you jesting? Alina expressed her astonishment, her expression clearly reflecting disbelief. Boring. Lihua interjected dismissively. It's not merely about playing games for leisure. It's about deepening your understanding of game strategies. When you encounter corresponding collapse source monsters in the future, you will be better equipped to confront them. Daoyi explained, waving his hand. The gaming consoles have already been sent to your respective offices. Try them out when you have the chance. Very well. Ultimately, the two reluctantly accepted Daoyi's proposition and concluded the video conference, departing in separate directions. Master, is there something remarkable about Tony Stark? You seem to be particularly attentive to him of late. In the expansive presidential office of Dreamland Tower, Yaz inquired with a smile, resembling a child who had discovered a fascinating toy. Daoyi nodded, then shook his head before responding. Tony Stark is indeed quite unique in this world. However, my current engagement with Brave and Archer does not have any specific purpose. At least, he is not part of my plans just yet. For now, I simply wish for Tony Stark to provide a shield for my two knights in the future, preventing various disruptive forces from targeting them. Inez nodded thoughtfully in response. Daoyi's selection of Lihua and Alina as Kamen Riders Brave and Archer was driven by the hope that they would unleash the full potential of the knight system in their battle against the collapse source virus, perhaps even breaking through their limits with sufficient conviction and resolve. He harbored certain expectations for them, believing they possessed considerable potential. Even in the realm of games, these two characters were crafted with thoughtful design, and he could not allow any random organization to scheme against their knight systems, hindering their growth. However, it was inevitable that they would eventually be exposed to the world, and as the knight systems revealed their might, they would undoubtedly attract the envy and schemes of various factions. Thus, Daoyi devised a series of strategies and plans. First and foremost was Tony Stark. Under the aegis of Stark Industries, he should be able to contend with most corporate conglomerates. Next, on the governmental front, Daoyi had set his sights on SHELD. Although director Nick Fury was known for his ruthless and cunning nature, often exhibiting a suspicious demeanor, he remained steadfast when faced with significant moral dilemmas. During the invasion of the Chitauri in New York, as the situation deteriorated, the United States government contemplated deploying nuclear support. Without hesitation, Nick Fury took up a rocket launcher to target the aircraft transporting the warheads. Once he comprehended the peril posed by the collapse source virus, should it remain unchecked, the collapse source beings would proliferate rapidly, usurping humanity. He would surely recognize the rarity of candidates like Lihua and Elena, who could wield the knight system to combat the virus, and would find ways to alleviate pressure on them from various factions. Finally, lurking in the shadows of SHIELD was the organization known as Hydra, an ambitious entity that would not adhere to any rules in pursuit of its desires. This necessitated the involvement of Consortium B, as Daoyi intended to seize opportunities to assert power over Hydra occasionally. In due course, he would issue a warning under the name of Consortium B, indicating that the knight systems of the Brave and the Archer were also part of their strategic initiatives, urging Hydra not to entertain any nefarious thoughts. Only through a display of formidable power could they be deterred from reckless actions. Furthermore, Daoyi's design of certain attributes within the knight system would allow the Brave and the Archer to advance smoothly, unhindered by unnecessary influences. He silently commended himself for being such a considerate employer, taking their interests into account. A few days later, at a press conference convened by Stark Industries in collaboration with the military, Tony stood prepared to address the media regarding the recent skirmishes near Stark Industries. Tony, just read the script once you're on stage. We'll handle everything else, advised Colonel Rhodes, Tony's friend and the military spokesperson, as he handed Tony a stack of speaking notes, offering one last reminder. As the liaison between the military and Stark Industries, Rhodes had become accustomed to reminding Tony of his unpredictable whims before such events, having experienced them countless times before. Though he understood that his advice might not carry weight, he still endeavored to do his part and leave the rest to fate. "What arrangements have you made regarding Obadiah?" Tony inquired. "He boarded a private jet to Hawaii this morning." "You know, incidents involving private jets are not uncommon," Rhodes replied. Tony nodded. This could at least provide Obadiah with a dignified exit. He briefly scanned the speaking notes before preparing to take the stage. "By the way, Tony, do you really have no idea about the origins of those two armored figures and the creatures that appeared that day?" Colonel Rhodes suddenly asked. Although he had already inquired multiple times, the military insisted on a thorough investigation, compelling him to ask once more. Tony frowned slightly and replied, "Didn't I mention before? Those two armored individuals have nothing to do with me. I have no knowledge of their origins." Rhodes nodded and, patting Tony on the shoulder, chuckled, "I thought so. Based on my understanding of your aesthetic, you would never create such outlandish designs." However, the military insisted on investigating the matter thoroughly, seeking information from Tony, as he was the only one present who had come into close contact with the peculiar armored figures. "If they want to know, let them investigate on their own," Tony dismissed with a wave of his hand. "Mr. Stark, can you explain the crimson and gold armored warrior that descended from the sky a few nights ago?" As soon as Tony took the stage, a reporter eagerly posed the question. "I've heard that some witnessed the sudden appearance of monsters, along with two characters reminiscent of video game warriors. Is this true? What is their origin? Are they undisclosed weapons developed by Stark Industries?" Some speculated that the flying armored figure was Stark security personnel, equipped with the company's most advanced exoskeleton armor. Others believed that Iron Man was none other than you, Mr. Stark. What was your response? Once the first reporter spoke up, others quickly chimed in, all eager for the latest confirmed information regarding the aerial battle involving two armored figures in New York and the rumors of strange monsters. The battle initially involved Tony donning the Iron Man armor against Obadiah's Ironmonger, commencing at one of Stark Industries' subsidiary research facilities, where Obadiah had crafted the Ironmonger. Their confrontation raged from the skies to the ground, lasting an extensive duration. It was then that the collapse source intruded, with Elena and Li Hua transforming into the Brave and the Archer, dispatched through the teleportation array set up by Daoyi to eliminate the collapse source. Due to the distinctly metallic nature of Tony's armor, it was dubbed Iron Man, while the game-style Brave and Archer made only a brief appearance, as most people had fled the area due to the ongoing battle between Iron Man and Ironmonger. Consequently, there were few witnesses to the two masked riders and the collapse source, and thanks to SHIELD's prompt response, the incident remained largely unsubstantiated. Without solid video evidence, the media tended to view the occurrences as sensationalism, akin to rumors surrounding Area 51 or the government's clandestine alien research, largely dismissed as urban legends. Regardless, the emergence of unidentified monsters was far beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. After all, Tony and Ironmonger's suits could still be categorized as advanced exoskeletons, explainable through technology, albeit cutting edge. In contrast, the collapse source creatures and the masked riders, soaring through the skies in their fantastical armors, had undoubtedly been witnessed by at least tens of thousands, making concealment impossible. As for the sudden appearance of monsters and those two game-inspired armors, I have certainly heard whispers regarding them. However, whether true or not, they bear no affiliation with Stark Industries, as my aesthetic sensibilities are far too refined to have produced such designs. According to the descriptions circulating, their appearances resemble characters from video games. To be blunt, they are rather garish. I have never considered myself a hero, nor do I believe I could ever become one. Tony glanced at the script, offering his commentary in his own words, unwilling to acknowledge the collapse source or the masked riders he had encountered. Following the script is all that is required. Rod whispered from the side. Tony glanced at the script, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly crumpled the paper into a ball, tossing it aside. Rod felt a pang in his heart and managed a wry smile, thinking, "Here we go again." In a calm tone, Tony announced the astonishing revelation: "I am Iron Man." At the headquarters of SHIELD, in the office of Director Nick Fury, he watched the press conference on the screen, where Tony Stark boldly revealed his identity as Iron Man, shaking his head in disbelief. Tony's penchant for the limelight was unchanging. He had intended to delay their meeting, but it seemed he would have to seize an opportunity to see him sooner. "Director," Agent Coulson knocked and entered. "Have we uncovered any leads?" Nick Fury inquired, regarding one of his most trusted agents. "We have retrieved footage from all the surveillance cameras in the surrounding blocks, but none captured anything of value. There is no trace of their departure. Those two armored figures vanished, as if in a thin air," Coulson reported. It appeared that due to the interference of a game designer, none of the nearby cameras had recorded any clear images of the heroes and their adversaries. Isn't it rather coincidental that not a single camera captured any useful footage? Could someone have hacked into the surveillance system? Nick Fury regarded any anomaly with a healthy dose of skepticism. Coulson, unsurprised by Fury's suspicion, nodded and replied, "I suspected as much, which is why I had the tech department conduct an investigation. There was no evidence of an intrusion into the camera systems." Fury grasped the implications of Coulson's findings immediately. Since Coulson's team had investigated and found no signs of tampering, it indicated that SHIELD's technical personnel had detected no anomalies. Indeed, Coulson affirmed gently, "Though unexpected, it seems to be merely a coincidence. Hacking into street cameras is not particularly difficult. Countless individuals possess that capability. However, no force on Earth should be able to completely evade SHIELD's technical experts without leaving a trace." "How did they leave? Did they fly away?" Fury tapped his fingers on the desk, still harboring doubts. Since no leads were forthcoming, he decided to shift the conversation. "According to eyewitness accounts, they merely saw a flash of light, and then the two armored figures disappeared," Coulson explained. "Instantly vanished? Was the light a diversion? Or," Fury murmured to himself, contemplating the possibility of teleportation technology which no government organization on Earth should possess. "The military is also investigating their origins. So these armors are not affiliated with the government or military." Fury squinted, pondering the emergence of an organization capable of creating such advanced technology. "Has Tony Stark had any contact with them?" "Unclear. Tony has not disclosed much." After a pause, Coulson continued, "However, based on my deductions, Tony must have had some interaction with them." "Very well. Aside from that, do we have any useful information?" Fury's tone grew slightly more irritable. After a moment's hesitation, Coulson tentatively suggested, according to several nearby witnesses, the appearance of those two individuals' armors closely resembled characters for video games, to the extent that it seemed as if game characters had materialized in reality. "Are you implying that we are facing an incursion from the gaming world?" Fury glared at Coulson, somewhat displeased. "Of course not. Merely based on their design, we might infer the peculiarities, preferences of the individual behind the armor's creation." Coulson hurriedly clarified. Fury contemplated, "Are you suggesting that the designer of those armors is an avid gamer, hence the game-inspired aesthetics?" "Precisely. Otherwise, the peculiar designs of those armors would be inexplicable. One cannot deny that the gaming knight system's transformation into a masked hero is undeniably distinctive. This implies that the developer must be a mechanical expert with a fervent obsession for video games," Fury nodded. "Moreover, they must have adequate resources akin to Tony Stark, who has the full backing of Stark Industries. Do we have any potential suspects?" "None at all. To create a fully functional exoskeleton suit, it requires more than just technical know-how. It necessitates substantial infrastructure and financial backing for research and development. Just like Tony Stark can create the Iron Man suit due to his genius and the resources of Stark Industries." Coulson shook his head, expressing his confusion. If this were a secret project of a large corporation, a cutting-edge product in clandestine development, it is unlikely they would opt for such an unusual design, unless the developer had absolute authority like Tony Stark. Our intelligence division has yet to identify any viable targets. Since we currently lack any leads, let us catalog the relevant information and continue monitoring. I believe they will not make a single appearance, Fury concluded. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Coulson said, nodding slightly. Very well, Agent, Fury replied. Could there exist a genius mechanical designer capable of crafting operational exoskeleton armor, reminiscent of Tony Stark, who is also likely to be obsessively passionate about video games? After Coulson departed, Nick Fury's one eye glimmered with contemplation, his mind racing with thoughts. However, unbeknownst to Fury and Coulson, their logical analyses overlooked the jesting remark Fury made earlier, which was eerily prescient. The Collapsource virus could indeed be considered an incursion from the gaming realm, yet the entire narrative was merely a design of Tang Dao. It seems imperative to find an opportunity to speak with Tony. After Coulson's exit, Fury rose, shaking off his black leather coat, murmuring to himself. Though he viewed Tony Stark as immature, a mere capricious child, it was undeniable that Tony was among the most brilliant scientists and inventors he knew. As one of the few on Earth who had encountered alien beings, such as the Skrulls and Kree, Nick Fury has always been dedicated to safeguarding the planet and humanity from unknown extraterrestrial threats, believing that his vision and perspective were far superior to those of politicians. In anticipation of potential extraterrestrial threats, Nick Fury has long harbored a plan to recruit a specialized team of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, akin to his old friend, Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers. Among those considered is Tony Stark, the son of Howard Stark, one of the founding figures of S.H.L., who possesses a brilliant mind and would initially seem a fitting candidate. However, due to Tony's previous erratic behavior and the Avengers initiative still being in its nascent stages, there has been no opportune moment to engage him. The members of the World Security Council have consistently expressed skepticism regarding this plan, resulting in no contact with Tony thus far. Following the events in the Middle East, Tony has indeed undergone some transformation, displaying a newfound sense of purpose. Yet his mindset and actions still lack the requisite maturity for the role. He requires further growth. Originally, Nick intended to observe for a while longer, but it appears that this timeline needs to be expedited. At the Sanctum Sanctorum of Kamartaj, the abode of the Sorcerer Guardians tasked with protecting Earth from the grasp of various dimensional deities, the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, is also keeping a watchful eye on New York and the emergence of the masked hero. As the custodian of the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, the Ancient One has been aware for several years of a significant and inscrutable alteration in the world's future. It appears that an unknown factor has intervened, causing a substantial deviation in the previously observed timeline. Now, the Ancient One finds it challenging to discern the future's landscape clearly through the Eye of Agamotto. However, one certainty remains. The future timeline has undergone considerable transformations compared to its original course. Over the past few years, the Ancient One has repeatedly employed the Time Stone to probe into the past and future, striving to uncover the source of these changes. Although glimpses of numerous divergent futures have been revealed, the origin of the true change remains elusive. It seems that even the power of the Time Stone cannot directly traverse time to identify the source of the anomaly, as some force has muddled the flow of time, obstructing investigation. While the original timeline harbors countless possibilities, each moment can yield different outcomes, spawning numerous parallel universes. Yet, the Ancient One has observed that the emerging timelines veer towards entirely disparate directions, a situation that defies logic. The nature of this unknown change poses uncertainty regarding its implications for the world. Following the shift, the Ancient One has glimpsed fragments of various futures, sometimes witnessing formidable heroes who had previously been unseen, safeguarding humanity and Earth, bringing forth light and hope, averting inevitable calamities. Conversely, there are instances where an endless darkness looms. Despair and suffering proliferate, and the world teeters on the brink of annihilation, facing catastrophes far more terrifying than those originally anticipated. Kamen Rider, the Ancient One muses, holding the Eye of Agamotto, which emanates a green glow. The term Kamen Rider is an unavoidable presence in the future fragments observed, destined to play a decisive role in the unfolding timeline. And now, Kamen Riders have finally manifested before him. However, Most of those categorized as Kamen Riders are champions of justice. The two Kamen Riders currently in New York are undoubtedly combating the strange monsters for the sake of humanity. At least for now, their presence seems to positively influence Earth's and humanity's future. After careful consideration, the Ancient One decides to remain passive for the time being, opting to observe how events will unfold next. For the moment, the emergence of Kamen Riders, the Brave and the Archer, appears to be a beneficial change for Earth and humanity. In fact, the Ancient One harbors a subtle, uncharacteristic hope. Seeing the future is not always a fortuitous gift. The more futures one witnesses, the more acutely one perceives the inevitability of fate, no matter how fervently one strives to alter it. One merely creates a ripple in the river of time, which continues inexorably towards its predestined path. The more one observes, the clearer the understanding becomes. Yet this clarity can lead to a sense of numbness. The Ancient One has foreseen countless futures and has witnessed the emergence of alternate timelines born from attempts to change the future, often yielding outcomes worse than the original. Thus, he ultimately chooses to relinquish control, allowing the future to unfold as it will. Can a knight, embodying humanity's will and belief, truly alter the course of destiny? The corners of the Ancient One's mouth curl upwards. The source-breaking virus? A force that reshapes reality? Regardless of its origin, humanity indeed possesses the potential to transcend limitations. Let me witness the extent of this bestowed power and whether it can genuinely alter humanity's fate. For an extended period, he's been able to perceive everything yet unable to effect any change, a torment that few can endure. In truth, had it not been for the absence of a successor ready to inherit the mantle of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One would have long since abandoned his post. Consequently, upon Doctor Strange assuming the role of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One casually allowed himself to be killed by Kaecilius, a servant of Dormammu, thus finding liberation. Before his successor's arrival, the Ancient One had to draw upon the powers of the Dark Dimension to extend his life, enduring the constant erosion of that dark power. In some respects, he has come to welcome the unexpected changes, recognizing that not all futures born from these shifts are detrimental. Rather, more changes signify more possibilities. There are no eternally absolute good or bad futures, but the changes currently observed present an opportunity for a pathway toward a better outcome. The power derived from Kamen Riders indeed offers humanity the chance to manifest their beliefs and convictions, implying that humanity may gain the right to choose their own destiny. Someone is meddling with time through unknown means, seeking to investigate the origins of the source-breaking virus via the transformations of the Brave and the Archer Kamen Rider entities. At the Dream Group building in New York, Daoyi pauses momentarily, receiving an alert from the Kamen Rider Chronicle system. "Master?" Izzy inquires, noticing Daoyi's unusual demeanor. "Nothing to worry about," Daoyi replies with a smile and a shake of his head. The force of time is likely that of the Supreme Sorcerer from Kamar Taj. However, despite the Ancient One's immense power, enabling him to protect Earth from various dimensional deities single-handedly, his affinity for manipulating the laws of time is somewhat lacking, rendering him less adept than his successor, Doctor Strange, who employs the Time Stone with greater precision and efficacy in observing and exploring time. I wield the power of reality through the use of genuine gems, creating the collapse source virus, which in essence exists on the same plane as the Time Stone, thus significantly obscuring the Time Stone's ability to perceive my presence. Consequently, this Supreme Sorcerer cannot temporarily locate me through the collapse source virus. However, as Li Hua and Elena's true identities are revealed in the future, the Dream Group will naturally come into the public eye. Daoyi contemplated this quietly. Nonetheless, this development is inconsequential. One might say it was all anticipated and planned by Daoyi from the outset. In his narrative, the unexpected discovery of the collapse source virus and the assistance of a mysterious organization allowed him to utilize it. Assuming the identity of the president of the Dream Game Group, which produces player drivers and game cartridges. This was always intended to be brought to light. Hence Daoyi's direct engagement with Li Hua and Elena, the users of the Night System. As for the deeper affiliations, including the Life Tree Foundation the repair card organization, and the existence of Consortium B. These are skillfully obscured by the Kamen Rider Chronicle system. From the very beginning, Daoyi intended for the identity of the president of the Dream Game Group, who discovered and utilized the collapsed source virus to serve as a guiding NPC in the script he designed. He believed that as a game designer, he must immerse himself in the game, experiencing the narrative quests firsthand to create the most exquisite game. Of course, a significant part of this desire stems from Daoyi's own inclination to partake in the game as the game administrator. Upon sensing the probing of Ancient One, Daoyi began to contemplate when he might seize the opportunity to meet this supreme sorcerer. If previously there had been no substantial alteration to the world, coupled with the concealment of the Kamen Rider Chronicle, Ancient One remained oblivious to his schemes. Now that Kamen Riders have officially manifested in this realm, Ancient One cannot afford to overlook this force capable of instigating monumental change. Daoyi was utterly confident that the Kamen Riders he created would undoubtedly bring about revolutionary transformations to Earth, altering the course of Marvel's original history and ushering in a new era. Such seismic shifts would, without a doubt, be perceptible to the Supreme Sorcerer, who possesses the Time Stone and can glimpse fragments of the future. Although Daoyi would only allow him to perceive that the owner of the Dream Game Company fortuitously discovered the collapsed source virus and harnessed its power to create the Kamen Rider system. This narrative would serve to mask his true role as the mastermind behind all changes, the game creator. Yet, the time force of the Time Stone held by the Supreme Sorcerer was something Daoyi was determined to acquire. While according to his plans, the current creation of a night system did not urgently require time. Achieving the ideal complete form of the legendary knight Kronos, US, designed by Daoyi, would undoubtedly necessitate the support of Time Force. Thus, he must establish contact with the Supreme Sorcerer wielding the Time Stone. The question remained, when and how? To seize the Time Stone by force from Ancient One was currently unrealistic, as the Night system had yet to develop into a formidable entity. Waiting until Ancient One bequeathed his position and the Time Stone to Doctor Strange would be too late. Daoyi could not afford a delay until that moment. Thus, he would have to persuade Ancient One to consent to allow him to absorb sufficient time force from the stone. Furthermore, if circumstances permitted, Daoyi desired not merely a modicum of time force. Ancient One possessed at least two other elements that Daoyi coveted, both regarded as ideal materials for creating knights. After a moment of contemplation, Daoyi formulated a plan. He has contact Yak, prepare a synthetic body. I may need to utilize it at any moment, he instructed. Master, if there are tasks, you can directly delegate them to us. Why make such elaborate arrangements with the Life Tree Foundation for a mechanical, synthetic being? Yas playfully inwarded. Indeed, we can seamlessly shift between virtual and reality. Whatever we undertake is far more convenient than having a physical synthetic being, is echoed in a suggestive tone. Moreover, with the driver bestowed by you, our combat prowess far surpasses that of synthetic machines, Yaz remarked, smirking as she produced the Eden driver. Daoyi smiled indulgently. The task at hand carries certain risks. How could I entrust it to my two adorable secretaries? Besides, there's nothing inconvenient. The Chronicle wields the power of space, allowing us to retrieve resources from the Life Tree Foundation's research base at will. Upon hearing Daoyi's explanation, Iz instinctively clenched her hands, blinking as she affirmed, I will comply with Master S arrangements. Her eyes glimmered with flowing data as she began contacting Yak to relay the instructions. Master is the best, Yaz purred, leaning playfully against Daoyi's shoulder, exhaling sweetly. Indeed, Daoyi planned to control a synthetic being manufactured by the Life Tree Foundation to approach Ancient One at Kamartaj for negotiations. It was impossible for him to go in person, as negotiations could easily falter and Ancient One might resort to force. Rather than risking his loyal secretaries, sending a purely industrially produced synthetic being, of which he could order as many as needed, would alleviate any concerns. If the negotiation fell through, it was of no consequence. The destruction of such synthetic beings would not weigh on Daoyi's conscience. However, although Daoyi had resolved to seek out Ancient One to obtain the Time Stone's power and other materials, he would not rush to do so immediately. Since the intention was to engage in negotiations, he needed leverage. Tang Daoyi planned to wait until he could create the game administrator cartridge and the legendary knight Chronos, US, within the knight system before approaching Ancient One, allowing for ample preparation time. In fact, the preparations for what he intended to offer Ancient One also formed part of Tang Daoyi's strategy. It would not only serve as leverage for Ancient One, but, more importantly, could unlock new game narratives. This was not a matter of casually presenting a few items. It required meticulous preparation. Therefore, until everything was ready, Tang Daoyi would not directly seek out the Supreme Sorcerer. Currently, it remained paramount that the operational progress of the Collapse Source game continued unabated, as the game had only just commenced. To align with Tang Daoyi's plan, substantial maintenance and operation were necessary. From the initial combat encounters, it appeared that the heroes and archers could adequately harness the power of the level 5 cartridges, demonstrating commendable performance. Given this, the game's difficulty could be appropriately elevated and data collection could be accelerated to enhance the game system. Tang Daoyi retrieved a briefcase, opening it to reveal the tapes within to his Dao. The levels of the tapes in the game night system created by Tang Daoyi were not designed to adhere strictly to the original version. Rather, they underwent certain modifications. The game night tapes designed by Tang Daoyi differed from those in the original Exceed series. While the initial level 1 tape featured a chubby, two-headed figure, the upgraded form at level 2 was designed by Tang Daoyi to resemble level 5. The original version's triple tape, level 3, transformed into level 10, meaning the basic single tape was equivalent to level 5. The subsequent high-level tapes were graded at 20, 50, 99, and 100, along with the non-level tapes, Chronos as the game administrator, Hypermutiki as the game cheat, and God Maximumix as the game creation setting tape. The rationale behind this design was simply that Tang Daoyi found it more to his liking. Indeed, it was a whimsical decision. With the Kamen Rider Chronicles at his disposal, Tang Daoyi could create the Knight system according to his own vision, given that he possessed the necessary materials, rules, principles, and power. Isdao took the briefcase, scanning the tapes inside with an adorably naive blink. "Master, are we to give these tapes to the hero and the archer?" Tang Daoyi smiled slightly, but shook his head. "These tapes are meant for them, but not to be handed over immediately. We must wait until the forthcoming collapse entities grow stronger. They will not be able to easily achieve victory, as they do now. At that time, we can present these blank tapes to them, granting them greater levels of power. After all, it is often in dire situations that humanity can truly unleash its potential," he remarked thoughtfully. "However, Master," Isdao interjected playfully, "while pressure and crisis can indeed awaken human potential, there are also many who crumble under such oppression. They may not possess the capacity to surpass themselves." Tang Daoyi chuckled at her words, giving Isdao a gentle pat on the back. "My dear girl, regardless of the circumstances, the hero and the archer are my carefully chosen selections. They're not so weak as to falter under such pressure. Moreover, they are currently utilizing only basic tapes. With no high expectations, there should be no issues." Isdao let out a soft whine, playfully conceding, "Of course, Master S' judgment is impeccable. It is I who was mistaken." At that moment, Isdao cast a glance at Isdao, her eyes flickering with streams of data. "There is a communication from Yake." Upon uttering this, Isdao waved her hand in front of her, causing the computer screen on Tang Daoyi's desk to illuminate, displaying Yake's avatar. "Master, the mechanical bionic beings are ready and can be activated at any time." Tang Daoyi nodded slightly. "Excellent. I will notify you when they are needed. I will utilize spatial barriers for the transfer." "Understood," Yake replied. "How is the construction of the Gaia memory production line progressing? Have there been any difficulties?" Tang Daoyi inquired. "According to the data provided by the Master, the museum project is proceeding smoothly. Aside from certain high-level memories that require additional time for completion, we are still in the experimental production phase. However, it should not be long before we are able to fully complete the memory manufacturing process. The mass-produced memories are currently being produced efficiently, with most being successfully manufactured. Should we initiate the sales plan now?" Tang Daoyi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Not yet. Focus on completing the high-level memory production first. There is no need to rush at this moment. Furthermore, It is not yet time for the memories to enter the market. The game's side story concerning Gaia Memories is not ready to commence. Continue to monitor the museum project and report progress as it develops. Understood, Yake replied, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Also, boss, I'm quite bored right now. My daily routine consists of either idly sitting in the office or attending some tedious human gatherings, listening to a bunch of mundane reports from uninspired humans at meetings. Is there anything interesting for me to do? Suddenly, Iberta's face popped into the screen, casually interjecting. Attending events related to the business circle and listening to subordinate reports during meetings is part of your duties as the president of the foundation. Yake replied without any change in tone. And when I am reporting to the master, do not interrupt the screen with your presence. If you have matters to address, you may report directly to the master. Why bother with such trivial details? We're both working for the boss after all. Eberter shrugged nonchalantly. You're so rigid in your manner. You really don't understand what humor is. Working with you is utterly dull. In fact, since you became the president of the Tree of Life Foundation, you haven't done anything. You just wander around, living off the fat of the land. Yake's helmeted eyes gleamed as he bluntly called out Eberter's laziness. You wound me with your words. We are partners after all. Eberter replied, unfazed by the revelation. Grinning widely, Tang Daoyi sighed with exasperation. Eberter, the Tree of Life Foundation is a crucial piece in my grand design, which is why I appointed you as president, to facilitate the plan's implementation in the future. It's just not yet time for activation, which is why you feel so idle now. The museum project is merely the beginning. Once it is operational, there will be tasks for you to handle. Additionally, there will be other plans in the future that will require your attention. You needn't complain. If you're truly bored, find something to occupy yourself with. Cultivate a hobby, perhaps brewing a cup of coffee or something. Eberter shrugged. All right then, since the boss has plans, I will wait patiently. Yake, do you have anything else to discuss? It concerns the repair card organization. Someone from Dr. Zola's team attempted to trace my location through the data I transmitted regarding the bionic modifications, but I managed to evade them, Yake reported. I anticipated as much. I knew those Hydra individuals would not remain passive, Tang Daoyi remarked with a knowing smile. However, their audacious direct approach this time is likely an attempt to gauge the so-called group that provided them with the modification technology. Since they wish to witness the strength of the organization, let us oblige them and give them a lesson. After all, a well-placed strike is the finest education for such organizations. Originally, the intention was to occasionally exert pressure on them. Since they have extended their hand, it is only fitting to respond to their request and provide them with a lesson from the iron fist of the consortium. For Hydra, the sudden acquisition of various enhancement technologies from the mysterious Consortium B, which has the capability to create superhuman soldiers, and even produce super soldiers on par with or surpassing Captain America, brought immense joy to its leaders. However, as a tightly knit terrorist organization aspiring to dominate the world, the leaders of Hydra were not only elated, but also immediately filled with apprehension and suspicion. Hydra, a vast secret organization with significant influence worldwide, has extensive forces lurking in every corner of the globe, except for the ancient Eastern nation. Its tentacles extend into politics, economics, and military sectors. Even the once formidable S.H.I.L.D., which had previously dismantled Hydra, has been infiltrated significantly. Yet, prior to their proactive engagement, Consortium B had not provided any relevant information, nor had it ever been mentioned before. The leaders of Hydra could not help but contemplate the origins of this consortium. What were their objectives? Could they potentially become an obstacle to Hydra's resurgence in the future? Moreover, what kind of power does this consortium possess? These questions were entirely unknown to the upper echelons of Hydra, prompting a desperate need to uncover the specifics of Consortium B. The enhancement technologies gifted to the Shakar organization had already left them in awe. If successfully applied, they could undoubtedly surpass the efficacy of the previous super soldier serum. Generally, technologies that are shared freely are not the pinnacle of advancement. This implies that the technological prowess held by the consortium is indeed unfathomable. The greater the strength displayed by the consortium, the more it incited trepidation among Hydra's leaders, for any powerful organization striving for world domination could potentially become a future adversary. Boss, allow me to handle this. Upon hearing Daoyi's intention to pressure Shakar and Hydra, the idol of Burlt immediately expressed his eagerness to participate. After a brief contemplation, Daoyi lightly tapped his fingers on the table and replied, "Since you are keen to engage, then go ahead. Leave a profound impression on Shakar and Hydra, teaching them not to entertain any mischievous thoughts about Consortium B. At this stage, Shakar merely needs to diligently develop the enhancement technologies bestowed upon them by the Consortium. When I do not require their presence, they should refrain from any restless notions." If Burlt nodded with a knowing smile, understood, "Boss, I will ensure they remember me." At that moment, Yik suddenly spoke up. "Is there something else?" Daoyi inquired, slightly puzzled. It seems Shakar is already prepared for potential retaliation from the Consortium. Most of the personnel and critical facilities at the Shakar base that received the Consortium's technology for various experiments have been relocated in advance. This base is now essentially a hollow shell. Even if it were completely destroyed, it would not result in any considerable loss for them. They have executed their plans with great precision. Even I would require some time to trace the Shakar organization's new experimental base through information networks, Yake reported to Daoyi. Daoyi, rather than being angered, seemed somewhat satisfied by this. However, he understood that regardless of how meticulously they planned or how well they executed their secrecy, before someone possessing the Earth Library, their actions would be entirely transparent. A simple inquiry within the Earth Library would unveil the entire sequence of events and plans laid out. It was akin to possessing a god's eye view within a game. Daoyi had granted himself a glimpse of the opposing movements through the privileges of a game administrator. With everything under control, there was no cause for anger. In fact, if Shakar and Hydra made no preparations and directly provoked the seemingly inscrutable Consortium B, Daoyi would reconsider whether these individuals were suitably qualified to serve as antagonists in his narrative. Firstly, Yake's intelligence program vastly surpassed the current technological capabilities on Earth, augmented by Daoyi's utilization of the Kamen Rider Chronicle. Even in our database life form, Dr. Zola of the Shakar organization would not be a match. Dr. Zola, the founder of the Shakar organization, was originally an artificial intelligence created through the technology of Kamen Rider 01, which allowed him to possess a corporeal form. The human enhancement and genetic modification technologies of Shakar were also gifts from Consortium B. Hydra should be well aware that the technological supremacy of Consortium B far exceeds that of Shakar. And this overtly brazen attempt to reverse engineer the information provided by Consortium B is, to a considerable extent, a blatant provocation. Do they not realize this could provoke retaliation from the Consortium? The preemptive relocation of vital personnel and equipment clearly indicates that they have sacrificed this base as a pawn, hoping to use it as leverage to probe into the Consortium's depths. Due to the disparity in technological capabilities, Hydra harbored little hope of tracing the Consortium's true nature through network information. Instead, they seemed intent on deliberately inciting the Consortium, provoking a reaction, whether through negotiations and condemnation or direct retaliation. Any action taken by the Consortium would inevitably leave traces. As long as traces remain, clues will follow. For no organization can be entirely isolated from the world. The upper echelons of Hydra, upon evaluating the various technologies transmitted from Consortium B to Shakar, recognized that these advancements could not have been conjured from thin air. The enhancement technologies acquired by Shakar were remarkably advanced, far surpassing Hydra's own capabilities, indicating that they must have undergone extensive large-scale experimentation. To conduct such experiments on a grand scale requires a plethora of equipment, infrastructure, and corresponding research personnel, not to mention experimental subjects. It is impossible to completely detach from the external world. In the estimation of Hydra's high-ranking officials, the previous inability to find any leads may stem from the Consortium's exceptional isolation from the outside world. Their actions have been sufficiently discreet and low-key, with minimal extraneous activities, thereby leaving no additional traces. Thus, Hydra's extensive network of operatives worldwide might find it challenging to uncover any information about the Consortium. It is akin to a hidden utopia. Without knowledge of the entry and exit points, one cannot access this paradise. However, if traces are left at the exit, they can more easily discover the way in and out. Hence, the leaders of Hydra resolve to employ a strategy to draw the snake out of its hole, sacrificing an important personnel facility that had already been largely evacuated, allowing Consortium B, an enigmatic organization with an unclear foundation, to take the initiative. As long as the Consortium undertakes any action, regardless of its form, they are confident that, leveraging Hydra's vast influence in the shadows of the world, they will be able to glean insights into the Consortium's origins. As for the potential losses, they are merely a negligible cost. It's just a secret base, after all. Hydra can undoubtedly withstand this, given its vast resources. The entire SHIELD serves as a nourishing entity, allowing for significant growth. One must admit that Hydra's development philosophy is quite effectively implemented. When one head is severed, two more sprout in its place. During World War II, despite being defeated by the predecessors of SHIELD, they managed to resurrect and establish themselves, ultimately eroding the very organization that once vanquished them. Regrettably, this time they faced Daoyi. If the contest between the two sides is likened to a game, Daoyi is both the administrator and the creator of that game. In this encounter, Daoyi assumes the roles of both athlete and referee, possessing the ability to alter the rules at will. Who could possibly compete against such an opponent? As the game's creator and administrator, providing oneself with enhancements during play seems entirely reasonable. Moreover, the organization itself is merely a facade. The various technologies for enhancing human capabilities stem from entirely different realms. Specifically, the body modification techniques recorded in the Kamen Rider Chronicle system. If there were indeed a Group B in this world, it would simply be Daoyi along with Yaz and Yak, his created aides. If Daoyi wishes to keep the true nature of Group B hidden, he can easily ensure that no one learns what this organization truly entails. Luring the snake out of its hole? That could indeed be a clever strategy. Upon fully comprehending Hydra's scheme, Daoyi chuckled disdainfully. Unfortunately, what he has drawn out is not a mere snake, but a true dragon, capable of both soaring and concealing itself. Those lurking in the shadows are destined to leave empty-handed this time. The Earth Library possesses a remarkable advantage. As long as it pertains to matters within the planet itself, Daoyi can conduct inquiries, rendering him nearly omniscient. With direct access to Hydra's intentions and plans, their objectives become crystal clear. I have already identified the location of the new base for the Reika organization. At that time, you merely need to showcase the immense power of the organization, striking a heavy blow to the confidence of those high-ranking Hydra officials. They will learn what it means to recognize the existence of forces beyond their comprehension, what constitutes absolute, overwhelming power, and what it feels like to be utterly powerless. Daoyi smiled knowingly as he spoke to Eberlt. Understood. I shall thoroughly engage them in this game. Eberlt revealed a mischievous expression, his smile reminiscent of a villain poised to bully children. The Reika organization has efficiently cleared out the base that served as bait for tracking network signals. The planned operation is organized meticulously, marking it as a relatively competent villainous organization. Daoyi nodded with a light chuckle and addressed Eberlt. As a reward, do not completely destroy their base. Merely obliterate all their combat capabilities and weapon systems. After all, constructing such a significant secret base is no simple feat. And Daoyi still requires the Reika organization to serve as the antagonist within his design game. There's no need to render them entirely powerless. It is worth noting that Daoyi never anticipated that this ambitious organization, Hydra, would remain compliant for long. He does not need them to be perfectly docile. However, prior to allowing the Reika to stir up trouble, they must remain in line. If they do not, they shall be compelled to comply. Ultimately, funding Dr. Zola to establish Reika was merely a strategic move. As a pawn, its role is fulfilled as long as it operates within the parameters set by Daoyi. The master strategist. In Daoyi's game script, the Reika organization is positioned as the arch-nemesis of the Knights, an elite boss organization within the game. However, Since the Knight systems are still in their infancy, many have yet to be created. Therefore, the Reika's development should proceed quietly in the shadows, avoiding any disruptive actions or thoughts of creating chaos. The enhancement technologies bestowed upon the Reika by Daoyi are not particularly advanced. Rather, they will be gradually provided, allowing for a controlled pace of development. It is essential to occasionally remind them to remain obedient, particularly when they begin to expand. With the Knights yet to make their entrance, the villainous organization need not disrupt the tranquility. They are to develop quietly in the shadows of the world, aligning with the script laid out by Daoyi. Allowing a Burl to destroy one or two of Hydra's bases serves to instill a sense of awe, reminding them that many forces are stronger than they are, and that the power of the organization exceeds their imagination. They should not assume that merely having some subpar enhanced soldiers makes them formidable. It is also a means to apply appropriate pressure, compelling them to invest additional energy and resources into the research and development of the Reika organization's human enhancement technology. Within the newly arranged base of the Reika organization, after setting up modification experiment projects, Dr. Zola entered a dimly lit conference room and connected to the communication system. The screens in the conference room flickered to life, revealing the other leaders of Hydra one by one as they engaged in a video conference with the Reika organization. It is uncertain whether the leaders of these secret organizations prefer such an ambience. The conference room must be shrouded in darkness, with only the images of the participants illuminated on the screens. Perhaps this stark contrast makes the attendees appear more prominent, or perhaps they simply enjoy this atmosphere. Dr. Zola, have you completely disregarded the execution of the Insight program? Do not forget that our organization has invested significant resources into this, and you are still the primary architect of the plan, questioned Alexander Pierce, one of Hydra's leaders and the former director of SHLD, occupying a central position among the numerous screens. Seated in the central chair, Dr. Zola replied expressionlessly, "I have completed the algorithm for the Insight program and have handed it over to you. The subsequent actions, including the specific construction of the helicarrier, can be fully executed by your Hydra agents embedded within SHIELD. You merely need to wait for Nick Fury to complete the helicarrier project and then seize control to implement the Insight program. Our initial plan has always been this way. I simply provide the algorithm, while you are responsible for the actual execution." Pierce, as the former director of SHIELD and a member of the World Security Council, surely you can manage this much? Having witnessed the enhancement technologies provided by the organization, Dr. Zola's enthusiasm for the previous Insight program has waned considerably. The plan to identify threats to Hydra through algorithms and subsequently eliminate them with the helicarrier's firepower now appears less appealing. Previously, Dr. Zola was passionate about this initiative. However, after engaging with that mysterious organization and receiving their technological support to establish the Reika organization, he now perceives an entirely new world unfolding before him, filled with the knowledge imparted by the organization, elevating his own existence to unprecedented heights. From the data transmitted by that enigmatic consortium, Zola discerned the boundless possibilities of life's evolution. He found himself increasingly dissatisfied with his current mechanical biosynthetic form. Zola aspired to enact a transformation that was more powerful and advanced, surpassing all existing entities and known life forms, aiming for a glorious evolution that would elevate him to a status akin to a true deity as depicted in legends. Though that is the plan, are you truly going to disregard your role as one of the primary architects of the Insight program? Pierce remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Zola's eyes glimmered with a mechanical light as he nonchalantly shook his head, reiterating, the initial design of the Insight program was fundamentally about leveraging resources from SHIELD to construct the helicarrier, subsequently utilizing my algorithms to commandeer it for our purposes. My responsibility was solely to design the software component. However, as one of the founders of the Insight program, you ought to provide some support, Pierce insisted. This was merely a guise for the true intention of the Hydra leader, who sought assistance to achieve his goals of becoming SHIELD DS Director. What do you desire? Zola's expression remained unchanged, revealing no surprise at Pierce's ulterior motives. I have a formidable assassin, the Winter Soldier, who has been a powerful asset to our Hydra operations, eliminating numerous obstacles over the past decades. I require you to enhance him with the most advanced modifications. With a fortified Winter Soldier, the execution of the Insight program will be all but guaranteed. Pierce articulated his objective, emphasizing the necessity for the highest level of enhancement. Very well, Zola responded without hesitation after a moment of contemplation, recognizing that he needed a test subject to validate his theories. And the Winter Soldier would serve as an excellent experimental specimen. Since we're discussing the Insight program, Pierce, would you kindly update us on its current status? Zola's interest in the program had waned, yet the other Hydra leaders remained optimistic about this theoretical endeavor to eliminate all threats to Hydra. Pierce nodded and began. The primary bottleneck in constructing the helicarrier has been the lack of sufficient energy for propulsion. Nick Fury has already made contact with Tony Stark. We aim to utilize Stark's arc reactor as the energy source and invite him to participate in the design and construction of the helicarrier. Once this final piece is in place, the execution of the Insight program will face no significant obstacles. Tony Stark? Howard Stark's son? Someone inquired from the numerous screens. Indeed, a genius like his father, charismatic and carefree. Another voice interjected, laden with implication. His recent innovations, particularly a new generation of exoskeleton armor, have garnered considerable attention, surpassing any current individual combat equipment. He is currently a focal point for Nick Fury. We should refrain from any hasty actions, as there is no need. His armor technology is of great interest to the U.S. government and military. We can simply let them negotiate for the technology. Pierce recognized the underlying meaning in that statement. The allure of Tony Stark's Iron Man armor was undeniable. Yet he did not wish for Hydra to resort to theft or subterfuge, which would alert Nick Fury to their intentions. Hydra needed to remain in the shadows, quietly observing as the U.S. military pressured Tony. If he were to relinquish his armor technology, very well, let the U.S. handle this matter. The speaker nodded in agreement. If the technology fell into the hands of the U.S. government, Hydra would undoubtedly find ways to replicate it for their own use. Tony Stark is merely a capricious child. The current S.H.I.E.L.D. is essentially under our control. We must consider the mysterious consortium, referred to as B. Were their origins and objectives? Baron Strucker, one of the central figures, fixed his gaze on Zola and inquired. Zola shook his head and responded. This question has been addressed before. They approached me unexpectedly, liberating my consciousness data from antiquated computers. They provided me with knowledge of human enhancement and urged me to establish an organization called H.I.E.L.D. Following that, all subsequent communications were directly transmitted via the network. Although I transformed my consciousness into data to prolong my existence after developing cancer, this occurred in the mid-20th century, when computers were severely limited and the internet was yet to be developed. Thus, I cannot be classified as a true artificial intelligence, at least not one capable of freely traversing the digital realm. While I can transmit my data to various devices, this requires direct connections for consciousness transfer, far removed from the liberties enjoyed by entities like Ultron or Jarvis in the digital domain. This reflects the limitations of the era. Howard Stark, for instance, had already conceptualized magnetically levitated vehicles during World War II, yet could only produce a prototype that hovered for mere seconds. He even explored the composition of new elements, but was unable to manufacture them due to the technological constraints of the time, ultimately leaving the development to Tony Stark. Aside from that, have they made any demands? None at all, which is the most perplexing aspect. This consortium appears to be altruistic, offering us advanced technological knowledge without expectation of return. Zola's eyes flickered with intrigue, his tone monotonous, yet revealing a hint of curiosity. There cannot be an organization in this world that selflessly provides assistance without seeking recompense. If such an entity exists, it must imply that their apparent lack of demands is merely a precursor to future gains. If they harbor ulterior motives, we might trace their origins. Yet at present, they are offering us technology without expectation perhaps merely wishing to see their innovations realized, someone speculated. Although the likelihood is slim, there may indeed be some deranged scientists obsessed with theoretical science, who seek neither fame nor profit, but merely desire to see their technology implemented. For such individuals, the realization of their work is the ultimate reward. Regardless, the technologies provided by the consortium are undeniably valuable. The mechanized and bio-enhanced soldiers produced by SHIELD have significantly bolstered our Hydra strength. In the near future, we shall possess a force of personnel that rivals or even surpasses the elite super soldiers of Captain America during World War II, Baron Strucker proclaimed with a hint of fervor. That is certainly not a problem, Dr. Zola calmly asserted. The modifications for Subject 1 are nearing completion. Once this initial amalgamation of biochemical genetics and nanomechanical technologies is finalized, its capabilities will far surpass those of the so-called super soldiers. In comparison, the super soldier's serum pales in significance. Is Subject 1's transformation nearly complete? The leader of Hydra expressed palpable anticipation, having long heard whispers of Dr. Zola's ambitious project. The first experimental subject, designated as Subject 1, was a matter of great interest. Upon the successful transformation of Subject 1, I insist on implementing the same enhancements for the Winter Soldier, Pierce interjected promptly. Pierce, you have a remarkable knack for seizing opportunities. Baron Strucker jested, one of the few capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the former director of SHIELD. The Winter Soldier is not merely my subordinate. He is a biological weapon of Hydra. Enhancing him serves the greater good of our organization. That is acceptable, Zola replied, acknowledging the request. Ultimately, Subject 1 is merely the beginning, not my sole objective. Enhancing the Winter Soldier poses no issue. It simply adds another exceptional experimental subject to our ranks. If we could recruit the relevant researchers from that enigmatic consortium into our organization, our path to world domination would be significantly smoother. It must be noted, one individual remarked, that despite the consortium's elusive nature, with Hydra's vast global influence, I doubt any human organization could rival our strength. Some among us even speculate that the consortium's secrecy stems from a lack of formidable power, compelling them to conceal their operations. Should that be the case, another continued, we could potentially assimilate the consortium, absorbing their researchers and mastering their enhancement technologies. Unfortunately, the consortium was merely an administrator's alternate account within the game, wielding power far beyond their comprehension. Moreover, the consortium lacked any genuine researchers. All technology stemmed from the Kamen Rider Chronicle system created by Daoyi. Nonetheless, we must exercise caution, for we remain unaware of the true extent of their technological prowess. The enhancement techniques they provided to Shuka are already ahead of their time, and we cannot ascertain the true capabilities of this consortium, Pierce cautioned. As one of Hydra's leaders, his longevity in the position of SHIELD director was testament to the necessity of prudence. Therefore, did we not previously conduct a preliminary test to gauge the consortium's reaction? Dr. Zola's gaze flickered, for he was not in favor of such probing. His encounters with the consortium had instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Each time they provided him with advanced enhancement technology, it felt as though it was given casually, akin to a billionaire tossing a 100 bill to a beggar without a second thought. However, this decision was collectively made by the other leaders, and Zola did not vehemently oppose it. He allowed them to probe the consortium, provided it did not jeopardize his experimental plans. Perhaps they might uncover some details about the consortium's true nature. If there are no further matters to address, let us conclude this meeting. I must return to my experiments, Dr. Zola declared, surveying the Hydra leaders on the screens. Very well, we shall await the consortium's response, Pierce agreed, aligning with the other Hydra leaders. Doctor, we have a situation. Our base is under attack. Just as Zola was about to sever the communication link, the head of security at the Shuka base urgently reported. The Hydra leaders, poised to end the video conference, were taken aback by this sudden turn of events and hesitated to disconnect, eager to ascertain the situation. Could this be a swift retaliation from Consortium B? Baron Strucker speculated, intrigued. What is there to be alarmed about? Did we not anticipate this? The personnel and facilities at that base were merely decoys, and the truly valuable staff and experimental equipment had already been relocated, Zola remarked, somewhat displeased by his subordinate's panic. Not the previous base, it is our current one, the Shuka leader clarified on the screen. What? Someone has breached this base, Zola exclaimed, standing abruptly, his eyes flashing with concern. How is this possible? The location of the new Shuka base is classified within Hydra, constructed entirely in secrecy, to ensure its location remained undisclosed. All personnel involved in its construction have remained at the base since its completion, and the construction process was not connected to the outside world to prevent the consortium from discovering our current position. We utilize a secure internal communication channel, so the exact location should not have been compromised. Our base is equipped with comprehensive security measures, guarded by our finest combatants. How could we have been infiltrated without detection? How many assailants are there? What level of firepower are they wielding? Pierce inquired, incredulity evident in his voice. There is only one intruder, who seems to have appeared within our base as if conjured from thin air. We cannot trace their entry point, and all external defense systems remain intact. The security chief replied, incredulity in his tone. Connect the base's surveillance system. Project the intruder's visuals onto the screen, Zola commanded, already accessing the network to upload data backups. Prepared to retreat into the digital realm if necessary. In case the security forces within the base were insufficient to thwart the intruder, Dr. Zola was determined to prioritize his own safety. After all, as the saying goes, while the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Zola foresaw the path to infinite evolution and would not risk his life recklessly. The security chief initiated the surveillance feed, and the central screen, illuminated with the image of a burl transformed into blood potential. Within the Shuka base, combat soldiers unleashed a barrage of firepower at the intruder clad in peculiar armor. However, conventional firearms, including energy weapons crafted based on technologies provided by Consortium B, failed to inflict any meaningful damage upon this assailant. Blood potential moved through the heavily fortified Shuka base with the ease of stroll, casually dispatching guards with his nebula blaster, the battle unfolding overwhelmingly in his favor, reminiscent of an adult rampaging through a kindergarten. What manner of being is this? What is the origin of that armor? Some Hydra leaders in the conference room voiced their confusion. This is likely the consortium's response to our probing, Zola articulated, his eyes scanning data streams as he began analyzing Eberl's capabilities. The existence of the organization, known as Shoka, is a closely guarded secret within Hydra, known only to the upper echelons of the organization and the shadowy consortium that facilitated its inception. The intruder breaching the base is likely an agent of the enigmatic Consortium B. Pierce furrowed his brow and spoke, while Eberly noticed the cameras in the base observing him, understanding that the higher-ups of Hydra and Shoka were silently watching from behind the lenses. Undeterred, he confidently approached a camera and greeted, "Hello, everyone. I have been dispatched to convey the greetings of Consortium B." Indeed, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Dr. Zola's eyes. "What position do you hold within the Consortium?" he inquired, communicating through the base's surveillance system. Eberly shook his head dismissively. "I hold no significant position, merely a runner. You may refer to me by my code name, Blood Shadow. I have intruded upon your base at the behest of my superiors, who have expressed dissatisfaction with your actions and sent me to remind you. Such a capable individual as yourself relegated to menial tasks seems a misallocation of talents," Pierce remarked after conferring with Zola, entering the communications channel of the Shoka base to address Eberly. Eberly responded with a hint of amusement. "Have I detected an offer? Are you not concerned about the repercussions from the Consortium? Mr. Blood Shadow, should you be willing, Hydra can undoubtedly fulfill your every desire. Wealth, power, beauty, all are within reach." Pierce eagerly enticed, sensing a glimmer of hope. In his view, despite the formidable technological prowess of Consortium B, they ultimately rely on numerous members and researchers, and Hydra currently lacks any substantial information about the Consortium. However, once they acquire specific details about Consortium B, with Hydra's extensive influence in global political and military realms, they would not fear any opposing force. Every human possesses vulnerabilities that can be exploited. The researchers of Consortium B are no exception. By obtaining information on these personnel, they could be coerced or seduced, employing every means to integrate them into Hydra for their service. The key to this breakthrough lies with the very blood shadow before them. This proposition indeed sounded enticing. Upon hearing Eberle's words, the leaders of Hydra could not help but feel a flicker of excitement. Yet, they lacked two crucial elements, strength and self-awareness. Your power is woefully inadequate. I could easily handle you, let alone contend with the Consortium, Eberle scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Mr. Bloodshadow, we harbor no intentions of provoking the Consortium. Shoka and Hydra are keen to collaborate with them. We merely wish to deepen our understanding and strengthen our partnership. Zola interjected hastily, attempting to diffuse the tension. However, Eberle interrupted, shaking his head. No. The Consortium has never sought to collaborate with you. Your objectives do not interest them. Bestowing advanced technology upon you was merely an experiment, to observe how you would utilize it and the impact it would have on the world. If I must characterize it, it is merely a game constructed by the Consortium, and you are but players within it. Your previous actions have violated the rules of this game, hence my presence here to rectify your missteps. Such audacity! As leaders of Hydra, each individual present was accustomed to wielding immense power, always the architects of others' fates. Never had they been treated with such disdain. As mere subjects in an experiment, anyone would feel a surge of anger upon hearing Eberle's brazen words, especially in the company of fellow heads of a terror organization. Dr. Zola, are we truly powerless against this individual? Pierce questioned. As a terror organization, Hydra had already exhibited significant arrogance, but now they encountered an entity even more audacious. If Hydra's aim was to dominate Earth and humanity, this so-called Consortium positioned itself as a deity above all others. Even Hydra was merely a pawn in this game, while the Consortium fancied itself the master of it. Zola, however, felt a flicker of fervor within. This was precisely what he yearned for, to become a supreme being, orchestrating the destinies of humanity. He resolved to discover whether this Consortium truly possessed such power and capital, or if it was merely a facade, adorned with eloquent rhetoric. I have activated the enhanced soldiers within the base. They shall arrive shortly, Zola declared, a glint of anticipation in his eyes, addressing the gathered leaders of Hydra. Furthermore, my purpose here extends beyond reminding you to adhere to the rules of the game. I am also here to assess the results of the Shoka organization. Quickly deploy your enhanced soldiers, for I wish to evaluate your progress. Do not disappoint me. Weakness would render this endeavor meaningless. Should I find your performance lacking, you would become a character of no value, destined for obsolescence in this game. Eberle spoke with the curiosity of a child seeking a new toy. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed, Dr. Zola replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. That is good to hear, Eberle chuckled dismissively, leaning against the alloy wall as he awaited their arrival. Before long, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor as two squads of combat personnel surged forth. Encircling Eberle, unfazed, he stood, surveying his surroundings with a nonchalant demeanor, and remarked, "Let them come at me together." Upon receiving Dr. Zola's command, the enhanced combatants of Shoka began their transformation into battle mode. These warriors distinctly divided into two styles. One group, genetically modified, exhibited various animal traits, exuding a wild and violent demeanor. They could best be described as beastmen. The other group, mechanically enhanced, displayed a more uniform appearance, with numerous body parts transformed into machinery, akin to robots, their forms adorned with visible mechanical armor and weaponry. Ibirder effortlessly intercepted the punch thrown by the cyborg in front of him, gauging the strength of the blow before seizing the combatant and swinging him aside like a weapon, sending several other oncoming cyborg fighters crashing into different directions. Is this the extent of the enhanced combatants produced by your organization? The technology bestowed upon you by Consortium B has resulted in such substandard creations. I must admit, I am rather disappointed. As Ibirder engaged in combat with numerous cyborgs, he evaluated their capabilities with a sense of amusement. more akin to a cat toying with a mouse than a serious fighter. Are there no stronger combatants among you? Iberdert mockingly declared as he shot a beast-like cyborg in the head, taunting, if the level of your organization is merely this, it won't be long before I eliminate all of you. While I may not find this particularly entertaining, if the technology from the consortium has only produced these mediocre beings, you might just disappoint them. Perhaps they will consider withdrawing their support for your organization if you do not wish to be eliminated from this game. So hurry up. Reveal any hidden trump cards. Do not hesitate. Let me test them. Dr. Zola's eyes flickered with a grand stream of data as he analyzed Ibertert's various statistics. Is his strength, speed, and defense so overwhelmingly superior to my enhanced combatants? Blood potential? Is this the pinnacle of the consortium's technological prowess? How is this armor even created? Dr. Zola, isn't Unit 1 nearly complete? Asked Pierce, observing the unfavorable battle situation on the screen. Clearly, the ordinary enhanced combatants cannot pose any effective threat to this intruder. We should deploy Unit 1 as a practical combat test. It seems we have no other choice. Although Unit 1 is not yet fully complete, there are no stronger combatants within the base. Moreover, we do require a practical engagement for verification, data collection, and final adjustments. Dr. Zola nodded, connecting to the internal network of the base, initiating the program in the lowest level laboratory to awaken his most distinguished creation, Unit 1. In the brief time it took Dr. Zola to awaken Unit 1, the battle had concluded with overwhelming swiftness. The ordinary cyborg fighters were merely experimental products, incapable of breaching the defenses of Ibertert's blood potential armor. Their speed and strength utterly crushed. Despite the odds being against him, Iberdert single-handedly overpowered dozens of combatants, and within mere minutes, nearly 100 cyborg fighters lay defeated at his feet. If your organization wishes to continue receiving the consortium's technological support, then demonstrate your worth. Otherwise, they may reconsider their backing for another candidate. Iberdert slung his weapon over his shoulder, his helmet's visor locking onto the camera as he spoke. Please hold. I have awakened the latest enhancements from your organization. I trust you won't be disappointed. Kindly bear with me for a moment. Dr. Zola communicated through the base's intercom, not wishing to lose the invaluable support of Consortium B's superior technology. Very well, I shall wait a few minutes, Iberdert replied, leaning against the wall. Moments later, Iberdert heard the echoing sound of footsteps approaching from the corridor, each thud resonating like a heavy object hitting the ground, with intervals of several seconds between them. As the sound drew nearer, a man, approximately 6 feet tall, with a rugged visage and mechanical, lifeless eyes, appeared before Iberdert, having leaped from over 20 meters away. This is Unit 1, a super soldier crafted from the pinnacle of biochemical and mechanical technology from your organization, Dr. Zola announced, as if introducing his beloved creation to Iberdert. Unit 1, is it? Iberdert mused behind the mask of his blood potential armor, a meaningful smile curling at his lips, one that Dr. Zola could not perceive. Come forth. Iberdert beckoned casually. With Dr. Zola's command, Unit 1 commenced its transformation, a silvery liquid-like nanometal surging from within, enveloping its entire body. Its skin, muscles, and bones underwent a metamorphosis, forming an exoskeleton akin to that of an insect. The fusion of nanometal and the altered exoskeletal musculature resulted in a comprehensive suit of armor. The muscle contours merging seamlessly with the metallic shell, creating a stunning aesthetic of unified life and machine. Once the transformation was complete, Unit 1 remained silent, leaping into action, its fist slicing through the air with a forceful wind pressure aimed directly at Iberdert. Unperturbed, Iberdert raised his hand to meet the blow, opting to confront the punch head-on. The collision of their fists erupted into a deafening shockwave, sending a violent air current through the confined space, propelling the lifeless bodies of fallen cyborgs nearby. Though Iberdert managed to absorb Unit 1's assault without exerting excessive effort, he left a noticeable impression of several centimeters in the ground as he took a step back. Without pausing, Unit 1's compound eyes flickered, and it unleashed a flurry of punches, demonstrating a mastery of various combat techniques with relentless ferocity directed at Iberdert. Iberdert, now slightly more serious, holstered his weapon at his waist and prepared to counter Unit 1's strikes with both hands. Amidst their melee, The alloy walls of the chamber became riddled with holes, warped and dented, while the high-strength concrete floor shattered like a spider's web, debris scattering in all directions. Each punch and kick from Unit 1 carried immense power, capable of toppling a main battle tank, yet Aberdert adeptly deflected each attack with apparent ease. Seeing that Unit 1 was unable to gain any advantage, Dr. Zola relayed the command for a final offensive maneuver. Unit 1 soared into the air, channeling all its biomechanical energy into its right leg, which glowed with an intensity born from the overflowing power. It launched a devastating kick towards Aberdert. As Aberdert observed the radiant energy gathering around Unit 1's leg, he steadied himself, focusing intently. His right fist charged with the swirling energy of his blood potential armor. He met Unit 1's flying kick head-on. Their strikes clashed and wrestled against one another, the released energy distorting the surrounding air and erupting in a dazzling burst of light that was nearly blinding. After a brief moment of stalemate, Aberdert ultimately gained the upper hand, delivering a powerful punch that sent Unit 1 crashing into the metallic wall, embedding it within the surface and leaving a colossal impression. Unit 1's appearance was rather pitiful, its right leg's armor riddled with cracks, resembling shattered porcelain, with a significant amount of fluid, presumably blood, oozing from wounds. However, Unit 1's self-repair capabilities were remarkably robust. It struggled to extricate itself from the wall, and within moments, its internal muscles began to writhe, healing the injuries at a visibly rapid pace, returning to its original state in under half a minute. During this time, Aberdert simply observed with keen interest, showing no inclination to capitalize on his advantage. Now, this is more like it. It seems the resources provided by the consortium were not in vain, he remarked. Upon witnessing the remarkable regenerative abilities of Unit 1, Abert expressed his admiration, akin to a consumer evaluating a product after purchase. Unit 1, a fusion of nanotechnology and biochemical genetics, showcased an extraordinary self-healing capability. Dr. Zola's voice resonated in the air. Abert stroked his chin and nodded, saying, "Let us pause here for today. I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. There will be opportunities for further discourse in the future. Additionally, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not recklessly test the limits of the consortium, for the next visitor may not be as accommodating as I." With that, Abert unleashed a surge of nebular gas, transforming it into two colossal, semi-energy serpents that coiled and lunged toward Unit 1. The serpents moved swiftly and in the confined space. Evasion proved futile. Unit 1 managed only a few futile punches before being ensnared and rendered immobile. At that moment, Abert darted beside Unit 1 and delivered a powerful blow to its head, allowing the nebular gas to infiltrate. Unit 1 crumpled to the ground, losing all control. What transpired? Unit 1 has lost control. In the conference room, although Dr. Zola's mechanical body betrayed no emotion, the rapid flickering in his eyes unmistakably conveyed his shock. While the chip controlling Unit 1 resided within his head, a mere impact could not possibly disrupt its future command. According to my design, unless the armor on Unit 1's head is breached, the chip remains unaffected. I shall take Unit 1 with me. Consider it a minor cost for your consortium. With a casual wave akin to bidding farewell to a friend, Abert hoisted Unit 1 and, with a swift motion, shot and shattered the nearby surveillance monitor. Immediately, personnel were dispatched to assess the situation. Following the destruction of the camera, Dr. Zola promptly ordered the dispatch of base personnel to investigate. What could be the consortium's intent in seizing Unit 1? Were they seeking to utilize our resources to forge super soldiers? No, based on prior combat observations, the consortium's blood armor clearly exhibited capabilities far surpassing those of Unit 1, modified by Dr. Zola. Or perhaps they brazenly invaded the Shioka base, carrying away the apex of our technological advancements embodied in Unit 1, merely to flaunt their strength and intimidate us. In the conference room, numerous Hydra leaders deliberated. With Unit 1 taken by the consortium, will it affect your upcoming technological developments? Pierce inquired of Dr. Zola. Not at all. I have meticulously recorded all combat data from Unit 1, and this will not impede the progress of future experimental modifications, Dr. Zola replied, shaking his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. We require even more powerful enhancements. Unit 1 is far from sufficient. He mused internally. The self-proclaimed blood intruder in Unit 1 had vanished without a trace. Personnel dispatched by Zola soon relayed visual information. Aside from the corpses of Shoka's modified combatants strewn across the floor and the remnants of battle etched into the walls, nothing remained. How'd he leave? Dr. Zola commanded. Examine the vicinity for any hidden tunnels or passages. The surveillance apparatus of the Shoka base was robust. Although the cameras monitoring Abert's confrontation with Unit 1 had been destroyed, the surrounding corridors had captured no sign of Abert's departure. The personnel sent to investigate approached the scene from various directions, yet encountered no trace of blood. Had he truly vanished in thin air? The structure of the base remained intact, with no evidence of breaches or hidden exits. Considering the blood's sudden appearance during the invasion, the outer defense systems failed to detect anything. Could it be that they simply walked through walls? Pierce questioned, perplexed. The base's external defenses were unscathed, and under these circumstances, infiltrating the base required either an overt entrance or passage through the ventilation system. Dr. Zola analyzed, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The main access points are heavily monitored and guarded. It is utterly implausible to enter unnoticed. Should he have used the ventilation system, he would need the ability to alter his form, transforming into a liquid state. The design of our ventilation system accounts for the potential intrusion of small detection devices. Even ordinary insects could not penetrate it. Only a liquid or gaseous form could. Dr. Zola retrieved the schematics of the Shoka base's ventilation system to present to the other Hydra leaders. Transforming into a liquid or gas. How is that even conceivable? Someone questioned incredulously. Humans cannot achieve such a feat. While the blood armor is humanoid, it may not necessarily contain a human within. It could be remotely operated, Dr. Zola clarified. A purely mechanical suit could indeed achieve such transformations, given the consortium's advanced technology. However, even if the blood armor possesses shape-shifting capabilities, Unit 1 certainly does not. Dr. Zola shook his head. He was all too familiar with Unit 1's capabilities as its creator. Moreover, the exits of the ventilation system were also equipped with surveillance defenses. Could it be that the Shoka base's network system was compromised, allowing the defense and monitoring systems to be manipulated? Did Blood utilize the internal systems to infiltrate, rendering his entry undetectable? Pierce speculated, while Baron Strack, beside him, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps, after all, the consortium's technology surpasses ours, making it plausible for them to breach our systems without raising any alarms, Dr. Zola responded, his tone wavering. Yet even if they could control the internal monitoring defenses, how did they exit? From the moment Blood disabled the surveillance system to the arrival of my dispatch personnel, only a few minutes elapsed. Blood vanished with Unit 1, and while the walls and floors bore the scars of their battle, they remained unbreached, with no external connections damaged. It was as though they had materialized from thin air and disappeared just as mysteriously. How did they enter and exit? Did they simply teleport? Someone jestingly proposed. Surely you do not genuinely believe they possess teleportation technology? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, disbelief etched upon their faces. If they truly had such technology, it would imply they could send their operatives anywhere on Earth. Baron Strack gasped, astonished, a flicker of fervent desire gleaming in his eyes. It is not without possibility. Zola's gaze flickered uncertainly. Based on the mere glimpse of the conglomerate's capabilities, it is evident that they possess scientific advancements far beyond our own. Although space travel technology currently resides in the realm of theoretical conjecture, the conglomerate's technological prowess appears to far surpass the contemporary world. Perhaps they truly have mastered such technology. To my knowledge, the Tesseract, once belonging to Hydra and now housed within SHIELD, seemingly possesses the ability to influence space. Dr. Zola, do you imply that the conglomerate has conducted research on the Tesseract? Pierce narrowed his eyes and inquired. You have guessed correctly, but not entirely. Daoyi did indeed gather spatial energy from the Tesseract, also known as the Space Stone. But there was no extensive research. Could it be that this conglomerate has ties to SHIELD? Someone on the screen ventured a guess. Impossible. Pierce firmly denied. We are sworn enemies of S-H-I-E-L-D. If they were to discover Hydra's existence, they would undoubtedly strike against us at all costs. Moreover, our operatives are embedded in various S-H-I-E-L-D departments. Essentially, the entirety of S-H-I-E-L-D is under our control. I can assure you with 100% certainty that S-H-I-E-L-D is unaware of Hydra's continued existence in this world. This may sound peculiar, yet it is indeed the case. S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra are archenemies, yet Hydra agents infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D at every level, with Pierce even having ascended to the position of director. It seems, then, that the conglomerate may have also positioned its personnel within S-H-I-E-L-D, intervening in the former experiments involving the Tesseract. Baron Strucker remarked, "This matter will require Pierce's investigation. If the conglomerate has indeed acquired space transfer technology from the Tesseract, perhaps we can glean relevant clues from S-H-I-E-L-D's past research projects on the Tesseract. I will follow up on this investigation. If the conglomerate has indeed infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D, I will ensure our agents identify them. However, all of these assumptions rest upon the premise that the conglomerate has truly mastered some form of space transfer technology derived from the Tesseract. Let us set that aside for now and instead address the aftermath of this incident. Dr. Zola, given that the location of this base has been compromised and breached by the conglomerate's blood infiltrator, resulting in significant damage, should we consider relocating personnel and equipment, perhaps to a new base?" Pierce inquired. A glimmer of thought sparked in Zola's eyes as he responded, "Let's refrain from that for now. The construction of this base is highly classified, but if the conglomerate was able to find us so easily, it likely indicates that locating our base presents little challenge for them. While I am uncertain of their methods in pinpointing our position, it seems that even if we were to relocate, the conglomerate could track us down with little effort. Therefore, there is no need to expend unnecessary energy on a large-scale relocation of personnel and equipment. We can simply repair this base and continue operations as usual. It need not be abandoned." Dr. Zola's reasoning was sound. Constructing such a secret base requires considerable time and resources, and it would be a pity to abandon it outright. However, the security measures must be significantly enhanced moving forward. Pierce nodded in agreement. From the words of the intruder, known as Blood Infiltrator, it seems the conglomerate will continue to collaborate with us, providing technology. This assault appeared more as a display of their might. What is the principle behind that armor? How is it manufactured? Zola pondered inwardly with a slight nod. "Dr. Zola, when can we commence modifications on the Winter Soldier?" Snapping back to the present, Zola addressed Pierce's question according to the data collected from Subject 1 during actual combat. "I have fully perfected the relevant technology and am ready to proceed to the next phase of enhancement. However, Subject 1 is merely an initial prototype. In my view, the subsequent modifications should build upon Subject 1 for greater improvements. Thus, I require a more specialized material for the Winter Soldier's enhancements. Doctor, feel free to voice your needs." Pierce asserted confidently, with S-H-I-E-L-D's influence, we can acquire nearly all resources on Earth. Truly, as a former director of S-H-I-E-L-D and a minister of the World Security Council, his words exuded bravado. Zola acknowledged this with a nod, stating, "I require a substantial quantity of vibranium to modify the Winter Soldier." Vibranium, the material that constitutes Captain America's shield? Indeed, this metal possesses remarkable properties, capable of withstanding nearly all forms of attack and impact while absorbing energy. If utilized in the Winter Soldier's enhancements, it would undoubtedly elevate his combat capabilities significantly, Zola affirmed. Vibranium is a remarkable metal, not only due to its inherent hardness, but also because its unique molecular structure renders it nearly indestructible. More importantly, within this distinctive molecular arrangement, the molecules remain relatively static, making it almost impervious to heat and kinetic energy. This property allows it to absorb heat, energy, and kinetic force, effectively serving as an impenetrable shield on Earth. Pierce fell silent for a moment, then spoke. Vibranium is exceedingly rare. During World War II, Howard Stark acquired a piece of this metal by chance and forged it into a shield for Captain America. Even in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret warehouses, there is little stock of this metal. However, I have heard rumors of a minuscule amount of vibranium circulating on the black market, seemingly originating from the African continent. Though its exact source remains unknown, since it is available on the market, it indicates that, despite its rarity, there are means to procure it. Therefore, acquiring some should pose no issue for you, esteemed former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Zola asserted confidently. Pierce offered a slight, wry smile, replying, "Very well. I will employ our agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. to seek out sufficient vibranium for you. When it comes to enhancing the Winter Soldier, the primary beneficiary will undoubtedly be Pierce, the direct overseer of the Winter Soldier." Thus, he readily acquiesced, almost eagerly fulfilling Zola's requests. "This meeting will conclude here. I must address the aftermath of the base's breach and oversee the progress of the new experimental projects," Zola stated, having secured the promises he sought. Armed with the enhancement technologies of the Rebirth Organization, Hydra will soon forge an invincible superhuman army. At that time, Hydra's ascendance will be unstoppable, and the world shall rest within our grasp. Baron Strucker spoke fervently. "Hail Hydra!" He then severed the connection, leaving his screen darkened. "Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra!" In a dimly lit conference room, the silhouettes on the surrounding screens chanted slogans and exchanged greetings before severing their communication. Only a being, entirely transcendent of the fragile human condition, could rightfully ascend above the world and wield dominion over it. In this profound darkness, the mechanical glimmer in Dr. Zola's eyes flickered as he spoke with significant gravitas. The Hydra organization, after all, is but an antiquated entity. The future belongs to Shocker. However, the consortium, a haunting voice echoed in the vast, shadowy chamber. In the southwestern region of the United States, specifically New Mexico, amidst a vast and desolate wilderness, there lay a solitary, straight highway leading towards the distant, faintly illuminated lights of a small western town. Suddenly, a nebulous distortion in space swept through, and Eberhard appeared, carrying the unconscious Number One, abruptly manifesting upon the plain. After surveying the surroundings, Eberhard carelessly discarded Number One onto the sandy ground and addressed him, stating, "Though I may not fully comprehend the situation, since the boss has assigned you a role in the script, and I have disabled Shocker's tracking device, you must provide an entertaining performance for the boss and me." Kamen Rider Number One. As Eberhard spoke, a crimson mist surged forth from his hands, enveloping Number One's head, swirling and sparking with luminous flashes. After liberating Number One from Shocker's controlling mechanisms, Eberhard withdrew the mist. Consequently, Number One automatically reverted from his combat form, his armor gradually dissipating. The nanometal retreated into his body akin to sand merging with water, transforming back into the form of an ordinary human. Observing this swift transition from armored warrior to a regular individual, Eberhard nodded in approval, noticing a vehicle swiftly approaching in the distance. Eberhard instinctively kicked Number One to the roadside before turning to depart. Liao Winster was an ordinary college student from New Mexico, attending university not far from her hometown. Upon returning to her remote town to visit her parents during the holidays, she found the monotonous pace of life and the scarce entertainment options rather tedious, having become accustomed to the vibrant lifestyle of the bustling city. Seizing the moment while her father, Ryan Winster, was away on business in the city, she urged him to drive her downtown. However, losing track of time reveling in the city's charms, they found themselves rushing back home along the dark road. "What was that?" Ryan exclaimed, abruptly slamming on the brakes. With a jarring thud, the vehicle seemed to collide with something, accompanied by a shrill screech of tires as he brought the car to a halt. Was that a person? A startled Lia caught a glimpse of a humanoid figure sprawled on the roadside, having been struck. Ryan, aghast, unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle to investigate. The small pickup truck, specially purchased for transporting goods, boasted considerable horsepower, rendering it significantly faster than an ordinary car. Given the sparsely populated nighttime landscape, Ryan had been driving at a considerable speed, and now he feared the worst. If a person had been hit directly, it could lead to dire consequences. The individual struck by the Winster's truck was indeed number one, who, upon regaining consciousness shortly after Eberhardt's departure, found himself in a state of confusion, his mind a blank slate devoid of identity. The memories of who he was prior to becoming number one had been thoroughly erased by Shocker. Although Eberhardt had liberated him from Shocker's control, his mind was filled only with fragmented recollections of combat techniques, weaponry, and the modifications he had undergone. Awakening amidst the desolate landscape, he grappled with a profound sense of disorientation. Who am I? Where am I? As thoughts of his identity consumed him, he aimlessly wandered onto the road, instinctively attempting to flag down an approaching vehicle for assistance. However, the darkness of the wilderness obscured his presence, and Ryan, focused solely on the road ahead, was entirely unprepared for an unexpected figure to emerge in the middle of the night. As a result, number one stepped unwittingly into the path of the truck, leaving Ryan no time to react, and he was struck, sent flying by the collision. Rushing to the scene, Ryan's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had indeed hit someone, propelling the individual several meters away. Even if the person survived, they would surely be gravely injured. "Are you all right?" Ryan asked, bending down to assess the condition of the young man before him. To his astonishment, number one shook his head, stood upright seemingly unscathed, and inquired, "Should I be concerned?" "Thank goodness. Young man, where are you from? Have you encountered some trouble being out here alone at this hour?" Ryan questioned, his gaze appraising number one with a mix of concern and curiosity. In the dead of night, in such a desolate area, it was likely that he was in dire straits, seeking assistance when he was struck by Ryan's vehicle, leading to a twinge of guilt within him. "Who am I? Who am I?" Number one murmured, lost in a desperate search for answers within the void of his memory. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his head, causing him to clutch it and collapse to the ground. Ryan, observing number one's distress, speculated that he had sustained a head injury leading to amnesia. "Dad, what is wrong with him?" Leah approached, a mix of concern and curiosity etched on her face. "This young man seems to have lost his memory, possibly due to our collision," Ryan replied, uncertainty tinging his voice. "What should we do? Should we take him to the hospital?" Leah asked, seeking guidance from her father. Nodding thoughtfully, Ryan crouched beside number one and gently reassured him, "Don't worry. I'll take you to the hospital. The doctors will assist you." He then placed a comforting hand on number one's shoulder. However, in response to this gesture, number one instinctively pushed Ryan away, his right arm transforming, revealing a faint glimmer of biomechanical armor, sending Ryan tumbling several meters away to the roadside. "Dad!" Leah cried in alarm, rushing to her father's side. "Are you all right?" Ryan struggled slightly, using his hands to prop himself up, and sat up with a pallid complexion, a look of shock on his face as he glanced nervously at number one not far away. He spoke, "Fortunately, aside from some bruising on my back and 2 broken ribs, I seem to be relatively unscathed. If it weren't for my strong physique from regular labor, this could have been much worse. I might not have been able to get up at all." Leah, upon hearing this, felt a slight relief wash over her, but she immediately turned her anger towards number one, exclaiming, "You are utterly ungrateful. Although you were struck by our vehicle, it was your own recklessness that led you to dart into the middle of the road in the dead of night. No one could react in time. Ryan was merely concerned for your safety. How can you unjustly harm others?" Upon hearing Leah's accusation, number one seemed to awaken to the situation. Gazing at his own hands in a daze as he awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, I just didn't realize." This young man had been struck head-on by a speeding car, yet emerged unscathed, and with just a casual shove, he could send Ryan, a robust adult male, flying several meters away. Such extraordinary physical prowess was not characteristic of an ordinary person. Ryan, sensing the gravity of the situation, halted Leah's attempts to scold number one further. Recalling the glimmer of armor he had glimpsed on number one's hands, an inexplicable curiosity flickered in his eyes as he inquired, "After sensing your strength, it is evident that you are no ordinary individual. Just now, when you pushed me, I felt as if I'd been struck by a bulldozer. This overwhelming power is certainly beyond the realm of normality." Leah, catching on to the oddity of the situation, fixed her astonished gaze on number one and asked, "Who exactly are you?" 21. "That is my new name," number one replied, his expression tinged with melancholy as he sighed heavily. "I too wish to know who I am, but I remember nothing. My mind is filled only with fragmented memories, images of being in an unknown laboratory, undergoing various modifications. They implanted the genes of different animals into me for biochemical enhancement, injected my body with nanometal for mechanical augmentation, and ultimately transformed me into what I am now. My previous memories seem to have been erased. All I know is that my codename is number one, and nothing else regarding my identity remains. I feel like a character from a science fiction film. A modified being?" Leah gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her mind racing with various conspiracy theories from the movies she had seen. A secret government experiment? Creating super soldiers, like Captain America during World War II? I only remember that the personnel at the facility where I underwent these modifications belonged to an organization called Shuka, number one stated, shaking his head. Shuka? Leah's brow furrowed in confusion, speculating, a terrorist organization? A secret research project of a powerful conglomerate? Ryan, however, looked at number one with a hint of compassion in his eyes and asked, "Young man, what are your plans moving forward?" Number one shook his head in frustration, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. "I have no idea. Aside from the skills they implanted in me regarding the use of weapons, vehicles, assassination techniques, and combat training, I'm left with nothing. I don't know where to go or what I can do." Leah, inexplicably excited, suggested, "How about this? Come stay at my house. If you're willing, you can work on my family's farm, and we'll provide you with food and shelter." The presence of a modified being, a super soldier, materializing before her eyes ignited a thrill in Leah, a girl filled with dreams of adventure. "Leah," Ryan frowned slightly, giving her a cautionary glance. Although he did not understand why this young man was here, bringing him home without caution could lead to unforeseen troubles. If he truly was a product of a secret organization's human modification experiments, then for some reason, he had escaped from the facility. That organization would undoubtedly be searching for him, and if they traced him back to Ryan's home, it could pose a threat to his family. While Ryan deeply sympathized with the young man's predicament, he had to prioritize his family's safety. If unforeseen complications arose, the best course of action might be to report the young man to the authorities. Leah, sensing his reluctance, stuck out her tongue and replied, "What is there to fear? As long as he doesn't draw too much attention, this secluded little town, which rarely sees outsiders, should be safe enough. Besides, we can't just leave him here. He remembers nothing, has no identification, and no money. Leaving him to fend for himself would be cruel. Young man, do you recall how you escaped from that facility and ended up here?" Ryan asked, his brow twitching as he sought clarity on the situation before deciding on a course of action. Number one shook his head, saying, "I remember that someone invaded the base where I was held, and then I was awakened to confront the intruders. After that, I can't recall anything. I must have been defeated and then discarded here. By the way, where exactly is this place?" Though he had been unceremoniously tossed aside like garbage, Number one felt a sense of gratitude towards whoever had discarded him. At least it freed him from Shuka's control, and he could sense that the tracking system implanted in him by Shuka had been disabled, allowing him to escape the fate of being a puppet assassin. This is the southern part of New Mexico, amidst the arid desert, with only a small town nearby where we reside. Could it be that somewhere in this desert lies a secret biological research facility of some organization? Ryan spoke, his expression darkening. Number one's expression shifted dramatically at this. The Shuka Research Facility is not located in New Mexico. While I don't know the precise coordinates of the Shuka base, I am certain it is situated further north, near the border of Montana, close to Canada. After being defeated by the intruder, I lost consciousness. But the time that elapsed could not have been long enough for me to end up thousands of miles away in New Mexico. Could it be that government secret agents dismantled a terrorist organization as biochemical research facility and rescued you? Leah speculated, her imagination running wild. That shouldn't be the case. If government agents rescued you, they would have taken over the situation. Since you were saved and then left here, as long as you keep your identity hidden, it's likely no one will come after you, she reasoned. Ryan, feeling a mix of exasperation and concern for his daughter's enthusiasm, suggested, "If you don't have anywhere else to go, you can temporarily stay at my home, regardless of whether it's a government secret lab or a clandestine corporate project." This young man, modified by various means, was defeated and brought here. The outcome merely resulted in being discarded by the roadside, deliberately placed thousands of miles away in New Mexico. The assailants seemingly harbored no malice towards him. Perhaps they inadvertently rescued the young man while dismantling a base conducting illicit human experiments. The organization responsible for the modifications, known as Shuka, would have to conduct their search for the rescued experimental subject clandestinely. After all, any experimentation involving human modification could never be carried out openly. Moreover, they would likely first pursue the assailants rather than suspect that their experimental subject was hidden in an ordinary, remote town in the Southwest. This implies that as long as the young man did not overtly reveal his abnormalities and cause a significant uproar, he would remain unnoticed in this secluded locale. Ryan Winster felt a profound sympathy for him, having undergone such inhumane modifications and erasure of memories. The Shuka organization clearly aimed to transform this young man into a living weapon, devoid of humanity. The individuals who attacked the base where this young man resided likely disapproved of the cruel human modification experiments taking place within. Leaving this altered youth on the roadside near a desolate town may have been an attempt to distance him from the metropolis, allowing him to live a normal life without exposing his whereabouts. After contemplation, Ryan concluded that as long as the young man did not reveal any peculiarities in public, it was improbable that the clandestine Shuka organization would come seeking him. Driven by a sense of justice and compassion for the memory-erased youth, Ryan decided to temporarily take him in. "Wonderful. I knew you wouldn't just leave him to fend for himself," Leah exclaimed joyfully. "Do you remember your name?" Ryan asked, casting a bemused glance at his exuberant daughter before turning to the young man. "I have no recollection of it. All I remember is that they assigned me the codename Number 1, he replied after a long moment of reflection, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. "How utterly outrageous and cruel," Leah retorted indignantly. "They have effectively turned a person into an object for their own use." With a sigh, Ryan said, "Since you have forgotten your previous name, why not choose a new one for yourself?" After a brief silence, the young man shook his head. "My memories are devoid of anything beyond the combat, killing, driving, and weapon-related skills they implanted in me, as well as various languages and customs from around the world. I possess almost no other memories. Perhaps you could help me choose a new name. How about Clark Kent?" Leah suggested eagerly, her eyes lighting up. "Clark Kent?" Ryan inquired, puzzled by Leah's enthusiasm. "Yes, Clark Kent," Leah exclaimed with excitement. "Clark Kent?" The young man looked on, still confused. Ryan then chuckled, realizing the reference. "Ah, Superman. It is indeed a splendid name. What do you think? Superman? What is that?" The young man remained perplexed. Clark Kent is the alter ego of Superman, the first superhero in comic history. Born as Kal-El on the planet Krypton, he was sent to Earth in a spaceship by his parents just before Krypton's destruction. Upon arrival, he was found and raised by the Kent family, who named him Clark Kent. As he grew up, Clark became a reporter for the Daily Planet in Metropolis, endowed with innate superpowers and a strong sense of justice and compassion. In times of crisis, he dons a blue suit and a red cape to fight for justice and save humanity. "Superman is one of the greatest superheroes in comic lore," Leah explained enthusiastically. "Yet he pales in comparison to Captain America," Ryan interjected, unable to resist commenting on his daughter's admiration for Superman. "Captain America?" The young man encountered yet another unfamiliar term. From Ryan's tone, it seemed this was a real-life superhero, distinct from the fictional Superman. If you're intrigued by these topics, there will be ample time to learn about them later. For now, what do you think of the name Clark Kent? Ryan inquired. "Superman a hero?" The young man murmured thoughtfully. A sudden surge of emotion welled within him, a feeling of elation as if, amidst confusion and darkness, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. His eyes brightened as he declared, "That shall be my name. From now on, I will be known as Clark Kent. Kamen Rider Number 1, Clark Kent." "Very well. I shall call you Kent from now on," Leah said, her face radiant with joy as she extended her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Leah Winster." And this is my father, Ryan. Pleasure to meet you both, Kent replied with a smile. 22. The museum project and cosmic engineering boss. I must admit, I do not quite understand why you wanted me to retrieve the Shook-enhanced individual codenamed number 1 from their base. Although this creation possesses extraordinary capabilities on Earth, it does not match our standards. In the presence of my blood potential armor, it poses no threat whatsoever. Frankly, if you commanded it, the Tree of Life Foundation could easily produce even more formidable knights. After delivering number 1, Ebert returned to the office of the Tree of Life Foundation's president, leaning back in his chair as he reported to Daoyi. Indeed, whether it pertains to the slash driver, the shooting driver, or the extermination ascend driver equipped to the death blaze, the Kamen Riders, when combined with key transformation technology, vastly exceed the capabilities of Shuka's number 1. The figure on the screen, Yake, analyzed the data stream and remarked, in truth, number 1 is merely an experimental product of Shuka. Even without our technological support, the modifications created by Zola in the future will only grow stronger. As an experimental specimen, number 1's performance will eventually become obsolete. Your reasoning is sound. Typically, new generations of technology surpass their original predecessors. Number 1 is merely a prototype, currently possessing relatively top-tier performance, but it will inevitably be outpaced. However, there may be exceptional circumstances that could alter this trajectory, Daoyi said with a knowing smile, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. Indeed, if the master intervenes, he can effortlessly propel the performance of Unit 1 beyond its existing limits, reaching unprecedented heights. Izzy blinked and spoke. You truly understand me, Izzy? I find the current script quite intriguing. A protagonist, transformed from an adversary, escapes from their own base, and then battles against the villainous organization conducting human modification experiments. ISNT, that a splendid narrative? Daoyi remarked pointedly. Ebert and Yak were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Izzy seemed quite pleased with Daoyi's praise, stating, after all, as the master's secretary, I can grasp his fundamental intentions. The protagonist's strength against the enemy indeed stems from the enemy itself. Is this not what the master refers to as the origin of both friend and foe? It is indeed a captivating storyline. Of course, it is brilliant. After all, it is the master's arrangement. Everything within the script aligns with the master's plan. While massaging Daoyi's shoulders, Yez discreetly glanced at Izzy, smiling softly. The limits of Unit 1's performance are not a concern. I can enhance him comprehensively whenever I desire, surpassing those limits, as long as he demonstrates sufficient awareness and will. Presenting me with a more magnificent performance, I can naturally provide him with treasures that facilitate his breakthrough. Daoyi nodded slightly before adding, moreover, he has now acquired a new name, Clark Kent. How fascinating. Clark Kent? Ebert mused, puzzled. Is this name particularly interesting? Clark Kent yields 13,782 search results online. The most renowned Clark Kent would be Superman, a character from comic books, an extraterrestrial superhero. Yak promptly gathered information from the internet, displaying it on the screen. Daoyi, observing the Superman comics on the screen, smiled appreciatively. The name Clark Kent perfectly embodies the title Son of the Sun, should this Clark exhibit sufficient will and awareness. I can bestow upon him the Imperial Stone, granting him the power of the sun. He will become the Son of the Sun. The Master is indeed meticulous, having arranged everything in advance. Yaz's eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Daoyi, her exquisite face gradually leaning closer to him. You need not mention that. Izzy interjected coldly. Just ensure you fulfill your own duties and refrain from clinging to the master. Daoyi rubbed his nose, pondering whether he should disclose that he had already learned of Unit 1's new name, Clark Kent, and had conceived an additional plan. Imagining Clark Kent obtaining the power of the Imperial Stone and becoming the Son of the Sun was certainly intriguing. Mind your own business, Yez retorted defiantly to Izzy. I merely meant to remind you. Izzy replied with a rather formulaic smile. Enough, Daoyi chuckled, gently caressing Yaz's fair and delicate face, saying regardless, we are currently discussing serious matters, so do stand still for a moment. Yaz squinted slightly, akin to a kitten enjoying a gentle stroke, her expression one of utter comfort. I shall obey the master's wishes. Izzy, noticing this, slightly wrinkled her delicate nose, revealing her displeasure. Speaking of which, now that the museum project is on track, the Tree of Life Foundation should commence its cosmic aerospace endeavors. The cosmic energy and solar power are treasures readily available. Daoyi turned to Yak. The production of the Gaia memory units has entered the right trajectory and is currently undergoing experimental testing. We can begin market preparations at any time, Yak reported, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Have the Gaia drivers and high-grade golden memory units been completed? Daoyi inquired. Yes. The samples of the Gaia drivers have been produced. However, the high-grade golden and silver memory units require further meticulous adjustments before they can be finalized. Nonetheless, the production of ordinary memory units is nearly complete, Yak replied. The efficiency exceeds my expectations, Daoyi nodded in satisfaction. After all, the museum project has been meticulously prepared for quite some time, having been set in motion years ago at the master's behest. Various related equipment and preliminary work had been arranged in advance, and in conjunction with the Earth Gaia information transmitted by the master not long ago. Most memory units could be produced with remarkable efficiency. That is also true, Daoyi acknowledged, adding, however, even though you were provided with a comprehensive system of related technology and the crucial Gaia information, the actual production should not encounter significant issues. Yet, the usage of memory units must undergo strict selection. Gaia memory must be paired with individuals of sufficiently high compatibility to unlock the potential for evolution and even transcendence. The Master has bestowed upon me the knowledge regarding this matter. Therefore, I am already preparing a plan to introduce memory units to the market, seeking compatible humans to pair with the Gaia memory to facilitate its enhancement, Yak reported to Daoyi. No, the Tree of Life Foundation must fully commit to aerospace engineering, constructing a space station to harness cosmic and solar energy. As for the Gaia memory units, they should not be directly marketed by the Tree of Life Foundation. Instead, we should appoint an agent to sell them on our behalf, Daoyi stated, shaking his head. The beauty of the United States lies in its freedom. As long as there is sufficient capital, large companies can launch their own spacecraft and satellites. From aerospace endeavors to various weaponry, as long as one possesses wealth. Almost anything is achievable. This is precisely why Daoyi intends to develop the game primarily within the United States, where freedom fosters the emergence of various eccentric villains. To be frank, the upper limit of the Gaia memory units is not low. After all, they are birthed from the aggregation of Earth's information and data. However, with the memory units now manufactured, the next step hinges on the compatibility and utilization by suitable candidates. There is no need to rush. Anxiety is futile. Regardless, Daoyi's plans are largely set, and the subsequent developments will unfold naturally. Thus, Daoyi intends to concentrate more efforts on the Collapsource virus and the game nights. Meanwhile, the Tree of Life Foundation must invest in the aerospace engineering project, constructing a space station to harvest cosmic energy and solar power. These are treasures readily available, and Daoyi had long prepared relevant plans. He could not afford to remain idle. Large-scale construction of space stations requires substantial human and material resources. Although the Tree of Life Foundation has benefited from the technological support of Daoyi's Kamen Rider Chronicles, facilitating rapid development, the time since its establishment has been relatively short, only 5 to 6 years, resulting in some areas lacking sufficient accumulation. Embarking on a space engineering project inevitably necessitates interactions with various parties. To avert any potential complications, the Tree of Life Foundation should refrain from engaging in the subsequent sales aspect of the museum project. Chief, it appears you have already selected an agent for the museum project? Ebertard inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, I have identified a candidate, Daoyi replied, nodding slightly as he gestured for is to retrieve a document and display it on the screen. In truth, such networking could be accomplished directly through the Chronicles of Kamen Rider, yet allowing Iz and Yazzie to handle it, although somewhat redundant, was a request made by both secretaries. Daoyi graciously consented, reasoning that it wouldn't consume much time and that a sense of ceremony was indeed necessary. As the unseen architect of the game, he could not attend to every trivial matter personally. Furthermore, Employing the Chronicle's system for such minor tasks felt akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The screen flickered to reveal a profile of an exceptionally burly bald man, codenamed Kingpin, along with relevant information. Kingpin, whose true name is Wilson Grant Fisk, stands as the most formidable mob boss in New York and indeed across the United States, possessing a meticulous mind and intelligence that far surpasses the ordinary. That man is quite the behemoth. He must weigh at least 300 pounds, and it certainly does not appear to be mere fat, Iberdert remarked in awe. His physique resembles a mountain of muscle, Daoyi responded nonchalantly. Kingpin's imposing stature might lead one to mistakenly assume he is merely another overweight individual. Yet he is distinctly different. Over 90% of his mass comprises muscle, endowing him with astonishing strength capable of punching through walls, placing him beyond the realm of normal humans. Additionally, he is a world-class martial artist. In terms of physical combat, few could rival the Emperor of New York's underworld. Known in the underworld as Kingpin, he is the mastermind behind a global network, unequivocally reigning as the king of New York's criminal enterprises. Should I initiate contact with this Kingpin? While his influence is substantial, he is merely a gang leader, Yazzie queried. In the face of the Tree of Life Foundation's power, he has no grounds for resistance. Our annihilation could swiftly suppress him. In a brief moment, Yazzie perused the dossier and pinpointed Kingpin's location through the network, prompting him to address Daoyi. Patience. Let us wait until the high-level memory body is fully developed before we approach this agent, Daoyi replied with a gentle smile. Shaking his head, I have never favored coercing others into serving our interests through sheer force. Once he experiences the power of the memory body, I trust he will not easily relinquish such formidable strength. After all, compelling someone to act under the threat of a gun cannot foster genuine conviction or resolve. It is the boundless possibilities born from human belief and awareness that I truly value. In order to possess the power of the memory body, he must serve our cause. What memory body do you intend to provide him? Iberdert inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Daoyi smiled faintly, his voice carrying an enigmatic tone, terror. This Mr. Kingpin may very well become a perfect monarch of fear. By the way, Chief, when the memory body is completed, could you arrange for me to receive a formidable Gaia memory body to experiment with? Iberdert expressed sudden enthusiasm. Even without your prompting, I had already planned to equip you with a memory body, Daoyi replied, pausing momentarily. He then shifted his tone playfully. However, the Gaia memory body requires its user to align with it for its true power to manifest. The memory body I have in mind for you is no ordinary one. It is revered as the king of memory bodies, possessing tremendous power that is not easily wielded. I trust you won't require my assistance with the Chronicle's powers to control it, the king of memory bodies? That certainly sounds impressive, but I am of the Blood Clan, preying upon planets for sustenance. A mere memory body constructed from earthly information should pose no challenge for me. Iberdert responded with an air of indifference. You are not yet in your complete form, and you lack an evolution driver, Yazzie kindly reminded him. Ibertert's expression twitched at those words. The king of memory bodies, Utopia, the mechanical voice of Yak, responsible for producing Gaia memory bodies, interjected calmly. Iberdert, within the Gaia memory bodies, aside from the eternal memory body in the hands of its master, Utopia wields an almost absolute dominance over other memory bodies, justifying its title as the king of memory bodies. Utopia, imbued with the power of hope, it is known as the king of memory bodies. It can absorb the abilities of its opponents and convert them into capacities suited to itself. The staff it wields can manipulate the elemental forces of air and nature, capable of creating fissures, lightning, tornadoes, and even suspending opponents. Its power greatly surpasses that of other memory bodies. Yet with such power comes a corresponding toxicity that exceeds that of its counterparts. That indeed sounds intriguing, Iberdert remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. But what of it? The situation you describe pertains to ordinary humans. I am not one of them. Memory body toxicity? Heh, Iberdert mused, confident in his ability to utilize the Utopia memory body without issue, though he acknowledged that compatibility would influence the power it could unleash. Daoyi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Listening to the chief has only heightened my interest. It seems akin to taming a wild stallion. Bertert declared with an expression of keen interest, turning to Yak. Yak, when will this memory body be ready for production? Given the current progress, we should be able to complete the high-level memory body within a month, Yak replied, a glimmer of light in his eyes. Excellent. I shall thoroughly experience its capabilities, Bertert responded playfully. Let's finalize the arrangements for the museum project. I shall accompany Bertert to meet Kingpin, Daoyi said with a slight nod. Such trivial matters need not trouble the master personally. Bertert can handle it, Yazzie suggested. Indeed, he is merely a gang leader. There is no need for you to personally make the journey. Chief, you have equipped me with the Utopia memory body, presumably to allow me to adopt an identity and negotiate with Kingpin regarding the Gaia memory body. Although I'm still uncertain of the memory body as full strength. Based on Yak's description, it should be more than sufficient to deal with a mere gang. Bertert concurred. Daoyi smiled and shook his head, producing the eternal memory body and toying with it in his hands. It is not that I lack confidence in you. I merely wish to utilize the power of the eternal memory body myself. It is noteworthy that Daoyi has yet to present himself before others in the guise of a Kamen Rider, and it certainly stirs a sense of eager anticipation. I see. Ebert's expression brightened with understanding. It seemed the boss simply wished to indulge in some amusement. I wish to join as well, Yaz expressed with enthusiasm, placing a hand upon Daoyi's shoulder. You two still need to assist me with the affairs of the organization. Besides, it won't take long. Daoyi gently patted Yaz's small hand. Master, spoke up, her eyes shining with interest. What is it? Is there something amiss? Their SA communication from the hero and archer at the Holy City Hospital is gestured, and a virtual screen materialized before them. Daoyi nodded and addressed Yak and Ebert, saying, please expedite the production of the Gaia memory at the Lifetree Foundation. That will be all for today. I need to attend to other matters. Understood. Yak and Ebert replied in unison, then severed the communication. Daoyi turned to Iz and instructed Iz, project the communication onto the large screen. Certainly, Master. The screen on the table flickered to life, revealing Li Hua and AI Lin Na seated in a concealed chamber beneath the hospital, having waited for some time. Upon seeing the connection established, AI Lin Na could no longer contain herself, and promptly spoke, Boss, we have a matter to discuss with you regarding the collapsed source entity. Daoyi nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. Knights, please speak freely. Have you encountered difficulties? He was already aware of the situation's intricacies through his discreet inquiries. The two exchanged glances, then spoke with a weighty tone. When we previously transformed into Kamen Riders to confront the collapsed source monstrosity, we were unable to vanquish it, allowing it to escape. As a result, the patient infected with the collapsed source virus could not wait for us to find the creature and disappeared. This is not your fault. After all, unforeseen events are inevitable. Consider it akin to a medical procedure, where there is always a possibility of failure in surgery, Daoyi reassured them. My success rate in surgery is 100%, Li Hua retorted through clenched teeth. Daoyi was well aware of this, hence his comforting words. What are your thoughts on this matter? Li Hua nodded earnestly. We believe that this failure, aside from the collapsed source creature's remarkable speed, is also due to our arriving at the scene only after the collapsed source virus has fully erupted. We have always been reactive rather than proactive. If we could prepare in advance, we could specifically address the speed of the collapsed source creature in that racing game, thereby promptly eliminating the collapsed source virus and preventing unnecessary casualties. We must prepare in advance to save more patients, AI Lin Na added. The phrase to mend the fold after the sheep are gone implies that we ought to take preventive measures to mitigate needless losses. After contemplating is interjected, however, the idiom suggests a timely remedy is not too late. I believe Li Hua merely intended to convey the literal meaning of the phrase, indicating that we only act in response to crises without considering the latter half of the expression. Daoyi explained, a hint of amusement in his tone. Nonetheless, the term itself metaphorically denotes finding ways to remedy issues after they arise to avoid further losses. Is blinked, tilting her head slightly at Daoyi. Do not dwell on these trivialities. Your idioms from Huaxia are indeed perplexing. AI Lin Na remarked, somewhat exasperated. Indeed, let us return to the matter at hand. You both seem to have formulated a plan. Dan Dao nodded at Li Hua and AI Lin Na. Our proposal. AI Lin Na nudged the somewhat dazed Li Hua. Stop spacing out. It's merely a matter of terminology. Li Hua's eyes twitched, and he glared at AI Lin Na before stating, we believe that we should gather patients infected with the collapse source virus at the Holy City Hospital for treatment in advance. This way, when the collapse source creature appears, we can immediately grasp the situation. Moreover, by preparing ahead, we can prevent the creature from escaping as it did previously. Precisely. As physicians, we must not wait for illnesses to manifest before we act. We should begin preventive measures during the incubation period, AI Lin Na affirmed with a nod. After contemplating their ideas, Dan Dao spoke thoughtfully. I understand your perspective. To have patients infected with the collapse source virus receive treatment at the Holy City Hospital before the virus erupts. That requires you to create medical equipment capable of identifying the collapse source virus, Li Hua noted. Dan Dao replied, something akin to a stethoscope used by doctors. Specifically tailored for the collapse source virus? Exactly. It is essential for confirming the presence of the collapse source virus, ideally lightweight and portable like a standard stethoscope. I wonder if it can be manufactured? Li Hua's eyes shimmered with anticipation as he looked at Dan Dao. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dan Dao nodded. That is certainly feasible. We can design it in the form of a doctor's stethoscope for your convenience. However, how do you intend to justify to these patients visiting the Holy City Hospital for examination upon displaying symptoms of the collapse source virus? Will you directly disclose information regarding the collapse source virus to the public? Why not disclose it directly? AI Lin Na inquired, somewhat perplexed. The notion of a virus capable of rendering individuals materially non-existent is indeed quite astonishing. If we had not witnessed it ourselves, we might not believe such a virus exists. Li Hua responded, his expression somewhat grave. That is true. It is indeed difficult for people to accept. However, if we present the facts before them, allowing the public to witness the emergence of the collapse source creatures and our confrontation with them, even skeptics will be compelled to acknowledge it, AI Lin Na asserted, picking up the device and cassette from the table. Li Hua, however, shook his head, setting aside the feasibility of this approach. We must consider whether the American government would intervene. Even if the public becomes aware of the collapse source virus, it may not necessarily yield positive outcomes. This could lead to societal chaos, as the virus's transmission does not follow a fixed pathway, meaning there are no clear and effective preventive measures. Moreover, we are aware that the outbreak of the collapse source virus is related to individuals' mental states. The greater the psychological pressure, the lower the resistance to the virus, resulting in a higher probability and intensity of outbreaks. In many respects, the collapse source virus is more terrifying than any infectious disease in human history, such as the plague, cholera, or pneumonia. Imagine a virus that can transmit without the need for airborne contact. What kind of chaos would that create? It is feared that a sense of unease may permeate society, casting a shadow of panic over the entire United States and potentially extending across the globe. The majority of the populace might experience tremendous psychological stress, which could very well trigger a catastrophic outbreak of the collapse virus. At that juncture, the consequences would be unfathomable. Elena's expression shifted. As a physician, she comprehended the grave peril of the scenario Li Hua described, particularly how the pressure on the public psyche could exacerbate the spread of the collapse virus. A virus with formidable contagiousness, impervious to any known preventive measures, could instigate a horrifying level of panic. Even more terrifying is the prospect that psychological terror might further amplify the virus's transmission. Fortunately, the collapse virus does not exhibit the extreme contagiousness of the viruses Li Hua mentioned, which allows for some optimism. Li Hua managed a wry smile, acknowledging the current lack of rapid transmission. However, what about the future? According to Boss Tan, this virus has merely begun its emergence, and it is likely to grow increasingly potent. Who can predict the capabilities it may develop? While ordinary viruses can mutate, The collapse virus is a phenomenon that transcends conventional understanding, defying scientific explanation. Boss. Elena immediately turned to Daoyi, seemingly seeking a denial from him. Daoyi's demeanor turned serious as he spoke. I have merely utilized the virtual gaming platform created by the Dreamscape Group as a vessel to contain the collapse virus, thus curbing its indiscriminate spread. However, this method, while limiting the virus's dissemination, serves as a petri dish for its development, allowing it to flourish. Ultimately, this is but a temporary measure. It cannot permanently restrain the collapse virus and allow it to settle peacefully. As the virus proliferates, cases of the gaming disease will inevitably surge at an alarming rate. No one can predict the potential evolution of the collapse virus. Indeed, there will be a means of transmission. Daoyi had already devised this plan, albeit not for immediate implementation. Unlike ordinary viruses, it can spread spontaneously and extensively when necessary, infecting and disseminating widely. Furthermore, the later manifestations of the collapse virus may possess the ability to directly transform humans into minions of the collapse virus. However, these plans belong to the nefarious agenda of Consortium B, with no connection to the Dreamscape Gaming Group. What do you suggest we should do? Elena asked Li Hua, a hint of urgency in her voice. Perhaps we could announce that St. Louis Hospital has discovered a novel disease and encourage those exhibiting related symptoms to seek testing and treatment. This way, the public may perceive the gaming disease as a rare affliction. Li Hua proposed. That is indeed a clever strategy to obscure the existence of the collapse virus, Elena remarked, her eyes brightening. What are your thoughts, boss? Daoyi smiled subtly, glancing between them. I have no objection. You both are the medical experts. I merely provide support in terms of equipment. However, as time progresses, the collapse virus will inevitably grow stronger. I must remind you that St. Louis Hospital's direct contact with infected individuals will not escape scrutiny, and your battles against the collapse monsters will become difficult to conceal, inevitably exposing you to those with ulterior motives. You have experienced the capabilities of the player drive and game cartridges firsthand. There will undoubtedly be factions coveting the power of the collapse virus, including provincial government departments, military personnel, secret agents from special departments, and even certain clandestine organizations. They will eventually seek you both out. Do you possess the requisite awareness and resolve? As he spoke, Daoyi's gaze bore into the two, urging them to exhibit their conviction and determination. Boss, this is not solely our concern. St. Louis Hospital is wholly funded by the Dreamscape Gaming Group. If they trace it back to the hospital, how could it not implicate the Dreamscape Group? The distinct style of the game cartridges is unmistakably linked to video gaming. Elena quipped, winking at Daoyi. Daoyi nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. You make a valid point, but they lack substantial evidence. Moreover, no one within the Dreamscape Group will uncover any clues or evidence linking the group to the collapse virus. After a thorough investigation, they will realize that the Dreamscape Group is merely a game development company. Such confidence. It seems you have made thorough preparations, boss. So, all the pressure falls upon us? Elena retorted playfully, rolling her eyes. Even though they may lack the evidence to launch an overt investigation against the Dreamscape Group, Li Hua remained serious. However, the tendrils reaching toward the Dreamscape Group will not cease. The secret agents of the United States will not halt their pursuit due to a lack of clear evidence. As long as there is speculation, agencies like the CIA, FBI, and NSA will not hesitate to act. Their role is to unearth the evidence desired by their respective departments. Daoyi shrugged nonchalantly, speaking with ease. Let them come. I can assure you they will find nothing of value. Under these circumstances, they cannot act openly. After all, the Dreamscape Group is one of the largest game manufacturers globally, wielding significant social influence, and it is not without political allies in the United States. In this capitalist nation, collusion between government and business is commonplace. Political figures require substantial funding for elections, while businesses seek partnerships with officials for protection, each party benefiting from the alliance. Moreover, while the Dreamscape Group may not possess the direct influence of an industrial giant like Stark Industries, its indirect impact should not be underestimated. The globally popular fantasy game has an undeniable influence on the youth of America. For politicians, these young individuals represent invaluable votes, prompting numerous politicians to seek collaboration. Furthermore, with the connections of the Tree of Life Foundation, Daoyi is not particularly concerned about the various forces of the American government. It seems that Tan has long been prepared to abandon us. Elena gazed at Daoyi with the expression of a woman scorned. An old Chinese saying goes, "As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." In truth, Tan's actions are the most prudent choice. As long as there are no issues on his end, even if we encounter unforeseen circumstances, we can still produce player drives and game cartridges to combat the collapsed source virus, Li Hua analyzed with remarkable composure. So, Tan is the Green Mountain, and we are merely the firewood atop it? Elena remarked with an odd expression, addressing Li Hua. Why firewood? Are we not destined to be consumed in flames? A subtle twitch of Li Hua's lips betrayed his amusement as he explained, "You may interpret it as the trees on the mountain. But trees can be cut down, can't they?" Elena blinked her bright golden eyes, her tone laced with confusion. Li Hua found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to clarify. It was Daoyi who lightly chuckled and shook his head, saying, "This is merely a metaphor, akin to the main stream and its tributaries. Should a tributary encounter a problem, even if it dries up, as long as the mainstream persists, recovery is possible. Conversely, if the mainstream falters, no matter how well the tributaries develop, they remain rootless and without source." "Now I understand." Elena nodded in realization, casually glancing at Li Hua with a slight pout. While Tan had evidently been prepared, vigilance is still necessary. The agents of these clandestine departments are relentless in their pursuits. If they cannot find useful information within the Dream Company, they may turn their attention to you, and more radical organizations might resort to unorthodox methods. It would be wise to hire additional security personnel, Li Hua advised with a grave expression, seemingly oblivious to Elena's subtle gestures. "I understand. I will exercise greater caution." Daoyi replied with a serious demeanor. However, when it comes to the shadowy organizations, Daoyi possesses far greater insight than Li Hua. The likes of Hydra are notoriously unpredictable, necessitating the intervention of Consortium B. Should they attempt any underhanded tactics, a strong response is warranted. They must be made to understand with absolute force that the collapsed source virus is also an experimental project of Consortium B, and no uninvited individuals may interfere. "Master," Elena rolled her eyes at Daoyi, saying, "So, we are to bear the pressure and ensure that Tan's involvement in the collapsed source virus incident remains undisclosed, thus safeguarding the Dream Group." Li Hua nodded, his expression calm, stating, "We must confront the agents and spies from all sides alone. Yet, we are merely doctors. If some agents grow impatient, they may resort to forcibly seizing player drives and game cartridges or threatening us with violence." Elena voiced her disbelief. "How would they do such a thing? We have committed no crimes nor threatened national security. How can they? Isn't it the nature of agents to engage in such underhanded dealings? If everything were to follow the established rules and legal channels, the police and government would suffice. Why then do we need these special agents? Especially considering the notorious reputation of American agencies worldwide." Li Hua retorted with a hint of derision. "What should we do then?" Elena asked, her expression tinged with anxiety. Li Hua glanced at the inscrutable Daoyi on the screen and said, "If we were merely two ordinary doctors, those agents would undoubtedly act without restraint. However, if influential figures with substantial economic power intervene, they might exercise caution. Much like Tan, the Dream Group is the world's largest game development company, drawing immense attention. Every action could trigger significant repercussions. For individuals of such influence, these special departments would hesitate to act without sufficient evidence. Tan's earlier suggestion for us to connect with Tony Stark was likely intended for such a moment." Elena's eyes lit up. It's akin to the military and government's interest in Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. While they desperately desire it, they cannot simply seize it through force without resorting to disreputable means. They must follow legal channels, convene hearings, and compel Stark to surrender it willingly. If that is the case, I feel more at ease. However, Dr. Li, you must exercise caution. After all, you are of Chinese descent. and your situation in America is somewhat precarious. We should find a way for Tony Stark to stand against the pressure from all sides. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Li Hua's eyes as he pondered. I am merely an ordinary doctor, and being of Chinese descent. My circumstances in the United States are indeed challenging. I truly require someone as influential as Tony Stark to step forward. However, judging by your reaction, it seems you harbor no concerns for yourself. This suggests that your family background is quite remarkable, while your attire hints at affluence. It appears your lineage extends beyond mere wealth. Elena playfully stuck out her tongue and winked. It's nothing much, really. My mother's family owns an oil company, but I have little contact with them. Oil? Li Hua inquired, perplexed. My mother's family monopolizes several of the largest oil reserves in America. Their influence and capital span various industries. In simpler terms, they have a wealth of resources, Daoyi explained. The Rockefeller family? But your surname? Li Hua's surprise was evident as he regarded Elena, realizing her family background was far more significant than anticipated. The name Rockefeller, with a single character altered, unmistakably denotes a family of immense wealth. Elena chuckled shyly. It's not a big deal. The Rockefeller family is indeed a formidable entity, but we have little substantial connection. My mother, born into the Rockefeller family, refused to become a pawn in their familial alliances. During a trip, she met my father and chose to commit to him. Consequently, our family is not well regarded by them, and we seldom interact, especially after my mother's passing, aside from my two uncles. None of them even bothered to send their condolences. Aside from your uncles, one is the governor of Ohio, and the other is a leading venture capitalist in America. Daoyi added with a knowing smile. Boss, I didn't realize you had investigated me so thoroughly. I thought I could keep it from you. Elena responded with surprise. Given your family's circumstances, why pursue a career as a doctor? Li Hua questioned, puzzled. Is it due to your mother's illness? Seeing Elena silent for a long time, her expression somber, Daoyi gently spoke. Elena, I apologize for bringing up your sorrowful memories. Li Hua's face reflected remorse. It's all right. It was precisely witnessing my mother's passing that motivated my decision to attend medical school and become a doctor at the Holy Capital Hospital. Elena shrugged dismissively, waving her hand. However, boss, I didn't anticipate you to know this much about me. Are you perhaps harboring some thoughts? Elena quickly regained her vivacity, casting a flirtatious glance at Daoyi. Do not flatter yourself. My interest in you is non-existent. As your employer, I merely instructed my subordinates to acquire some background information on you, Daoyi retorted, while Yaz, who had been standing beside him, couldn't help but interject. Indeed, our employer simply wished to understand the circumstances of his subordinates better. Miss Elena, please do not misconstrue this, is echoed, a rare moment of agreement between the two. Employer. I always sensed there was something unusual between you and these twin secretaries. I didn't expect you to engage in such playful banter privately, Elena exclaimed, her eyes widening as she caught the term employer. It was as if she had uncovered a significant secret. Daoyi rolled his eyes, casting a glance at Iz and Yas. Did I not specify that in the presence of outsiders, you should use president or boss instead of employer? While Li Hua and Elena are not entirely unrelated, such a title doesn't divulge any vital information, yet explaining it could be troublesome. Noticing Daoyi's exasperation, Yas playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Who typically refers to their boss in such a manner? There must be something going on between you, Elena remarked, her expression filled with curiosity and interest. Regarding Daoyi, as if he were a rogue, do not indulge in baseless speculation. Your mind is clouded with inappropriate thoughts. Daoyi shook his head, then pondered briefly before continuing. Their calling me employer is akin to the relationship between nobles and their knights in medieval Western society. Ancient China had a similar dynamic between lords and their retainers. Noble retainers? Mrs., why do you refer to the boss as employer? Elena raised an eyebrow, directing her question to Iz, with whom she had developed a closer rapport. Because this title best exemplifies our reverence for our employer, Iz replied without blinking. Elena was momentarily taken aback, casting a deep glance at Daoyi. Is this a form of idolization? So, these two adorable twins are actually your little fans, boss? In truth, Iz and I should not merely be considered secretaries to our employer. Rather, We're the most loyal attendants under his divine command. Yaz remarked with a light chuckle, her gaze slightly fervent. That sounds rather juvenile, invoking terms like divine and attendant, as though one were a fervent religious devotee. This mindset feels somewhat abnormal, akin to a cult, Elena murmured. So, how did you two become Tan's secretaries? She inquired cautiously. Our employer bestowed upon us life, granting us the honor of serving as his assistants, or what is commonly termed as secretaries, is explained. Bestowed life? Could it be? I see. Elena paused slightly, her mind instantly conjuring various tragic narratives. Twin sisters in distress in America, their lives shrouded in darkness. Perhaps they were victims of human trafficking, or they might have crossed borders illegally, living in uncertainty, or they could have lost their parents in tragic accidents, left to wander the streets, or endured a harsh upbringing. In any case, at their most desperate moment, they were saved by Daoyi, feeling as if they had encountered an angel, a divine being, granting them a second chance at life, believing that it was only at that moment they truly began to live. Thus, they regarded Daoyi as their faith, viewing him as a deity. Upon reaching this conclusion, Elena couldn't help but sigh softly. Being granted life could only explain it. Otherwise, how could Is be born from Daoyi? Were they in a father-daughter relationship? Daoyi was merely in his early 20s, and Is appear to be at least in their teens. How could that be? Thus, Elena naturally interpreted it as Daoyi illuminating their bleak and tragic lives, leading them to believe that they only began to truly exist from that point forward, hence considering themselves as having been granted life by him. From a psychological perspective, being rescued from dire circumstances can indeed lead to a fervent admiration for the Savior, elevating them to a divine status. Upon arriving at this highly logical conclusion, Elena couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Is and Yaz, who appeared somewhat perplexed. All right, let's not dwell on the past. I understand your feelings. I truly do. However, please refrain from casually referring to Tan as employer in public settings, as it may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, Elena said gently to Is and Yaz. The twins exchanged puzzled glances. Our employer has instructed us. Naturally, we would not refer to him in such a manner before outsiders. However, you two are not entirely outsiders. Tan, you ought to treat them kindly. Do not let their efforts go to waste, Elena remarked, nodding in Daoyi's direction. So what do you understand? Daoyi, feeling somewhat drained, inquired while looking at Elena. Yes, stifled a laugh, placing a hand on Daoyi's shoulder. Employer, you must be even kinder to us in the future. Now back to the matter at hand. How should you both address the American government and other secret organizations that covet the player drivers and game cartridges? Daoyi coughed lightly before speaking. Lee, you must exercise caution. If you are isolated and alone, you will easily become a target for various factions, especially considering your heritage. Your situation in America is less than favorable. It would be wise to align yourself with a powerful force that could deter them from acting against you. Tony Stark is indeed a commendable choice, Elena advised Li Hua. But how can we persuade Tony Stark to withstand the pressure from all sides on our behalf? Li Hua turned his gaze to Daoyi. Didn't you save him once? Tony Stark is known for being fair in his dealings, which is why I thought it prudent for you both to foster a good relationship with him. Furthermore, Daoyi paused before continuing. If anyone threatens your lives, prioritizing your safety is paramount. You may surrender the driver and cartridges to them. Boss, you truly are an exceptional employer. I am genuinely touched, Elena expressed, her eyes glistening with emotion as she looked at Daoyi. However, if it comes to that, we would still end up surrendering the game cartridges and player drivers. Might it not be wiser to collaborate directly with government agencies? With their support, we would not have to fear threats from other factions. This would also facilitate our efforts to combat the collapse source creatures, and seeking cooperation proactively is far better than being coerced by force. Daoyi shook his head and spoke. From this logic, there is indeed no error. However, such measures should only be taken in dire circumstances. As I have mentioned before, if the American government acquires the power of the player drivers and cartridges, it will undoubtedly first utilize them for military purposes as weapons. Much like their approach to Tony Stark's Iron Man armor. even though they cannot directly coerce Stark into surrendering the technology due to the influence of Stark Industries. The military has already begun to convene hearings to exert pressure on Tony Stark to contribute the technology of the Iron Suit. Indeed, you are correct, Tan said. The player drivers and cartridges are intended to combat the collapse source virus and treat those afflicted with game disease. We must not allow them to be weaponized by the American government for use in warfare. Li Hua spoke with unwavering resolve. A surgeon's scalpel is meant to save lives and must never be wielded on the battlefield to slaughter the innocent. I will not permit the game drivers and cartridges to be used as weapons by the American military. Well, you make a valid point. I too do not wish for the player drivers and game cartridges to become instruments of war, Elena said, somewhat exasperated yet equally resolute. Upon hearing this, Daoyi looked at the two with satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy. Excellent. I have indeed chosen wisely. You both are the knights I selected to save the world, possessing steadfast will and conviction. The unwavering spirit and tenacity of the two in the face of threats greatly pleased Tan. Elena rolled her eyes. Tan, spare us the flattery. Let us discuss practical matters. What if someone truly puts a gun to our heads? What then? Tan nodded in agreement. In truth, you need not worry excessively. You are both unique entities, possessing antibodies against the collapsed source virus. This is why you are capable of undergoing adaptive surgery, allowing you to fully harness the power of the game cartridges with the aid of the player drivers. The probability of having antibodies against the collapsed source virus is exceedingly rare. Even if others possess the player drivers and game cartridges, without undergoing adaptive surgery, they cannot unlock their powers. Even those who have undergone the surgery may not be able to control the power of the game cartridges, leading to severe adverse consequences, essentially akin to being infected with the highly virulent collapsed source virus. After all, the power of the player drivers and game cartridges originates from this virus. Tan, are you implying that we are natural carriers of the virus antibodies? Elena asked, her expression shifting. Indeed, you are the chosen ones. Yaz affirmit ernesti. Li Hua and Elena exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat dazed. Yet, the reality is that who possesses the antibodies against game disease is entirely dictated by the Kamen Rider Chronicles, meaning it is ultimately Daoyi's decision. He can grant or deny this capability at will. The so-called chosen ones are simply designated by Tan. After all, the collapsed source virus he created is derived from the power of reality gems, connecting to one of the fundamental rules of the universe, humans. Being mere carbon-based life forms without any extraordinary abilities cannot spontaneously generate antibodies to the virus. Therefore, if Daoyi does not wish for anyone to wield the player drivers and game cartridges, no human could possess the antibodies against the collapsed source virus. If we were to liken it to a game, the player drivers and game cartridges would represent the game account and password, while the antibodies against the collapsed source virus would be the invitation code for game testing eligibility. Daoyi is the creator, manager, and operator of the entire game. Since we possess viral antibodies, can't we produce vaccine antibodies like those for ordinary viruses? After hearing Tan's words, Elena couldn't help but inquire. According to some theoretical methods for combating viruses, once antibodies are discovered, they should be able to be mass-produced for countering the virus. Daoyi shook his head. If that were possible, there would be no need to create player drivers and game cartridges to transform you into Kamen Riders to combat the collapsed source monsters. Although I refer to it as antibodies against the collapsed source virus, it is primarily a term of correspondence. This is something that is difficult to study with modern Earth science, and it cannot even be definitively established whether it is a tangible substance. Indeed, Li Hua murmured thoughtfully. The collapsed source virus is, strictly speaking, unlike any virus or bacteria in human history. The term virus merely defines its characteristics, and the concept of antibodies follows suit. Well, it seems this approach is unfeasible. Elena sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. But that being said, even if those special departments were to acquire the player drivers and game cartridges, they would not be able to wield their power with ease. Thus, we need not be overly anxious. Even if we were forced to give them the drivers and cartridges, they would ultimately be unable to achieve anything significant and would have to abandon their efforts. Boss, you should have clarified this earlier. I thought that as long as we underwent adaptive surgery, we would be able to use the power of the player drivers and game cartridges. I never anticipated that we would also need to possess the special antibodies. This has made us unnecessarily anxious, Elena said, casually tossing her hair as she addressed Daoyi. You are indeed thinking too simply. How could those individuals so easily relinquish their pursuits? Moreover, just because they might initially struggle to control it, does that mean they will abandon the idea of weaponizing the collapse source virus? Biological weapons, nuclear weapons, these are among the most devastating tools in human warfare. And has any of them ever been fully controlled by humanity? They would never simply give up. Li Hua sighed and shook his head. If they manage to obtain the player drivers and game cartridges, but find themselves unable to use them effectively, they will surely return, seeking us out to discover how we can harness the power of the game cartridges. In their eyes, we would become special specimens, akin to lab mice with unique antibodies in medical experiments. Elena's expression froze. Are you suggesting that we are likely to be treated as experimental mice? Not likely, but certain. Hence, we must not allow the player drivers and game cartridges to fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Li Hua nodded gravely, a hint of self-mockery in his demeanor. Moreover, I suspect they will be more inclined to target me, given your mother's connection to the Rockefeller family and the considerable power of your uncles. Elena's expression shifted slightly. Li, what do you mean? Do you think I would only look out for myself? Elena, please do not take offense. Li Hua is merely feeling anxious. I have complete faith in you. After all, you are one of the knights I personally selected, Daoyi reassured Elena. Elena's expression softened, and she shot a flirtatious glance at Tan. Tan, you understand me well. I'm beginning to have quite the fondness for you. Apologies. Li Hua recognized the inappropriateness of his words and quietly offered an apology to Elena. Nonetheless, he had a point. Daoyi adopted a slightly serious expression and remarked, unless absolutely necessary, you should strive to keep the player drives and game cartridges out of the hands of others, particularly those organizations that do not adhere to proper protocols. What should we do? After all, we are merely two doctors. If those agents decide to act, we will likely have no means of resistance, Elena said, concern evident in her eyes. Li Hua managed a faint smile. Indeed, unless we instill a sense of trepidation in them, they may not be inclined to directly seize our belongings. Therefore, if you two have the opportunity, it would be wise to engage with Tony Stark, redirecting their focus onto Mr. Stark. Daoyi chuckled softly, his expression enigmatic. Are you suggesting that we allow Tony Stark to shoulder the pressure on our behalf, to act as a scapegoat? But how can we connect our knight system with Tony Stark? Elena asked, her curiosity piqued. That notion of being a scapegoat is misleading. Daoyi replied earnestly. We merely need him to stand in the spotlight while you combat the corruption virus monstrosities from the shadows. Li Hua's expression turned contemplative. Our transformed forms, the Kamen Riders Brave and Snipe. I think I understand. This is what you meant, boss. What do you mean by this? Stop speaking in riddles and tell me directly, Elena implored, a hint of confusion in her voice. Do you not see the resemblance between our Kamen Riders and Tony Stark's Iron Man suit? Li Hua smiled. How can they be similar? Their aesthetics are entirely different. Elena rolled her eyes and then turned to Daoyi, expressing her grievances. By the way, boss, why did you design Brave and Snipe in such a manner? I am not referring to aesthetic similarities, but rather structural or conceptual parallels, Li Hua replied, slightly exasperated. Structural? But aren't their principles completely different? Elena pondered, struggling to grasp Li Hua's meaning. Wait, I think I understand what you're implying. Her expression brightened. Exoskeletal armor, right? Precisely. While we know that the Kamen Riders created from the player drives and game cartridges are based on the powers of the corruption virus, to the untrained eye, they could easily be perceived as a form of full-body exoskeletal armor. Elena's enthusiasm surged as she continued, in today's world, the only individual capable of manufacturing such advanced and practical full-body exoskeletal mechs is none other than Tony Stark, the genius weapons inventor. Logically speaking, if an unfamiliar full-body exoskeleton suddenly appeared in New York, even if it wasn't produced by Stark, it would undoubtedly be linked to him. If these two exoskeletons are connected to Stark in any way, everyone will inevitably draw that connection. Elena's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Daoyi, who remained silent, his expression inscrutable. In Iron Man 2, Tony faced a government hearing regarding the Iron Suit, showcasing videos of failed experiments from various nations that resulted in soldiers' deaths, including those of Hammer Industries, in collaboration with the U.S. government. This demonstrated that his Iron Suit technology was ahead of its time by a decade or two, leaving the government officials and Justin Hammer speechless. But why would Tony Stark cover for us and bear the pressure from all sides? How can we persuade him? Li Hua began to contemplate how to achieve this goal, recognizing that convincing Tony Stark was crucial. The notorious playboy was known for his extreme arrogance and self-centeredness, making him a challenging individual to persuade. Elena shared similar concerns. Previously, when Stark had battled another armored individual and encountered a corruption virus beast, it was their intervention that saved his life. Despite Stark's self-centeredness, he was a man who recognized debts, and their previous act of saving him could weigh in their favor. After returning from the Middle East, Stark demonstrated considerable resolve by shutting down the weapons division of Stark Industries, indicating his sense of responsibility and awareness. Daoyi noted, a hint of resignation in his smile. We should find an opportunity to explain the dangers of the corruption virus to him. He should be willing to help without needing to make any public statements, just maintaining a vague position that neither confirms nor denies, enough to divert others' attention. While your reasoning seems sound, boss, Stark appears to be entangled in his own troubles. Can he truly shoulder this responsibility? What if, upon our approach, he betrays us? Elena instinctively felt distrust towards the flamboyant Tony Stark. In truth, despite his self-centered nature and often reckless behavior, Stark has shown significant growth. As the old saying goes, one should look at a scholar differently after 3 days. After his kidnapping by terrorists, Tony Stark has indeed undergone a notable transformation, which you both can likely perceive. Daoyi's expression softened, acknowledging that although he was not fond of Stark, the man had made a commendable decision to abandon the most profitable arms division of his company, demonstrating a personal moral compass and sense of responsibility. Fine, let's heed the boss's advice and seek an opportunity to discuss matters with Iron Man. Enlisting his aid, Elena agreed, her demeanor shifting. To be fair, while I have no fondness for Stark, his recent actions suggest a newfound conscience, having abandoned arms dealing and embraced the role of a superhero as Iron Man, albeit still with his characteristic flamboyance. Having him cover for you should provide sufficient distraction for a time, Daoyi remarked with an enigmatic smile. Only a temporary reprieve? How long will that last? What happens when we are discovered? Elena's voice trembled slightly with unease. Indeed, this method is merely a stopgap. It cannot serve as a permanent solution, Daoyi acknowledged. In a world where no secret remains hidden, the adage if one wishes to keep their matters concealed, they must refrain from wrongdoing holds true. Li Hua maintained an expression devoid of change, nodding slightly as he spoke. The essence of the phrase suggests that if one desires for others to remain oblivious to their affairs, they must not act upon them, indicating that misdeeds will ultimately come to light. This phrase is typically employed with a derogatory connotation. Adopting a lecturing posture earnestly corrected Li Hua's misuse of terminology. If you do not comprehend the meaning, refrain from using it indiscriminately. Otherwise, we become nefarious individuals in your narrative, she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Hua, eliciting a light chuckle from her. Li Hua, with a scowl, glanced at Elena, choosing silence over dispute, retreating into a sullen quietude. Feeling somewhat helpless, inquired, "What troubles you?" Her bright eyes blinked innocently as she tilted her head in confusion, looking at Daoyi. "Nothing," Daoyi replied with a gentle smile, acknowledging that Iz's correction was indeed accurate and rather endearing. As for Li Hua, mastering the proper usage of idioms would prevent future missteps in front of a larger audience, which could be beneficial. Let us return to the main topic. The original plan merely required Tony Stark to buy you some time. Daoyi waved his hand lightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Once your levels increase, you will largely be free from the covert machinations of various organizations. Furthermore, when the grave dangers and destructive potential of the collapse source virus become apparent, both Li Hua and Elena, who can transform into knights to combat the virus, will undoubtedly attract the attention of Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, who will seek to ally with you, shielding you from various probes and pressures. Tan, what do you mean by that? Elena asked, perplexed. While we no longer need to worry about these organizations once our levels increase, because as your ability to wield the power of the game cartridges strengthens, you will also possess formidable strength, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against you. At that point, you shall naturally be free from concerns regarding the various methods employed by those special organizations. He is interjected with a mischievous grin. What do you mean? Li Hua, who had been quietly listening, suddenly grasped the implication. Are we to understand that as we utilize the player drive to harness the power of the game cartridges, we slowly gain the strength contained within them? Indeed, Yaz affirmed. As you delve deeper into the power of the game cartridges and utilize it with increasing proficiency, you will gradually acquire the strength embedded within them. This implies that we shall possess superpowers, becoming extraordinary beings, Elena exclaimed with excitement. That may not necessarily be a good thing, Li Hua interjected, his expression grave. While the game cartridges possess immense power, this strength derives from the collapse source virus. Gaining the power of the game cartridges equates to harnessing the power of the virus. In another sense, we may be slowly becoming infected by the collapse source virus contained within the cartridges. Elena's expression turned panicked as she instinctively looked towards Tan Daoyi, seeking a definitive answer. Noticing the fixed gazes of both Li Hua and Elena upon him, Tan Daoyi remained calm and unperturbed, stating, in a certain sense, Li Hua's deduction is not incorrect. Utilizing the player drive and the power of the game cartridges as your levels rise, it can indeed be considered a gradual infection by the collapse source virus. Tan Daoyi was primarily concerned that if one were entirely ordinary before transforming into a Kamen Rider, they would be overly vulnerable to targeting, with glaring weaknesses. Thus, the design of the player drive and game cartridges allows for the perfect manifestation of the cartridge's power, ensuring that upon level advancement, one acquires the strength of the cartridges, merging with the collapse source virus to gain extraordinary abilities. What will become of us then? Elena asked, her expression despondent, as if lost in thought. Will we end up like the game disease patients we encountered, infected by the collapse source virus and ultimately fading into oblivion? It is also possible that we will have to confront the collapse source that has taken root within us in a final battle, vanquishing the birth monstrosities to survive. Li Hua speculated. You underestimate me, Tan Daoyi replied with a proud smile. If that were the case, I would not need to specifically seek out two individuals like you, who possess immunity to the game disease, to create the player drive. Boss, do you mean to say? Elena's eyes brightened. We want to be corrupted by the collapse source virus, and there is no risk of disappearing? Precisely, Tan Daoyi affirmed. Nothing. The player drive and game cartridges were designed to fully control and effectively utilize the power of the collapse source virus. While you will inevitably come into contact with the virus's power when transforming into Kamen Riders to fight against collapse source monsters, unlike typical infected individuals, your engagement with the virus's power will be a complete fusion with your essence. In essence, you will possess the power of the collapse source, rather than merely being a host for the virus, which feeds on humanity to give rise to collapse source monsters. Once those monsters reach their full form, the host ceases to exist. Thus, we become one with it. Li Hua pondered, still harboring some doubts. But does that mean we will no longer be considered purely human? Tan Daoyi glanced at Li Hua, narrowing his eyes slightly. If one must draw a conclusion, you will embody both the essence of G, light, and a collapse source, simultaneously existing as both. Does this imply that we will no longer be classified as purely human? Elena asked, her expression tinged with peculiarity. The existence of the collapse source virus transcends human comprehension and may unleash unforeseen calamities. To combat the various monsters birthed from the collapse source, one must harness the power of the virus, as human weaponry poses no effective threat to it. To fully unleash the power of the collapse source virus, Tan Daoyi nodded slowly yet gravely. If you wish to withdraw, now is still the time. However, finding others with immunity to combat the collapse source monsters in such a short span may prove challenging. he implied, leaving the consequences of abandonment to their imagination. The ramifications of relinquishing the mantle of Kamen Rider in the face of the virus's advancement and proliferation were unpredictable. Daoyi, too, was curious to see what choices they would make under such circumstances, even if this was his method of intensifying their burdens to forge a more resolute and unwavering will. However, it is indeed a fact that if Daoyi fails to control the collapsed source virus, it will naturally continue to expand and spread, ultimately becoming a tremendous disaster for humanity. Of course, if the two of them choose not to use the game cartridges and player drivers out of their own reservations and hesitations, Daoyi would not force them. One cannot simply hold a knife to someone's throat and demand transformation. Moreover, a forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet. Daoyi's aim has always been to create Kamen Riders imbued with sufficient will, belief, and awareness. A transformation under duress would certainly lack the necessary conviction and enlightenment to enable the corresponding Kamen Rider system to transcend its limits, providing no significant enhancement to the Kamen Rider Chronicle. For Daoyi, such entities would merely be expendable products that could be mass-produced at any time. Li Hua and Elena's expressions fluctuated, their eyes shifting as they engaged in a fierce internal struggle. "What are your thoughts?" Daoyi inquired. To combat unprecedented monsters, one must transcend existing limits, and humanity, as a species, has its boundaries. Observing the two's expressions solidifying, he continued. Finally, they exchanged glances, the tension dissipating as they smiled and nodded in understanding. Elena pouted, offering a wry smile as she spoke. "What else can we do? We're already on this ship. We must sail it to the end." Li Hua nodded in agreement. "This is no mere ship," he has interjected, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. "If we're to use a metaphor, it is Noah's Ark, the vessel of salvation for the world." "Exactly," Elena replied with a slight smile, her tone one of playful self-satisfaction. "We are saving humanity, akin to the superheroes in those heroic comics and ancient myths who rescue the world." Li Hua shook his head slightly, responding, "I have always been just a doctor. Transforming into a rider is solely to eradicate the game disease." Elena's enthusiasm waned. "Li, you really are so rigid, lacking any sense of fun. Aren't doctors, who heal and save, heroes in their own right?" "That much you are correct about," Li Hua acknowledged seriously, his expression one of full agreement. "So Dan, you were the savior crafting Noah's Ark?" Elena quipped, casting a bemused glance at Li Hua before winking at Daoyi. "No. According to the narrative logic, you two are the Noachian captains of the Ark, while I am merely the deity providing guidance," is corrected earnestly. "Then thank you for your guidance, Divine One," Elena replied playfully, her gaze shifting back to Daoyi. "However, it seems that the Great Flood in the Bible was actually sent by God to cleanse the filthy humans from the earth, so this metaphor may not be entirely appropriate. Dan is not an all-powerful deity from myth." Li Hua interjected with a scoff, a wry smile creeping onto his face. The so-called cataclysmic deluge was merely a disaster of one's own making. What need is there for a Noah's Ark and a tale of saving the world? Our fight against the collapsed source virus and the healing of patients rely on Dan's Kamen Rider system and our own capabilities, humanity's own strength. Li, after all, the Bible is merely a religious narrative. There's no need to take it too seriously, Elena awkwardly reminded him. Be mindful not to discuss such views in front of others. To religious zealots, you may be seen as blaspheming. Li Hua nodded gently, recognizing Elena's well-intentioned caution. However, Daoyi felt a subtle, indescribable sensation. The collapsed source virus was indeed a creation of his own, as were the player drivers and game cartridges. This meant that the crisis posed by the collapsed source virus was instigated by him from the very beginning. In the Kamen Rider system designed to combat, it also stemmed from his ingenuity. He had not expected that Elena's jest might inadvertently touch upon a profound truth. Cough, cough. Daoyi cleared his throat and spoke. "You need not bear an excessive psychological burden. Although you will be infected by the collapsed source virus and exhibit various collapsed source characteristics, it does not mean you cease to be human. In reality, aside from possessing capabilities that far exceed those of ordinary individuals, you will wield powers akin to those of collapsed source monsters, yet your minds will remain unaffected. Your thoughts will determine that you are still yourselves. In truth, You will simply be superhumans endowed with extraordinary abilities. Not entirely human, yet not completely devoid of humanity either. If that is the case, it doesn't sound too bad, Elena remarked, hesitatingly asking Dan Daoyi. Will our basic physiological functions be affected? Dan Daoyi raised an eyebrow. Basic physiological functions? She must be referring to human consumption and reproduction, Li Hua stated seriously. Shut up. Elena chastised him, slightly embarrassed. There is no need to be so blunt. Actually, Li Hua waved his hand in resignation. I wanted to ask the same thing. Will we lose the taste of food? And will our children be affected? Of course not, Dan Daoyi replied with a smile. The powers you gain from the game cartridges containing the collapsed source virus will not alter your life forms. They will bestow upon you entirely new strengths. You will retain all human physiological traits, merely exhibiting collapse, source characteristics, and formidable powers when you wish or need to. In simpler terms, you will transcend into superhumans. That's quite akin to the superheroes with superpowers in comics. Elena exclaimed in awe. Actually, it is more reminiscent of the heroes in ancient myths, is elaborated. Gesturing toward the two. Heroes vanquish various ferocious beasts and demons, receiving divine blessings as rewards, thus acquiring immense power. Indeed, you should graciously accept the blessings bestowed upon you by the divine, Yes declared with fervent pride. Very well. We two riders shall gratefully accept the favor of your master. Dan, this divine gift, Elena replied half-jokingly, her gaze directed at Dan Daoyi. Dan Daoyi merely smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. In the heart of Midtown Manhattan's high school, a tranquil atmosphere prevailed, devoid of peculiar superheroes or supervillains. The future Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was merely an ordinary student, yet to encounter the fateful Spider. Jessica Jones had just experienced the life-altering car accident that bestowed upon her extraordinary abilities. On their way to a Disney trip, a quarrel between Jessica and her brother caused their father to become distracted, resulting in a collision with a military truck laden with radioactive chemicals. The accident itself was not severe, yet the radiation from the chemicals claimed the lives of Jessica's family. In the aftermath of Jessica acquiring her extraordinary abilities, flight and enhanced strength, due to a tragic accident, she finds herself an orphan, having lost her entire family. Subsequently, she is adopted by the Jones family, adopting the name Jessica Jones, and thus withdraws from school. In the future, she encounters the formidable Purple Man, who leaves an indelible psychological scar upon her, leading her down a path of alcoholism and despair as a detective, until she crosses paths with the other members of the Defenders. Meanwhile, within the high school, students continue to live carefree lives, occasionally recalling a former classmate who withdrew after a car accident. The high schoolers lead their own lives, the likes of Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy, both prodigious scholars, diligently prepare for internships with major corporations, aspiring to gain admission to their dream universities. Athletes from the football and basketball teams train rigorously, hoping to distinguish themselves in national competitions, thereby securing spots at prestigious universities. Basil, having organized his books, is on the brink of heading home when he observes an Indian classmate lingering hesitantly at the classroom door. When Basil hears his name called, he startles. Relieved to see is Peter Parker, though his pallor reveals a tinge of fear. Thompson and his crew are planning to teach me a lesson after school. Though the two are not well acquainted, they share a common bond as frequent targets of bullying by the athletic bullies in school. They are at again, Peter thinks, filled with righteous indignation as he recalls his own experiences. Yet at this juncture, Peter is merely an ordinary boy, not yet the Spider-Man he is destined to become, and feels powerless against the tormentors. Perhaps we should seek out a teacher, Peter suggests after a moment of contemplation. Basil shakes his head with a bittersweet smile. It's already after school. The teachers might have left. Besides, they are waiting for me outside the school. Even if I report it, the teacher has no reason to intervene. I've never been favored by the teachers, so they are unlikely to care about this trivial matter. Despite their shared plight, significant differences remain. Peter, a white student and an academic achiever, has consistently excelled since entering high school, garnering the attention and care of his teachers. The bullies may regard him as a bookworm, but they only tease him occasionally, knowing that if matters escalate, the faculty will undoubtedly side with him. In contrast, Basil's mediocre academic performance and lack of athletic prowess, coupled with his Indian heritage, render him less favored, not only by the bullies but by the teachers as well. Previous attempts to seek help from faculty have yielded no substantial results, with the bullies facing nothing more than a mild reprimand, while Basil suffers further retaliation. "What will you do?" Peter inquires, concern etched on his face. Basil forces a smile. "It's fine. I can hide in the gym equipment room. They won't wait indefinitely. Once they grow impatient and leave, I can return home. Are you truly all right?" Peter still harbors doubts. "Don't worry. I brought a gaming console. I can pass the time with games. They can't outlast me," Basil assures, revealing his console to Peter. "Well, take care," Peter concedes, nodding helplessly, aware of his own limitations. As night falls, Basil huddles in the dark equipment room, clutching a nearly depleted gaming console, shivering from hunger and thirst. The group that had cornered him outside the school, frustrated by Basil's absence, eventually discovers his hiding place. In retaliation for his perceived cleverness, they lock the equipment room door from the outside, leaving Basil to spend the entire night trapped within. Initially, Basil attempts to call for help, but the school is deserted after hours, and the remote location of the storage room renders his cries futile. As darkness envelopes him entirely, despair takes hold. How could this happen? Basil laments, gazing at the dimming screen of his console, heart heavy with sorrow as he imagines the worry his parents must be feeling, wondering when someone might come to release him. The weight of his thoughts intensifies until a sharp pain jolts him, and the pitch-black room suddenly illuminates with an orange glow. Yet at that moment, Basil is too consumed by agony to notice the radiant light surrounding him. All he can feel is the excruciating pain coursing through his body, rendering his mind blank. At St. City Hospital, Li Hua receives an urgent notification and swiftly makes his way from the nearby hospital dormitory to the underground base. "Elena, where are you now?" Li Hua inquires over the communication channel. Elena replies with exasperation, "I'm stuck in traffic. It will be at least a few minutes before I reach the hospital." "There's no time to wait," Li Hua responds, activating his game cartridge to transform into Kamen Rider Brave. "I'm heading in directly." Delays could allow this infected individual to succumb entirely to the virus. Activate the teleportation array for the virus excision procedure. Sitting in her sports car, Elena watches as Li Hua ends the call, letting out a long sigh. "Don't worry. Your proficiency with the rider system has improved. Li Hua should be capable of handling the emergent collapse entity." "Boss, please arrange a dormitory near the hospital for me," Elena requests calmly. "Actually, if you carry the player driver with the game cartridge, you can teleport to the location of the collapse entity anytime," the system explains. "Can I take it home?" Elena asks, momentarily taken aback, likening it to bringing surgical instruments home. Of course, the system confirms. Upon arriving at Midtown High School, Kamen Rider Brave observes the enormous revolver-shaped collapse entity, where two students, a boy and a girl, stand in a state of panic. Without hesitation, he lunges forward to engage the collapse entity, diverting its attention. "Are you two uninjured? Stay away from this creature." Liuavarns, shattering the bullets fired by the collapse entity and retreating several paces. Peter and Gwen, shaken, glance at the monstrous entity and the armored rider before hastily distancing themselves from the battlefield. Peter, returning home, remains uneasy about Basil, but given their limited acquaintance, he lacks his contact information. Peter was curious about whether Thompson and his cohorts had mistreated Basil, yet he understood that confronting the school bullies alone would yield no results. Consequently, he sought out Gwen Stacy, a fellow academic over whom he often exchanged insights, to accompany him in questioning Thompson. Given that Gwen's father, George Stacy, served as the chief of the New York City Police Department, and that she was the president of the student council, even the athletic bullies would think twice before acting arrogantly in her presence. Upon discovering that Basil was confined in the school's athletic storage, they rushed to the school, intent on rescuing him. However, they unexpectedly stumbled upon an outbreak of the abyssal virus and were pursued by a monstrous creature. In their frantic flight, they were fortunate to encounter Li Hua, who had transformed into a valiant hero. The abyssal creature, resembling a revolver, unleashed devastating firepower, making it difficult for the hero in his initial form to approach the creature's core. Li Hua then leveled up to enhance his abilities, equipping the ice and fire holy sword to shatter the bullets fired by the creature. With his significantly increased speed, he managed to close the distance. He then activated the sword's mechanism, unleashing a widespread ice attack that temporarily immobilized the abyssal creature. Switching back to his initial form, he executed a night kick, severing the connection to the abyssal virus. With a fluidity that showcased his expertise, he exploited the creature's immobilized state to separate the virus. The massive abyssal creature began to dissolve, and Basil emerged from its depths, collapsing onto the ground. Once again adjusting the lever on the device, Li Hua ascended to level 5, preparing to confront the impending abyssal humanoid. He turned to Peter and Gwen, instructing them to move Basil to safety. They promptly assisted Basil, who, regaining consciousness, looked around in confusion, questioning the situation. You were almost consumed by a monstrous entity, but fortunately, this gentleman rescued you from within it. Peter explained as he supported Basil. A monster? Basil exclaimed, glancing around and catching sight of the forming abyssal humanoid. Not that one. There was a colossal creature that resembled a gun, which was defeated. Peter nodded, acknowledging the emergence of the abyssal entity as he recounted the earlier events. Do you have any idea how that creature came to be? Gwen inquired, her gaze sharpening as she addressed Basil. Frowning in contemplation, Basil ultimately shook his head and replied, I only remember intense pain before losing consciousness, and when I awoke, you two were beside me. How did you end up here? Concerned for his safety, Peter replied, I was worried about you and sought to confront Thompson, learning that you were locked in the athletic storage. We came to find you, only to encounter the creature unexpectedly. Gwen cast a glance at the heroic figure of Li Hua, expressing her gratitude. Thank you both. All students, it's our duty to help one another. However, we should distance ourselves from the combat, Gwen suggested, eyeing the clash between the hero and the abyssal humanoid. Indeed, keeping our distance is prudent, Peter concurred, realizing the destructive capability of the creature's gun-like arms and the havoc they wreaked. Just as the abyssal humanoid seemed to focus its attack on the hero, it abruptly paused and turned its gaze toward Peter and Gwen. Li Hua sensed the shift and rushed to position himself between the trio and the creature. As anticipated, the abyssal humanoid opened fire on Peter and Gwen, only to be intercepted by Li Hua. Why is it targeting us? Peter asked, his complexion paling. It must be after me, Basil replied with a wry smile. Since the previous creature consumed me, this one is likely pursuing me as well. You shouldn't worry about me. No way, Peter retorted with determination. Leaving you here to face the creature alone would be tantamount to a death sentence. Gwen remained silent, her focus unwavering on the heroic figure before them, still gripping Basil's arm without loosening her hold. With the abyssal humanoid locking onto Peter and Gwen, Li Hua was compelled to shield them from the onslaught, thereby becoming increasingly vulnerable. Meanwhile, the mental strain on Basil surged, causing the virus to flare up once more, leading him into a state of agonizing convulsions. Damn it, I wish the shooter were here, Li Hua thought bitterly. Having to protect the students behind him, he could not afford to stray far from the fight, forcing him to endure the creature's assault. Is Elena still not at the hospital? Li Hua pondered, recognizing the limitations of their situation. With the traffic in New York City being what it was, unless Elena abandoned her car to run to the hospital, it would be hours before she could arrive. Daoyi furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation had grown dire. The hero needed to shield Peter and Gwen, but as a result, he could not effectively combat the abyssal humanoid. If he were to teleport Elena to the hospital to retrieve the player's driver and game cartridge, it would violate the rules he had set for this scenario. Also present was the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Neglecting him could result in the absence of Spider-Man in the future, thereby diminishing the potential for many intriguing stories. Unwavering Daoyi, leading him to conclude, very well, I shall seize this opportunity to make my presence known. He produced the player's driver and extracted the all-purpose action Kid X game cartridge, a smile of anticipation gracing his features. Mighty Axe, Li Hua gritted his teeth, braving the abyssal creature's barrage while contemplating a solution to their predicament. To avoid being struck and losing his transformation, he needed to find a way to approach the creature. It's imperative that I attempt this, Otherwise, it's merely a slow demise. You two, set Basil down and stay close behind me, Li Hua instructed Peter and Gwen. I will not abandon my classmate, Peter interjected, his words cutting through Li Hua's sentence. He will be fine. He is the host of the abyssal virus, and the creature's intent is to amplify the host's mental pressure. It seeks to cultivate the virus until it fully engulfs the host, allowing it to become a complete entity, entirely replacing the host. Thus, the creature will not directly harm the host. Its targets are solely you two. Although Li Hua's words were interrupted, he bore no resentment. Rather, he held a newfound admiration for the young man before him and patiently continued his explanation. Are you attempting to approach that creature? Gwen cast a glance at the monster's machine gun and the toy sword in the hero's hand, contemplating. Although she was unaware of the nature of the collapsed source virus and the monster, the current situation was not the time to ponder these mysteries. The priority was to devise a strategy to defeat the creature before them. Indeed, only by approaching the monster could they hope to vanquish it. Li Hua was slightly taken aback by Gwen's calmness amidst such a life-and-death crisis. It was truly remarkable. I will follow your lead, Gwen assured Peter with a resolute gaze. Very well, the collapsed source monster lacks significant intelligence. It merely acts on instinct to increase the psychological pressure on its victims, thereby exacerbating the viral outbreak within them and evolving into a complete form, Li Hua explained succinctly. At this moment, the monster's attention is fixed on you two. Draw its focus while I seize the opportunity to close in. However, plans often falter in the face of unexpected changes. Suddenly, the ground illuminated with a radiant glow, and a flash of light appeared. Peter and Gwen beheld an armored knight, reminiscent of a cartoon game character, identical to the one blocking their path. Kamen Rider X8 has arrived, Peter mused, bewildered by the knight's entirely pink armor and its helmet resembling a rather flamboyant hairstyle. Although the knight's eyes resembled those of a cartoon character, exuding a certain cuteness, Peter felt an unmistakable aura of death emanating from it. He could only manage a sheepish smile towards Daoyi. Li Hua quickly recognized the player driver and the game cartridge inserted into the waist of Daoyi's transformed X8. Is he a helper sent by Boss Dan? A new Kamen Rider with viral antibodies? Why had Boss Dan never mentioned this before? Despite his confusion, the arrival of assistance was certainly fortuitous, and Li Hua was about to greet him when Daoyi's voice echoed through the communication system. It is I, Daoyi. Ah, so you're also a carrier of the collapsed source virus antibodies? Li Hua responded, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Of course. How else would the player driver and game cartridge be produced? Throughout history, no scientific technology has ever created a finished product without undergoing experimentation. Thus, you are the first user of the Rider system. Any questions can wait. We must first deal with the collapsed source monster, Dandy interrupted. Understood. Boss Dan, please protect my two students behind you. I shall handle this collapsed source monster. Li Hua transformed into his fifth-level form, frustration boiling within him, and charged at the creature. He shook his head slightly and summoned the Gasha Destroyer in hammer mode, blocking the energy blasts aimed at Peter and Gwen. You two, take cover behind me, he instructed. However, whether by intention or accident, a few energy blasts, though deflected, veered slightly off course, grazing past Peter. Peter watched as the blast struck the ground, creating large craters, shivering slightly. He cast a resentful glance at Daoyi, striving to suppress his internal complaints, and edged closer behind him. Sir, could you be a bit more careful? Peter cautiously ventured. Daoyi replied with an innocent demeanor. There are numerous energy blasts from this monster, and protecting both of you simultaneously is no easy feat. As he spoke, several more energy blasts barely missed Peter's clothing. Focus on dealing with the monster's attacks, Peter replied, trying to dismiss his concern. Gwen Stacy, observing the exchange between Peter and Daoyi, couldn't help but smile slightly before shifting her attention back to the battle against the collapsed source monster. Having been the target of the monster's attacks for a while, Li Hua finally found an opportunity to unleash his pent-up frustration. Fueled by anger, he struck the creature with a series of swift, precise, and powerful blows. It appeared that the monster was on the verge of collapse. Gwen noticed the yellow particles emanating from the monster's body. and parts of it began to flicker in and out of visibility. With a sigh of relief, she said, "It seems we are finally about to resolve this." Peter, too, felt a wave of relief as the monster, heavily wounded, could no longer launch energy blasts towards them. Li Hua prepared to unleash a finishing move to eliminate the creature, first using the icy power of the holy sword to restrain it before pressing the game cartridge button to charge. Is it over? Daoyi similit silaiti. Thinking to himself, how could the story of my grand entrance conclude so simply? Indeed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Li Hua's finishing move was about to strike the collapsed source monster, a shadow darted forward, narrowly saving the monster from the attack. When the shadow came to a halt, revealing its form, Li Hua, who had been on high alert, could no longer contain his fury and swung his sword at it. A monster riding a motorcycle? Peter exclaimed in confusion. From a distance, the motorcycle-riding collapse source monster greeted Li Hua. "I knew it was you, Doctor. It has been a long time. This time, I will surely eliminate you." Li Hua gritted his teeth, anger propelling him to unleash his ultimate attack. "Wait, it can talk? What on earth is this creature?" Peter stammered in disbelief. He turned to Peter and explained. When the collapsed source virus completely erupts and thoroughly consumes the infected patient, if the resulting collapsed source monster is not defeated, it will fully replace the infected individual, attaining a level of intelligence comparable to that of a human. Replaced by a being that surpasses humanity? Peter murmured, astonishment and disbelief lacing his tone. "Indeed, I am the complete form of the collapsed source, a being far superior to humanity, as is Master Mortis." The collapsed source monster, capitalizing on its speed, evaded Li Hua's finishing move while cackling. "Curse it," Li Hua yelled, swinging his sword once more at Mortis. "Doctor, your energy reserves are running low," Mortis taunted, parrying Li Hua's strike. Having endured extensive firepower from the collapsed source and executed his ultimate moves twice, the knight's energy was indeed running low. "This situation seems dire. Aren't you going to help?" Peter asked Daoyi, observing Li Hua being overwhelmed by Mortis due to a lack of energy. "Stay back," Daoyi instructed before transforming the Gasha Destroyer into sword mode and striking at the collapsed source Mortis. "Watch out." Mortis sidestepped the attack effortlessly, though he feigned concern. His demeanor relaxed. "You're indeed Xaid, are you not? Lord Parrot has sent me to convey his greetings." Modus slightly bowed and addressed Tandao. After Modus transformed into a complete and perfect being, he was taken under Parrot's wing. "Who is Parrot?" Li Hua asked, perplexed. Parrot Tandao's voice was imbued with a profound gravity, hinting at an extraordinary tale. "Brave one, your knight's energy is nearly depleted. Refrain from further combat, where you may face dire consequences," Tandao cautioned Li Hua. However, Li Hua glanced at the imposing figure of the complete being, Motos, and his reluctance was palpable. Motos laughed heartily. "Xaid, while you are the prey of Lord Parrot, you are ultimately just a human. How dare you provoke one such as I, a complete being of perfect evolution?" Tandao furrowed his brow momentarily beneath his armor before relaxing, for Motus was blissfully unaware of his own insignificance, knowing only that Parrot was his master, a narrative of his own design. "Very well, I shall merely incapacitate you," he resolved. Thus, Tandao engaged Motus in a fierce skirmish, exerting a tad more strength than necessary. "How can you be so powerful?" Motus exclaimed incredulously, a sense of retreat dawning upon him. Initially, he had easily countered Xaid's strikes, but soon found himself overwhelmed. Li Hua, observing the scene, felt his perceptions shift. He had not expected Tandao to transform into a Kamen Rider, and it was clear that he surpassed Li Hua's own prowess. Yet, Li Hua's realization struck him. While Tandao's Xaid was formidable, it was not vastly superior to his own transformation into a brave warrior. The reason Motos faltered was due to his own diminishing strength during the altercation. After sustaining several more blows, Motos finally grasped the unsettling reality. "What is happening? My power." Tandao seized the opportunity as Motos momentarily hesitated, delivering another strike while explaining, "Xaid, short for Extreme Aid, possesses the unique ability to suppress the activity of the source virus, meaning I can diminish your capabilities. You have grown complacent. Such a power exists? I'm no longer playing this game. In a moment of suspicion, Motus hurled several explosives to create distance. Tandao, following the momentum, allowed Motus a chance to escape. Farewell. When we meet again, I shall not be at this level, and you will no longer have the opportunity to diminish my strength. Humans, such frail beings, cannot hope to compete with mighty source beings. With his customary bravado, Motus attempted to flee with the incomplete source creature. Damn it. I cannot allow him to escape with that half-formed source creature. If he does, this student infected with the source virus Li Hua felt a surge of urgency, casting his holy sword towards Motus. The sword, imbued with elemental energy, struck Motus's hand. Motus glanced at the fallen source creature before assessing his injuries. Very well. It's not a complete source being. It's not truly one of my kind. Accelerating his speed, he vanished into the distance. Although Li Hua had successfully eradicated the virus from the afflicted student, his heart was heavy. It was not just the return of Motus, the source being who had previously escaped and caused a patient to succumb to the virus, but also the implications of a burgeoning organization among the source beings. How many were there? And what of Parid, the purported leader? What powers did he possess? And what were their objectives? Li Hua cast a furtive glance at Tandao, now transformed into Xaid, eager to inquire about Parid. What transpired earlier? The source virus? The source beings? Who are the two of you? Gwen observed as one source being fled and the other was vanquished, signaling the end of the conflict. She blinked and turned to Tandao and Li Hua. Such matters are not for you, mere students, to concern yourselves with, Li Hua remarked, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the source organization. Peter discreetly tugged at Gwen's sleeve. Monsters and such are indeed not the affairs of ordinary students. How can you say it doesn't concern us? Our classmate was infected by this virus, and monsters emerged. These events unfolded right before our eyes. How can we pretend they are irrelevant? Gwen retorted, her expression impassive as she dismissed Peter's argument. Li Hua sighed at Gwen's words, glanced at Tandao, and spoke, "Since you have witnessed the source beings, I shall provide you with a brief explanation." Peter and Gwen listened intently. Li Hua then succinctly elucidated the characteristics of the source virus. The source virus, an astonishing phenomenon in this world. Peter expressed his astonishment, mixed with trepidation. And who are you? A secret governmental faction? Gwen directed her gaze towards Tandao, deducing from their interactions that the pink armor belonged to the one in charge. We are Kamen Riders, Tandao declared. You may refer to us as such. Do you wish to conceal your identities? Gwen mused internally. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from disseminating information about the source virus to prevent unnecessary panic. Now we must take our leave. With a wave of Tandao's hand, a portal of light appeared beneath him and Li Hua, and they vanished in a flash. Gwen, we must. Peter attempted to process the newfound information and noticed Basil lying on the ground. We should get him to the hospital for a checkup. Agreed, Gwen responded, nodding. Do you think those two Kamen Riders are part of a secret government division? Peter speculated as they awaited transportation. Gwen shook her head. They likely are not government personnel. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so casually disclosed information about the source virus to us students. Such extraordinary matters are undoubtedly classified, with stringent confidentiality protocols in place. In the event of an incident, there would likely be additional personnel responsible for covering up traces and ensuring that no information leaks. That makes sense, Peter pondered, expressing agreement. So, those two Kamen Riders must be akin to heroes like Mr. Stark. How cool is that? Do you think their armor was crafted by Mr. Stark himself? You wonder why we never inquired before? I am uncertain, Gwen mused, slightly furrowing her brow as she stole a glance at Peter, who appeared rather animated. It had eluded her until now that Peter possessed a loquacious trait. However, could the collapsed source virus and Kamen Riders have any connection to Tony Stark? Kamen Riders, the masked heroic knights? Regardless of whether there is a link to Stark Industries, I shall find you. An indescribable thrill welled up within Gwen, and she quietly resolved to pursue the truth. Upon returning to the underground base of the Saint City Hospital, Li Hua eagerly posed a question to Daoyi. The Parid that the collapse source mentioned must also be a complete collapse source, correct? What is the situation? Who is Parid? Has the collapse source that appeared this time been dealt with? Elena, who had been maintaining communication with the base, expressed her curiosity upon Li Hua's return, harboring a multitude of questions. Consequently, Daoyi exchanged glances with Li Hua, who briefly explained today's events to Elena. In essence, the racing collapse source that had previously escaped had resurfaced, and there was a collapse source organization behind it. The leader of this organization, a complete collapse source named Parrot, was said to have a connection with Tan. Elena assessed the situation and remarked, "So, Tan, you too are a carrier of the collapse source virus antibody, capable of transforming into a Kamen Rider, and your XA transformation possesses the ability to lower the levels of collapse source monsters." Li Hua's expression fell at her words. Is that truly the crux of the matter? The abilities of the transformed knight are determined by the data within the corresponding game cartridge, and as for Parrot, he is the world's first fully realized collapse source. Daoyi's lips twitched as he straightforwardly explained, upon discovering the collapse source virus. I realized that conventional methods would not suffice to combat it. Hence, I conducted various experiments to uncover a means for humans to harness the power of the collapse source virus. The ultimate result was the player driver and game cartridges? Li Hua pondered aloud. Daoyi nodded. Indeed, but the successful creation of the player driver and game cartridges was preceded by numerous trials. Parrot is a product of one such experiment, a success and failure intertwined, resulting in a complete collapse source that amalgamated vast quantities of virus and encoded human genetic information. However, this also advanced the development of game cartridges that allow humans to utilize the collapse source virus's power significantly. I see. Based on your perspective, what might Parrot's objectives be? Elena inquired, her curiosity piqued. I do not know. Perhaps it is to supplant humanity and become the dominator of the world, Daoyi calmly proclaimed, uttering remarkably profound words. Supplant humanity? Dominate the world? Li Hua and Elena exchanged glances, rendered speechless. In a single night, Nakaj High School was left utterly devastated, necessitating a week-long suspension for repairs. Following an investigation, the police, government, and military conducted clandestine inquiries, suspecting that the incident was linked to the same types of monsters that had appeared during the previous battle between Iron Man and the Ironmonger. Yet they found no traces. With no remnants of ammunition or signs of gunpowder, these special departments grew increasingly convinced that the circumstances mirrored those of the past. Students speculated wildly. Some believed it was the work of terrorists, while others whispered of mysterious monsters from urban legends, and some brazenly claimed responsibility for the destruction. Beyond the secretive investigations by various factions, a high school girl named Gwen Stacy began her own pursuit of the incidents related to the collapse source monsters, leveraging her father's identity to gather information. In fact, she might be closer to the truth than those government operatives. She vividly recalled the collapse source motos referring to Li Hua as doctor and firmly grasped the distinctive game style of the Kamen Rider who appeared before her. Throughout her search, Gwen Stacy even implicated the Phantom Dream Group and Saint City Hospital as suspicious targets. Subsequently, Li Hua and Elena embarked on several missions, eliminating multiple collapse source monsters, and the temporal coincidence seemed to strengthen Gwen's convictions. However, Daoyi chose not to intervene. If Gwen could indeed deduce Li Hua and Elena's identities from mere clues, then allowing her to possess the collapse source virus antibody would not be a hindrance. 33. The corporate drone Henry Cole was a quintessential corporate drone in the bustling metropolis of New York, employed in a mediocre company with an equally mediocre position, tirelessly laboring for an equally uninspiring salary. After graduating from a respectable university and toiling for many years, he finally ascended to a mid-level management position in his 30s, raising a son and a daughter while managing a modest home of his own, securing property in the vibrant city of New York, albeit not in the most affluent neighborhoods, was no small feat for an ordinary man like Henry, devoid of substantial connections. Therefore, he cherished his current life, blessed with a beautiful and loving wife and lively children. Once the mortgage was settled and his children matured, he felt he would have fulfilled the essence of life. Thus, despite not harboring a deep passion for his job, Henry remained diligent and meticulous, striving for perfection in his work to avoid any mistakes. His daily routine consisted of leaving home after breakfast to head to the office, enjoying lunch there, working through the afternoon, and if required to stay late, dining at the office. Otherwise, he would return home, perhaps stopping to pick up the children and assist his wife with household chores. During rare days off, Henry delighted in playing games with his children, bridging the gap between them while also indulging in some relaxation. After all, compared to other recreational activities, playing games at home was both economical and enjoyable, and he found genuine pleasure in gaming, achieving a perfect balance. Bearing the weight of responsibility, Henry never dared to spend lavishly on leisure. The last family vacation occurred 5 years prior. For the past decade, his life unfolded in this manner, and fortunately, his company thrived, having established a lucrative partnership with Stark Industries, which resulted in steady growth and improved employee benefits. Due to his conscientiousness and capability, Henry steadily rose through the ranks to reach management. Though the pressure increased, he remained content with his situation, at least affording his family a comfortable living. Everything was once idyllic, or so it seemed. Until recently, the turmoil surrounding Stark Industries sent shockwaves through Henry's company. Initially, Tony Stark, the helm of Stark Industries, was involved in a terrorist attack while demonstrating new weapons to the military in the Middle East, leading to his temporary disappearance. During this period, Stark Industries stock plummeted, and as a colossal industrial entity, any tremor would trigger a significant ripple effect, severely impacting affiliated companies and enterprises. Moreover, the disappearance of Tony Stark, the captain of the company, was a significant incident. Coincidentally, the company where Henry worked had substantial business dealings with Stark Industries, which provided a considerable portion of the company's stable profits. The fluctuations in Stark Industries stock price naturally affected Henry's company, leaving the remaining employees in a state of turmoil and robbing Henry of sleep night after night. After enduring this tumultuous period, they finally breathed a sigh of relief upon Tony Stark's safe return, believing the company could weather the storm. However, Tony surprised everyone by announcing the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division upon his return. The stock price, which had finally stabilized thanks to Tony's return, plummeted once more. The ensuing turmoil was even greater than that caused by Tony Stark's disappearance. After all, even in the absence of Tony, Stark Industries remained a leader in the American industrial sector, albeit severely impacted. The closure of the weapons division effectively severed the majority of Stark Industries' revenue sources. While Tony Stark emerged as the superhero Iron Man, basking in the limelight, Henry's company suffered greatly, as Stark Industries faced crises and scaled back its operations. The business opportunities for Henry's company dwindled significantly in the short term. Fortunately, Tony Stark demonstrated some prudence by entrusting the company's operations to his former assistant, Pepper Potts. Additionally, the immense value of the newly developed arc reactor technology helped stabilize Stark Industries' situation. This period was fraught with ups and downs for Henry, who experienced considerable emotional turmoil. Fortunately, the outcome was not as dire as it could have been. Stark Industries' stock stabilized, and his company managed to regain its footing amidst the turmoil. Otherwise, had the company gone bankrupt and he found himself unemployed at this age, Henry truly did not know what he would do. Thus, he found himself fervently hoping that Tony Stark, the genius playboy, would simply play his role as a superhero and innovative inventor, perhaps even indulge in his romantic escapades, without meddling in Stark Industries' business decisions. Otherwise, if this playboy acted on a whim and caused further complications, Henry's heart could hardly withstand the strain. One day, after managing the affairs of his company, Henry returned home, shedding the weight of fatigue. Seeing his busy wife brought a smile to his face, and just as he was about to speak, a sudden headache struck him. Leaning against the wall for support, he barely managed to steady himself, his vision momentarily flickering with a flash of red light. "What is wrong?" Henry's wife noticed his unusual demeanor and hurriedly approached with concern. "Nothing." Henry forced a smile, shaking his head. "Just feeling a bit dizzy all of a sudden. Have you been too stressed lately? You should really rest," she advised gently. "It's nothing, really," Henry reassured her. "You need to take care of yourself. After all, you are nearing 40. You're not as young as you used to be. You must learn to look after yourself. The children, and I just want you to be with us for a long time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself," his wife said, her eyes warm with concern. Henry smiled, adopting a relaxed demeanor. I'm barely 35. I'm not that old. I'm in good health. Don't worry. Our family will always be together. The dinner is ready and just waiting for you. I'll go prepare it. Please call the children down, his wife said, helping him out of his suit. Wow, Iron Man is so cool. The suit is incredible. After dinner, Henry's son pointed at the television, where news of Tony Stark and his armored suit was being broadcast. Dad, doesn't your company have business dealings with Stark Industries? Have you met Meister Stark? Can you give me an autograph? Henry chuckled awkwardly. I've seen him from afar a few times, but he doesn't know me. Besides, the current president of Stark Industries is Tony's former assistant, Ms. Potts. Tony Stark is primarily focused on his inventions and his superhero endeavors now. Oh, Henry's son replied, somewhat disappointed, before returning his attention to the television, marveling at Iron Man's appearance. Henry turned back to the screen, but suddenly a sharp headache struck him again, this time overwhelming him to the point of collapsing onto the floor. Dad, what is wrong? Henry's son exclaimed, horrified, kneeling beside him and calling out loudly, Mom, come quickly. Henry's wife and daughter rushed into the living room upon hearing the commotion. Henry! Henry! His wife called out repeatedly, but upon seeing him unresponsive, struggling in pain with his eyes closed, she anxiously turned to their son. What happened to your father? I don't know. We were just watching TV, and he suddenly fell in pain. The son replied, equally distressed. What is this? Henry's daughter suddenly exclaimed. What is it? His wife asked, turning to her. I think I saw strange lights emanating from Dad, the daughter said, uncertainly. Are you sure? The wife asked, her brow furrowing as she closely examined Henry, who was writhing on the ground in agony, but she noticed nothing unusual. Maybe I was mistaken, the daughter said, scratching her head in confusion after a closer look. Never mind that. Let us call the hospital and get an ambulance here. The wife suddenly realized, rushing to find the phone. When the ambulance arrived, Henry's wife instructed the children, you two stay here at home. I'll accompany your father to the hospital for a checkup. Henry, feeling somewhat better, interjected. There is no need to be so anxious. Look, I'm doing fine now, aren't I? It's just a momentary headache. It shouldn't be anything serious. Regardless, you need to undergo a comprehensive physical examination this time, his wife stated firmly. All right, Henry replied, somewhat resigned, nodding gently. 34, playing games with Stark? After leaving the hospital, Henry reassured his wife with a smile. Don't worry. The doctor said there's nothing wrong. In fact, Henry had regained consciousness during the ambulance ride to the hospital. He initially felt fine and was reluctant to go to the hospital, but ultimately, he acquiesced to his wife's persistent insistence and underwent a full examination. After the examination at the hospital, the doctor found no significant issues, attributing the episode to prolonged mental stress, advising Henry to take care of his rest and prescribing some ordinary painkillers. Hearing this, his wife's expression softened. The doctor said it might be due to your heightened stress levels recently, which caused the headache and fainting. He suggested you take more time to rest, especially since your company has already weathered the difficult period. I think you should take this opportunity to request some time off from work and allow yourself to unwind. Henry cast a gentle gaze upon his wife, but resolutely shook his head. After enduring a series of tumultuous events, the company had only just begun to stabilize its operations. And at this juncture, I truly cannot leave. Besides, the doctor has prescribed me painkillers, has he not? Rest assured, there is nothing grave at hand. It is merely a matter of 1 or 2 weeks. Once our business with Stark Industries is firmly on track, I shall find myself with more leisure. When the children are on holiday, I shall take a leave and whisk our family away on a trip. Yet Henry's wife still appeared hesitant. Never mind. Let us hasten home. We must not worry our son and daughter, he said with a gentle smile as he lightly nudged her shoulder. Very well, but do not overexert yourself at work. You should take appropriate breaks if you feel fatigued, she advised earnestly. Rest easy. I am well aware of my own body. I aspire to live a long life, witnessing our children attend prestigious universities and establish their own families. As twilight approached, he continued, do not fret excessively. Let us return home to rest and spare the children from unnecessary anxiety. I must be at work early tomorrow. and failing to rest well tonight would truly be detrimental to my health. All right, you make a valid point, his wife acquiesced, casting him a resigned glance. I shall refrain from further protest. Let us return home swiftly. Tony, are you truly playing games in your own laboratory? Pepper Potts exclaimed with surprise. Entering the underground lab with a stack of documents, her gaze fixed on Tony Stark, engrossed in a video game displayed on the virtual screen. Having served as Tony's secretary and personal assistant for nearly a decade, she believed she knew his daily habits quite well, even remembering details such as his social security number. Thus, it was quite unusual for her to see Tony Stark, a man whose passions revolved around parties, beautiful women, and fleeting encounters, showing interest in video games. Upon noticing Pepper's entrance, Tony casually sipped from a glass of fine red wine and took a bite of a burger before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Pepper nodded. "The military is organizing a hearing to confiscate your armor. According to our sources, they have secretly enlisted Justin Hammer as a consultant. You should be prepared," she added. As for how Pepper was aware of the military's clandestine plans, Stark Industries, having been entrenched in American manufacturing for years, possessed its own network and channels. Such hearings necessitate the participation of various parties, making absolute secrecy impractical. Tony scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. They are merely daydreaming if they think that enlisting Justin, that buffoon, will enable them to seize my Iron Man suit. Justin is hardly a threat. While one might concede he is a competent businessman, he is far from knowledgeable in weapons manufacturing. Such amateurs are not worth my concern. I shall keep an eye on their clandestine maneuvers, and I have my own methods to deal with them." "Very well." Pepper nodded, reassured that Tony was in control of the situation and she need not worry further. She continued, "Following the closure of the weapons manufacturing division, Stark Industries must undergo a comprehensive transformation. The board members are insisting on your presence at the upcoming meeting." Raising an eyebrow, Tony replied, "Currently, you're the president of Stark Industries. You can decide all matters pertaining to the company." Pepper's heart warmed at his trust in her, despite his often reckless behavior. However, she shook her head. "The board members must see you, Tony Stark, before they can feel at ease. Only your brilliant mind can inspire hope for the future of Stark Industries. Please, consider it a favor to me." "All right, since you put it that way, I shall make time to attend the board meeting," Tony responded, momentarily taken aback by the hint of pleading in her tone. "What has sparked your sudden interest in video games?" After addressing the main concern, Pepper's gaze shifted back to the game on the virtual screen. During her time as Tony's assistant, she had always managed his daily life, and his interests were quite straightforward. Aside from weapons and technological innovations, they included beautiful women, parties, and cheeseburgers. Tony waved his hand dismissively. "I merely wish to study the characters and mechanics of these games. Such video games are exceedingly simple to me. I can complete them without any effort, rendering them unnecessary for play." Confident in his abilities, Tony recalled his early admission to MIT at the age of 14 and his graduation at 17, completing all coursework from undergraduate to doctoral levels within 3 years. Video games, which he had never played, posed no challenge to him whatsoever. "Then what has piqued your interest in their mechanics all of a sudden?" Pepper inquired, intrigued. "Is this footage from your battle with the Ironmonger?" "So, this monster was vanquished by it. Is this the creature Colonel Rhodes mentioned?" Pepper surveyed the room and was drawn to a screen showcasing Tony in his armored suit as the Ironmonger was being destroyed by the creature. "JARVIS," Tony called for his artificial intelligence assistant. Understanding the cue, JARVIS promptly displayed the footage of the hero and the marksman combating the creature, magnifying the action. "These two mechs appear rather charming. Are they your latest designs?" Pepper asked, mistaking the armored figures for Tony's creations. "The armor they wear has nothing to do with me. I could never design such a costume," Tony asserted emphatically, his expression darkening. "Not your creation? Is it possible that others in New York possess the capability to fabricate such full-coverage exoskeleton suits?" Pepper exclaimed, surprised. Tony shook his head lightly. "If they were merely conventional exoskeletons, I would not be so concerned. The key lies in what follows. JARVIS. Accelerate the playback." "Understood, Sir JARVIS," acknowledged, enhancing the playback of the battle sequence, showcasing various dazzling attack effects reminiscent of video game skills. After the monster was defeated, it vanished, and the figures of the heroes, transformed into Kamen Riders, disappeared as if through a teleportation portal. Pepper was astonished, her mouth agape. What on earth is happening? They are simply at a loss for words. She struggled to find an adequate description. Tony interjected. The entire battle resembled a scene from a video game, with characters battling monsters. Thus, the gentleman requested that I gather various video games for analysis, interjected Jarvis. Have you discovered any useful information? Inquired Pepper, her curiosity piqued. The distinctive armor worn by the two individuals bore striking resemblance to the protagonists often found in numerous games. One wielded a firearm, indicative of a shooting game, while the other brandished a sword, suggesting a knightly adventure. Jarvis presented images of Kamen Rider Brave and Snipe, highlighting their features while elucidating their characteristics. The appearance of the monsters and their attack patterns align perfectly with those in the games, Tony added. Are you suggesting that someone fashioned these two sets of armor based on video game characters? Pepper asked, slightly astonished. What could possibly motivate the creation of such advanced exoskeleton armor modeled after game characters? Is there a deeper significance? Tony waved his hand dismissively, responding, who knows? Perhaps the creator is merely a deranged gaming enthusiast, resulting in this tasteless armor. Even their self-identification as Kamen Riders is reminiscent of a third-rate screenwriter's hero. Contemplating the causality virus, Tony pondered deeply, withholding any information about it from Pepper. After the Ironmonger incident, he preferred to keep her away from these peculiar and uncontrollable events, believing it best for her to safely preside over Stark Industries. It appears they harbor no ill intentions towards you. They're unlikely to be adversaries. However, aside from you, who in America possesses the capability to create such advanced exoskeleton armor? Had you traced their origins? Pepper pressed on with her inquiries. Tony shook his head, somewhat exasperated. I'm currently unaware of their true identities. The technology embodied in their armor undoubtedly surpasses the existing scientific advancements on Earth, rivaling even my Iron Man suit. Particularly their method of defeating the monster and departing, which resembled a teleportation akin to that seen in games, suggests they possess a form of spatial leap technology. That is the crux of the matter. If they have indeed mastered spatial teleportation, their reach extends far beyond New York or even the United States. Finding them based on mere clues would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. We may have to wait for them to reveal themselves again. Moreover, the appearance and disappearance of that monster are utterly baffling, defying current scientific explanation. Do you think that creature, along with the two riders, may have emerged from a world akin to that of a video game? Pepper hypothesized playfully. Theoretically, if parallel dimensions exist, it is plausible that among the infinite multiverses, there exists one governed by rules similar to our own video games. However, the theory of parallel universes remains speculative and unproven. I am more inclined to believe that someone has acquired technology far exceeding our current capabilities, perhaps even remnants from an extraterrestrial civilization, Tony attempted to reason. According to the statements made by the two individuals, the monster was birthed from the causality virus. From Tony's perspective, the probability that the armor technology claimed by the self-styled Kamen Riders originated from advanced extraterrestrial technology far outweighed the possibility of them being interdimensional travelers. As for the fact that Li Hua and Elena referred to themselves as doctors during their conversation, Tony instinctively dismissed it, suspecting they were either trying to mislead him or employing some form of metaphor. Regardless, the armor worn by these self-proclaimed Kamen Riders is evidently designed for combat. So why would they recruit two doctors to operate it? And given their concealment of identity, why would they deliberately disclose their professional information? Thus, I am convinced that their self-identification as doctors is either metaphorical or an intentional deception designed to mislead me. Sometimes, overthinking can lead one further from the truth, he mused. What about those monsters encountered during combat? Pepper queried, perplexed by the creatures that vanished into thin air after being defeated, reminiscent of a video game boss battle. According to data analysis, these monsters may represent a unique form of energy life, which could explain their sudden disappearance upon defeat, Jarvis elucidated. presenting a series of analytical graphs on the screen. Energy life, Pepper exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape. Could such a life form genuinely exist? At least it seems more plausible than beings crossing over from a parallel universe. Tony responded with a chuckle. I'm not well versed in these matters. However, you do indeed possess sound reasoning, Pepper retorted, rolling her eyes slightly. Yet their actions clearly indicate they are combating monsters. They cannot be entirely malevolent, can they? It is premature to draw definitive conclusions, given the paltry information available. We know nothing of their identities, even if we recorded their voices. We cannot ascertain whether they have undergone voice modulation. Identifying them through their voices seems improbable. After all, my Iron Man suit can easily process sound if I so desire. It is not a complex task. Nevertheless, the destructive power of those monsters appears to be immense, making them quite formidable, Pepper remarked, her concern evident as she viewed the causality monster on the screen. Conventional weaponry seems ineffective against such creatures. Ironmonger stood no chance against them. If many more such monsters were to emerge, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Regrettably, once the creature is defeated, it disappears, leaving us incapable of collecting samples to analyze the so-called causality virus. Perhaps that would yield a means of counteracting these monsters, Tony lamented internally. However, while these monsters exhibit high resistance to standard firepower, the two self-styled Kamen Riders seem to inflict considerable damage upon them. Is it due to their use of energy attacks? Or do they possess some unique methodology? They refer to the substance responsible for spawning these monsters as the causality virus, leading me to wonder if their attacks function as a form of antibody effectively combating the virus, Tony pondered, slipping into a prolonged reverie. Noticing his engrossment, Pepper lightly chuckled and shook her head. Tony frequently entered this oblivious state while conducting research, a behavior she had grown accustomed to. Perhaps it was this very trait that drew her to remain by his side as his secretary, enduring his outrageousness. Don't forget about the board meeting. I still have matters to attend to at the company, she reminded him. Understood. I will have Jarvis remind me, Tony replied, still lost in his thoughts. At Stark Tower, in the exclusive central meeting hall for board meetings. Would Mr. Tony Stark indeed attend this gathering? Half an hour has elapsed since the scheduled commencement of the meeting. Some members of the board glanced at their watches, displaying a sense of urgency, and impatiently inquired of Pepper, who occupied the main seat. Do not fret. Are you not aware of Mr. Tony Stark's character? It is quite customary for him to arrive late to such gatherings. Not only within our internal board meetings, but even at various press conferences, he tends to arrive at his leisure. Another board member, seemingly unfazed, calmly interjected, clearly accustomed to Tony's tardiness and able to maintain a relatively tranquil demeanor regarding it. Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient for a moment. Tony shall arrive shortly, Pepper reassured the gathered board members, suppressing her own anxiety as she prepared to contact Tony and urge him to hasten his arrival. At that moment, an unexpected, distant rumble reverberated through the air, causing Pepper to furrow her brow in concern. What is happening? Is it possible that Tony has flown directly to the company in a suit? That would be utterly absurd. She promptly initiated a communication with Tony to admonish him for such a reckless act. What is going on? Tony's nonchalant voice emerged through the connection. While your flamboyance may be tolerable at times, this is a board meeting convened by Stark Industries, and decorum should be observed, Pepper expressed with a hint of exasperation. I'm at home, merely running a tad late. This is my own company's meeting. How could it be construed as showing off? Tony replied, somewhat puzzled. Then what is the commotion on my end? Pepper inquired, increasingly alarmed as the sounds of chaos intensified, accompanied by frantic shouts that stirred a sense of foreboding within her. I am the head of security. There appears to be some inexplicable creature wreaking havoc within Stark Tower. I urge all board members to remain in the conference room and stay in a secure location, came the urgent communication from Stark Industry Security Chief. A creature? What is happening? A terrorist attack? Is someone employing biochemical weapons? The board members speculated in a flurry of apprehension. It had been decades since Stark Industries was established, and nothing of this nature had ever occurred. Pepper, what is happening? Tony Stark immediately sensed something was amiss and inquired. Composing herself, Pepper replied, The head of security reports that a creature seems to have invaded Stark Tower and is causing widespread destruction. Pepper, remain calm and stay in a secure location. I will be there shortly, Tony reassured her. I understand. At his seaside villa, Tony commanded Jarvis, immediately access the security surveillance footage from Stark Tower and prepare my Iron Man suit. Understood, sir. Jarvis initiated the sequence to don Tony in his armor while simultaneously retrieving the security footage, displaying it on the screen before him. Though the appearance differed, it was evidently the same type of creature he had encountered previously, an entity comprised of yellow spheres amalgamated into a humanoid form, wreaking havoc. Thank goodness I am at home. Had I been caught unprepared at Stark Tower, I would have been utterly defenseless against such a creature, Tony mused to himself with a flippant tone. While you often arrive late to meetings due to your capricious nature, it is fortunate you did not arrive on time. Or you might have had a direct encounter with that creature, Jarvis concurred. With a slight smirk, Tony sealed his helmet and declared, Let us go. Time rewinds to the moment the Stark Industries board meeting was just commencing. Henry, a worker from New York affected by the gaming virus, represented his company in negotiations at Stark Industries. The president is about to commence the board meeting and currently has no time to meet with you. If you're not in a hurry, I suggest you return at a later time. Advise the receptionist at Stark Tower. No worries, I can wait here, Henry replied, shaking his head. Very well, Mr. Henry. You may wait in the reception area. Once the board meeting concludes, I will inform the president of your presence. Thank you. Thus, Henry waited for half an hour, growing increasingly anxious and suffering from a headache. He clutched his head and took several painkillers prescribed by his doctor, but to no avail. The receptionist returned to the reception area. Mr. Henry, I recommend you return this afternoon. Why? Henry asked in confusion. This board meeting involves Mr. Stark's attendance, but I believe you're already aware of Mr. Stark's reputation. The meeting was scheduled to start some time ago, yet Mr. Stark has yet to arrive, and it is uncertain when he will show up. It would be best for you to seek another time to visit and not waste your time here. With that, she turned to leave, feeling she had done her due diligence, understanding that Henry's time was valuable. It was uncertain whether he would heed her advice. Tony Stark. Henry winced at the name, a fresh wave of pain coursing through him as he sank into a chair, clasping his head with both hands. What is this? ISNT, that playboy, supposed to be off indulging in his hero games, neglecting his corporate responsibilities? The mere thought of Tony Stark's unpredictable nature exacerbated Henry's headache. As the family breadwinner, all Henry desired was stability and security. In his eyes, Tony Stark embodied instability, acting solely on whims, which was disconcerting. Having previously shut down Stark Industries' most profitable weapon manufacturing division due to a mere disagreement, Tony's erratic decision-making left Henry, an employee reliant on Stark Industries for business, feeling utterly insecure. Comparatively, Henry longed for a reliable executive at Stark Industries, like the current president, Pepper Potts, who managed company affairs with order and ensured steady business development, as opposed to impulsive decisions that could jeopardize the company's trajectory. The more Henry contemplated, the more agitated he became, and his headache worsened. Had anyone been present, they would have noticed a strange red glimmer in his eyes and yellow square lights emanating from his figure. To befriend or partner with the current Tony Stark was indeed a vexing prospect. However, as merely an employee of a small company dependent on Stark Industries, Henry was but a minor figure in Tony's world, a mere inconsequential entity not worthy of a second glance, let alone friendship. Even Tony's old friend, Colonel Rhodes of the U.S. military, often found himself exasperated in Tony's presence, as he flouted conventions and disregarded others' feelings, often leaving friends in the lurch. Even when awarded by an old friend, Tony Stark would still indulge himself in the casino, reveling in the company of beautiful women. This capriciousness, often leaving others in the lurch and even jesting at their expense, has been a recurring theme throughout Tony's past. In fact, some of Iron Man's adversaries have been shaped by Tony's own character, such as Dr. Aldrich Killian, who was initially an admirer of Tony. After being mocked during an attempt to seek collaboration, he turned to darkness, dedicating himself to the study of the extremist virus, ultimately seeking revenge against Tony after achieving his goals. Thus, to work alongside or befriend the current Tony Stark, one must possess a remarkably open-minded disposition. Otherwise, Many fear they may be driven to the brink of exasperation. Although Tony's mindset began to shift following his kidnapping in the Middle East, indicating a nascent transformation towards heroism. This change is still in its infancy. Old habits die hard, and to witness a complete metamorphosis in Tony, one might have to wait until he undergoes a series of life-altering events, where his own life hangs in the balance, friends teeter on the edge of life and death, and the world faces imminent peril, before witnessing the evolution from a playboy to a true hero in Iron Man. In summary, Tony is indeed in the process of change, yet he is not fully transformed. His arrogance, impulsiveness, and penchant for attention remain deeply ingrained within him, at least in the eyes of many, including Henry. Despite Tony donning the iron suit and acting heroically, he is merely playing the role of a dandy. Consequently, Tony Stark stands as one of the primary sources of stress for Henry. Moreover, the dandy, with his immense wealth and charm, has truly crafted a suit of armor, akin to the protagonists of games and comics, gallivanting heroically and earning the admiration of Henry's children, eliciting both envy and admiration. Upon hearing that Tony Stark would attend the board meeting, Henry could not help but speculate whether he would make yet another bizarre and unexpected decision. His anxiety soared, and the emergence of the corruption virus manifested, expanding within him to form a colossal corruption creature, which roared in preparation to wreak havoc on Stark Industries. For Henry, Tony Stark represents an unstable element and a source of mental strain, primarily due to the implications for Stark Industries. Should Stark Industries encounter any issues, Henry's own enterprise would inevitably suffer, potentially jeopardizing the stable life he has painstakingly built. Thus, the corruption creature, born from Henry's distress, chose to unleash destruction upon Stark Industries. This creature effortlessly smashed through the walls of the reception area, bursting into the grand hall of Stark Tower and wreaking havoc. Employees within the building were thrown into a panic upon encountering the sudden appearance of the monster, fleeing in all directions. The security personnel of Stark Industries exhibited exceptional professionalism, firing their firearms at the creature while coordinating the evacuation of employees to safe locations. Although faced with an unprecedented monster, they remained composed, functioning like a well-trained unit. After all, having once been the largest military-industrial complex in America, Stark Industries Security Department adheres to stringent standards for safeguarding. Consequently, a significant portion of Stark's security personnel comprises seasoned veterans and retired agents, equipped with sufficient weaponry to rival any active-duty Special Forces unit in America. Furthermore, if armed with Stark Industries' cutting-edge individual combat weapons, their combat effectiveness would surpass that of any American Special Forces. Upon realizing that their standard firearms were ineffective against the creature, the security personnel intermittently fired to divert the creature's attention while reporting to higher-ups for assistance. While Stark Industries had shut down its weapon manufacturing under Tony's orders, it was impossible to deplete their stockpile of weapons entirely at once. Some individual weapons remained, which were allocated to the security department. Despite the creature's unknown origins, immense power, and imperviousness to conventional weaponry, the security personnel remained confident in their ability to confront it, bolstered by Stark Industries' formidable firepower. Thus, under the authorization of the current president of Stark Industries, Pepper, the head of the security department, promptly accessed the reserve armory, anticipating reinforcements armed with substantial firepower soon to arrive. These weapons were the pride of Stark Industries, the culmination of Tony Stark's intellect, recognized throughout America and the world as the most lethal individual combat weapons. Normally, these weapons were retained as a precaution, rarely expected to be utilized, especially given that there had been no terrorist attacks on Stark Tower in the past several decades. How we call the police? Someone inquired over the communication channel. Is it necessary to call the police? By the time they arrive, if we haven't dealt with this monster, the NYPD won't be of much use, another replied. Where did this creature come from? Who orchestrated this attack? That remains for the police to investigate. It was indeed necessary to alert the authorities and uncover the forces behind this monstrous assault. The security personnel's dialogue implied they viewed the police as merely a means to tidy up the aftermath once the situation was resolved. However, in a certain sense, this was not problematic. The security personnel were elite former operatives and retired special forces, equipped with Stark Industries' advanced weapons. In terms of both personnel caliber and weaponry, their firepower far exceeded that of any NYPD unit, sufficient to engage even elite military forces. If they could not handle the creature, the police's involvement would be of little significance. How is the situation? Where is the creature now? Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, flew urgently from his seaside villa to Stark Tower, but instead of rushing in, he first sought information from JRVS. Sir, the Stark Group security is currently defending against the corruption creature. However, given the current circumstances, the weapons at their disposal are proving ineffective against it. JARVIS projected the combat footage captured by the building's surveillance cameras before Tony's eyes. Damn it, what is that creature? Why are our weapons having no effect? The Stark Group's security personnel lamented while engaging the creature. This is untenable. Our current equipment cannot contend with this monster. We need something more powerful. Someone on the security channel exclaimed. Are you insane? The security chief scolded sharply. This is inside Stark Industries. Do you really suggest deploying heavy-duty weapons? The security personnel of Stark Group have thoroughly tested all of Stark Industries' cutting-edge individual combat weapons, including high-explosive grenades, electromagnetic interference bombs, and high-density carbon core armor-piercing rounds. Even with equipment like grenade launchers, none have inflicted any substantial damage on the monstrous entity before them. However, resorting to strategic weapons of mass destruction is a daunting prospect, particularly within the confines of the city at Stark Industries headquarters. The most they could deploy would be some miniature missiles. There's no way they could unleash something as devastating as Jericho missiles. If they did, not only might they fail to eliminate the creature, but they could also risk collapsing their own building, which houses numerous board members. What then can be done? Their individual weapons are utterly ineffective against this beast, leaving them to merely prolong the inevitable. If they can buy some time, their boss will soon arrive. Boss. Yes. Iron Man. Suddenly, the realization dawned on everyone. Their employer, Tony Stark, is the superhero Iron Man. As long as they can delay until he arrives, defeating this creature should be a trivial matter. Fortunately, the intelligence of the current creature is quite low. It only knows how to rampage instinctively and retaliate against those who attack it. Most of Stark Group's security personnel are seasoned veterans and agents, and they quickly discern the creature's behavior. They immediately coordinate their efforts, attacking in formation to draw the creature's attention and maximize its animosity towards them, maintaining a tenuous engagement. Having pinpointed the creature's location, Tony's gaze sharpened. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of two self-proclaimed Kamen Riders last time, he might well have been overwhelmed. Thus, after reflecting on the previous encounter, Tony had upgraded his armor significantly. Since conventional weaponry proved ineffective, he equipped his suit with a plethora of new weapon systems. Eager to settle the score with this so-called creature. Tony, where are you now? Came Pepper's voice over the comms. Rest assured, I have arrived at the corporate building. Leave that monster to Iron Man, stay in a safe place, and do not wander, Tony instructed Pepper, locking onto the creature's position. The limbs of his armored suit ignited with jets of flame as he propelled himself forward. This monster has caused substantial damage to my building, and it likely lacks the funds to compensate for it. I shall use this creature as experimental material to recoup my losses. Tony mused as he surveyed the devastation wrought by the creature upon Stark Tower, raising an eyebrow in self-absorbed contemplation. Damn it! The head of security exclaimed upon witnessing several of his subordinates being struck by debris hurled by the creature. Fire at will to divert its attention. He shouted, his expression shifting as the monster advanced toward the trapped security personnel. The others immediately opened fire, eager to unleash every round from their magazines upon the beast. Yet their efforts yielded little effect. Just then, two miniature missiles streaked through the air, trailing smoke as they struck the creature, resulting in two resounding explosions that momentarily halted its advance. Gentlemen, Iron Man has made his grand entrance. Leave the monster to the illustrious Mr. Stark, and promptly rescue the injured personnel to safety. Tony's voice resonated from within the crimson and gold armor as he unleashed two energy blasts from his palms at the creature. The creature, hit by Tony's attack, staggered back, emitting a furious roar as it turned its attention towards him. "How is it that you have no mouth yet produce such a piercing sound?" Tony quipped, unconcerned with whether the creature could comprehend him, and fired 2 more energy blasts. "Sir, the missile attacks have not inflicted any substantial damage on the creature. However, the energy particle cannon of the suit seems to yield some effect, albeit the damage is quickly regenerated," Jarvis informed him. Indeed, the creature proved to be a formidable adversary, but Tony, a genius, had already enhanced his armor's weapon systems and was determined to overcome this mud-like beast. What kind of tasteless design birthed such a creature? It resembles a child's art project. A pile of yellow clay haphazardly assembled, he mused, simultaneously launching probing attacks to draw the creature's attention away from Stark Tower while offering commentary on its appearance. "All right, my friend, it's time for you to witness the prowess of Tony Stark," he declared after luring the creature out of Stark Tower. First, an electrical disruption bomb. The arm of the suit activated, launching several miniature missiles toward the creature. Upon impact, the missiles morphed and adhered to the creature, releasing a powerful electric current. If it possessed any circuitry, it would surely be affected. Yet, even as the electricity flowed, the creature continued to thrive. No effect. Next, an electromagnetic pulse. The electromagnetic pulse bomb had a certain delay effect, yet it too failed to deliver any substantial harm, Jarvis reported. "Damn it, let us try something else." An ultrasonic oscillator. No effect. Cryogenic liquid nitrogen freeze bomb. Incendiary high-temperature bomb. Are you completely impervious to drastic temperature changes? High-powered laser beam. What the hell is this creature? After exhausting every option, Tony couldn't help but curse at his predicament. "Sir, based on the analysis, these weapons do have some effect. But it appears that only attacks with pure energy attributes can inflict damage on the creature. The laser did cut into it, but it quickly healed," Jarvis clarified. "In that case, let's crank the power of the palm cannon to the maximum," Tony commanded. 2 thick beams of white light erupted from the palms of his suit, striking the creature with tremendous force. A dazzling explosion of light ensued, pushing the creature back. "Sir, the energy of the arc reactor is now at 65% and declining rapidly," Jarvis warned. Continuing this level of assault would soon deplete the suit's energy reserves. At the limit of what the arc reactor could sustain for flight, Tony ceased his onslaught and surveyed the creature on the ground. Its torso bore a significant crater, and its arms were pockmarked. "Is it defeated?" Tony exhaled, noticing the creature's stillness. "Jarvis, prepare to collect a sample. I wish to ascertain the origins of this creature." As he gradually descended to extract a sample, a nagging sense of unease crept into his thoughts. The last time he encountered such a creature, it had transformed into a humanoid form of comparable size after defeat. "Sir," Jarvis's voice was slightly urgent. "What is the matter?" Tony's heart sank. The creature's body was rapidly regenerating. As Jarvis spoke, he projected an image before Tony's eyes. It appeared as if dough had been pressed down, now returning to its original form. "Damn it, the suit's energy is already running low." Tony's expression fluctuated between concern and frustration. "I suggest a temporary retreat, sir," Jarvis advised after assessing the situation. "No way. If I leave, who will deal with this monster? What about Star Tower and the employees inside?" Tony replied with a grim countenance. "Sir, the 2 individuals who previously identified themselves as Kamen Riders seem to specialize in dealing with such creatures. Their attacks are significantly effective against them. They appeared right after the last monster emerged. Perhaps they will arrive shortly." "All right, I'll engage this monster for now. I hope those 2 Kamen Riders arrive soon," Tony said with a nod of determination. As Tony ascended, increasing distance from the creature while contemplating how to restrain the collapsing source entity, the creature suddenly redirected its focus towards Stark Tower. "Damn it, this guy is targeting my company," Tony muttered with anger. "Jarvis, what weapons do we have left?" "Sir, the suit currently has less than 10% energy remaining. To maintain flight, I advise against using the energy-consuming photon cannon. We can only utilize various ammunition for harassment. Based on previous effectiveness, only the electromagnetic pulse interference can provide some disruption, and the liquid nitrogen cooling ammunition can create an ice layer for obstruction. However, the suit is equipped with a limited supply of these types of ammunition, Jarvis enlarged the energy status icon for Tony's view and suggested, "Insufficient ammunition? Are we just going to watch this monster wreak havoc in my building?" Tony frowned. "Prepare the electromagnetic pulse interference ammunition." "I must caution you," Sir Jarvis stated calmly, "if the electromagnetic pulse interference is deployed too close, the suit's internal systems may be affected and cease functioning, which could pose a risk to your life. Based on the recent battle, even depleting all remaining ammunition may not delay the creature significantly. Furthermore, the arc reactor's energy has reached a dangerously low threshold. I recommend returning to the lab to install a new arc reactor to replenish energy and weapons." Damn it. Without special powers like those two Kamen Riders, relying solely on brute force energy attacks may not suffice against this creature, Tony muttered, then addressed Jarvis. "Tell me Pepper's location. I need to get her safety." "Ms. Potts is in the conference room with the board members," Jarvis promptly replied, casting a glance at the collapsing source entity nearby. Tony prepared to fly directly to the conference room. "Sir," Jarvis interjected suddenly. "What is it?" Tony asked, frowning. Jarvis did not respond verbally, but instead brought an image before Tony's eyes. Not far away, a portal similar to those in video games lit up on the ground, and after a flash, two plump armored figures appeared, Lihua and Elena, transformed into Kamen Riders Brave and Snipe, respectively, in their first-level forms. "Looks like the Game Boy showed up just in time. Their arrival is identical to how they vanished last time. It's just like a game, opening a portal," Tony remarked, feeling a sense of relief. Indeed, the energy scan confirms that a spatial fluctuation occurred within the portal, suggesting the presence of some unknown spatial transport device. Jarvis analyzed. "I'm well aware of that." Tony rolled his eyes. Lihua and Elena noticed Tony hovering in midair. "Isn't that the renowned superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark?" Elena exclaimed in surprise. "Are you here to deal with the collapsing source entity too?" Without waiting for Tony's response, she continued, "Of course, I almost forgot. This is Stark Industries headquarters. As the owner, you would naturally rush to the scene when a monster threatens your building, but it seems the situation is quite dire." Tony's lips twitched at her words. When had he, Tony Stark, ever been subjected to such mockery? Yet, he could not retort, having just suffered a crushing defeat against the collapsing source entity. Enough with the banter. Let's complete the surgery to remove the collapsing source virus and deal with this monster before things escalate, Lihua stated coolly, charging towards the collapsing source entity with his sword and shield in hand. Elena followed suit, opening fire on the creature to cover Lihua's assault. The collapsing source entity, struck by Kamen Rider Snipe's firepower, seemed severely injured, letting out a tremendous roar as it swung its arms to retaliate against Elena. At that moment, Lihua landed a strike on a monster, followed by a flying kick, retreating to create distance. After enduring consecutive attacks from the two Kamen Riders, the collapsing source entity began to exhibit signs of separation from the collapsing source virus, its form becoming increasingly ethereal. The two Kamen Riders seized the opportunity to press their assault, aiming to drive the collapsing source virus out entirely. This situation mirrored the last encounter. After the monster was attacked by these two armored figures, the child had separated from within, transforming the massive creature into a humanoid size, seemingly a manifestation of the virus separating from its human host. Observing the unfolding scene, Tony began to analyze. The collapsing source entity is rapidly dispersing under the relentless assaults of the two Kamen Riders, many parts of its body flickering in and out of existence. Ultimately, the creature emitted a brilliant light, shrinking and separating the infected individual, Henry, while the collapsing source virus coalesced into a monster wielding a staff. "Mr. Iron Man over there, please exert some effort to safely transport the patient and avoid hindering our efforts to eliminate the virus," Elena instructed, adjusting the lever on her game driver. "Level up." Both Elena and Lihua upgraded simultaneously to their 5th level forms, preparing to battle the newly emerged collapsing source monster. How audacious! How dare they underestimate the illustrious Mr. Tony Stark? Nevertheless, Tony dutifully lifted the unconscious Henry from the ground and transported him to safety. Is this the unfortunate soul infected by the collapsed source virus? Is he an employee of Stark Industries? Tony inquired, gazing at the prostrate Henry. According to the data, Mr. Henry is affiliated with a company that has dealings with Stark Industries. He arrived at Stark Tower today to discuss pertinent business matters with the president. Jarvis scanned Henry's facial features and swiftly provided an answer after consulting the records. Subsequently, Henry was subjected to a comprehensive medical examination to uncover any information regarding the collapsed source virus. Perhaps this time, we might discover some clues. We must find a way to combat this monstrous threat. By the way, has there been any abnormality with that child we encountered last time? Tony asked Jarvis. Following the defeat of the creature by the two masked riders, Stark Industries conducted a thorough medical examination of the child infected by the virus as per your instructions, sir. However, once the virus was eradicated, no anomalies were detected. Moreover, under your directive, we have assigned personnel for long-term observation and regular checkups. And yet, no irregularities have surfaced. Jarvis replied. So, we have not obtained any actionable information or leads. What exactly is this so-called collapsed source virus? Tony mused, his brow furrowing. Meanwhile, the two masked riders were engaged in fierce combat with a collapsed source creature. Although the riders held a slight advantage, this particular creature was significantly more formidable than those they had faced before. Despite their coordinated assault, they struggled to convert their advantage into victory. Damn it! Why is this one so troublesome? Elena exclaimed, firing several rounds while evading the creature's attacks. The collapsed source virus is only growing stronger. Haven't we been warned of this? Li Hua remarked flatly, brandishing his sword against the creature's staff. Prolonging this battle is not a solution. We must find an opportunity to unleash our finishing move. Mr. Game and Ms. Game appear to be in a tough battle. This creature seems to be much stronger than the ones we previously encountered. Is it due to the individual strength of the monsters? Or is there a trend of them growing increasingly powerful? As Tony observed the clash between the creature and the riders, the possibility of the monsters continuously evolving weighed heavily on his mind. It seems that only the great Iron Man, Mr. Tony Stark, can break this deadlock. Tony declared, Sir, the suit's energy is insufficient. I am aware, Tony raised an eyebrow. I am not planning to confront this creature head-on. I merely intend to create some distractions, using electromagnetic pulse interference to hinder the creature's movements and buy us some time. When they defeated the creature previously, it seemed their finishing move required a certain charge time. I can help them create that opportunity. But who designed this? Is it truly like the characters in a game unleashing skills, complete with sound effects for finishing move? Do they genuinely think this is a game? With that, Tony couldn't help but voice his sarcasm. Despite his complaints, Tony's actions were resolute. He maneuvered the suit swiftly toward the battlefield, launching two electromagnetic pulse interference grenades at the creature's position. The creature immediately swung its staff, releasing energy fireballs that obliterated the missiles. Although it successfully intercepted the interference grenades, its excessive movements in battle revealed openings. The two masked riders seized the opportunity and relentlessly pursued the creature, inflicting substantial damage in a short time. I will help buy you time and create the opportunity to unleash your ultimate attack. Quickly deal with this creature. Tony urged Li Hua, transformed into a hero, and Elena. The collapsed source creature seemed to sense the precarious situation, letting out a furious roar as it struck the ground with its staff, unleashing a blinding crimson light. Sir, there's a violent, unknown energy reaction in the vicinity, Jarvis reported, having detected the anomaly. Upon hearing this, Tony activated a panoramic view, witnessing fireballs forming in midair, now commencing indiscriminate attacks. Damn, what is this? Magic? With barely a moment to curse, he activated the suit to evade the molten energy fireballs plummeting from above. Fortunately, these fireballs primarily targeted Li Hua and Elena, who had transformed into masked riders on the ground. Tony simultaneously employed other munitions ineffective against the collapsed source creature to intercept the fireballs, narrowly escaping their wrath. Observing the fireballs crashing to the ground with immense force, Tony felt beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Apprehensive, Jarvis calculated a route through the fireballs summoned by the creature. At this rate, the electromagnetic grenades will never have the chance to hit it. Continuing like this, merely avoiding the fireballs could deplete the reactor's energy. Sir, I do not recommend executing this plan. The electromagnetic pulse will also affect the suit's operational systems. Even if you manage to navigate through the fireballs and approach the creature to deploy the electronic pulse grenades, the suit may be adversely affected by the proximity to the pulse, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Jarvis provided his analysis. Taken aback by Jarvis's words, Tony steeled his resolve. No matter if we do not eliminate this creature, we cannot fathom the destruction it might cause. Moreover, it is evidently targeting Stark Tower. It must be defeated. Very well, sir. I shall comply with your wishes. Jarvis merely offered suggestions. The ultimate decision rests with Tony. Having made his choice, Jarvis promptly calculated the route to assist Tony in executing his actions safely. Thus, Tony piloted the Iron Man suit through the barrage of energy fireballs, closing in on the collapse source creature, while the munitions system readied itself to launch electromagnetic interference grenades and cryogenic liquid nitrogen bombs. Almost there, just a little more. As he approached the range where his munitions could effectively strike the creature, suddenly, the suit jolted violently as a fireball grazed the armor of his right leg, causing the right leg's thruster to fail. Tony immediately lost control of the suit and plummeted toward the ground. Li Hua, having sliced through a fireball aimed at him, noticed Tony descending rapidly and thought to rush forward to catch him. However, fireballs were hurtling toward him, forcing him to retreat to avoid the incoming attacks. Unable to reach Tony in time. Damn it! Jarvis increased the thruster power in the left leg and both arms, with gravity threatening to send him crashing to the ground. Tony shouted, "Internal circuits are malfunctioning. Energy supply is insufficient, and the system requires a reboot. Please prepare for impact." Tony couldn't help but curse, hastily adjusting his posture before landing to mitigate the impact. What is happening? Tony had closed his eyes, bracing for impact, yet after several seconds, instead of the anticipated violent collision, he felt himself caught by something. What was happening? With a sense of bewilderment, Tony opened his eyes to discover that it was the creature known as the collapse entity that had caught him, cradling him in a princess carry. The scene fell into an awkward silence, the atmosphere tinged with an eerie stillness. Gazing at the collapse entity so close before him, his mind went blank. What was this? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The creature cackled. Tony Stark, you must not come harm. Upon hearing this, an absurd thought flashed through Tony's mind. Could this monster be drawn to my charm? However, upon observing the creature's appearance and hearing its coarse voice, a chill ran down his spine, and he promptly dismissed the thought. Li Hua, witnessing the situation, seemed to comprehend something. He brandished the flame sword, the sword of the brave, and without regard for Tony or the creature, he swung the blade forward. "Wait, you madman! I'm still here!" Tony exclaimed as he saw Li Hua's recklessness, but before he could finish, the collapse entity pushed him aside, intercepting the strike meant for him. Stunned, Tony stood there, bewildered by the unfolding events. Regaining his composure, Tony unleashed all the electromagnetic pulse interference grenades and cryogenic grenades he had on his person, a strange sense of significance swelling within him. Why did it feel like he was being deceived emotionally, physically, and financially by a rogue? Shaking his head, he cast aside the unsettling notion. The collapse entity was preoccupied with fending off Li Hua's attack and could not spare a hand to block the missiles, which struck true. The creature's surface became encrusted with ice, and as the electromagnetic pulse surged through it, it found itself immobilized. Now's our chance. Li Hua shouted, rushing toward the collapse entity while pressing the button on the game cartridge. Finishing move. The cartridge emitted a sound effect, and the Brave's legs ignited with brilliant flames. Just as the collapse entity shattered the ice, it was confronted with the Brave's lethal slash and the Archer's ultimate energy cannon. Withstanding the onslaught of both Riders' finishing moves, the collapse entity sustained numerous cracks across its body, light emanating from them, until it ultimately shattered into countless specks of light, slowly dissipating into the air. Tony, observing from the sidelines, was momentarily dazed, unsure of what to say. The creature had been vanquished, yet why had it saved him? What was the meaning of this? With a hint of resentment, Tony turned to the two self-proclaimed Kamen Riders for answers. Do not be angry. We were left with no choice. All in the name of defeating the collapse entity. Li Hua explained calmly. Moreover, before the collapse entity reaches its complete form, its behavioral logic is quite clear-cut and singular. Since it saved you, it indicates that this creature's logic dictates it would never harm you. Therefore, it would certainly shield you from my strike. What do you mean? What is the behavioral logic of such a creature? Tony immediately probed. Once the collapse entity virus infects a human, it gradually grows stronger, while the infected individual weakens until they ultimately vanish from reality. Li Hua elaborated. This sounded like some ethereal entity replacing the very existence of humanity. Tony furrowed his brow and asked, but how does this relate to the creature's behavior? In order to accelerate its growth, the collapse entity virus continuously exerts mental pressure on its host. The greater the stress on the infected individual, the more rapidly the virus develops. Thus, the actions of these collapse entities are fundamentally driven by the principle of increasing the pressure on the infected, Elena interjected. In essence, the reason the collapse entity saved you was that your presence generates immense mental pressure for the infected, greatly benefiting the virus's proliferation within them. Upon hearing this, Tony's gaze sharpened. Jarvis, document this into the files. It seems I must be more mindful of my words and actions moving forward. He reflected momentarily. Previously, he had requested Jarvis to review the file of Henry, the infected individual, who had been under considerable mental strain due to his company's dealings with Stark Industries. Tony recognized that his own self-indulgent behavior often imposed significant pressure on those around him. Yet he had previously been indifferent to this fact. After all, he was a billionaire, a playboy, a genius inventor, the helm of Stark Industries. What of it if he was a little reckless and self-centered? However, understanding the connection between mental pressure and the mysterious collapse entity virus prompted Tony to decide to temper his demeanor when interacting with friends in the future. By the way, this marks the second time we've saved the president of Stark Industries, doesn't it? Elena teased. Technically, I am no longer the president of Stark Industries. Tony replied with a raised eyebrow. Nonetheless, I am indeed indebted to you both for your assistance. Speak freely of any recompense you desire. Tony Stark is certainly not one to be stingy. There's indeed a matter we need to discuss with you. In a conversation between Iron Man and Kamen Rider, upon hearing Li Hua's words, Tony raised an eyebrow. I have many questions for you as well. Let's discuss this in my private seaside villa. However, it seems you lack the ability to fly. Are you intending to run all the way there? Would you like me to give you a lift? No need. Elena replied nonchalantly. Just provide us with the address, and we can teleport directly there. Tony's expression faltered as he remembered their spatial transfer technology, akin to a teleportation system in a game. After giving them the precise location of his villa, he watched the teleportation array illuminate with a smirk. He first met with Pepper, briefly arranged some aftermath matters, and then flew back to his villa. His immediate priority was to replace the arc reactor. It not only powered his suit, but also sustained his life. As for the board of directors, that could wait. Stark Tower had suffered significant damage and required extensive renovations. Pepper decided to grant a 3-day leave to all employees except for essential personnel. Upon returning to his seaside villa and replacing the arc reactor, Tony opened a bottle of wine, reclined on the sofa, and raised his glass towards Li Hua and Elena. Shall you reveal your true forms now? Or do you still wish to conceal your identities? Li Hua and Elena exchanged glances, removed their game cartridges, and transformed back. As Tony beheld the transformation of their armor vanishing into thin air, his eyes narrowed, a glimmer of intrigue passing through. Jarvis, he called. Yes, sir. Based on facial recognition data, the gentleman is named Li Hua and the lady is Elena. Both are doctors of the New York Holy City Hospital. I've sent their identity information to your phone, Jarvis promptly replied. Tony nodded slightly, glancing down at his phone. Would you care for a drink? I rarely invite others for a drink, he said in a leisurely tone. I do not drink. Alcohol affects the precision of my scalpel, Li Hua replied coolly. And what about this lovely lady? Tony inquired, flashing what he considered an attractive smile at Elena. Elena, however, unflinchingly rejected him. We are here to discuss important matters, and I never drink with those I do not favor. Tony waved his hand in resignation, saying, Then let us discuss what brings you here. After all, You have saved my life twice. As long as your requests do not threaten national security, I believe I can accommodate most of your demands." After listening to Li Hua and Elena, Tony pondered aloud. "So, your plan is for me to provide you with cover?" "Indeed. Our aim is merely to eradicate the collapsed source virus and treat the patients. We wish to avoid being targeted by any strange departments or agents." Li Hua confirmed with a nod. After a moment of silence, Tony nodded. "That is agreeable, but you must provide me with a detailed explanation of this so-called collapsed source virus. What is the principle behind your armor? I need to understand the situation. I wish to speak with the individuals behind you. Who created the transformation devices you possess? The Illusion Dream Group? If so, let their president, Daoyi, come to speak with me, or are you backed by other forces?" Li Hua and Elena's expressions remained unchanged at the mention of the Illusion Dream Group. They had anticipated this, as the Holy City hospital they worked at was wholly funded by the Illusion Dream Group, information easily accessible to Tony Stark. "Very well," Li Hua acquiesced, producing a projector and setting it on the table. Once activated, Daoyi's image appeared on the wall. With the outbreak of the collapse source virus, the narrative surrounding the game nights began to unfold, as Daoyi communicated with Tony Stark to outline certain details. This was not only to secure Tony's assistance for the heroes and archers, but also to lay the groundwork for the narrative's setting and background. Once SHIELD learned about the relevant background and setting from Tony Stark, whose validation as a renowned scientist would lend it considerable credibility. Of course, the established premise of the collapsed source virus was entirely factual, and having Tony Stark's endorsement would help avoid unnecessary complications. It was indeed remarkable that a game manufacturing company like the Illusion Dream Group could create such powerful armor. Most would never suspect it, including Tony, who couldn't help but think of his friend Colonel Rhodes. To be precise, it should be referred to as the Night System, utilizing the player's driver to harness the power within the game cartridges to transform into Kamen Riders, battling the monster's birth for the collapsed source virus. Daoyi explained with a faint smile. "Kamen Rider? Quite juvenile, I must say. Is this what you expect from a game designer?" Tony remarked with a hint of bemusement. "Mr. Stark, feel free to ask any questions you may have," Daoyi said, scrutinizing Tony. Tony's expression shifted. What exactly is this so-called collapsed source virus? What does unknown mean?" Tony furrowed his brow, unable to contain his skepticism. The origins of the collapsed source virus remain a mystery. Its existence, capabilities, and nature surpass current scientific understanding. Possessing the extraordinary ability to materialize the imaginary into reality and erase reality into illusion. How is that possible? Tony responded, incredulous. Otherwise, how would those monsters appear and disappear at will? As the world's foremost physicist, can you explain this, Mr. Stark? Daoyi observed Tony's reaction with interest. What is the principle behind this? Is it data materializing into reality? Tony's mind raced. The collapsed source monsters indeed seem to manifest and vanish entirely, akin to creatures from a game, neither flesh nor mechanical constructs. Could they be data life forms? Yet, data life forms cannot influence the tangible world without a physical medium. Moreover, based on previous combat experiences, Tony dismissed the possibility of elemental energy life forms. After all, if they were energy life forms, they would undoubtedly emit powerful energy fluctuations. However, his Iron Man suit's detection systems had not registered any anomalies, and the feedback from scans resembled that of an inanimate object. It was conceivable that for some reason, these entities possessed the ability to shield themselves from electromagnetic, infrared, and energy wave detection, rendering his suit systems incapable of observing their formidable energy. However, when the energy life forms perish, they inevitably release a tremendous amount of energy. Energy, after all, does not simply vanish in a thin air. Such an immense force could not possibly escape the detection of the Iron Man suit's monitoring system. After the collapsed source creature was vanquished, it vanished without a trace, as if the words scrawled upon a page had been effortlessly erased. Given that the so-called collapsed source virus possesses such formidable capabilities, far surpassing our current technological understanding, how did you manage to create this so-called night system, enabling them to transform into Kamen Riders to combat the collapsed source monstrosities? Tony's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he fixed his gaze upon Daoyi. Dao nodded slightly, acknowledging the power of the collapse source virus is unimaginable. Conventional technology and various weapons struggle to inflict any significant damage upon it, a reality that Mr. Stark has undoubtedly experienced firsthand. Tony, upon hearing this, instinctively nodded in agreement. When confronting the monsters, his armor had deployed every conceivable tactic and weapon, each of which he had meticulously crafted himself, rendering them among the most advanced weaponry in existence. Aside from strategic weapons intended for large-scale warfare, the arsenal equipped within his Iron Man suit was arguably unparalleled in terms of potency. Stark harbored considerable confidence in his own inventions. Yet, against the previous collapse source creatures, his weapons had proven largely ineffective, akin to a child wielding a water gun in an attempt to defeat an adult. Conversely, these two Kamen Riders could inflict direct harm upon the creatures. Thus, how exactly does your created Kamen Rider system achieve this? How does it enable effective damage against the collapse source entities? Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued. Dao's expression revealed a hint of resignation. To combat the collapse source virus through conventional means is decidedly futile. Only the virus itself can eradicate the collapse source. Taken aback, Tony blurted out, "So the Kamen Rider system you devised actually harnesses the power of the collapse source virus?" "Indeed," Dao affirmed with a nod. "Only in this manner can humanity stand against the extraordinary collapse source virus." "But how precisely did you accomplish this? How can they wield the virus's power to transform into Kamen Riders without succumbing like those ordinary patients infected by the virus?" Tony asked, perplexed. "Is it related to the player drivers and game cartridges you mentioned? What principles underpin their creation?" As he spoke, his gaze instinctively shifted towards the player drivers at Li Hua and Elena's waists, as well as the game cartridges they held in their hands. 41. Indeed, the shadows behind the scenes are quite real. Daoyi nodded slightly, stating that the collapse source virus possesses the ability to materialize virtual fantasies into reality. If left uncontrolled, its spread poses a significant danger. After a brief pause, he continued, explaining that he utilized video games as a medium, or perhaps a petri dish, to exert a certain degree of control over the collapse source virus, gathering it into a cohesive form. Based on this, he created game cartridges, enabling humanity to harness the power of the virus to combat the various monsters birthed from it. Upon hearing this, Tony nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "The game cartridges are created using the powers of the collapse source virus through video games. No wonder the monsters that emerge exhibit a strong gaming aesthetic. Even the two of us as Kamen Riders appear as if we stepped out of game." He then speculated that the player drivers worn at their waists were likely designed to control the power of the game cartridges, preventing users from succumbing to the virus's corruption like ordinary infected individuals. Daoyi lightly inclined his head, a look of resignation crossing his face as he sighed. "This is a necessary approach. To confront the crisis posed by the collapse source virus, we must leverage the virus's own power. By centralizing control of the collapse source virus through the games I developed, I provided a fertile breeding ground for the virus to thrive. However, the concentrated density of the virus inevitably gives rise to even more powerful strains, leading to the emergence of formidable monsters that cross over from the game into reality due to the virus's influence." Tony's gaze sharpened as he considered the implications. "If what you say about the collapse source virus is true, then your method is indeed justified. Rather than allowing the virus to spread unchecked, it is wiser to find a way to control it and ultimately eradicate it. Even if this means the virus may grow stronger and spawn more powerful monsters, the human cost will be significantly reduced compared to the consequences of an uncontrolled outbreak. After all, you have created game cartridges and player drivers, as well as these two Kamen Riders specifically to combat the collapse source monsters." Li Hua, who had been quietly listening, narrowed his eyes and solemnly interjected, "This approach is reminiscent of historical measures taken in response to epidemics when medical technology was underdeveloped. In those times, isolation was the only recourse, sacrificing a few infected individuals to save the majority." Tony's expression softened as he smiled. At the very least, You two have saved two infected individuals, haven't you? Elena shot Tony a sidelong glance, retorting, "That is merely what you have witnessed. We face far more than just these two instances of collapsed source monsters." She continued, "For every failure, one person could vanish from existence, truly disappearing without a trace. However, since your intentions are to safeguard humanity against the collapsed source virus, why not collaborate with the government? Create more Kamen Riders to combat the monsters spawned by the virus? Surely, the game cartridges and player drivers you developed cannot be incapable of mass production. The government could enlist top scientists from various fields who might devise a means of mass production." Tony inquired after a moment of silence. Daoyi countered with a question. "Do you believe that merely possessing game cartridges and player drivers is sufficient to transform into a Kamen Rider?" Tony speculated. "Is there some special requirement? You refer to the collapsed source virus as a virus. Could it be that the conditions for utilizing the Rider system involve possessing some form of viral antibody?" Daoyi smiled and nodded. "You are correct. While producing player drivers and game cartridges is not overly complex, it does not imply that we can only create two sets. To utilize this Rider system and wield the power of the game cartridges, even with the player driver as a buffer, the strength of the game cartridges cannot be accessed by just anyone. One must possess certain qualifications, undergo adaptive surgery, and have the appropriate antibodies that enable them to harness the power of the game cartridges. Otherwise, if an unqualified individual recklessly uses a game cartridge, they will merely succumb to the collapsed source virus, becoming afflicted like other patients. Of course, the determination of who possesses the necessary antibodies and qualifications ultimately lies with me." Daoyi added. Tony quickly grasped the implications and eagerly asked, "Is it possible to extract these antibodies for mass production and vaccination for those in need?" "If it were that simple," Daoyi replied, "the creation of antibodies would allow for widespread inoculation against the virus, eliminating the necessity for a Rider system to combat the collapsed source monsters. Although the collapsed source virus exhibits many characteristics typical of a virus, which is why I have named it as such, it is fundamentally distinct from conventional viruses. At least for now, we cannot apply any material technological means to investigate the collapsed source virus. The so-called antibodies are merely elements that enable one to command the virus's power. These elements, similarly, do not belong to the conventional realm of material, cannot be collected or produced, and are possessed solely by unique individuals who can unlock them through adaptive surgery." Daoyi elaborated in great detail on his design for the collapsed source virus and the gaming Rider system. "Ah, I see," Tony remarked, his expression darkening. "This is akin to a rare blood type, where perhaps one case emerges among thousands or even tens of thousands." "Indeed," Daoyi acknowledged, "but if that is the case, then seeking cooperation from the government to identify as many qualified individuals as possible would be a more appropriate course of action." Daoyi nodded and then shook his head, a look of sorrow crossing his features as he spoke. "In theory, that would be correct. However, I created the gaming Rider system to heal and save lives, to combat the collapsed source virus, not to be wielded as a weapon in warfare. If the U.S. government were to learn of the collapsed source virus and gain access to the technology behind the Rider system, they might very well utilize it as a weapon in conflict. There may be politicians with integrity, but there are certainly many more who prioritize their own interests." Tony's expression shifted slightly. "Perhaps you harbor some biases against the United States." Daoyi offered a non-committal smile. "Perhaps, but I am unwilling to take that risk. The Rider system must never become a weapon of war. Collaborating with the U.S. government would lead us into unpredictable territory. I choose to believe that there are responsible politicians within the government, but there are undoubtedly many more who are self-serving. After all, the actions of the U.S. government have not inspired much trust given their roles in the Gulf War, the Afghanistan War, and the Vietnam War. As the president of Stark Industries, Tony Stark is undoubtedly well aware of these conflicts initiated by the U.S. government. It is precisely due to your first-hand experience of the brutalities of war and the suffering it inflicts that you would choose to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. Would you not? If the American government sought to nationalize your Iron Man technology and utilize it for weaponry, would you acquiesce? This left Tony momentarily speechless. Indeed, a significant portion of the United States government harbors disdain for unreliable politicians. After a brief silence, Tony spoke. In that case, I respect your decision. I will assist you, but how shall I provide you with cover? Should I hold a press conference to announce that your armor was developed by me? That isn't necessary. On 2 occasions, the kaiju appeared in your presence amidst a large crowd, and at this stage, it is publicly acknowledged that only you, Tony Stark, could have conceived such advanced individual combat armor. As long as we maintain occasional contact, those with ulterior motives will naturally deduce the connection between the creation of Kamen Riders and you. You merely need to maintain an ambiguous stance, neither denying nor affirming the association, he explained. Very well, let us proceed according to your plan. Additionally, could you provide me with a game cartridge for research? The previous encounters with the monsters were eliminated by you, leaving no remnants for collection or analysis, Tony requested, observing Daoyi. Although Daoyi's words seemed sincere, and Tony Stark had witnessed the creatures born of the kaiju virus and the Kamen Riders, he could not bestow absolute trust without personal verification of the conclusions drawn. Certainly, I will send you a spare game cartridge, Daoyi nodded. Li Hua and Elena exchanged worried glances but remained silent. I have one final question. How did you initially discover the existence of the kaiju virus? Tony inquired, narrowing his eyes with keen interest. Daoyi's demeanor became slightly more serious. The initial discovery of the virus was not by me, but rather by a mysterious organization affiliated with Corporation B. While designing a new game, I inadvertently stumbled upon this peculiar kaiju virus online. Yet that time, I was unaware of its capabilities. Shortly after my discovery, an individual claiming to represent Corporation B approached me with samples of the initial kaiju virus and demonstrated its powers. Tony furrowed his brow tightly. Corporation B? What is the origin of this organization? Could they be responsible for creating the kaiju virus? Their origins are unclear, aside from that encounter. I have not seen anyone from them since. I have searched worldwide, but found no trace. However, the Illusory Dream Group is merely a game development company with limited intelligence channels. Perhaps Mr. Stark could utilize Stark Industries Information Network to investigate this mysterious Corporation B. Daoyi shook his head slightly. However, the kaiju virus is unlikely to have been created by them. Such an extraordinary existence should not be within the realm of current human technology. It far exceeds the limits of our era. Their interest in me stems from their desire to leverage my expertise in creating virtual video games to find a means to control the kaiju virus's power. The term Corporation B sounds like a code name, facilitating their concealment and clandestine operations. They likely operate under different names and have never publicly engaged in economic activities, remaining shrouded in secrecy, which is why no useful leads can be found. Tony nodded contemplatively and called out J-A-R-V-I-S. Upon hearing Tony's summons, J-A-R-V-I-S immediately understood and began searching the database. The central screen in the living room flashed rapidly with lines of data, and moments later J-A-R-V-I-S responded, Sir, no information regarding Corporation B has been found in the database. Tony raised an eyebrow. It seems it is not so simple to uncover, is it? Could this so-called Corporation B be akin to the Freemasons, a secret organization? What exactly is this Corporation B? Why have I never heard you mention it before? Elena interjected, unable to contain her curiosity, because apart from that one appearance, I have not been able to find any further information regarding Corporation B. Daoyi replied with a hint of a wry smile. Tony turned his gaze to the devices and cartridges on Li Hua and Elena, asking, Is the Knight system, composed of game cartridges and player drivers, your creation? Daoyi nodded, then shook his head. The initial technological prototype was provided to me by the Corporation. Through my enhancements, we have developed the current player drivers and game cartridges. This so-called Corporation has been researching methods to control the kaiju virus, utilizing the medium of virtual video games to effectively manage it. Daoyi nodded slightly. Perhaps the kaiju virus can be described as entirely incorporeal, making it impossible to influence directly through any physical devices. By constructing a virtual world through video games, populated with characters and narratives, we can aggregate the kaiju virus, thereby allowing for some degree of control and utilization. In essence, this corporation B likely possesses the same knowledge of creating the night system as you do. However, the true intentions of this enigmatic corporation B remain shrouded in mystery, Tony mused, glancing at Daoyi. Daoyi merely smiled faintly and shrugged. The true purpose of Corporation B is unknown. Perhaps it is akin to the rumored scholars of the Xuanshan Hermitage, an academic research organization striving to explore the heights of knowledge and the mysteries of the universe. Alternatively, it could be a coalition of ambitious individuals secretly conspiring to expand their influence and covertly dominate the world. Tony's brow furrowed at the notion of world domination, chuckling as he remarked, "World domination? That seems a touch far-fetched, does it not? In this day and age, who would still entertain such unrealistic aspirations? Even the Republic of America has no designs on ruling the world." Daoyi smiled mysteriously and shrugged. "Who can say? I am merely proposing a hypothesis." Tony's expression grew solemn. While he did not genuinely believe in the existence of an organization with such ambitions, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him. Daoyi had introduced the name of Corporation B to Tony Stark as a prelude to future developments. As the game progressed, Tony Stark as Iron Man would inevitably encounter the Life Tree Foundation and the Shuka organization orchestrated by Daoyi. Witnessing and experiencing these events firsthand would naturally lead him to unwavering conviction. For a man of intellect, the conclusions derived from personal observation and analysis are the most credible. Eventually, as the virtuous heroes and villainous organizations came into conflict, the omnipresent shadow of Corporation B would be revealed, and Tony would come to realize the vast influence of this hidden organization, yet remain unable to uncover any useful information or intelligence regarding it. In truth, the information divulged by Daoyi to Tony Stark, Li Hua, and Elena was largely accurate. Save for one crucial detail, everything was meticulously orchestrated and fabricated by Daoyi himself. Furthermore, the mention of Consortium B was a strategic prelude for the roles that would later employ the malfunctioning driver, a preemptive setup. Upon learning that the collapsed source virus was initially discovered by Consortium B, it became readily apparent to Tony Stark and others, including Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, and other members of the Avengers, that the ability to produce game cartridges utilizing the collapsed source virus could potentially extend beyond just Daoyi, the enigmatic president and chairman of the Illusionary Dream Group. There was a considerable likelihood that the mysterious Consortium B also possessed the capability to manufacture game cartridges and player drivers. The game cartridges would subsequently be sent to him for appropriate study. With a smirk that bordered on enigmatic, Daoyi remarked, "However, while you conduct your research on the game cartridges, it would be wise to exercise caution and avoid becoming infected by the collapsed source virus. Otherwise, you may find yourself in need of rescue by Li Hua and Elena." In response, Tony, somewhat indignant, retorted, "How could a genius like me possibly make such a rookie mistake?" Li Hua, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, "You wouldn't assume that the methods for preventing ordinary viral infections would suffice against the collapsed source virus, would you? While the virus's transmission is not completely without trace, conventional medical measures for combating typical viruses are largely ineffective. I don't believe this warrants excessive concern, considering Mr. Stark's usual carefree and indulgent manner. He likely exerts pressure on others rather than feeling any himself," Elena teased. Upon hearing this, Tony's gaze flickered. Is it true that the transmission of the collapsed source virus, like the outbreak of other viruses, is related to an individual's mental stress? Daoyi nodded affirmatively. The greater the mental stress, the more susceptible one becomes to the collapsed source virus. Drawing an analogy to ordinary viruses, the human mental state equates to the body's immune system. Higher mental stress correlates with lower immunity, making one more vulnerable to infection, and the condition can deteriorate rapidly post-infection. After absorbing Daoyi's words, Tony suddenly seemed to grasp something significant and instructed Vice, informed Pepper not to worry excessively. She should take time to relax. In fact, I'll grant her a vacation. If she has any leisure activities in mind, she should indulge. especially since Stark Tower has just suffered damage from a monster attack and cannot be restored in the short term. Also, the employees of Stark Industries should not have excessively long working hours. Unless absolutely necessary, no overtime is permitted on weekends. Everyone must ensure they maintain a good mental state. Daoyi was momentarily speechless, not anticipating that the crisis posed by the collapsed source virus would inadvertently secure substantial benefits for the workers of Stark Industries. "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Tony inquired, turning to Li Hua and Elena with a look that clearly conveyed, "Why are you still in my home?" Li Hua and Elena exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they silently looked at Daoyi. With an indifferent smile, Daoyi replied, "Then I shall take my leave." As brilliance enveloped the space, a teleportation array materialized on the floor, and the player drivers on Li Hua and Elena simultaneously illuminated before they vanished. While Daoyi severed the communication, Tony stood, momentarily dazed, gazing at the spot where Li Hua and Elena had disappeared, his expression contemplative and profound. In the headquarters of SHIELD, at the Triarch Wing building, Director Nick Fury sat in his office chair, observing the footage on his desk screen that displayed the battle between Kamen Rider and a monstrous entity outside Stark Industries. "Director, you summoned me?" Agent Coulson knocked and entered, ready to report to Nick Fury. Leaning back in his chair, Fury regarded one of his most trusted subordinates with a grave tone, making it difficult to discern his emotions. "You are aware of the chaos unleashed by the monsters that suddenly appeared at Stark Industries, correct?" Coulson immediately grasped the implication behind his superior's words and nodded. "The creature that appeared this time is likely of the same kind that emerged during the battle between Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane. Have you uncovered any useful information?" Fury tapped his desk, his gaze fixed on Coulson. The agent's expression darkened as he hesitated, then carefully articulated from the intelligence collected. "It seems that these monsters are born from human bodies. Provide me with more pertinent details." Fury interjected, his tone insistent. "What caused the emergence of these creatures? And who are those two armored figures that seem to have stepped out of video game, defeating the monsters?" Coulson hesitated slightly before responding. "At this moment, we do not know. Their appearances and disappearances are exceedingly mysterious, making it nearly impossible to investigate. So, after all this time, you have failed to obtain any substantial intelligence?" Fury's hand struck the desk lightly, his gaze piercing. "These monsters appeared brazenly in front of Stark Industries. The presidents of the United States and other nations have called me, demanding that SHIELD swiftly ascertain the truth. You tell me there is no actionable information after all this time?" Coulson's expression soured as he released a faint sigh. "We have maximized the use of SHIELD's intelligence system, yet leads are alarmingly scarce, leaving us only with speculative deductions. Intelligence personnel speculate that the two suits of armor may be related to Tony Stark. All top physicists in the United States have investigated this matter, and no one else possesses the capability to create such comprehensive exoskeletal armor." Speculation? Fury scrutinized Coulson. "In that case, reach out to Stark again and see if you can glean any information about the origins of these monsters." Coulson offered a wry smile. "I have already attempted to contact him previously, but he completely disregarded me. I believe I reported this to you. Regarding Tony Stark, I suggest we send Agent Natasha. Her charm may yield better results." Fury frowned slightly at this suggestion before replying, "Agent Natasha is currently on a mission in Europe and has yet to return. We shall wait a while longer." Coulson's eyes flickered momentarily, but his expression remained unchanged as he nodded, expressing complete agreement with his director's decision. However, he harbored many thoughts. Even if Natasha was occupied, SHIELD had no shortage of capable female agents, each possessing their own unique allure. In truth, Fury had no intention of sending an agent to covertly infiltrate Stark's life for intelligence gathering unless absolutely necessary. With all eyes upon him, Stark, as Iron Man and a preeminent mechanical engineering genius, was already prepared for scrutiny. However, sending an agent to monitor him and gain his trust would equate to deceiving his affections. Should Stark discover such betrayal, His self-centered nature would likely lead to a tumultuous fallout, jeopardizing any future collaboration. S.H.I.L.D. had always maintained a distant observation of Tony. While Fury held reservations about Stark's character, he deeply valued his genius, hoping that one day this flamboyant individual would mature and integrate into his plans. In the original narrative, Stark's erratic behavior had raised alarms, leading to the conclusion that he was undergoing significant turmoil. Thus, Natasha was dispatched to gather intelligence, ultimately revealing Howard Stark's research on a new element, which enabled Tony to resolve the palladium poisoning issue with his arc reactor. By developing a new arc reactor, Tony essentially saved his own life. Although his pride would prevent him from expressing gratitude directly, he would undoubtedly remember S.H.I.L.D.'s assistance, leading to a lesser concern about the agency's intelligence-gathering methods. By the way, do you believe those two peculiar armored figures that confronted the monsters are indeed connected to Tony Stark? Fury inquired of Coulson. Coulson pondered for a moment before responding. Logically, such exoskeletal armor should only be within Stark's capabilities to manufacture. However what? Fury's single eye gleamed with curiosity. I am uncertain, but these suits do not seem to bear Stark's hallmark, Coulson admitted tentatively. Uncertain? Fury's expression turned serious, hinting at intrigue. I require concrete evidence and logical reasoning, not ephemeral feelings. Coulson nodded in agreement. Given S.H.I.L.D.'s intelligence network, only someone with mastery over the arc reactor technology, like Tony Stark, could produce such powerful and versatile exoskeletal armor equipped with energy weapons. However, Stark treats his Iron Man suit as an inseparable part of himself. Congress and the military have long sought the technology behind the Iron Man suits, but he has staunchly refused to yield. If he truly created those armors, why did he not deploy them immediately? Why not use them himself instead of allowing others to don them? Furthermore, the design of these armors does not resemble Stark's work at all. Crucially, during the battle against the monsters, Stark's Iron Man suit appeared ineffective, while the two unknown armors inflicted direct damage upon the creatures. Thus, based on my assessment, the sudden appearance of these monsters and those two armors may not be significantly related to Tony Stark. That is merely conjecture, though it is reasonable. It lacks sufficient persuasive power. Fury countered, his eyes narrowing. If Stark was not involved in the creation of these armors, which other entity on Earth possesses such technology? Fury fell into contemplation. If there were any places where S.H.I.L.D.'s intelligence network could not penetrate, it would be the ancient realm of the East, steeped in long-standing traditions. S.H.I.L.D. operates under the auspices of the World Security Council, tasked with maintaining global safety and stability and addressing exceptional supernatural occurrences, wielding unique authority to execute operations worldwide. However, despite being nominally governed by several permanent members of the Security Council, the origins, personnel, funding, equipment, and bases of S.H.I.L.D. predominantly stem from the United States, rendering its inclinations distinctly apparent. Consequently, various nations maintain their own intelligence systems, such as the KGB and MI6. Yet none can rival S.H.I.L.D., save for the ancient Chinese entity known as the Spear Bureau. The Spear Bureau refrains from international involvement, diligently guarding its own territory, yet manages to do so with remarkable efficacy. S.H.I.L.D. has attempted to establish an intelligence network within China, but despite numerous covert operations, it has proven futile to create a functional intelligence apparatus. While establishing a branch was a consensual arrangement among the major permanent members of the Security Council, the expectation is for it to remain within the confines of that branch, with no extraneous activities permitted. Thus, the S.H.I.L.D. China branch has garnered a reputation as a retirement home within the organization. If that Eastern nation has indeed managed to elude S.H.I.L.D.'s intelligence apparatus and developed operational exoskeleton armor, it is conceivable. However, Nick Fury shook his head, dismissing this possibility. Should the Spear Bureau have truly developed exoskeleton armor of significant strategic value, it would undoubtedly be shrouded in secrecy, with no chance of such technology manifesting on the streets of New York. Furthermore, the emergence of these monsters is so extraordinary that they seem entirely alien to Earth. What if both the monsters and the armor are not of terrestrial origin? Observing the appearance and disappearance of the monsters on the screen, Nick Fury couldn't help but ponder. Having personally encountered extraterrestrial civilizations, he is acutely aware of the multitude of advanced civilizations capable of interstellar travel. If such cosmic civilizations were responsible, they could indeed create creatures and armor far beyond human comprehension. Very well, let the Stark Group and Tony Stark continue their observation. Nick Fury caressed the pager left by an old friend. An opportunity may arise to engage in a face-to-face discussion with Tony Stark. Surely, you haven't brought me any useful intelligence or initiated any effective operational deployments, have you? Nick Fury's gaze toward Coulson took on a dangerously intense quality. This was not the capable subordinate he once knew. Coulson felt a pang of anxiety and spoke. Regarding the monsters themselves, there are indeed no leads. However, following comprehensive investigations of the individuals associated with their emergence, we found no abnormalities. Yet based on the various symptoms exhibited by these individuals prior to the monster's arrival, we have identified several potential candidates in New York City who display similar symptoms. Nick Fury nodded slightly. How are these individuals being managed? Have agents been assigned to monitor them? What unforeseen events have transpired? Noticing Coulson's troubled smile, Nick Fury furrowed his brow and inquired. They have been taken away by the American government under the pretext of needing isolation due to a novel infectious virus, Coulson replied with a resigned shake of his head. Our agents cannot directly confront the American government or military. Nick Fury's gaze sharpened, contemplating for a moment before relaxing his brow. While the military has taken them, it may not necessarily be a negative outcome. Those suddenly manifested monsters are not easily dealt with. Even Tony Stark in his armored suit finds it challenging. If the military is willing to clear the path for us, we shall let them. However, we must remain vigilant regarding the locations where these patients are being housed. Should any monsters emerge, we must secure first-hand intelligence. Indeed, Director, Coulson affirmed with a nod. In front of the St. Capitol Hospital stood Gwen Stacy, a high school girl, who was acutely aware of the American government's military actions regarding those suspected of being infected with the collapse source virus. It was no surprise to her, after all. The sudden emergence of these mysterious collapse source creatures necessitated every conceivable effort to uncover their origins and characteristics. The few individuals who had been infected and subsequently cured represented the only leads, yet after thorough medical examinations, they bore no discernible differences from ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, the symptoms exhibited during their infections could serve as a comparative reference. Furthermore, the military had devised a more intricate plan outside the treatment facility. They had discreetly stationed an elite unit equipped with advanced weaponry. Should the armored figures that previously vanquished the monsters reappear, immediate capture operations would ensue. Even if these armors belonged to Tony Stark, the military could legally seize them under the pretext of trespassing on a military base, securing the technology for themselves. At that point, even Stark would have little recourse, and the United States could justifiably absorb this cutting-edge technology. However, Daoyi remained unfazed by these developments, considering the military's aspirations overly optimistic as they greatly overestimated their own capabilities. The American forces sought to study the collapse source creatures, yet such endeavors were predicated on their ability to defeat them. For too long, the American military had acted with impunity around the globe, embodying the role of world police, leading to a blind confidence in their own might. Yet, when the truly infected individuals among the assembled candidates experienced a viral outbreak resulting in the emergence of collapsed source creatures, they would come to realize the folly of their presumptions. The consequences of their hubris would be dire, diverting their focus from their plans to capture the masked riders. Ultimately, their efforts would result in a Pyrrhic victory, failing to achieve their intended objectives while incurring significant losses. It would only be when the collapsed source monsters wreaked havoc that the masked riders would emerge. After all, whether it was the American military directly engaged in action, the observing SHIELD, or the lurking Hydra, all belonged to that reckless type that only understood the gravity of their situation through painful lessons and substantial losses. They needed to comprehend their own fragility and ineptitude. At that moment, Dan Daoyi's attention shifted to Gwen Stacy, who stood at the entrance of St. Capitol Hospital, her heart filled with trepidation. Gwen had visited several hospitals in New York that she suspected, and if she failed to find the masked rider she encountered that fateful night, it would prove her assumptions wrong. Contemplating this, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. If she could not locate him, what would become of Bianca? Bianca, a senior at Midtown High School and Gwen's closest friend, had recently faced the pressures of college applications and relinquished her role as student council president, becoming the vice president instead. This transition had greatly aided Gwen, the new president, in her duties. Recently, Bianca had experienced symptoms akin to those of a rare and dangerous virus after a failed college application. When Gwen and Peter had brought their classmate Basil, who had been cured of the collapse source virus, to the hospital for examination, Gwen meticulously recorded Basil's experiences and symptoms during his infection. This, combined with a brief introduction to the masked rider, provided her with a clearer understanding. When Bianca exhibited similar symptoms, Gwen promptly connected it to the collapse source virus, though she lacked definitive means to verify it. Especially concerning was the fact that Bianca's parents had taken her to the hospital, where no abnormalities were found. Shortly thereafter, government officials arrived, declaring that Bianca had contracted a rare and perilous virus, necessitating her isolation for treatment. Gwen was nearly certain that Bianca had indeed contracted the so-called collapse source virus. Thus, she had begun her quest, visiting each hospital on her list, describing the symptoms of the collapse source virus in hopes of locating the masked rider who had defeated the monster that night. Her skepticism regarding the government's so-called treatment stemmed from having witnessed the masked rider's battle against the collapse source creature. Gwen suspected that the monsters born from the collapse source virus were beyond the realm of conventional methods of confrontation. No matter the might of the military's arsenal, it might prove ineffective. As Gwen hesitated in the hospital lobby, her demeanor quickly attracted the attention of the medical staff. "Young lady, since you were at the hospital, there's no need to be shy. Whatever issues you may have, they require prompt attention, and no one here will regard you with anything but compassion." The nurse, observing the young girl standing alone, hesitated, assuming she was grappling with some private women's issue, hence her apparent discomfort. Moreover, being at the hospital without the accompaniment of family or guardians suggested a delicate situation. "Let me take you to the gynecology department," the nurse continued. "At your age, you should focus on your studies. Engaging in such activities could be detrimental to your health. Even if you are considering such matters, proper precautions are essential to avoid complications. And your boyfriend allowed you to come here alone? That seems quite irresponsible." As she spoke, the nurse gently guided Gwen toward the gynecology department. Initially perplexed by the nurse's remarks, Gwen's confusion deepened when she heard the mention of a boyfriend, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. "No, I don't have a boyfriend. And I haven't done anything like that," Gwen explained, her gaze cast downward. The well-meaning nurse soon realized she had misjudged the situation and felt slightly awkward. Spotting the attending physician ahead, she said, "Dr. Elena, there's a girl here seeking treatment. I'll leave her in your capable hands," and hurriedly departed. Dr. Elena, about to return to her office, nodded at Gwen and said, "Come with me." At that moment, Gwen's mind was in disarray. Upon hearing Dr. Elena's invitation, she instinctively nodded and followed the physician. "Now, tell me what seems to be the issue." "There is no need to feel embarrassed. At your age, it's normal to encounter various physiological concerns that many girls experience." Dr. Elena attempted to soften her tone. Having regained her composure, Gwen quickly shook her head and replied, "It's not me. It's a friend of mine." "Your friend, also a girl?" Dr. Elena inquired, her expression shifting to one of understanding, fully grasping the nuance of a young girl's concern. She refrained from questioning why Gwen was inquiring on behalf of her friend rather than the friend herself. Gwen nodded, stating that this friend was a close acquaintance, specifically an upperclassman of hers. Elena understood and acknowledged, adding various descriptions and settings to ensure the existence of this friend was credible. What condition is your friend suffering from? Gwen felt a peculiar gaze from the beautiful doctor before her, yet her concern for Bianca's situation overshadowed any fleeting thoughts. Actually, the symptoms my friend exhibits are rather unusual. I hope. You may call me Elena. Noticing Gwen looking her way, Elena spoke, I understand, and I will keep your friend's situation confidential. However, Gwen shook her head repeatedly. Dr. Elena, it's not that I wish for you to keep it secret. Rather, I want you to inform all the doctors in the hospital about my friend's symptoms. Elena was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation entirely. What did she mean by wanting to publicize it? Gwen, unaware of Elena's thoughts, naturally continued, my friend's condition is indeed quite special, and I hope to find a doctor who understands these symptoms, hence the need for widespread awareness. Elena's expression slightly faltered as she realized she had misunderstood the girl's intent. All right, I understand. What peculiar ailment does your friend have? Elena inquired, gathering her composure. Are you certain it's this case? After hearing Gwen's description, Elena's demeanor turned grave as she sought confirmation. It sounded entirely akin to an infection by the collapse source virus. Gwen observed the drastic change in Elena's expression and felt a surge of doubt. Could this Dr. Elena also be aware of the collapse source virus? Yet, the previous two masked riders she encountered were both male. However, considering Elena's reaction, it was highly likely she was an informed individual. Thus, Gwen tentatively remarked, I've heard that this symptom results from an infection of a virus called the collapse source virus. Elena's gaze sharpened at Gwen's words. What did you learn about the collapse source virus? Where is your friend who is infected with the virus? Realizing Elena's reaction indicated she was close to the truth, Gwen recounted the events she had encountered on campus that day, along with Bianca's condition, explaining that her concern for Bianca prompted her to search various hospitals. I see. Elena nodded thoughtfully. It's commendable that you managed to find your way here, searching through so many hospitals in New York for your friend. Upon hearing Elena's words, Gwen felt a sense of certainty. Dr. Elena, you must know the two masked riders from that day. Please, you must inform them. Ask them to save Senior Bianca. Elena nodded slightly. Don't worry, we will not stand idly by. It is our responsibility to understand the collapse source virus. Gwen, taken aback, gazed at Elena in disbelief. Could it be that you, Dr. Elena, are also? Elena nodded gently. I'm a masked rider. My code name is Archer. And please, don't call me doctor. Just refer to me as sister. All right, Sister Elena. Gwen replied with a charming smile. This is not an appropriate place to discuss matters related to the collapse source virus. Allow me to take you to another location. Elena said with a satisfied smile. Li Hua received a notification from Elena and arrived at the underground base, where he saw Gwen standing beside Elena. His gaze sharpened, and he furrowed his brow as he addressed Elena. Why did you bring a student here? Elena, with a playful expression, blinked and replied, Li, how can you not recognize her? She has traversed the hospitals of New York City just to find you. Hearing this, Li Hua's expression darkened as he glanced at Gwen. She is merely a student and should not be involved in our affairs. It is too dangerous. Although he was unsure how this high school girl from Midtown High found her way here, he believed it was unwise to disclose the secrets of Kamen Rider to a 16 or 17-year-old. Yet, Gwen spoke with unwavering determination. My friend has been infected with the collapse source virus and taken by government agents. I do not know what will happen to her, so I came here seeking help. Upon hearing this, Li Hua's expression grew serious as he looked at Elena. The actions of the American government. We will find a way to address this, Mississippi. Li Hua still wished for Gwen to return home. After all, it was inappropriate to involve a young high school girl in such perilous matters concerning the collapse source virus. Gwen, having discerned Li Hua's unspoken intent, shook her head resolutely. Elena raised her hands in surrender. Gwen refuses to go back and wait for news. And I am at a loss. It seemed they shared a strong bond, Li Hua thought to himself. This is a matter of great importance. We need to discuss it thoroughly. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Elena, signaling her to suggest that Gwen leave, as it would be best for the two of them to discuss their strategy regarding the government's actions without her presence. I believe I have a general understanding of the situation. Suddenly, the central screen of the base lit up, revealing the image of Dan Daoyi. Mr. Dan, Li Hua exclaimed in surprise. Gwen, upon seeing Daoyi on the screen, displayed a glimmer of recognition. He was the president of the Phantom Dream Game Group. At this moment, Elena smiled and said, before bringing Gwen to the base, I, of course, consulted with Dan. Li Hua was puzzled. Why? Gwen also looked at Daoyi with great curiosity. Daoyi smiled slightly, because Gwen possesses the same antibodies as you, which qualifies her to use the player driver and game cartridges. Elena nodded and elaborated. This means that Gwen can also transform into a Kamen Rider and become our ally. But she is just a student. Li Hua's expression was a mixture of surprise, relief, and inner conflict. The choice lies entirely with her, not with you or me deciding for her whether to make this choice. However, I must offer her this opportunity. For possessing the virus antibodies and the ability to use the Kamen Rider system to combat collapse source monsters is indeed a rare gift. The collapse source monsters you will face next could be numerous, and the battles will be arduous, Daoyi remarked, glancing at Gwen. Following this, Elena explained to Gwen the costs associated with utilizing the Rider system. Gwen's heart trembled at the explanation, and after a moment of silence, she clenched her fist. Mr. Dan, I have made my decision. I also want to become a Kamen Rider. I will defeat those monsters and save Bianca and all the patients infected with the virus. Li Hua, wanting to interject, ultimately sighed and remained silent. Very well, I happen to have a basic game cartridge, Bakusa Bike Violent Ride. From now on, you shall be Kamen Rider Laser Rider. Daoyi nodded in satisfaction. The American government has gathered all suspected patients infected with the virus. What could their motive be? With Gwen's determination solidified and Daoyi's agreement, Li Hua no longer hesitated, regarding Gwen as a comrade. They likely wish to study the collapse source virus, Elena speculated. They probably lack the capability. The monsters birthed from the collapse source virus are not to be trifled with. Even Tony Stark, in his Iron Man suit, was powerless against the creature that appeared in Stark Tower, Li Hua scoffed. The current issue is that the American government has gathered all individuals exhibiting suspected symptoms. Among them, some are truly infected with the collapse source virus, while others are not. However, being told they have contracted a dangerous virus creates immense psychological pressure, which could lead to the uninfected being infected due to anxiety. If previously this was merely a possibility, once Daoyi decided to use this incident as the backdrop for a narrative, such an occurrence became inevitable. Li Hua inalat sharply. Are you suggesting that there could be many collapse source virus carriers emerging? Elena's expression was grave. No wonder you mentioned earlier that we would encounter numerous collapse source monsters. This situation seems quite troublesome. Previously, when the monsters appeared, you were always able to arrive on the scene in time. Shouldn't you be able to detect the collapse source virus? Gwen timidly inquired. Elena, with a faint bitter smile, shook her head and explained to Gwen that only a full-scale outbreak of the virus would trigger a significant reaction that could be observed. Gwen's expression fell. She had hoped there might be special means to locate Bianca and other patients concentrated by the government. What should we do then? Are we to wait for the virus to erupt? Gwen looked at Elena, her eyes filled with hope. Perhaps we could seek assistance from that playboy, Tony Stark, Elena suggested, her eyes glinting. We struggle to track the movements of those government agents. But Mr. Stark, with his wealth, influence, and technology, would be different. Daoyi nodded. I will contact Stark. What is it? Li Hua and Elena turned to Daoyi, perplexed. Daoyi chucklet softly. It seems that coincidence has a way of working out. Stark came to me before I could reach out to him. Indeed, it was a communication from Tony Stark, certainly not orchestrated by Daoyi, as he had no control over Stark's thoughts. It was merely a stroke of luck. What brings you here, Mr. Stark? Daoyi answered the call. Some fools within the American government have begun their foolish actions again, Tony said, exasperated. They have rounded up all those showing symptoms of the collapse source virus, intending to capture and study the collapse source monsters. They have no idea how difficult it is to deal with a monster's birth from the collapse source virus. Gathering so many people together and claiming they have contracted a new type of virus that requires isolation and treatment is sure to put immense psychological pressure on those taken away. If any of these individuals are indeed infected, the likelihood of widespread infection with the collapse source virus becomes significant. When that happens, I can only imagine how they will handle the emergence of numerous monsters. Has Mr. Stark located the base where the government is housing the patients? Elena eagerly inquired. Upon hearing her voice, Tony, recognizing her as someone he had previously met, raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course. Such a trivial matter is no challenge for the great Tony Stark. Now that we know their location, shall we rescue those patients?" Gwen interjected, her impatience evident. "No," Tony responded, his tone unexpectedly serious. "Those individuals have been placed in a military base under government protection, guarded by armed forces. Attempting a direct assault would equate to an attack on a United States military installation. Moreover, even if we were to stealthily extract them, how would we accommodate these individuals? Sending them home would only lead the government to them." He then turned to Dan. "By the way, you seem to have a new acquaintance." "I can hear it's a lady?" Dan smiled slightly. "Indeed, we have a new companion. What are we to do now? We know where the patients are, yet we cannot act." Li Hua furrowed his brow. "A direct breach of the military base is not feasible. A covert rescue is merely a temporary solution. It would be best to incite those within to break free." Tony suggested, his implication clear. "What do you mean? Those people are merely ordinary citizens. How could they possibly escape from a heavily fortified military base?" Elena exclaimed incredulously. However, Dan's eyes flickered with understanding. "Mr. Stark implies the creatures born from the collapse source virus?" Tony nodded. "Rather than allowing the collapse source virus to infect more individuals and give rise to additional monsters, it would be wiser to trigger an outbreak preemptively. If there are fewer creatures and you have an extra hand on your side, we should manage well enough. This would also demonstrate the power of the collapse source creatures to the government forces, dissuading any unwarranted intentions or actions. Therefore, upon learning their location, Dan, can you instigate an outbreak of the collapse source virus?" Tony continued. "A direct incursion into the military base is certainly out of the question, but if creatures emerge from the base, confronting them would pose no issue." Dan felt a stir of resolve and nodded. "Theoretically, it should be possible, though I will require time to devise a device capable of triggering the collapse source virus outbreak." While Tony's plan was indeed commendable, its smooth execution would render Dan's scripted scenario ineffective. With only 2 or 3 collapse source creatures, the spectacle would lack the magnitude necessary to inflict substantial losses upon the U.S. military, thereby failing to instill a profound sense of helplessness. If the atmosphere was insufficiently charged, the progression of the subsequent narrative would falter. Tony's scheme could proceed, but it was certain to encounter obstacles. After all, as the curtain rises on the narrative, how could it possibly descend before it has fully unfolded? After reaching an agreement with Tony, Dan handed Gwen the Player S driver and game cartridge, instructing Elena and Li Hua to undergo adaptive procedures while teaching Gwen to utilize and familiarize herself with the Night system. Meanwhile, he would focus on developing the apparatus capable of inciting the collapse source virus outbreak. In a military-controlled zone on the outskirts of New York, a newly established military base was being patrolled by Corporal Wildanian and his soldiers. "Well, what do you think about those people brought to this military base?" Private Raider Ataya whispered behind him. Will continued walking, glancing back at Raider as he replied, "That is not our concern. Our duty is to protect this base." Yet Raider persisted. "Don't you find it strange? These people are clearly just ordinary citizens. Why are they being sent to our military base?" The commander stated that these individuals are infected with a novel virus and require isolation and treatment. Will explained, noticing that the other soldiers seemed to share Raider's unease. Raider scoffed. "A novel virus? It sounds like a ruse. If there were a genuine outbreak, the health department would handle it, not the military. Those in power must be hiding something from us." Will frowned and admonished him quietly. "Do not engage in baseless speculation. We must fulfill our responsibilities." Will was aware of the troubling nature of the situation. Even if there were infected individuals, it hardly warranted military intervention if there was no widespread outbreak threatening societal order. But what could he do? Could he defy orders based on mere conjecture? After a moment of silence following Will's reprimand, Raider's imagination got the better of him. What if these people are indeed infected? Could it be a zombie virus, like in the Resident Evil movies? Will's expression darkened. Raider's loose tongue was becoming a liability. If not for his commendable military skills, Will would have expelled him from the squad long ago. Zombie virus? Raider, have you been watching too many zombie movies? The other soldiers joked upon hearing his theory. Yet Raider remained undeterred. This is not mere speculation. Why else would individuals infected with such a virus be concentrated in a military base? And have you seen the weapons that have been brought in? They are advanced designs from Stark Industries. Does that seem necessary for dealing with ordinary infected patients? Perhaps the government is covertly conducting bioweapons research, and a virus has leaked due to an experiment gone awry. Enough nonsense. Will interrupted, alarmed by Raider's increasingly absurd claims. You can't speak like that. If others hear you, there will be serious consequences. Raider, however, maintained a light-hearted demeanor. I'm only discussing this with you guys. The activities at the base are indeed quite serious. It feels as if we are preparing to confront an enemy. I just want to ensure we are mentally prepared in case something goes awry. Wolf fell silent and finally said, refrain from such unfounded theories in the future. However, let us remain vigilant. The preparations at this base are indeed unusual. The other soldiers nodded solemnly, gripping their weapons tightly, occasionally casting wary glances behind them, as if anticipating a zombie to leap upon them at any moment. In the command center of the base, Brigadier General Bob Dylan sipped his coffee while listening to his subordinates report on the situation of the quarantine patients. So, you intend to provoke an outbreak of the collapsed source virus. A stranger's voice suddenly interrupted the room. Bob, initially taken aback, turned to see the speaker and immediately became alert. Who are you? How did you get in here? The other personnel in the command center noticed the casually dressed and incongruous Pallid, drawing their weapons and aiming at him, prepared to fire. Pallid, seemingly unfazed by the imminent threat, smiled at Bob and said, "You must be the one in charge. I am Palat. I appreciate you gathering everyone together. It saves me the trouble of searching for them individually. Since you wish to unleash the collapsed source virus and give rise to collapsed source creatures, allow me to assist you as a token of gratitude. This game promises to be quite entertaining. Outside the military-controlled zone, for individuals met with Tony Stark at the agreed-upon time. Tony raised an eyebrow as he looked at the four masked riders. So, Dan, have you prepared the items? Of course, Dan replied, producing a blank, reinforced card. Tony, with a playful tone, remarked, "No offense, Dan, but your taste is quite questionable, especially with that three-headed chubby form." "We didn't come here for your critiques," Dan retorted coldly. "All right, how do we proceed?" Tony asked, nodding. "It's simple. The special card I hold possesses the power to activate the collapsed source virus. Once activated, it will unleash the virus within a specified range. If we deliver it to this military base, the virus within the infected patients will erupt immediately." Dan displayed the silver-white reinforced card in his hand. "So, we just need to toss it in, and then we can wait for those collapsed source monsters to emerge from military base?" Tony confirmed. "Indeed. Do you require assistance?" "Your armor appears to lack flight capability," Tony observed as the card in Dan's hand began to glow, indicating it was activated. "That would be greatly appreciated," Dan replied, a slight smile hidden beneath his armor. "Rest assured, with the great Tony Stark on the job, this will be a cinch. The base's air defense systems won't even detect my iron suit. Just dropping something from the sky will be a piece of cake." Tony took the card from Dan, exchanged a few words, and then soared into the air. "Let's wait here for good news," Dan said, watching as Tony ascended. "Jarvis, can you analyze the structure of the item I hold?" In midair, Tony addressed Jarvis, looking at the card in his hand. "Various frequencies of energy waves, electromagnetic waves, and light waves cannot penetrate the shell for analysis, sir," Jarvis replied. Tony shook his head slightly. "All right, it seems that this so-called collapsed source virus is not something that can be easily understood." Having reached the designated coordinates, he initiated a radar blackout of the base, calculating wind speed, gravity, and the throwing power of the armor. Calculations complete. Ready for deployment. Just as Tony prepared to throw the card into the base, a sudden, fierce rumble and vibration emanated from the base below. "Jarvis, what is happening?" "The collapsed entity monsters have emerged." Jarvis retrieved images of the base below and projected them before Tony. The sturdy military installations were effortlessly uprooted by the collapsed entities from within, while the soldiers inside unleashed a barrage of firepower against the suddenly appearing creatures. Tony recognized many of the weapons. They were products of his own design, sold to the military before he shut down the weapons manufacturing department. However, even with the advanced weaponry produced by Stark Industries. They were unable to inflict any significant damage on the monsters, and the battle appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. It seemed the creatures paid little heed to the soldiers, treating them as mere targets. Otherwise, the base's forces would have suffered catastrophic losses. The collapse entity virus had erupted, raising doubts about the necessity of their plan. Should they still deploy the cartridge capable of triggering the virus? Tony hesitated. What is it that draws me in? This object, brimming with the potent collapse entity virus, must be a treasure crafted by President Daoyi of the Dreamland Gaming Group. Suddenly, Tony heard a voice nearby and promptly activated his suit's weapon systems to lock onto the target. Allow me to introduce myself, Parrot. I am the true embodiment of a perfect collapse entity. Parrot radiated a shimmering light, hovering in midair. Good day, Mr. Parrot, Tony began, seemingly intending to greet him, but midway through his sentence, he swiftly distanced himself while unleashing a full barrage of firepower. Energy beams and electromagnetic pulse grenades rained down upon the target before him. How rude! Parrot appeared to teleport, transforming into particles of light and reappearing beside Tony, snatching the cartridge from his grasp. I'll be taking this cartridge as a token of your apology. He toyed with the blank cartridge in his hand, seemingly delighted. What the hell is going on? Tony's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he regarded the relaxed and nonchalant Parrot with trepidation. Yet, Parrot seemed uninterested in attacking Tony. After acquiring the cartridge, he merely smiled and remarked, "Since you, a human, have brought a treasure here, it stands to reason that Mr. Daoyi is nearby." He gestured towards the chaotic military base below. You should notify him to deal with the collapse entities down there. Otherwise, the 8 entities will continue to grow, and the consequences could be dire. You claim to be a collapse entity yourself, yet you want others to handle the collapse entities below. What is your true intention? Tony inquired, his tone heavy with apprehension. I merely wish to witness and engage in an amusing game. Everything else is inconsequential. With that, Parrot vanished into a burst of light. 46. The emergence of the knightly hero Tony watched as Parrot vanished from his sight, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Jarvis, can you scan to determine how this individual, Parrot, is moving? I'm sorry, sir. That Parrot fellow, much like the collapse beasts, exceeds the parameters I can currently analyze. Jarvis replied, his tone tinged with a hint of frustration. Never mind, we can address this later. The situation has escalated beyond our initial expectations. The number of collapse beasts is greater than anticipated. It appears that the outbreak of the collapse virus is somehow linked to Parrot. Furthermore, he seems to be acquainted with Dan. Let me consult Dan on how we should proceed. Tony glanced at the American forces on the ground, who were being relentlessly pushed back by the collapse beasts, and sighed softly. He realized he still lacked the capability to effectively tackle the collapse beasts. After this incident, he would have to thoroughly study the game card Dan Dao he gave him to create an armor capable of truly defeating these monsters. Dan, what exactly is this Parrot? Tony returned to Dan Daoyi and his companions, succinctly recounting his recent experience before promptly inquiring. Parrot, Gwen exclaimed, startled. The name resonated with her, and after a moment's contemplation, she recalled the collapse beast on a motorcycle that had appeared that fateful night at Midtown High, who had mentioned this name. She immediately turned to Li Hua. Do you all know about this Parrot? Tony's eyes flickered upon hearing her words. Li Hua glanjit at Daoyi, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, proceeded to relay the background of Parrot's creation as explained by Dan Dao, to Tony and Gwen. So Parrot is your creation, Dan? I suppose you could be considered his father? This son of yours, Parrot, seems to be rather disobedient, Tony remarked with an unusual tone. Wait until you create Ultron, and see if you can still make such comments when Ultron decides to annihilate humanity, Dan Dao replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. This is not the time for jokes. We need to contemplate how to deal with the unexpectedly high number of collapse beasts. Tony, upon hearing this, composed himself and nodded. Although the American military was prepared, the troops stationed here are fully armed and equipped with advanced weaponry. They have underestimated the strength of the collapse beasts and may not hold out for long. Should we engage now? Gwen inquired. Despite the overwhelming number of collapse beasts exceeding our initial plans, the overarching narrative remains intact. In fact, We must adhere to our predetermined course of action, Daoyi stated. We need to wait until the collapsed beasts breach our defenses and then deal with them one by one. After all, our current strength is insufficient to confront so many collapsed beasts simultaneously. We need the American military to divert their attention, allowing us to focus on the isolated collapsed beasts that emerge. We can only hope the military can hold them off for a while longer. However, with so many collapsed beasts, the casualties among the soldiers in the base could be severe. Tony couldn't help but interject. That is an unavoidable predicament. Sacrifices must be made. Daoyi responded with an air of resignation. The Knight system possesses unique damage capabilities against the collapsed beasts, making it a prime target for their ire. If we do not allow the American military to distract the collapsed beasts, given their current numbers, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to manage them all. Rushing into battle could lead to being overwhelmed, and without the power of the Knight system, we stand no chance against these beasts. Moreover, it is only fair that those responsible for gathering all potential virus carriers together face the consequences of their actions. It seems the military has additional forces at their disposal. Daoyi pointed towards the military base. Suddenly, armored units emerged from the perimeter, heading towards the base to combat the collapsed beasts. Under immense pressure, the forces within the base were insufficient to contend with the collapsed beasts, prompting the military to deploy hidden armored units prepared to engage in battle. Very well, let us proceed according to the original plan, Tony remarked, casting a glance at the newly unveiled armored units, letting out a long sigh before nodding in agreement. Director, we've indeed encountered the same type of monsters within the military base. An agent from S.H.L.D. reported to Director Nick Fury, projecting real-time footage of the situation. An additional copy of the footage was secretly directed to former Director Alexander Pierce's office through a secure channel. 8 monsters appearing at once? Nick Fury's expression grew grave, though his face remained inscrutable. It seemed the military had truly stirred up a significant problem. If these 8 monsters reach the city, should we provide support? Agent Coulson suggested. Hold on. Have the armored individuals who previously defeated the monsters made an appearance yet? Nick Fury queried, narrowing his eyes. Despite the seriousness of the situation, he believed the responsibility lay with the military, who had created this dilemma. If anyone should be anxious, it should be the generals of the military. S.H.I.L.D. could step in to assist the military, but only upon a formal request for aid from the American government. Of course, the most crucial factor was that despite S.H.I.L.D's possession of advanced technology, it remained uncertain whether it could inflict meaningful damage on such peculiar monsters. No signs of them yet, the on-site agent reported. Let us wait and see how things unfold. Meanwhile, instruct the Special Operations Team to remain on standby, Nick Fury ordered after a moment of contemplation. He decided to let the military test the monster's true strength before determining the subsequent course of action. Inside the military base, Private Raider greeted the commanding officer before throwing his last grenade. Damn it, what are these monsters? They are more outrageous than the bio-zombie virus. Even if there were a zombie virus outbreak akin to those in movies or games, I firmly believe that with the firepower at my disposal, they will be no match for me. Yet the collapsed beasts before him appeared impervious to bullets, heavy machine guns, grenades, rocket launchers. Even the advanced weaponry produced by Stark Industries proved ineffective. Attention everyone, the armored units are en route to provide support. Retreat to a safe distance to avoid friendly fire, came the voice of Sergeant Will over the radio. Raider breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the high-ranking individuals in the base were not complete fools. It was about time they made this decision. These invulnerable monsters should be dealt with using armored steel. As he spoke, his movements remained swift, immediately distancing himself from the vicinity of the monstrous creature. Having barely survived the onslaught, Raider was determined not to fall victim to friendly fire. Unfortunately, even with the deployment of armored forces, the formidable creatures within the base could not be vanquished. Several armored vehicles and tanks had already been dismantled by the beasts. The military found itself in a predicament, as conventional weaponry had been exhausted, proving ineffective against these peculiar monsters. The only recourse left was to resort to strategic weaponry. but deploying such arms within one's own military base? Such a decision was beyond the purview of a mere brigadier general like Bob Dylan. It appeared you were in quite the predicament. Parrod's voice returned with a hint of amusement. Damn it, what is your true intention? Bob Dylan, astonished and furious, had retreated to the most clandestine chamber of the base. Yet this individual had managed to infiltrate undetected. Previously, Parrod had appeared out of nowhere, uttering a series of nonsensical statements, disregarding the guard's gunfire, validating the ineffectiveness of ordinary ammunition against him, and then vanishing. He later reappeared in the area designated for the patients, somehow provoking the emergence of the monsters before disappearing once more. Following that, the monsters manifested, and Bob Dylan, momentarily forsaking the pursuit of Parrod, hastily moved to the hidden chamber within the base to rally forces against the creatures. Relax, I mean you no harm. I merely sought a vantage point to observe the situation. Parrod casually seated himself at the table, a comfortable smile gracing his lips. Look, a collapsed entity has breached your base. A collapsed entity has escaped the military's encirclement. Tony, having been monitoring the battle, immediately turned to Tan and declared, I shall confront this collapsed entity. Upon hearing this, Li Hua promptly summoned his sword and shield. You all continue to guard against the other collapse entities. Done. By the way, how does this portly armored design move so swiftly and with such agility? Tony inquired, watching as the brave warrior leaped into the air with a double jump, striking the collapse entity. In the secret control room beneath the military base, Parado observed through the monitor as the rampaging collapse beasts were intercepted by the brave warrior. A mysterious smile crossed his face before he vanished from sight. Bob Dylan let out a sigh of relief. This enigmatic figure, Parado, was indeed difficult to decipher, and his intentions remained unclear. His ability to navigate freely within the heavily guarded military facility, seemingly impervious to conventional weaponry, posed a significant concern. If he intended to act against them, the ramifications could be dire. Colonel, what should we do now? An officer inquired as Parado disappeared. The armored units appeared ill-equipped to deal with these creatures. Perhaps we should clear a path and let those monsters escape, allowing the unknown armored figure to confront them instead, suggested another officer. This implied a strategy of diverting the danger, potentially allowing them to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. Bob Dylan remained silent for a considerable time before making a decision. Above all, it was imperative that these creatures did not escape. Should they break free and wreak havoc in nearby New York City, the resulting chaos would be far from easy to quell. Furthermore, it was not the right moment to initiate any schemes. According to gathered intelligence, only 2 armored individuals were capable of confronting such unique monsters. Only one had appeared thus far, suggesting the presence of another lurking in the shadows, most likely Iron Man himself. If the military were to deliberately release the monsters, even with the combined efforts of the 2 armored beings, including Tony Stark clad in his iron suit, it would be nearly impossible to contend with multiple beasts simultaneously. The devastation resulting from their escape would place the primary responsibility squarely on his shoulders. In contrast, if they could eliminate all the creatures, even if the operation ultimately failed to yield any research material and incurred significant losses, he could still find a way to navigate the aftermath. After all, this was merely an internal military operation, and Bob was not the sole architect of the plan. Prioritizing the extermination of the monsters was, in fact, for the greater good, and he would not bear too much blame. However, should the monsters escape and provoke widespread destruction, it would escalate into a national, if not global, crisis. The military would undoubtedly need to assign someone to shoulder the blame. Who better than the individual responsible for the operation? A brigadier general with sufficient gravitas, yet not part of the upper echelon? Internal matters could be resolved discreetly, minimizing the fallout. But if exposed to the public eye, accountability would be unavoidable. Bob Dylan was acutely aware of the pitfalls that came with command, having observed General Ross evade repercussions after multiple failures in capturing the Hulk, only to be held accountable when chaos erupted on the streets of New York. Thus, his foremost priority was to eradicate these monsters on sight, before considering the possibility of capturing them for study. Given the current state of combat, He doubted the military could successfully contain such dangerous entities. As soldiers, we must ensure these creatures do not escape and jeopardize public safety, Bob declared with righteous conviction. Despite his orders for the troops to stall the collapsed beasts, the American forces were severely outmatched, their weaponry insufficient to pose a genuine threat to the monstrous entities. Li Hua, having barely dispatched the collapsed beast before him, was caught off guard as two more emerged from the base. You are indeed the hero, as expected from the one chosen by Daoyi. You certainly make the game more intriguing, Parado remarked, appearing beside Li Hua, brandishing a blank cartridge he had seized from Tony, collecting the dissipating virus of the defeated collapsed beast. Iu parado, Li Hua exclaimed, recognizing the cartridge in Parado's hand and immediately adopting a defensive stance. Ready to engage. Are you absorbing the collapsed beast virus? Parado, appearing nonchalant, shrugged his shoulders. Are you truly considering fighting me while neglecting the patients lying nearby? Or would you rather confront the two collapsed beasts that have just broken free? Casting a wary glance at Parado, Li Hua chose to pursue the newly emerged collapsed beasts, understanding that, despite Parado's ulterior motives, the immediate priority was to deal with the threats at hand. Elena, noticing the emergence of two collapsed beasts, called out, "I'll take care of the extra one." She quickly positioned herself alongside Li Hua to confront one of the beasts. What should I do if more monsters appear? Gwen asked Daoyi, watching Li Hua and Elena battle the collapsed beasts. She recalled her previous attempt to upgrade her form, which had humorously transformed her into a motorcycle, rendering her combat capabilities rather peculiar. After all, how does one fight as a motorcycle? This was also Gwen's first experience in actual combat, so it was prudent for Li Hua and Elena to engage first, protecting her, an inexperienced ally, from direct confrontation. If it comes to a fight, stay close to me. You lack practical combat experience, Daoyi advised. Gwen felt an inexplicable embarrassment recalling Daoyi's earlier explanation of his game cartridge abilities. The unique advantage of being a Kamen Rider was the extraordinary speed, allowing for synergistic collaboration with other riders, achieving a greater effect together. Transforming into a motorcycle, however, left her wondering how they could effectively collaborate. Would it simply mean Daoyi riding on her back? Tony, oblivious to the intricacies of her predicament, assumed Gwen was merely a novice without battle experience. He spoke reassuringly, "Don't worry, you have me, Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark. Even if you lack combat experience, I can assist in holding off the additional monsters." Yet, despite Bob Dylan's orders to strengthen the forces to delay the collapsed beasts, the increasing destruction of armored tanks led to a significant reduction in firepower, making it even more challenging to restrain the monstrous entities. Having just dealt with her collapsed beast, Elena saw Li Hua still engaged in battle when three more collapsed beasts overturned the blocking armored vehicles, breaking through the military's encirclement. Elena could only manage to halt one of them in time. It seems we cannot rely solely on the hero and the sharpshooter, Daoyi sighed. I will hold one back while you two quickly deal with the other and then come to assist me, Tony declared, locking onto the faster collapsed beast that had already covered hundreds of meters and propelling himself toward it with his thrusters ignited. Mr. Tan, please hop on quickly, Gwen. Transformed into motorcycle form, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice, her anxiety causing her to overlook her choice of words. Tandao post momentarily, sensing that something about her statement felt amiss. Meanwhile, Ake said, riding his motorcycle, swiftly dispatched the looming threat creature before hastening to assist Tony. You've turned into a motorcycle, and Tan, you are actually riding on a lady? Tony remarked, his voice laced with a mischievous tone. Gwen, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, revved her engine, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped Tony. Transforming in her chubby form, she huffed and charged towards the threat creature. Bianca, is that you? She exclaimed in alarm upon successfully separating an infected patient from the creature, her concern evident as she recognized the individual on the ground. Do not worry. Once we defeat the threat creature, the virus in the patient will be eradicated, and she will naturally recover, Tandao assured her. Gwen nodded, her gaze shifting to the threat creature before them. After several masked riders had vanquished the threat creatures in their vicinity, only two remained in the base. The armored forces had suffered significant losses and were utterly incapable of halting the advance of the threat creatures. Bob Dylan could only watch as the monsters breached the base. It was unreasonable to expect the soldiers to confront them with mere flesh and blood. "There are only 2 left. We should be able to handle them," Tony remarked, observing the last 2 threat creatures surrounded by 4 masked riders. However, these 2 threat creatures would not be so easily subdued. Parrot appeared out of nowhere, raising the cassette in his hand. "After all, I have achieved my goal. I have successfully created my own game cassette." "What do you mean?" exclaimed Li Hua, Elena, Gwen, and Tony in unison. Tan Dao pointed towards the cassette in Parrot's hand, explaining, "It seems he has utilized the blank cassette I created to collect the threat creature virus from those we defeated, thus crafting his own game cassette." His tone was grave. Parrot smiled at an opportune moment, saying, "Thanks to Mr. Tan's cassette, I have acquired a new power. Allow me to demonstrate my strength." He twisted the cap on the cassette. "Knockout fighter," he declared. "He, too, could transform into a masked rider," Tony exclaimed in shock. "After all, the rider system was originally developed based on the threat creature virus," Tan Dao stated solemnly. "He did not use a player driver, but instead transformed directly through the power of the game cassette, which sets him apart from us." As he spoke, Li Hua raised the holy sword in his hand, preparing for battle. In a vivid dream, the valiant Kamen Rider hero boldly wielded his sacred sword, its blade ablaze with radiant flames, exuding an aura of majesty akin to that of a hero challenging the ultimate demon king. Yet in an instant, he was sent flying by Parrot's powerful punch, sword and all. "What? Is he truly that formidable?" Elena gasped, witnessing the hero's knight gauge plummet to its nadir. Parrot raised his hand with a grin, declaring, "My level is 50. You are not even in the same league as I am. Moreover, you have just endured a fierce battle, depleting most of your knight gauges. But what does being level 50 matter? This isn't a game where a higher level guarantees victory." Tony retorted skeptically. "Even in character confrontations within games, a higher level merely implies a certain advantage." As he spoke, he raised his hand, adjusting the energy particle cannon to its maximum output, directing it toward Parrot. With ease, Parrot lifted his right hand to withstand the energy blast, while his left hand gathered power, unleashing a fiery energy punch toward Tony. Tony swiftly maneuvered his Iron Man suit to evade the attack, activating the missile system in preparation for a real assault. However, Parrot retrieved a dual cartridge from his waist and spun the cap. "Perfect puzzle," he proclaimed. His head rotated 180 degrees, the emblem on his chest shifting, and his gauntlets elevated to become shoulder armor, transforming his fiery red ensemble into a brilliant blue. Like a maestro, he gestured with his hands, conjuring an energy wall in the form of a puzzle, successfully blocking the numerous energy blasts Elena had launched, even reflecting some to obliterate the missiles Tony had released. "What is happening? He can change forms and wield different abilities," Tony exclaimed in astonishment. "A single cartridge capable of hosting 2 games? Dan Daichi clarified. "Indeed, my game cartridge encompasses both perfect puzzle and knockout fighter, both at level 50, Parrot boasted. With a wave of his hand, he orchestrated the puzzle before him, forming an image from which emerged a humanoid energy entity that struck at Elena. Despite her unleashing all her firepower, the overwhelming disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. Attempting to evade, she was caught off guard as the energy entity effortlessly disassembled, launching attacks from multiple angles. A dazzling array of hit effects ensued, and the shooter was swiftly brought to the ground. Your knight gauges are depleted. It is unwise to continue fighting. Otherwise, you risk your very lives, Dan Daichi warned the still-determined Elena and Li Hua. Indeed, you two should remain still. Kamen Riders are rare characters in this game. If they were to vanish so easily, it would diminish the enjoyment of future gameplay, Parrot remarked, his tone tinged with lingering satisfaction. It seems we must rely on Mr. Dan's unique abilities, Li Hua said gravely. I did not come here to settle a score with you, Parrot interjected, raising his hand to signal a cessation of hostilities as he faced Dan Daichi. As the game designer, I truly do not wish for you to encounter any unfortunate incidents. Thus, let this battle conclude. He then produced a malfunction driver, enveloping the two mixed entities in a radiant light. The entities separated, leaving behind two individuals infected with the collapse source virus, lying on the ground. How did you acquire that malfunction driver? Dan Daichi inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Parrot raised the device, revealing, "You recognize this, don't you? It was given to me by someone claiming to be from Organization B. Ah, and he also provided me with an intriguing toy that seems to enhance the game's excitement." He then produced another game cartridge. This is the prototype All-Around Action X. Aside from its coloration, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the game cartridge Dan was using. Tony deduced driver and game cartridge. Could Parrot intend to transform using these two items? But hasn't he already utilized the game cartridge? Elena pondered in confusion. Parrot merely smiled enigmatically, pressing the button on the cartridge. "Mighty Axe," he announced. The prototype All-Around Action X glimmered with a purple light, synchronizing with the All-Around Action X cartridge in Dan Daichi's driver, which also began to shine. Parrot relinquished the cartridge, which was irresistibly drawn to Dan Daichi, automatically inserting itself into the player's driver slot. Then, on either side of Xade's body, two distinct lights erupted as Dan emitted a pained howl. Ultimately, the prototype All-Around Action X cartridge expelled a purple light that coalesced into a humanoid figure, swiftly solidifying into a being resembling Dan Daichi. "What is this? A living transformation?" Elena exclaimed in astonishment. Parrot tossed the malfunction driver to this new figure, grinning. "How shall we address you? Collapse, Source Dan Daichi. Dan Daichi number 2? The figure grasped the prototype All-Around Action X, accepting the malfunction driver, and laughed heartily. "From this day forth, I'm the overseer of the game, the deity of gameplay. You may call me Illusion Dream." He secured the malfunction driver at his waist and inserted the game cartridge, initiating his transformation. Kamen Rider Illusion Dream made his grand entrance. Illusion Dream was, of course, a persona conceived by Dan Daichi, a doppelganger birth from the collapse source virus, or perhaps an external manifestation designed to assume a different identity for mischief. Well, he appears to be rather arrogant. Yet as long as he can generate more games and provide me with thrilling experiences, I have no qualms, Parrot remarked casually. Illusion Dream, brimming with self-satisfaction, rest assured, I shall create the finest and most engaging games, producing the most formidable game cartridges. Now let us proceed. I wish to witness your capabilities. Parrot detransformed, chuckling. It seems the situation is becoming increasingly complicated. What exactly is this Illusion Dream? What are the true objectives of Organization B? Is there any hope for these two infected individuals? After Parrot and Illusion Dream departed with the two collapse sources, Tony examined the infected individuals and addressed Dan Daichi. Typically, normal infected individuals, if unable to eliminate the separated collapse source entities, will eventually be completely consumed by the virus, vanishing from existence. However, since they were separated from the collapse source entities by Parrot's malfunction driver, their condition may be somewhat different. A thorough examination is necessary to determine the specifics. As for Organization B, the information available is exceedingly sparse, bordering on non-existent. Who knows what their true intentions are? Daoyi seemed somewhat helpless as he spoke. The entity that claims to be Dream seems to be no ordinary foe. Boss Tan, are you all right? This Dream appears to be born from the collapse source virus. Could it be similar to those infected with the virus? Li Hua inquired with concern. I am fine. I have not contracted the collapse source virus. The player drive offers protection, Daoyi replied, shaking his head. We should leave this place for now. The military forces are approaching. We can discuss matters further back at the base, Elena remarked, having noticed the movement in the distance. As he gazed at the vacant ground left after the teleportation array's light flickered, Tony cursed under his breath, realizing he had no choice but to fly back to the villa alone. By the time the military personnel and SHIELD agents arrived, all that remained was the faint trail of exhaust from the iron suit soaring across the sky. The visiting director of SHIELD could only witness Tony departing the scene in his Iron Man suit, leaving no other useful information to glean. It was evident that Tony was privy to the situation. The military's operation to capture the anomaly creature had ended in utter failure, leading both the military government and to truly comprehend the formidable power of the anomaly creature. Consequently, they became even more eager to acquire relevant information. The infected individual, Elon, who had been purged of the anomaly virus, showed no signs of abnormality, indicating that the military's endeavor had resulted in substantial losses with no gains. Upon returning to his villa, Tony was soon besieged by a throng of visitors. While he could easily dismiss government officials and agents from special departments, Colonel Rhodes posed a challenge. After all, he was a longtime friend, and Tony had very few genuine friends. He could hardly cast aside someone he valued. Thus, Tony found himself in a predicament. Given his pride, he resolved not to divulge any information, particularly in light of the military's presumptuous actions that not only spawned numerous anomaly creatures, but also empowered a certain individual named Pallid, who appeared to be quite dangerous. As for Pallid, he was the one who had stolen the cartridge from Tony, a situation that was beyond his control. With Pallid's elusive abilities, it would have been nearly impossible to prevent him from obtaining anything he desired. If it weren't for the military's sudden operation, there would have been no need to create such a perilous cartridge that activated the virus. Rhodes represented the military, yet he wore a stubborn expression, as if he would not leave without extracting some information from Tony. However, Rhodes was also in a bind, as he had received strict orders to procure precise intelligence from Tony. As a soldier, he could not defy military orders. Eventually, Pepper learned of the situation and returned from the company, promising that she would provide Colonel Rhodes with a definite response within a week. After bidding farewell to Rhodes, Tony finally exhaled, reclining on the sofa. What was truly happening? Was it related to the creatures that had appeared in Stark Tower? Pepper curiously inquired. At this point, Stark Industries had shuttered its weapons manufacturing division, making it difficult to fathom why so many from the military government had come seeking him. If it were merely concerning Tony's Iron Man suit, they would not have waited until now, considering he had been Iron Man for quite some time. Reflecting on recent events, the only matter that linked Tony to the sudden emergence of strange creatures at Stark Tower was indeed the anomaly. Tony fell into a brief silence, contemplating whether he should disclose the details to Pepper. Observing his hesitation, Pepper offered a gentle smile, understanding his dilemma. If you feel it inappropriate to share, then I shall not press further. However, while he had temporarily sent the visitors away, it seemed they would not relent easily. You must consider how to handle the subsequent matters. Tony nodded in agreement. I will consult with someone. Meanwhile, at the Saint City Hospital base, Li Hua and Elena conducted examinations on the two patients who had been separated from the anomaly. How are they? Gwen inquired, observing the grave expressions on Li Hua and Elena's faces post-examination. The situation is not optimistic, Li Hua replied, his countenance darkening. The beings spawned from the anomaly virus are likely growing rapidly. They may soon vanish completely. What shall we do now? Gwen's expression turned to one of shock as she noticed the patient's bodies becoming increasingly translucent. Ultimately, all we can do is notify their relatives, Elena said, her voice tinged with melancholy. Tandai nodded, pulling up the patient's profiles. It appears these individuals were not particularly virtuous. Gwen felt a slight sense of relief upon reviewing the profiles. Perhaps their disappearance from the world would not be a loss for society. The question of guilt and virtue is determined by society and the law. While a doctor's duty is to treat every patient in their care, Li Hua stated seriously. Suddenly, a notification appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. It was a communication request from Mr. Tony Stark. Tandai initiated the connection. Mr. Stark, what can I do for you? You've disappeared without a trace. Government agents have come to my home one after another, and I cannot fathom how many eyes are now fixed upon me, Tony complained mildly. We were merely transporting the two patients back to the hospital as swiftly as possible. Moreover, the night system operates in this manner. You cannot expect us to run back to the hospital base, Tandai replied with a calm smile. By the way, what is the condition of the two patients after separating them from the anomaly? There is no saving them, Tandai stated with indifference. Tony's lips twitched at this revelation. Then he instructed JARVIS, locate the profiles of these two individuals and see if they have any family that needs to be informed. Sir, according to my search, both of these gentlemen possess substantial wealth. albeit acquired through dubious means. Nevertheless, it is enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a lifetime. And although both maintained relationships with several women, they have no offspring. JARVIS displayed the information on a virtual screen before Tony. Well, it seems we need not concern ourselves with this matter. The military has taken them, and they can handle the aftermath. Mr. Stark, I presume you did not reach out solely to convey this information? Elena interjected. The American government and military, along with various factions, are now keeping a close watch on me, which is exceedingly bothersome. Tony lamented, shaking his head in frustration as he turned to Tandai. I wanted to discuss the possibility of providing them with some useful information to placate them, primarily to prevent them from undertaking another foolish operation like this one. Tandai nodded slightly. However, merely revealing a bit of information may not suffice to satisfy them, and your burden may increase. How about this? You should disclose the characteristics of the anomaly virus to them. Simultaneously, you can provide them with the game cartridge I gave you for their research. I will supply you with a blank cartridge. Handing over the game cartridge to them? Tony exclaimed in surprise. I have also studied your game cartridge for a while, and without the virus antibodies you mentioned, I have found no effective means to control the anomaly virus. It is not that I underestimate them. Even I have not deduced anything significant. Even if they obtain the game cartridge, they will likely only trigger the anomaly virus, creating uncontrollable monsters without yielding any beneficial results. This matter is of little consequence, as long as they do not interfere with the treatment of those infected by the collapsed source virus. Sparking another incident akin to this one, they may indulge in their whims, even if they were to inadvertently create a monster. The collapsed source virus contained within the game cartridge would not erupt violently in its entirety. The Kamen Rider would be able to manage the aftermath. Moreover, this would allow them to realize that the collapsed source virus is a power not easily controlled, instilling in them a sense of reverence. Daoyi spoke with assuredness. After exhausting every avenue in their exploratory research, only to arrive at a disappointing conclusion of no progress and painful lessons learned. These individuals may not entirely extinguish their chaotic ambitions. Yet, they would certainly refrain from recklessly disrupting the game's operation. Well then, the game cartridge is yours. I have no objections. Tony reflected for a moment and nodded, recognizing that it was indeed a wise course of action to keep those individuals in check. However, to whom should the game cartridge be entrusted? Tony returned to his villa after a board meeting that had been abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a collapsed source monster. Tony Stark, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Startled by a voice emerging from the darkness, Tony exclaimed, Who are you? Jarvis. Sir, I apologize. My security system has been compromised. There's an intruder, Jarvis responded. The living room lighting activated, revealing Nick Fury, clad in deep black from head to toe. Who are you? Trespassing in my private villa. Tony glared at Nick Fury, already resolved to tighten and enhance the villa's security system. Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Nick Fury. Strategic Homeland Intervention Division? Such an unwieldy name. I feel I've heard it somewhere before. Tony raised an eyebrow. By the way, do you know someone named Coulson? Coulson is one of my most trusted subordinates. Nick Fury replied, his expression as stern as ever. So, what brings the esteemed director of this division to my home at such an hour? Recently, a peculiar type of monster has emerged in New York. Born from human bodies, capable of withstanding conventional weaponry and possessing immense destructive power. This creature poses a significant threat to societal safety and stability. Therefore, we wish to solicit your insights as someone to know. Nick Fury's single eye bore into Tony's with significance. Nick Fury exited Tony's villa, somewhat dazed, clutching the game cartridge. This had been unusually smooth. All the prepared rhetoric had gone unused. Tony Stark had readily divulged the characteristics of the monsters, even providing him with a cartridge identical to the one that had defeated the creature. Had he undergone a transformation? This was entirely different from what had been anticipated. It should have involved appealing to Tony's emotions and reason, persuading him with a sense of righteousness to obtain information on the monsters, ideally leading to a collaborative effort against the sudden threat. Yet, before even two senses could be exchanged, Tony had freely shared all the details regarding the collapsed source virus. From Tony's revelations, Nick Fury learned that everything stemmed from this so-called collapsed source virus. Moreover, Tony had even relinquished the game cartridge. Director? Coulson recognized the cartridge in Nick Fury's hand at a glance, his tone somewhat excited. Nick Fury snapped back to reality. Let us return to the headquarters. 50. Gwen's Determination Minister's Office of the World Security Council. Alexander Pierce contacted the head of the research department controlled by S.H.I.L.D. through a secret channel. Collapsed source virus? Game cartridge? It seems Nick Fury has indeed acquired something remarkable from Tony, Pierce mused. Sir, what should we do? Should we act immediately? Asked the individual on the other end of the communication channel. For now, we shall remain still. It is not yet time to expose ourselves. Let's DS Research Department analyze this game cartridge, and if any results emerge, we shall reap the benefits. Pierce's eyes sparkled with cunning. To some extent, Pierce aimed to seize control over the technology related to the so-called collapsed source virus. After all, the Hydra organization is rife with factions, and not all of them are completely amicable. Who wouldn't he desire to unify the factions and ascend as the leader of Hydra? Pierce had long been the one discreetly pulling the strings of S.H.I.L.D., his faction being the most powerful. However, after Dr. Zola established the Reformation Organization, the situation had subtly shifted. The combat prowess of the Reformation enhanced individuals far surpassed that of other Hydra agents, and Dr. Zola had effectively become an independent faction, no longer adhering to Pierce's directives. This left Pierce with a lingering dissatisfaction. Yet the technology of the Reformation's enhancements held immense value, compelling him to bury his discontent deep within. If he could gain mastery over the power of this cartridge, the so-called abilities of the collapsed source creatures would no longer be the sole, indispensable asset. Pierce's fingers lightly tapped the table, his gaze profound. Underground base of Saint City Hospital. The three Kamen Riders returned after their inaugural joint effort to defeat the collapsed source monster. Upon connecting with Daoyi over the communication channel, Li Hua's expression turned grave as he spoke. The monsters birthed from the collapsed source virus are growing increasingly formidable. Since our encounter with the creature at Stark Tower, it has become exceedingly difficult for us to handle them individually, even after transforming into Kamen Riders. Gwen, upon hearing this, was somewhat perplexed, as this was only their second confrontation with a collapsed source monster. The battle outside the military base had primarily involved Daoyi as the main force, leaving her with little awareness of the changes in a monster's strength. Weren't the collapsed source monsters at the military base easily dispatched by the warrior and the archer? She pondered. Elena also expressed mild confusion. Daoyi nodded, explaining, "It is likely due to the premature, forced birth facilitated by Parrot. Thus, the strength of those collapsed source monsters was somewhat diminished, allowing you to handle them with relative ease. So, the monsters of the military base were indeed an exceptional case. Under normal circumstances, the power of the collapsed source monsters tends to escalate, and even with Gwen's assistance, our current strength is insufficient." Elena could not help but speak up. Li Hua and Elena felt a sense of unease. Aside from the increasingly potent collapsed source monsters, more pressing was the memory of Parrot effortlessly defeating the two of them, looming over them like a mountain. Although Parrot had not appeared since, the weight of that encounter remained. However, the two were compelled to ponder when Parada might once again emerge to cause trouble, and how they would respond at that moment. Daoyi, with a grave expression, nodded and spoke. As the outbreak of the collapsed source virus intensifies, the resulting collapsed source monsters will inevitably grow stronger. This is a predictable outcome. While it cannot be said that each appearance will necessarily surpass the last, there is generally a trend of improvement. Therefore, I have considered the subsequent enhancement of the Knight system from the very beginning. Just tell me what the method is. No need for suspense. Dealing with the current collapsed source monsters is already proving to be quite challenging. Elena interjected impatiently. Daoyi chuckled lightly and replied, "It's quite simple. Since the collapsed source monsters are becoming increasingly powerful due to the active collapsed source virus, The Knight system must also be enhanced to become formidable enough to defeat any emerging collapse source monster. In essence, we need to level up. Level up? Li Hua, Elena, and Gwen exchanged bewildered glances. Is Daoyi called softly. Upon hearing his summons, is immediately understood and initiated the operation. A virtual screen appeared before Li Hua, Elena, and Gwen, displaying a video game strategy interface. It illustrated a cartoon character defeating enemies in a level and subsequently acquiring new equipment and experience for leveling up. The character S had displayed the words level up, and its appearance grew more imposing, with significant enhancements in all displayed combat metrics. We're discussing a serious matter, not a video game. This is no time for jokes, Elena remarked, her expression darkening, as if questioning whether this was a jest. Not necessarily. Perhaps, to some extent, we can indeed enhance our levels according to the rules of a game. Let us not forget that the Knight system was originally developed based on a game system controlling the use of the collapse source virus. Moreover, Boss Tan would not jest about such matters, Li Hua thoughtfully replied, turning to Daoyi. What do you mean? Elena inquired, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Li Hua glanced at his player device and game cartridge on the conference table. A glimmer of inspiration crossing his eyes, whether it be the collapse source monsters or the Knight system developed by Mr. Tan. Both stem from the influence of the collapse source virus, which was inspired by video games. Thus, perhaps we can indeed level up after meeting certain conditions, akin to how characters in games gain experience from defeating monsters. Where is our experience? Could it possibly be the collapse source virus? Elena speculated aloud. Daoyi affirmed. You are correct. Both your strength and that of the monsters derive from the collapse source virus. Just like in a game, to level up, one must defeat monsters and gain experience from them. Yet we have already vanquished several monsters without feeling the experience you mentioned, let alone leveling up and enhancing our strength, Elena retorted, rolling her eyes at Daoyi. Daoyi, however, maintained his calm demeanor, smiling. In truth, after you defeat the collapse source monsters, the player device has already automatically collected and stored the experience. You mean to say that the player device has automatically gathered the collapse source virus from those monsters after we defeated them? We have unknowingly accumulated the experience needed for leveling up, like a treasure chest waiting for the key to be unlocked, Li Hua exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. So, Tan, you must have already prepared a method to extract the collapse source virus to enhance the Knight system. Elena's eyes gleamed with realization. Daoyi nodded gently, and has promptly acted on his cue, causing the central table of the base to open and revealing 2 blank prototype game cartridges. These are blank cartridges that have not yet been infused with game data. Theoretically, after defeating a sufficient number of collapse source monsters, you can use them to absorb the collapse source virus collected in your player devices to obtain new game cartridges and elevate your levels. Is explained as he switched the screen to demonstrate the images. Why are there only 2? Gwen questioned, immediately suspecting she was missing her own. Because the power of the Knight system ultimately relies on the collapse source virus. Leveling up also means mastering a more potent collapse source virus. And you have only recently acquired your player device and game cartridge. Using a higher level game cartridge now could place a significant strain on your body, Daoyi clarified. Glancing at Gwen, let us 2 test the waters first. There's no need to rush. Elena consoled Gwen, who looked unwilling. Gwen shook her head defiantly, staring directly at Daoyi. I can handle it. I do not require special consideration. Boss Tan, why not let Gwen use the higher level cartridge this time as well? Li Hua suggested after observing Gwen's determined expression. Elena, however, expressed her astonishment. Li, weren't you previously reluctant to involve Gwen in the collapse source virus incidents? What has changed your perspective? Li Hua's expression remained unchanged. Using the Knight system to combat collapse source monsters is perilous. If she had not become involved, I would certainly have discouraged a high school girl from joining us. But now that she is a comrade, a masked knight fighting against the collapse source virus, she must possess the strength to defeat these monsters. Otherwise, she may find herself in even greater danger during confrontations. Just like military training, sweating in peace allows one to bleed less in war. Dr. Li is right. Gwen's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Daoyi. Daoyi pondered briefly before breaking into a smile. Since you possess this determination and awareness, then let us allow you to try. Demonstrating sufficient will and conviction is something I wholeheartedly support. Thus, an additional blank cartridge appeared on the table. How should we proceed? Elena asked eagerly as she picked up the cartridge. I have already set the game data for the cartridge. All you need to do is insert the cartridge directly into the gaming console in the conference room. Then place the player device in the corresponding slot. The collapse source virus within the device will be triggered. The blank game cartridge will automatically absorb the stored collapse source virus, forming a new game cartridge. You will then acquire new powers, attaining a higher level of strength. Daoyi concluded with a smile. I never anticipated that this gaming console could serve such a purpose. I had assumed it was merely intended for our amusement. It struck me as peculiar that such a significant secret base would house a gaming console without reason. However, the process of upgrading seems quite convenient, and it does not seem to pertain to us directly. Elena nodded and inquired. Daoyi slightly shook his head. After the game cartridges are produced, they must undergo activation before they can be utilized effectively. Only those of you, the knights, who possess the antibodies to the collapse source virus can activate the player drivers and the cartridges. During this process, you will need to endure the pressure exerted by the activated collapse source virus. This serves as a protective measure I have designed. If you cannot withstand the burdens of activation, it indicates you are not yet prepared to handle higher-level game cartridges. This is to prevent you from being infected by the collapse source virus like ordinary patients, should you lose control of its powers. Li Hua and Elena nodded, acknowledging the thorough consideration. However, Gwen, without hesitation, inserted her blank cartridge into the console slot, placing her player driver onto the console's tray. The cartridge and driver simultaneously illuminated with a dazzling array of colors, as a multitude of light particles surged from the player driver, converging onto the blank game cartridge. Moments later, the brilliance faded, revealing the game title and icon on the blank cartridge. Jirajirikambra Extreme Sword Duel. Yet, it remained grayish-white, indicating it was in an unactivated state. Is this the new, higher-level cartridge? Elena curiously asked, gazing at the game cartridge in Gwen's hand, which took a deep breath, steeling herself as she inserted the cartridge directly into the wireless driver S slot. The game cartridge erupted in a radiant glow, extending light patterns that enveloped Gwen entirely. She immediately felt an intense pain surging from within, as if every cell in her body was undergoing a violent transformation. Unable to contain herself, she cried out in agony and sank to her knees. Gwen! Elena exclaimed, filled with concern, wanting to rush forward. Yet, Daoyi intervened. This step must be traversed solely by your will and conviction, but there is no need for excessive worry. I have implemented safety measures. Even in failure, there will be no danger. After approximately 2 minutes, the light gradually diminished, the patterns on Gwen receding back into the game cartridge, while the black and white character icon transformed into vibrant color. A glimmer of fear crossed Gwen's eyes, followed by a surge of excitement as she beheld the newly activated game cartridge in her hand. Did I succeed? Gwen, you truly are remarkable, Elena exclaimed, assisting her to her feet. It is our turn now, Li Hua added, nodding at Gwen. Subsequently, the new cartridges for the warrior and archer were successfully activated, named Duramafabiat Durimi FAB and Jetbat Jet Battle. Shall we directly transform using this higher-level cartridge? Or do we need to employ both cartridges to elevate our levels? Li Hua pondered aloud, observing the player driver, which evidently had slots for 2 cartridges. Elena quickly caught on. No wonder the driver has 2 slots. It seems the boss had already planned for this. Daoyi nodded appreciatively. Your powers of observation are quite keen. Indeed, both cartridges must be utilized simultaneously. If we have higher-level cartridges, why not use them directly? Gwen questioned. Somewhat perplexed, Daoyi's expression turned slightly serious. The Knight system you're using is derived from the collapse source virus, and the powers embedded within higher-level cartridges are correspondingly potent. For the time being, you must use the initial foundational cartridge that best matches you as a link and buffer to safely harness the powers of the higher-level game cartridges. However, Once you fully integrate with your foundational game cartridge and embody the characteristics of the collapse source, you will naturally be able to utilize the higher-level cartridges directly. Hence, I must ask you once more, are you prepared mentally? So, why's my game a rhythm game? Li Hua remarked, his expression unchanged as he diverted the topic. It was evident that the answer was clear, and he had already made up his mind, requiring no further discussion. Daoyi chuckled, realizing he had perhaps overstepped. Elena, noticing the game cartridge Dermafabiate Durimi Fa beat in Li Hua's hands, found it peculiar. It seemed reasonable for her archer to play a shooting game, yet Li Hua's transformation into the heroic warrior, clearly aligned with adventure and combat, appeared oddly mismatched with a music game cartridge. One would think that Gwen's sword-fighting game cartridge would be more fitting for a warrior. Daoyi's lips curled slightly, acknowledging the unpredictable nature of such decisions. Li Hua lightly tapped the table with the cartridge. If the foundational cartridge used by Kamen Rider Laser was derived from a racing game, embodying speed that correlates with martial combat, then it could be justified. But why was it that he activated a peculiar music game, which bore no relation to the warrior's essence? One matter needed clarification. Can we utilize other people's cartridges? Li Hua suddenly inquired, as if struck by a thought. Different games should possess distinct characteristics. Could one employ various upgrade cartridges to enhance abilities and devise flexible strategies? Theoretically, it is possible, Daoyi responded. However, the collapse source virus types differ across foundational cartridges. The game cartridges you each activate correspond to your foundational cartridges, maintaining a lineage connection. You can adapt to your own advanced game cartridges, but utilizing another's cartridge might exceed your capacity. This carries significant risk. The collision of two different types of collapse source viruses could yield unforeseen consequences. Thus, until you can effortlessly control your foundational game cartridges, it is not advisable to exchange cartridges. Gwen, I heard from your homeroom teacher that you resigned from the student council president position. George Stacy, seated on the sofa with a newspaper, called out to Gwen, who was attempting to sneak back to her room. Gwen stuck out her tongue and nodded. After all, I'm about to enter my senior year and don't have time to manage student council affairs. George set aside the newspaper, gazing at Gwen. As long as you are aware of your own decisions, I will not interfere with your school life. However, I have noticed you frequently disappearing after class, neither returning home nor visiting classmates. Where have you been? His tone had taken on a more serious note. What are you doing? This is home, not a police station. Gwen is your daughter, not a suspect to be interrogated. Mrs. Stacy chimed in, casting her husband a disapproving glance. George felt the hand resting on his waist and, with a resigned smile, spoke, I am merely concerned for Gwen. New York City has not been peaceful lately. The creatures appearing at Stark Tower, you are all aware, I presume. Gwen's expression shifted slightly. This matter has become common knowledge among New Yorkers. Many at school are discussing it, so of course I am aware. Mrs. Stacy immediately discerned the implication in her husband's words. Wasn't that incident aimed at Tony Stark? George nodded, his countenance reflecting a mix of difficulty and entanglement. What exactly are these creatures? I'm not entirely sure. However, their occurrences are certainly not isolated. The monsters at Stark Industries have become public knowledge due to their visibility in crowded places. Recently, the military and specialized task forces have deployed significant personnel in New York. Although S, H, I, EL, D, and the U.S. government's agencies, along with the military, consistently suppress information, the New York police are fundamentally unable to remain oblivious to significant events transpiring in the city. Regardless of the circumstances, it is prudent not to linger outside for extended periods, George advised Gwen solemnly. Gwen nodded, indicating her understanding. At the Sacred City Hospital, Elena marveled at the new medical facility designed specifically for treating patients infected with the collapse source virus. Daoyi was eagerly demonstrating the medical chamber to the impatient Elena. Just then, Li Hua, who was verifying the patient's conditions, received a communication and inquired, someone has been infected with the collapse source virus and has come to Sacred City Hospital. Elena paused in surprise. Does this mean someone is already aware of our identity and has come to seek us directly? Li Hua shook his head slightly. The patient is unaware of our identity and is merely experiencing symptoms, prompting a thorough health examination at Sacred City Hospital. I detected the collapse source virus using my stethoscope. Looking at the man in the waiting room, who appeared somewhat dejected, Li Hua sighed. So that is the case, Elena nodded in realization. Since he is a patient, we can certainly test the effectiveness of the newly equipped medical chamber. She pondered, should we notify Gwen? Li Hua hesitated before responding. There is no need. Gwen is still in school, and we have just acquired high-level game cartridges. One case of the collapse source virus should be manageable. Elena felt it was entirely unnecessary. Very well, Li Hua agreed. Mr. Otto Octavius, your condition is somewhat unique and necessitates the use of the hospital's most advanced medical equipment. Li Hua addressed the patient. Otto's expression turned slightly awkward. How much will this cost? Li Hua immediately understood from Otto's demeanor and attire. The newly equipped medical chamber is currently in the testing phase and can be utilized free of charge. Rest assured, there will be no medical safety incidents. Otto relaxed slightly, nodding in relief that it would not cost him anything. Despite being a brilliant nuclear physicist, Otto found himself in a dire situation. The artificial sun project, which he had dedicated nearly a decade of effort to, had been abruptly terminated by Oscorp. After all, Tony Stark's arc reactor was already a remarkably safe and mature product. Even if Otto's artificial sun were to succeed, it would hardly possess a significant competitive advantage over the arc reactor. Furthermore, Otto had not even begun real experiments. Everything remained theoretical. Although he held firm confidence in his work, success before actual experimentation could not be guaranteed, nor could he convince others of its viability. From a conventional perspective, the project's success remained uncertain. Oscorp, recognizing the unpredictable future of such a project, could not justify further investment. In truth, Norman Osborn had funneled the majority of the company's resources into genetic engineering due to a hereditary illness afflicting the Osborn family, with all other operations primarily serving to support biogenetic endeavors. With Tony Stark having shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, Oscorp was poised to seize the substantial void left in the arms business, generating significant profit without the need to compete with Tony for energy resources. Thus, Otto's artificial sun initiative was understandably abandoned. One could say, why must one outshine another? Within the underground medical chamber of Sacred City Hospital, Otto lay in the medical unit, the yellow light of the collapse source virus flickering across his body. The medical chamber activated, and Otto's body convulsed in pain from the infection. Li Hua and Elena stood solemnly by, holding game cartridges at the ready to insert into the Player S drive. Prepare to transform into Kamen Riders to combat the collapse source virus. Tan, can this medical chamber you designed truly achieve its intended function, directly separating the collapse source virus from the patient's body? Elena inquired, observing Otto's painful struggles. Tan Daoyi remained composed, replying calmly, rest assured, this medical resonator can effectively extract the collapse source virus. Once you defeat the creatures spawned by the virus, the patient will be restored to health. While the underground base of Sacred City Hospital was relatively spacious, engaging in combat with the collapse source virus creatures there was impractical. We should utilize a teleportation array to transfer us and the creatures to a more open area, Li Hua suggested, noting the increasing number of glowing points emerging from Otto's body. Indeed, the new medical apparatus not only separates the virus but also creates a game field, akin to special levels in a game, confining the creatures within a designated environment, thus preventing their escape. Moreover, battles within the game field minimize environmental damage and disruption. It also enables the placement of power-up items within the game scenario to enhance your speed, strength, and defense, Tandao elaborated. It sounds increasingly like a game, Elena remarked, watching the distinctly yellow collapse source virus detach from Otto's body. It is merely a means to harness the powers of the collapse source virus to combat the infection in humans. The virus manifests various game characteristics, and the system I created employs game rules to favor your combat efforts, Tan Daoyi said with a slight smile. Does the game field allow us to confine the collapse source virus creatures within a specific area? Li Hua's expression brightened. Then can we also activate the game field to trap the mutant creatures born of the virus in future encounters? In this manner, the escape of the monsters can be prevented, ensuring that the patients receive the necessary treatment. Elena gazed at Daoyi with an expression filled with anticipation. Daoyi shook his head, stating that the design of the game realm is still merely a concept at this point. Currently, this is just the first experiment, and the use of a medical pod is essential for its realization. Furthermore, theoretically constructing a game realm requires a substantial foundation of the collapse source virus. The initial plan was to utilize the collapse source virus infecting the patients to establish the game realm, which would also serve to weaken the collapse source virus to some extent. If you wish to create your own game realm, you must become even more powerful, enabling the heroes and archers to harness the formidable power of the virus. In other words, it is theoretically feasible, provided that our transformed masked riders possess sufficient strength. Therefore, let us validate the practicality of this design through actual combat. Li Hua observed as the collapse source virus began to coalesce into a humanoid figure. Pressing the button on the game cartridge. Tattle Quest. Exploration Adventure. A virtual screen depicting pixelated game imagery appeared behind him. However, I must caution you. Daoyi spoke with a serious expression. Although the current game realm can confine the collapse source monsters to a specific area, once you enter the game realm, you too will be trapped within it. If you fail to eliminate the collapse source monsters, the implication of his unfinished statement was clear to both individuals. Bang bang shooting. It sounded reminiscent of the gladiatorial arenas of ancient Rome, where only the victors could emerge alive. Elena pressed the button on the game cartridge, and, as the collapse source virus continued to surge forth, the emerging figure seemed to possess awareness, roaring and struggling as if attempting to return to Otto's body. Utilize the power of your new game cartridges to completely extract the virus from the patient, Daoyi instructed. Following his earlier guidance, Elena and Li Hua pressed the game cartridge buttons, drawing the virus out of the medical pod. As the collapse source monster took shape and was separated from Otto's body, the ground illuminated with the light of a teleportation array, transporting the newly formed collapse source monster and the two masked riders to a coastal location. The collapse source virus then spread in a peculiar manner, generating the game realm and enveloping both the monster and the masked riders within it. Li Hua and Elena curiously surveyed their surroundings, which were adorned with landscapes reminiscent of various video games. These grid boxes in the game are power-up items? Li Hua inquired uncertainly through the communication system. Indeed, just as in the game, shattering the boxes rewards you with items that enhance your attributes, Daoyi replied. Vile humans, how dare you obstruct my transformation into a complete entity? The collapse source monster, sensing the severance of its connection with its host, bellowed angrily at Li Hua and Elena, unleashing two energy blasts. This collapse source had not yet achieved its complete form, but already exhibited considerable intelligence, indicating that the outbreak of the collapse source virus was indeed growing stronger. After dodging the attack, Li Hua spoke to Elena with a serious tone. Don't we also have power-up items? After a brief pause, Elena replied with a light-hearted tone, retrieving the recently acquired level 10 game cartridge. Jetbat, level up. Elena activated her aerial combat game cartridge, and as the sound effects resonated, a pixelated animation of a cartoonish fighter jet emerged behind her. The fighter jet, equipped with a Gatling gun, intercepted the energy blast directed at her, spiraling around the archer. With the game cartridge inserted into the player's drive, the fighter jet transformed into armor, its weaponry attaching to the masked rider archer. This is incredible power, Elena exclaimed, feeling a significant enhancement in her abilities upon reaching level 10, the energy radiating from her archer armor glowing softly. I'll handle this collapse source. Let me test the might of a higher level while you support me, Elena confidently declared, sensing the formidable strength of her level 10 archer. She then aimed at the collapse source, lifting the Gatling weapon to unleash a torrent of firepower upon the monster. The collapse source monster evaded and defended itself, but the sheer intensity of the archer's firepower proved overwhelming. It was ultimately struck by a relentless barrage of luminous energy bullets, erupting in dazzling explosions. After a brief moment of being hit, the monster was unable to evade the subsequent onslaught and was immediately bombarded by an even more ferocious volley of fire from Elena. This firepower is astounding. What a thrill! Elena laughed maniacally as she continued to unleash a barrage with the Gatling gun, inexplicably filled with exhilaration. Watch out, Liwa. Observing the battle, suddenly interjected, concerned for Elena's safety amidst her single-handed confrontation with the collapse source monster and wary of potential friendly fire. Li Hua remained vigilant. At that moment, he noticed shadows extending across the ground and promptly warned Elena. What? Elena, immersed in the ecstasy of her offensive, paused momentarily, puzzled. Suddenly, the shadows on the ground rose, morphing into a massive, serpent-like creature that charged at Elena. Caught off guard, she was flung backward, without the pressure of Elena's firepower. The collapse source monster seized the opportunity and launched several energy blasts in a counterattack. However, the hero swiftly countered with a sword wave, blocking the incoming energy projectiles aimed at the archer. What is happening? Why is there another collapse source monster? Elena queried, adjusting her stance as she unleashed a beam sword. Hovering midair, observing the colossal serpent-like collapse source monster, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Could there be an issue with the medical pod that separates the collapse source virus? She contacted Daoyi through the communication channel. Each virus births a collapse source, Daoyi explained. The emergence of two collapse sources is naturally due to the patient being infected by two distinct collapse source viruses. Is it really possible for one individual to be infected by two different collapse source viruses simultaneously? Elena questioned incredulously. There's nothing impossible about it. For doctors, it is not uncommon for patients to suffer from multiple ailments. It's merely that we've never encountered such a situation before, Li Hua responded calmly. Elena nodded and called to Li Hua. In that case, let's each take one on. You should also try the power of the upgraded cartridge. Li Hua nodded slightly and pressed the cartridge button. Dorem Fabiat. As the sound effects played, a chibi music robot emerged, transforming into armor that affixed itself to the hero. The right arm bore a music disc, while the left shoulder sported a speaker, and the head donned an armor piece reminiscent of a duckbill cap. The treacherous ambush was unexpected, and Elena, glaring at the chaos entity before her, exclaimed vehemently. The shooter's armored back erupted with flames, soaring into the air to unleash a barrage of fire upon the chaos entity. The hero also unleashed a series of sword strikes, forcing the humanoid chaos entity and the serpentine chaos entity to separate, each confronting one adversary. The two chaos entities, under the relentless assault of the hero and the shooter, were compelled to part ways, allowing the shooter to concentrate fire on the massive serpentine chaos entity. With a larger target, the shooter could fully exploit their firepower advantage. Hence, Elena decisively chose the serpentine chaos entity as her opponent. Li Hua glanced at the musical armor adorning the hero and swung the holy sword of water and fire towards the humanoid chaos entity. However, compared to the shooter's full-throttle firepower, suppressing the serpentine chaos entity from a distance, Li Hua felt his strength was restrained, instead being dominated by the chaos entity. What was going on? Why did it seem the hero's power had not significantly increased? Even Elena had the leisure to glance at Li Hua's battle and inquired over the communication channel. Indeed, after the upgrade, there was a substantial increase in power, yet it felt elusive. Perhaps the method of application was incorrect. Li Hua responded while fending off the chaos entity. Method of application? Elena pondered slightly. Correct. Since it is a music game cartridge, one must harness the power within through rhythm and melody. Daoyi interjected over the communication channel. Thus, one must understand music to utilize the music game cartridge effectively. Li, can you sing? Elena's tone was filled with skepticism. Li Hua, however, remained unperturbed. I believe I grasp the concept. Engaging in a music game does not necessarily require singing. It necessitates a mastery of rhythm, and I think I now understand how to wield the power of the metronome game cartridge. Upon comprehending the essence, the hero's attacks became inexplicably rhythmic, and the true power of level 10 was unleashed. In close combat, a relentless barrage of strikes thoroughly subdued the chaos entity. Damn it! How can this serpent still recover? Damn! Is there an issue with your design? How can the chaos entity consume items to heal? Elena suddenly remarked. The serpentine chaos entity had consumed a treasure chest within the game realm, not only restoring its inflicted wounds, but also increasing in size and strength, making it difficult for the shooter's firepower to suppress it. After all, the items within the game realm were constructed from the power of the Chaos Entity virus, allowing the Chaos Entity to enhance its strength by consuming these items. Therefore, you must also learn to adeptly utilize the enhancement items within the game realm. Daoyi advised once more. Moreover, the game realm I designed is undoubtedly advantageous for both of you players. The Chaos Entity absorbing items merely restores its wounds. However, with your player drivers and game cartridges, you can obtain various enhancements, including defense, strength, and speed. All right, I shall give it a try. Elena soared into the air, evading the Chaos Entity's lunge, found a floating cube, shattered it, and obtained a circular enhancement item, which she seamlessly integrated into her shooter armor. Firepower enhanced. The sound effect resonated. What is this? Elena distinctly felt a powerful force infusing her weapon system. Then, the Gatling gun in her hands erupted with dazzling light, and as she attempted to fire, a true rain of light projectiles cascaded down upon the Chaos Entity, delivering justice from above. The Serpentine Chaos Entity was severely battered by the deluge of bullets, lying motionless on the ground. Finishing move, with the shooter's concentrated energy beam delivering the final blow. The Serpentine Chaos Entity was utterly vanquished. Witnessing the dire situation, the Chaos Entity felt the urge to retreat, however, confined within the game realm. It was unable to escape and could only muster its full strength to battle the hero. Try this. As the hero struggled to deal with the Chaos Entity, Elena found another enhancement coin and tossed it to Li Hua. Steel form. After absorbing the item coin, a metallic sheen enveloped the hero's entire body. He then braved the Chaos Entity's attacks, unfazed, charging forward relentlessly. Single strike, combo, single strike, combo. After landing over 20 sword strikes on the Chaos Entity, he finally unleashed the finishing move, obliterating it. Game clear. With the Chaos Entity defeated, the game completion alert sounded, and the game realm dissipated, revealing the surrounding reality. The teleportation array illuminated, and Li Hua and Elena were transported back to the underground base of the Holy City Hospital. Upon returning to the underground base of the Holy City Hospital through the teleportation array, Li Hua and Elena promptly deactivated their transformations, preparing to examine the patients to ensure the virus had been completely eradicated. After all, this medical chamber was being used for the first time, and it remained to be seen to what extent the virus could be eliminated and whether any remnants would linger, necessitating thorough testing. What is this armor? Otto, awakening, gazed at the two as they reverted from their transformations, astonished. As a physicist and scientist, Otto had always adhered to scientific theories as his guiding principles. However, the scene before him transcended the boundaries of his scientific understanding. The armor enveloping their bodies could appear and disappear at will. What was the underlying principle? Even with nanotechnology, one would expect a process of extension and adhesion from a specific point. Furthermore, even if nanometals integrated with bodily cells, there would still be a process of incorporation. Yet, Otto observed that the armor on Li Hua and Elena transformed distinctly from solid to ethereal, vanishing directly. "You're all right now?" Li Hua frowned slightly. The patient awakened directly after the Chaos Entity was defeated. Did they witness the two of them deactivating their transformations due to the medical chamber? This seemed troublesome. Elena and Li Hua exchanged glances. Otto's gaze was fixed on the player drivers at their waists and the game cartridges in their hands. Aside from these two items, the two doctors possessed no other peculiar objects. After removing the game cartridge from the game starter at his waist, the transformation was undone. Otto's eyes sparkled with the wonder of discovering a rare treasure, filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. "What has transpired? What was that armor of yours?" Otto inquired eagerly as he sat up, his expression brimming with excitement. "The Knight system, which you witnessed as the full cover armor. The Knight system was created with the purpose of eradicating the Chaos Entity virus, a lethal virus," Li Hua sighed and explained. Otto nodded thoughtfully. "So I was infected with this so-called Chaos Entity virus? But we have already cured you. The Chaos Entity virus has been eliminated," Elena added. "What exactly is this Chaos Entity virus?" Otto fixed his gaze intently on Li Hua and Elena, suspicion etched across his face. The armor you donned moments ago is evidently designed for combat, correct? Surely you are not suggesting that, akin to a science fiction film, you would shrink down in specialized armor and enter my body to battle the viruses within, ultimately eradicating them. Dr. Pym's suit is indeed capable of such feats, reducing one's size to that comparable to a virus, allowing entry into the human body. Sir, I must commend your vivid imagination. Indeed, we are to confront the source of the collapse, albeit not by shrinking and entering the patient's body, Elena remarked with a peculiar expression. Observing Otto's unyielding demeanor, Li Hua succinctly introduced him to the collapse virus. Astonishingly, the collapse virus possesses the capability to manifest illusions into reality. Otto's eyes sparkled with a different light. May I study it? This entity, transcending the bounds of modern scientific principles, undoubtedly harbors immense potential. Should we uncover a method of control, it could propel the advancement of our world. Otto tentatively proposed, his tone brimming with eager anticipation. No, while I am unaware of your identity, the collapse virus is exceptionally perilous. We have only just managed to eliminate the virus from your body. Do not let curiosity lead you to reinfection. We cannot risk the spread of the virus for the sake of your personal research. Li Hua firmly refused, though I am unsure of the origins of your thoughts. I must inform you, Elena added with a shake of her head. Even the genius scientist Tony Stark has yet to fully comprehend the collapse virus. Your efforts would be in vain. Tony Stark, Otto mused inwardly, his resolve to master the collapse virus strengthened. However, it was clear that Li Hua and Elena would not acquiesce to his desires, so Otto had to momentarily suppress his ambitions. After bidding farewell to Otto, Li Hua and Elena excitedly contacted Tan Daoyi. Tan, after practical verification, the medical pod is indeed capable of isolating the virus within patients, meaning we now possess the ability to treat those infected. There's no need to wait for an outbreak to perform surgical excisions. Tan Daoyi remained stoic. This was anticipated. Li Hua and Elena exchanged glances. Our intention is that, with the equipment now fully operational, the Holy Capital Hospital can accept patients infected with the collapse virus. Are you prepared? Tan Daoyi's gaze deepened. The commencement of treatment for collapse virus patients at the Holy Capital Hospital means you too will inevitably be exposed to those with ulterior motives. Sooner or later, it was bound to happen, was it not? Furthermore, the outbreaks of the collapse virus are becoming increasingly frequent. This patient has directly witnessed our medical bays and knows our identities. There is no longer a necessity for perpetual secrecy. Elena inhaled deeply and spoke candidly. Most importantly, if we can administer treatment before an outbreak occurs, we can significantly mitigate interference from Perid and his collapse organization, thereby greatly enhancing the success rate of excising the collapse virus. Li Hua nodded in agreement. Well, since you have reached this realization, I shall not oppose it. Tan Daoyi smiled. The Holy Capital Hospital can issue a public announcement, inviting patients exhibiting symptoms of the gaming illness, whose sources remain undiagnosed, to seek examination. You can then ascertain whether they are infected with the collapse virus and provide treatment. After all, arrangements have already been made with Stark side to involve Stark Industries for greater credibility. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter, ensuring that your few masked riders can focus on combating the collapse virus. I will promptly arrange for Stark Industries to invest in the Holy Capital Hospital. Upon learning the details, Tony thumped his chest, taking responsibility with gusto. However, may I examine the data regarding the medical pod specifically designed for the collapse virus? That is entirely feasible, Tan Daoyi replied with a slight smile. However, I must remind you that one of the key factors for the pod's efficacy lies in the gaming night system. In other words, the most crucial key remains the virus antibodies possessed by Li Hua and his team. You need not concern yourself with that. Tony chuckled confidently. The great Tony Stark will surely devise a solution. After receiving satisfactory data, Tony disconnected, eagerly anticipating his research. Master, there has been an intrusion into the network system of the Holy Capital Hospital. It is from the previous collapse virus patient, one named Otto. Izzy blinked, her eyes sparkling, and spoke. However, The methods employed are rather crude. Otto, as a physicist capable of formulating the successful solar theory, undoubtedly possesses a world-class intellect. Yet his grasp of network intrusion is not his forte. It is a skill he has only recently acquired, hence the inevitable roughness in execution. Daoyi displayed an intrigued expression. This Dr. Otto indeed harbors ambition. Given his drive and obsession for advancement, I shall open a window for him, granting him an opportunity to fulfill his aspirations. Provided his capabilities align sufficiently, he may offer me considerable value. Daoyi similet subli, nonchalantly commenting that this could be seen as a strategic move. Should we provide him with some pertinent information? Izzy inquired. Daoyi shook his head. That is unnecessary. Should the need arise, I can arrange for Dream and Parrot to make contact with him. If he can independently trace the whereabouts of the virus, let him enter the game. I have a rather intriguing design in mind. The museum plan must also commence officially. The integration of the Gaia memory core and the collapse virus should prove fascinating. Daoyi contemplated the Gaia memory core, which is indeed a virus. The combination of the memory core and the collapse virus, could it yield results? The reason for my special consideration of the virus collective lies in the fact that the memory core possesses a formidable capacity for widespread destruction, capable of unleashing a lethal virus across an entire city. It is a weapon of mass devastation against ordinary people. However, New York City is, after all, the chosen arena for Daoyi's game. Should a future user go mad and disseminate a deadly virus, it would only lead to widespread casualties among innocents without any benefit. It would not enhance the capabilities of the memory core and would obliterate the game scenario, rendering it valueless to Daoyi. Thus, I contemplate bestowing this memory core with a more captivating purpose. Perhaps it could yield unexpected surprises. The Holy Capital Hospital announced to society the discovery of a unique ailment, confirmed to be undetectable by conventional medical instruments. The severity of the condition fluctuates with the patient's psychological state, necessitating treatment through special means. Simultaneously, the Stark Group announced a collaboration with the St. Dou Hospital, dedicating efforts to prevent and treat this peculiar ailment. The news garnered immediate attention from various sectors of society, and for the general populace, it was undoubtedly a positive development. If such a disease exists, one that eludes conventional detection and treatment, now there's a clear method for its cure. Consequently, the government, military, and intelligence agencies swiftly turned their focus towards St. Dou Hospital. A surge of doctors and nurses flocked to apply for positions at the hospital, while health departments organized specialized personnel to conduct investigations and studies there. Notably, the illusory Dream Gaming Group, the primary benefactor of the hospital prior to Stark Group's investment, also dispatched numerous individuals to uncover any irregularities, although they were merely a secondary target. However, despite the influx of personnel from various factions to gather intelligence, no immediate actions were planned. After all, SHIELD already possessed a tape purportedly containing the source-crumbling virus, with the hospital backed by Tony Stark's endorsement. From the perspective of these specialized authorities, if someone could create a device to control this virus, it was only a matter of time before SHLDS researchers discovered the means to do so. Furthermore, the study of this virus appeared quite perilous. The military's previous operation at a base in the outskirts of New York had resulted in significant losses without any fruitful outcomes, demonstrating that this so-called unknown virus was exceedingly difficult to control and possessed formidable destructive power. Should SHIELD manage to develop something, it would naturally benefit all involved, so why risk delving into the unknown? It seemed more prudent to reap the rewards without exposing themselves to danger. Moreover, Tony Stark's current endeavor appeared aimed at combating this source-crumbling virus and treating patients, providing no legitimate rationale for unwarranted interference. Any rash actions could potentially jeopardize public support. Following the announcement of the source-crumbling virus and the gaming illness, many individuals who believed they exhibited similar symptoms visited St. Dou Hospital for examinations over the weekend. Among these individuals, Li Hua and Elena discovered several patients who had indeed contracted the virus. They promptly activated the medical chamber to isolate the source-crumbling virus and summon Gwen for assistance. After isolating the virus, they initiated the teleportation array to commence the gaming domain. Given that the infection levels of these patients were relatively mild and recent, the resultant source-crumbling monsters were not particularly formidable, although their numbers reached 5 or 6. Effectively doubling the local count, they posed no threat to the 3 masked riders equipped with 10th-level gaming cartridges. Both Gwen, Li Hua, and Elena easily handled 2 monsters each without expending significant effort, swiftly vanquishing the source-crumbling entities. Afterward, Elena shrugged her wrist, remarking, "Is that all? These source-crumbling monsters are rather weak, aren't they? Once the gaming domain is activated, I feel I could handle them all alone." "Do not underestimate them," Li Hua cautioned. "These monsters are weak because the patients have only been infected for a short time. Our higher-level gaming cartridges have provided us with a substantial boost, allowing us to dispatch them with ease." Elena rolled her eyes, but conceded, "Fine, you make a valid point. Now that the virus has been cleared, shall we return? What's going on? We can't deactivate the gaming domain." Just as they attempted to dissolve the gaming domain, they encountered an anomaly. Could it be that the gaming domain has malfunctioned, and we are trapped inside? Elena voiced her concern, slightly panicking. "Quickly, let us contact Dan and see if he has a solution. Perhaps there are still unpurged source-crumbling viruses within the gaming domain." Liwa speculata. The gaming domain, indeed. A fascinating design, a sudden voice interjected. Gwen, Li Hua, and Elena immediately turned toward the source of the voice, alert and cautious. "Are you the source-crumbling entity born from Dan?" Elena inquired, gazing at the emerging illusory dream. With a hint of pride, Illusory Dream replied, "You may address me as Lord Illusory Dream. I shall overlook your rudeness this time, considering the intriguing aspects of the game you have presented." Player driver. Li Hua's attention was drawn to the device at Illusory Dream's waist, his eyes narrowing as he questioned, "How did you acquire player driver?" Illusory Dream produced an energetic sport cartridge and inserted it into the player driver. "Of course, I crafted it myself. Not only the player driver, but also the gaming cartridges," Illusory Dream declared with pride. "Did you inherit Dan's knowledge and abilities?" Elena conjectured. Illusory Dream removed the wheel armor from its shoulder, wielding it as a weapon. "Indeed, the knowledge to create player drivers and gaming cartridges originated from Dan. However, I have been continuously evolving. It won't be long before I can produce games that completely surpass Dan's creations. Your level is merely 10, while the 3 of us are all at level 10. Illusory Dream taunted. Seeing Illusory Dream preparing to strike, Elena readied her Gatling gun. "Do you think you can take on all 3 of us?" Illusory Dream nodded. 1 against 3 is indeed somewhat unfair. 2 against 3 would be much better. Li Hua felt a surge of foreboding. Could it be? "You can leave them to me." Parrot appeared, his tone suggesting keen interest. "I am eager to see how their abilities have evolved with their increased levels." "Very well. Since you wish to play alone, I shall take this opportunity to study the gaming domain," Illusory Dream agreed without objection. Parrot's level stood at 50, while theirs remained at 10. Li Hua spoke with gravity. "In terms of power and speed, we are at an absolute disadvantage. Thus, we cannot engage him directly. We must employ tactical ingenuity and utilize the enhancement items within the gaming domain." Elena and Gwen nodded in agreement. The trio formulated their strategy. The shooter would unleash powerful firepower to harass and suppress from a distance, while the brave and the driver would work together to entangle and distract Parrot. "Excellent. The coordination is markedly improved compared to last time," Parrot remarked as he dispersed the hero's sword energy with a punch. Attempting to retaliate, he was impeded by the shooter's long-range artillery. Any attempt to evade the firepower was thwarted by arrows shot from the driver's bow. It appeared he was somewhat overwhelmed. However, Parrot was not the least bit perturbed. Rather, he expressed admiration for the masked rider's teamwork, his tone laced with amusement. "Damn it. While we can hold Parrot at bay, our attacks seem to have minimal effect," Li Hua stated, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Our resources are dwindling rapidly. This intense battle is quickly depleting our rider slots," Gwen remarked. "Cursed 50-level defenses are insurmountably high," Elena muttered in discontent. "It seems our only chance for victory lies in utilizing the enhancement items within the gaming domain to amplify our output." Thus, Elena began her quest for enhancement items within the game realm. Is this a defensive reinforcement? Elena gazed at the item token in her hand and tossed it to Li Hua. Although it was not the desired item, it provided some degree of enhancement, which was better than nothing. Upon witnessing the significant boost obtained from the item token absorbed by the hero, Pallet understood why the game realm felt rife with unique concentrations of the collapsed source virus. It was indeed due to these game enhancement items. Pallet's voice was tinged with a hint of excitement. This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. Switching forms, perfecting the puzzle. Allow me to give it a try. Then, all the item tokens in the game realm converged and displayed themselves before Pallet, seemingly available for selection. What is this? The ability to directly control items within the game realm? Elena was astonished at the sight. Super speed, muscular enhancement. Pallet selected 2 enhancement items to combine, and Li Hua, Gwen, and Elena watched as Pallet vanished before their eyes, then suffered a barrage of ultra-fast strikes that were impossible to perceive. They all collapsed to the ground, their night gauges depleted, devoid of any fighting spirit. This is disastrous. There is no way to escape the game realm. Elena's expression turned somewhat pessimistic. Your night gauges are completely drained, so you might as well lie there. In fact, you are teetering on the brink of death. If you force yourselves to fight any longer, you will be immediately consumed by the collapse source virus erupting from the game cartridge, spoke Phantom Dream, stepping forward with a meaningful tone. Rest assured, we won't simply conquer you. Pallet interjected. After all, without you few masked knights, the future games would be rather dull. What exactly is your intention? Li Hua, propping himself up with the holy sword, inquired. Naturally, it is to create the most thrilling and exhilarating game. Phantom Dream remarked with a hint of fervor. However, this time we have come to gather data, the data of death. Data of death? Gwen questioned, bewildered. Precisely. We have already collected a significant amount of data from the disappearance of the collapse sources, coupled with the data of your night gauges nearing depletion. It will enable me to complete my special game cartridge. As he spoke, he produced a malfunctioning driver, emitting luminous particles resembling ribbons that enveloped the 3 masked knights. We are finally nearing completion. The Level X game cartridge. Phantom Dream inserted the blank game cartridge into the malfunctioning driver, and the blank cartridge was adorned with a game icon amidst flickering black and white light. Dangerous Zombie. The Dangerous Zombie cartridge is a special Level X, an unknown game cartridge. As Phantom Dream inserted the newly acquired game cartridge into the player driver to transform, he spoke as if introducing a proud creation, the Dangerous Zombie, possessing an undead existence akin to a zombie devoid of a health bar. Level X, capable of continuous level enhancement. What? Li Hua, Elena, and Gwen exclaimed in unison. This is all thanks to the data collected from you. Phantom Dream chuckled triumphantly, striking a bizarre pose reminiscent of a zombie from a game. Since I have completed the creation of your game cartridge, it is now your turn to assist me in unlocking the ultimate game. Pallet addressed Phantom Dream. Certainly, no problem. Phantom Dream replied. Well then, see you in the next game. Pallet waved goodbye to the 3, hoping they could provide him with a more entertaining gaming experience then. After Phantom Dream and Pallet departed, the game realm was finally able to return to normal. However, the expressions of the 3 masked knights were far from pleasant. Though Pallet and Phantom Dream had not committed any overtly harmful actions this time, Li Hua and his companions returned to the Holy City Hospital base with heavy hearts. The sense of defeat from being easily dispatched by Pallet was indeed a significant blow. That guy Pallet. Elena gritted her teeth. What does he take us for? Mere NPCs for his amusement in the game? Yet his power is overwhelmingly strong. We are simply no match for him. Moreover, he possesses the ability to directly manipulate items within the game realm, rendering us unable to utilize enhancement items before him. Gwen spoke in a somewhat dejected tone. However, Li Hua shook his head at this. Compared to Pallet, Phantom Dream is the true and greatest danger. No matter how strong Pallet is, there are limits to his power. As long as we continue to defeat the collapse sources and level up, there will come a day when we can surpass him. And that Phantom Dream seems to have inherited the knowledge of Boss Tan, possessing the ability to create player drivers and game cartridges. In other words, Gwen's eyes lit up with realization as she spoke solemnly. Phantom Dream has the potential to allow him and Pallid to infinitely enhance themselves. Moreover, the ultimate game mentioned by Pallid before he left is surely no trivial matter. It may pose a significant threat to societal stability and the lives of the populace. Li Hua clenched his right fist tightly. It appears you have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Tan Dao appeared on the screen in the base's conference room, feigning ignorance. Just after you resolved the separated collapse source monsters, I suddenly lost contact with you. What exactly transpired? So, Phantom Dream and Pallid invaded the game realm, defeated you, collected data, and created a brand new, unknown game cartridge, Tan Dao reiterated. Indeed, Tan. The disruption in our communication with you should also be attributed to that self-proclaimed Phantom Dream's machinations, Elena speculated. Tan Dao nodded. That is indeed a possibility. If what you say is true, he possesses the ability to create player drivers and game cartridges. It indicates that he has likely inherited my knowledge and memories, making it feasible for him to analyze and influence the game realm. So what should we do now? When asked, her expression slightly furrowed. We need to level up faster, quicker than Phantom Dream and Pallid, so we can catch up to them, Li Hua asserted, his gaze resolute and voice firm. This matter requires a gradual approach. If you cannot fully control the power of the game cartridges you possess, recklessly increasing your levels may lead to chaos. Furthermore, if you directly use higher-level game cartridges without regard for your circumstances, should the collapse source virus exceed your capacity to endure, you may be consumed by the virus. Tan Dao cautioned with a serious expression. I understand, Li Hua replied after a moment's silence, giving a slight nod. One more thing, Tan. Is it possible to modify the game realm? Elena suddenly spoke, her face still bearing traces of fear. After we were defeated by Pallid this time, we could not exit the game realm and were left vulnerable to be slaughtered. Even within the game levels, players should possess the ability to enter and exit at will. Right? I shall further refine the realm of gaming. However, it is important to note that the current gaming domain is merely a transitional product. It is generated by the separated collapse source virus. Tan Dao smiled faintly and nodded in agreement, stating that the original design intended for players to independently utilize their player drives and game cartridges to access the gaming realm at will. Consequently, they would naturally have the ability to open and close the gaming domain at their discretion. Yet, since you have mentioned it, we could indeed make some adjustments to enable the player drives to possess the capacity to exit at any time. Are we, then, lacking in ability? Gwen appeared slightly bewildered upon hearing this. Gwen, dear, Elena chided playfully. Meanwhile, the Holy City Hospital continued to treat patients afflicted by the collapse source virus, though no unforeseen incidents had transpired during this period. Essentially, the dormant collapse source virus had not given rise to formidable collapse source monsters. Only sporadic outbreaks among virus carriers outside the hospital produced relatively powerful manifestations, yet even the newly upgraded 10th-level masked riders managed to handle them with ease. In the underground base of the Holy City Hospital, news broke of a green monster appearing on the campus of New York University, raising doubts about whether it was a product of the collapse source. Elena, harboring a hint of skepticism, inquired of Tan Dao, having just learned from news that military forces were engaged in battle with an unknown humanoid monster on the university campus. Both Elena and Li Hua suspected it could be a collapse source creature, given the military's past transgressions in similar matters. It was entirely plausible that their actions had triggered the emergence of such a monster. However, the base's monitoring equipment showed no signs of a viral outbreak, prompting the two to contact Tan Dao for clarification. Is there a malfunction with the equipment? Elena asked. If there were a collapse source virus outbreak, the Holy City Hospital base would undoubtedly detect it. The equipment for monitoring the collapse source virus is functioning flawlessly, Tan Dao replied with assuredness. I also gleaned this information from the news. The creature that appeared on the campus is certainly not a collapse source monster. Judging by the leaked videos, the military was evidently prepared for its emergence. It is conceivable that this creature is a product of military biological experimentation. Perhaps the American military has been secretly conducting a super soldier program. As he spoke, Tan Dao narrowed his eyes. This green monster bore unmistakable resemblance to the Hulk. It seemed that Bruce Banner had returned to New York after months of evasion. Should we intervene? Elena asked, her expression wavering. This is not our concern. Since it is a matter of the American military's making, let them resolve it themselves. Moreover, we have no knowledge of the monster's whereabouts, Li Hua responded coolly. Given that it was not a collapsed source virus issue, but rather a predicament of the American military's own creation, they should handle the ensuing chaos. Additionally, it appeared that no casualties among civilians had occurred thus far. He added, for now, although the creature is wreaking havoc on the campus, it has not resulted in any harm to ordinary individuals, suggesting that the military can manage the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Elena nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the military seemed capable of controlling the circumstances, and thus they should refrain from overstepping. However, Daoyi was acutely aware that a climactic street battle between the Hulk and Abomination was imminent. That night, in the bustling streets of Brooklyn, chaos erupted as a monstrous, grotesque humanoid wreaked havoc. Military forces surged into the city to confront the creature, employing various weapons, yet they were unable to subdue it. The vibrant streets of New York swiftly transformed into a brutal battlefield, with shattered pavements, raging fires, and wrecked vehicles. Pedestrians fled in a frenzy, desperate to escape the chaos. This creature was none other than Abomination, a formidable entity birthed from Bruce Banner's gamma cell samples. Following an accident during gamma radiation experiments, Dr. Bruce Banner was compelled to flee, evading the relentless pursuit of his father-in-law, General Ross, and sought refuge in Brazil. Throughout this time, Bruce never ceased searching for a means to revert to his former self and eliminate his mutations. He communicated with Dr. Stern, known by his online alias, Blue Doctor, under the moniker of Green Doctor, in hopes of discovering a remedy for his affliction. Since becoming the Hulk, Bruce had been constantly pursued by the military, unable to return home or reunite with his beloved girlfriend, perpetually on the brink of losing his sanity and transforming into a mindless beast of destruction. He was forced to lead a life of anonymity and instability across the globe, a fate he wished to escape. Meanwhile, Dr. Stern, having received blood samples from Bruce, witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of Hulk's blood cells and engaged in extensive cultivation and replication, aspiring to achieve fame through the application of Hulk's gamma cells. Recently, Bruce's experiments had made groundbreaking progress, coupled with the exposure of his whereabouts. General Ross, following a trail of clues, located Bruce in Brazil, prompting Bruce to resolve to return to New York to find Dr. Stern and definitively eliminate his mutations. One of the veterans from General Ross's Special Task Force, tasked with capturing the Hulk, had witnessed Hulk's immense strength and sought to attain even greater power to subdue him, requesting Dr. Stern to inject him with gamma cells, ultimately transforming into Abomination. I must pay a visit to that green giant for a discussion. Additionally, I shall retrieve certain items. Would you two care to join me? Daoyi remarked while gazing out the window towards the distant flames flickering in the direction of Brooklyn. He retrieved the Eternal Memory Device and the Lost Driver. Addressing Is and Yaz. Eternal. Daoyi transformed into Kamen Rider Eternal, adorned in pristine white armor, his hands cloaked in blue flame-like patterns, a flowing cape billowing behind him, and his yellow compound eyes aglow, crowned with a trident-like ornament on his forehead. Is and Yaz exchanged a knowing glance and shared a rare moment of camaraderie. 02. Eden. Kamen Rider 02 and Kamen Rider Eden materialized. Daoyi nodded gently, waving his right hand as the dimensional barrier swept past, causing the three to vanish from the room. In the desolate remains of Dr. Stern's laboratory in Brooklyn, ravaged by Abomination, Daoyi, Is, and Yaz appeared out of thin air. Daoyi scanned the surroundings, locating the hidden chamber where Dr. Stern kept the cultivated gamma cell blood samples. He found the switch and opened the chamber, revealing a trove of gamma cell samples, which, unsurprisingly, had yet to be discovered by the military. With Dr. Stern's assistance, Bruce successfully managed to temporarily suppress the activity of the gamma cells within him, reverting to his normal self. Just then, General Ross and his men arrived, capturing Bruce Banner, who seemed to have successfully eliminated his mutation. If the gamma cells of the Hulk were to vanish completely, the super soldier program, which had finally seen a glimmer of hope, would come to a tragic end. This was something General Ross could not tolerate. Therefore, upon acquiring Bruce Banner, he wasted no time in whisking him back to his base for a comprehensive examination. Showing little interest in conducting a thorough search of the laboratory, he merely left a few personnel behind to guard the facility. Blonsky, having threatened Dr. Stern to inject himself with the Hulk's blood sample, transformed into Abomination. In this new form, he became exceedingly violent, wreaking havoc in Dr. Stern's laboratory, dispatching the remaining soldiers with ease, and then setting out to confront the Hulk. Subsequently, Abomination rampaged through the streets, drawing everyone's attention towards him and away from the laboratory. At that moment, the only living being remaining in the lab was Dr. Stern, whose head had been fractured but had absorbed the Hulk's blood sample. "What do you want? Who are you?" "Those samples are mine." Dr. Stern awoke to find the door to his secret chamber, which housed the gamma blood samples, ajar. He stood up, his enlarged head throbbing from the gamma infusion, and angrily demanded answers. Daoyi regarded Stern with an amused glint in his eyes, responding with a playful tone. "Why? We're here to collect gamma cell samples. What else could it be? I didn't expect you to catch us in the act. How do you suggest we handle you now?" As he spoke, he appraised Dr. Stern as if he were a butcher contemplating where to make his first cut. Dr. Stern's mind raced as he calculated the precariousness of his situation, realizing that he was no match for these three armored figures. Although he felt remarkably lucid and invigorated after absorbing the gamma blood, his physical strength had not notably increased. It appeared that the enhancement he received was primarily intellectual rather than physical, unlike the Hulk and Abomination, who had gained significant physical prowess. Faced with adversaries clad in full exoskeleton armor, he surmised he was hardly better off than an ordinary person. Quickly assessing the situation, Dr. Stern decided to speak. "If you wish to harness the power of gamma cells, I can assist you. All the gamma blood samples in this chamber are my creation. I possess extensive knowledge regarding gamma-mutated blood cells and can be of great help to you. The creature outside is my work." His tone was earnest, desperately attempting to prove his worth. "Haha." Daoyi laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Doctor, you truly are a man of foresight. I happen to have a place where you can fully utilize your talents. You will have the freedom to conduct any experiment you desire, and all your ideas can come to fruition. Would you be willing?" Dr. Stern's eyes flickered at the proposition. Having absorbed the gamma blood, he felt his mind clearer than ever, with a multitude of ideas flooding in. However, considering his current state, he feared being captured and studied by the military. Much like Bruce, the identities of these individuals were ambiguous, and a hasty rejection might provoke a hostile response. If there truly existed a realm where he could freely express his talents, it would not be entirely unwelcome. "If I can indeed explore my talents without restrictions, I would be more than willing," Dr. Stern replied, nodding fervently. "Very well. Since your head is so large, your code name shall henceforth be Big Head." Daoyi instructed Yake. "I will send over a batch of special blood samples, along with a human. Please deliver him to the shield base and hand him over to Zola as support for the organization." Daoyi nodded slightly, signaling Yake. With a wave of his hand, a spatial rift opened, and Dr. Stern, along with all the gamma blood samples, vanished from the laboratory, reappearing in a secret base under Yake's control. The gamma blood samples derived from the Hulk were valuable materials, to be collected for future use. "Master, the samples and the individual have been received. Are there any further instructions?" Yake inquired after taking possession of Dr. Stern and the gamma blood samples. "Indeed, let our big head experiment to see if he can trigger a reaction from the Gaia memory gene. This memory is quite suitable for genetic biochemical research, and if it can be integrated, it should greatly benefit the SHIELD studies," Daoyi commanded, his mind turning with possibilities. At that moment, amidst the chaos outside, a feral roar pierced the air, opposing Abomination's growl, followed by the deep thuds of titanic combat. A smirk crept onto Daoyi's lips as he realized Bruce had chosen to unleash the Hulk in an effort to thwart Abomination. It wouldn't be long before Hulk would resolve the conflict. Initially, Hulk was weakened due to Dr. Stern's earlier experiments, placing him at a disadvantage against Abomination. However, after sustaining a brutal beating from Abomination, his rage surged, significantly amplifying his strength and turning the tide against his foe. Ultimately, driven by the peril faced by his girlfriend Betty due to Abomination's assault, Hulk exploded with fury, snapping Abomination's neck in a fit of rage. After the battle concluded, Hulk opted to leave, fearing that General Ross, his father-in-law, would pursue him again, potentially endangering Betty. The military forces, exhausted from the fierce battle, were powerless to stop Hulk, leaving General Ross to recover Abomination's corpse, hoping to glean something useful that could advance his super soldier program. Otherwise, this operation would likely end poorly, with dire consequences for him. Nevertheless, Abomination's corpse was a treasure in itself. Following the fight, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hastened to the scene, believing that the handling of such an extraordinary biological specimen should fall under specialized jurisdiction. This incident had arisen due to the military's mismanagement, resulting in a monstrous rampage through the bustling streets of New York, causing extensive casualties and destruction, thus proving the military's inadequacy in managing such events. General Ross, infuriated, vehemently refused to relinquish Abomination's body, nearly issuing a shoot-to-kill order in his wrath. Now that the situation had settled, others sought to reap the rewards, questioning why they had not intervened earlier. Abomination's rampage had wrought significant devastation, and the losses sustained by Ross's troops were substantial. He alone bore the burden of this calamity, and if he failed to secure the only valuable asset, Abomination's corpse, the higher-ups in the government would certainly lose any willingness to support him. This could spell the end of his political and military career, with a very real possibility of facing a court-martial. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not expect General Ross to easily relinquish Abomination's body. They merely sought to make a show of presence, ensuring they received something in return. After a lengthy negotiation, the two parties agreed to dismember the corpse, each taking a portion for study. Let us proceed and keep pace with that colossal figure. Observing the fierce contention between the two factions over the repugnant corpse, Daoyi, who had been silently watching from the sidelines, chuckled softly and spoke. The three figures leaped into the air, moving at a speed imperceptible to the human eye, as if they were mere shadows, swiftly departing from the bustling streets of New York City in pursuit of the Hulk. In a desolate area on the outskirts of New York, the Hulk transformed back into Bruce Banner. He cast one last, lingering glance at the illuminated skyline behind him before preparing to step away. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Mr. Banner, or should I say, Mr. Hulk, is there really any need for such haste in your departure?" Startled, Banner turned to see three armored individuals emerging from the shadows beside him. With his arms crossed, he was acutely aware that, having transformed back into his human form, he was clad only in his undergarments, leaving him exposed and somewhat chilly. "Perhaps you should put on some clothing first." Daoyi casually tossed a trench coat at Bruce, finding the sight of a man bare-chested before him rather disconcerting. "Are you military personnel, or part of some special department? Have you been tracking the Hulk all along? Yet, why was there no sign of your presence before?" Bruce donned the trench coat, scrutinizing the trio before him. "Who are you? Stark Industries? Have you come for the Hulk as well? I advise you not to provoke me. When angered, I can be quite uncontrollable. If you incite my wrath, the entity within me may emerge, and you would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed." Gazing at the armor worn by the enigmatic figures, he voiced his speculation with an underlying threat. "Our armor is not crafted by Stark," he has interjected, his tone tinged with irritation. "While I wouldn't mind a tussle with the entity within you, our purpose for approaching you is not to instigate a fight. You needn't worry. We are not here to capture you," Daoyi remarked, observing Bruce's tense demeanor with a relaxed air. Bruce, intrigued, asked, "Then what is your objective?" "To offer you assistance," Daoyi replied, producing a memory device and tossing it to Banner. Catching it, Bruce examined the device with a puzzled expression. "Is this a USB drive? What assistance can this possibly provide? And what does the letter A signify?" "This is a Gaia memory device, specifically designed for you, labeled Anger." Daoyi clarified with a slight shake of his head. "All right, Gaia memory device, but what exactly is its purpose?" Bruce inquired, skepticism evident in his demeanor. "The Gaia memory device encapsulates the memory power of Earth, serving as a key to human evolution. The anger memory device has been meticulously crafted to aid you in controlling the latent power within you. If you can masterfully adapt to the anger memory device, you will gradually gain control over the other consciousness residing in your body, ultimately allowing you to harness your own strength without fear of losing your sanity. Daoyi's voice was laced with persuasion. Bruce paused, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes as he gazed intently at Daoyi. Is this truly genuine? Whether it is true or false, you shall find out for yourself, Daoyi replied calmly, unfazed by the prospect of rejection. Bruce, still hesitant, held the memory device. What is your ulterior motive? Why assist me? The Gaia memory device is a creation of Consortium B, designed as a key for human evolution. The green entity born from gamma radiation within you harbors certain cosmic secrets. Facilitating your use of the Gaia memory device aligns with the museum project of the Consortium, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. You can control the power within you, avoiding the destruction that comes from succumbing to rage. You could even master this formidable strength and become a superhero. The Gaia memory device can also interact with the mutated gamma cells in your body, unlocking codes to cosmic energy laws for further enhancement. Such forthrightness is rather unexpected, Bruce observed, surprised by Daoyi's candidness. Because you are a unique candidate, capable of directly aiding the enhancement of the Gaia memory device. You receive special privileges, Daoyi smiled slightly. Who are you? What is Consortium B? Bruce pressed, his expression turning serious, as he seized the opportunity to voice his inquiries. The Consortium is simply the Consortium. As for me, you may refer to me by my code name. Eternity, the head of the museum project, Daoyi raised his right hand slightly and spoke. What is this so-called museum project? And what if I choose to decline? Why would you refuse? I find it difficult to conceive of a rationale for your rejection. The Consortium offers you the memory device without any restrictions. Do you not wish to control the power within you? Daoyi's tone remained nonchalant, exuding confidence. Bruce fell into contemplation. Consortium B and the museum project sounded untrustworthy, reminiscent of a mad scientist's deranged schemes. Yet, the prospect of controlling his gamma-altered cells was an enticing one. How do I utilize this memory device? He eventually inquired. Simple. You need not undergo any surgical procedures. Merely press the button and apply it to your body, Daoyi replied, his tone seemingly cheerful. Taking a deep breath, Bruce pressed the button on the memory device. Anger. He watched as the device emitted a faint glow, pulsating with a semblance of life. What is this? The device autonomously seeks out the user with the highest compatibility, resonating strongly with the power within your body, Yaz elucidated. Releasing his grip, the memory device floated effortlessly, its interface aligning with his chest. A green glow enveloped Bruce's form, revealing a muscular, stone-like exterior that radiated strength. As Bruce Banner transformed into the embodiment of anger, he lifted his hands in astonishment. This power, I can truly control the gamma cell's strength. His elation, however, was short-lived as an unexpected transformation ensued. Bruce exclaimed as green energy flickered around him, his hands flailing uncontrollably, his feet creating deep impressions in the ground. What is happening? Has the memory device lost control? He urgently questioned Daoyi. Do not panic. This is a normal reaction, indicating that you are still unfamiliar with the device's use. It is akin to driving a new car. Initial difficulties are to be expected. With time, you will adapt and master it. The fact that you can maintain your conscious awareness demonstrates the effectiveness of the Gaia memory device, Daoyi reassured him. You are right, but what should I do now? I feel as though this power is about to erupt uncontrollably. Banner nodded and inquired about the current situation and countermeasures. Just remove the memory core and revert to your original form, he suggested. He looked at Banner's animated gestures and teased. It seems the anger memory core is quite fond of you and refuses to leave. Banner felt a tinge of embarrassment. Let me assist you in removing the transformation, Daoyi offered. With a press of the eternal memory core, blue ripples began to spread, suppressing the green glow surrounding Banner, and the anger memory core was successfully extracted. I wish you the best in mastering the memory core and controlling the power within you. We shall take our leave now, Daoyi concluded, disappearing along with Yaz. Banner cast a perplexed glance at the spot where Daoyi and the others had vanished, before stowing away the anger memory core and turning to depart. P.S. In this narrative, the Hulk is depicted as a result of Bruce Banner's gamma radiation experiment gone awry, which connected him to certain cosmic rules. As an ordinary man, Banner cannot withstand these cosmic laws, leading to the emergence of the second consciousness, the Hulk. This version of the Hulk lacks the comic book's gamma powers and the excessive capabilities portrayed therein. It is not merely a biological mutation. The Hulk embodies a unique cosmic principle within, allowing for an almost limitless increase in strength in tandem with his anger. Should he fully master his powers and unify with the Hulk, he could ascend to the status of a cosmic deity, akin to the potential of Thor, albeit not inheriting the legacy of the Asgardian king. Moreover, the protagonist of Kamen Rider W contemplates a character with dual consciousness residing within a single body. The Hulk, Venom from a movie, and even the vengeful spirit of Ghost Rider exemplify this concept. Ultimately, before reaching its final form, the transformation necessitates that one individual loses consciousness. In Fisk Tower, although the abomination was ultimately subdued by the Hulk, the havoc wreaked on the bustling streets of New York was considerable. General Ross, as the primary responsible party, bore the brunt of the accountability. Despite allowing the Hulk to escape, he successfully retrieved the abomination's remains. High-ranking officials in the government and military were willing to intervene to safeguard General Ross. The ramifications of the abomination incident were undeniably severe, as the military's inability to contain the destruction caused by the monster was a significant blow to the image of the American armed forces. Conversely, it also underscored the formidable strength of the abomination, showcasing the potential and value of General Ross's super soldier program. As a warrior, the abomination was undeniably formidable, exhibiting immense defensive capabilities that rendered conventional heavy artillery ineffective against it. Its strength was astounding, effortlessly overturning armored vehicles and tearing cars apart as if they were mere cookies. Though currently deemed an uncontrollable hazard, the possibility of deriving a manageable super serum from the abominations remains suggested the potential success of the super soldier program, far surpassing the effects of the serum that created Captain America. Human technological advancement often follows a trajectory from uncontrollable to controllable, akin to the evolution of nuclear energy from atomic bombs to power generation. In the eyes of the government and military elite, the abomination's mutation mirrored this paradigm. If a controllable abomination force could be established, the American military would become truly invincible. Hence, despite the uproar, a significant faction within the military and government was inclined to protect General Ross, allowing him to temporarily retreat from public scrutiny. After all, if they could mass-produce controllable combatants with powers akin to the abomination, the super soldier program would undoubtedly have a bright future. With the abomination's remains serving as a concrete experimental sample, the theoretical probability of success was significantly heightened, unlike the previous scenario of dealing with an uncontrollable Hulk, which stalled experimental progress. Regardless of what the American military might uncover, it could never rival the original Hulk, whose strength could escalate almost limitlessly with anger. At best, they could produce a Red Hulk, a product with capped potential. Moreover, the feasibility of creating practical applications from the abomination, a secondary product sample, remained uncertain. As the memory cores were dispatched, the museum initiative was poised to commence. In the presidential office of the Dream Game Group building, Daoyi remarked nonchalantly, "The Gaia memory core has been thoroughly perfected and is ready for market launch and experimentation." On the screen, Yak's eyes glimmered with a hint of red as he spoke. "What is the status of the big boss at the Shocker base?" Daoyi smiled slightly. The big boss, having acquired the genetic memory core, is now a pivotal scientist within the Shocker organization, directly appointed as Zola's deputy. Initially, Hydra had high hopes of extracting information about Corporation B from the big boss. However, upon discovering Stein's identity and realizing that the big boss possessed no valuable intelligence regarding the corporation, they were left quite disappointed. Yak paused briefly before saying, however, Shocker and Hydra have become aware of the existence of the Gaia memory core and seem to be becoming restless regarding its power. They have begun researching and analyzing the big boss's memory core. Should we send a team to issue them a warning? Daoyi merely smiled serenely. No need. This was anticipated, and it is of little consequence. Without the Earth information memory, they cannot produce anything of significance, so let them be. Once the museum initiative is underway and the Gaia memory core circulates in the market, it is inevitable that they will covet it. For now, they merely have a glimpse into the fact that the Gaia memory core is one of Corporation B's projects, deepening their awareness of Corporation B's vast capabilities and inscrutable nature. We now need to discuss matters with the agent of the museum initiative and notify Ebolt to accompany me. In Fisk Tower, belonging to the renowned real estate magnate and philanthropist Wilson Fisk, also known in the underworld as Kingpin, the president's office on the 20th floor witnessed a robust figure, akin to a small mountain, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the dazzling lights of New York. In the center of the office stood a man with a prominent scar across his face, trembling and bowing in deference. Stripped of the usual bravado he exhibited in front of his subordinates in the presence of the underground emperor of New York. Wolf cautiously glanced at Kingpin's back and began. "Mr. Kingpin." Kingpin turned to face him, scrutinizing the notorious leader of the Blood Wolves gang. His tone remained calm. "Wolf, you have served me well over the years, and I am quite pleased with your performance. However, why have we incurred such significant losses?" Upon hearing this, Wolf broke into a cold sweat, his eyes darting to the figure nearby who was casually toying with a small knife. Kingpin's most capable and most ruthless assassin, Bullseye. He hurriedly explained, "Sir, the losses this time were utterly unexpected. It was that lunatic known as the Punisher who suddenly appeared, and my subordinates suffered significant losses. Due to a shortage of manpower, nearby gangs have begun to encroach on my territory, resulting in a considerable reduction of my holdings." Jean Bing narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. The name of the Punisher was well known. It was said that his family had been caught in a gang war, which led him down the path of vengeance against all criminals, and he was known for his merciless brutality. Virtually no one left a crime scene alive when he was involved. He was an exceedingly dangerous individual. Until now, he had not drawn Jean Bing's ire, and thus had not been a considerable concern. However, it was unexpected that he would target Jean Bing's gang this time. Coldly glancing at Wolf, he thought that the rabble of the Blood Wolf gang would indeed stand no chance against the formidable anti-hero that was the Punisher. "Let this matter pass for now, but you must promptly rebuild the factory and restore my business." Upon hearing this, Wolf breathed a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly in assurance. "Rest assured, Mr. Jean Bing. Within half a month, I will ensure the production line is fully operational again." However, Jean Bing interjected. "There's another issue?" he inquired coolly. "Recently, Madame Gao's operations have been expanding rapidly, encroaching upon our business. Especially now that my enterprise has suffered damage and my influence has waned. Madame Gao has seized a substantial portion of our market." The Hand. Jean Bing mused, contemplating. This is not the right time, he resolved within himself. Currently, Jean Bing and Madame Gao were still in a phase of cooperation, mutually beneficial, and conflict would be ill-advised. Of course, both parties were acutely aware that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Jean Bing had always aspired to become the true ruler of New York's underworld, and a ruler must possess absolute authority. However, there remained many competitors, necessitating the assistance of the Hand, a global assassin organization. Once Jean Bing secured his position as the ruler of New York's underworld, he would not tolerate the existence of the Hand, which would not easily submit to anyone's command. Ultimately, there were two potential outcomes. Either the Hand would withdraw from New York, or a fierce battle would ensue, with the victor claiming absolute power. Although he was currently in a honeymoon phase of cooperation with Madame Gao, Jean Bing had already begun to strategize on how to contend with the Hand's ninjas. Though he knew it was not yet time to act. Let's not concern ourselves with the Hand for now. As long as they do not act first, we shall avoid conflict with them, Jean Bing concluded. But, Wolf protested, somewhat unwilling. I do not wish to repeat myself. Immediately, Wolf shuddered. The man before him was Jean Bing, and he had no grounds to question him. I understand. I will comply with your orders. After Wolf cautiously exited the room, a brief silence ensued. Do you require my assistance in dealing with this Punisher? Bullseye inquired, his interest piqued. Jean Bing shook his head. New York is currently tumultuous. Tony Stark has donned his Iron Man suit, posing as a superhero. Strange monsters have appeared, and military experiments have surfaced on the streets of Brooklyn. All eyes are on New York. It would be prudent to lay low and avoid any major actions for the time being. Jean Bing was acutely aware that Bullseye was somewhat unhinged, and the Punisher was not an adversary to be taken lightly. Should he unleash Bullseye against the Punisher, the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. Very well, you are the employer. Your word is final, Bullseye replied, somewhat disappointed, waving his hand. The opportunity to engage the infamous Punisher in a life-or-death confrontation was indeed a regrettable loss. How many could have anticipated that the renowned philanthropist and entrepreneur, Wilson Fisk, was simultaneously the dominant figure of New York's underground crime world, Jean Bing? Suddenly, a voice filled with a sense of nostalgia echoed through the quiet room. Jean Bing tensed, his muscles coiling, as his right hand instinctively reached for his cane. Ready for action, Bullseye swiftly drew his gun, scanning the room for threats. Their gazes soon locked onto two figures clad in armor, one white and one dark gold, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. They were Daoyi, utilizing the eternal memory, and Abert, wielding the utopian memory. I advise you to lower your weapons. Such rudeness may lead to an unfortunate fate for you, Abert, transformed into utopian, said nonchalantly, addressing the armed Bullseye. Is that so? I beg to differ, Bullseye retorted, unfazed, drawing another handgun and aiming at both Daoyi and Abert. Abert merely smiled lightly, with a tap of his cane on the ground. Bullseye felt his body lose control and begin to levitate. Instinct, honed from years as a killer, told him he was in danger, prompting him to empty his gun's magazine. Yet the bullets were caught in an invisible force field, losing their momentum and floating aimlessly in the air. It seems a lesson is in order for you to learn some humility, Abert stated as his cane emitted a red lightning bolt that struck Bullseye. Bullseye convulsed, his body charred, drool escaping his mouth uncontrollably, completely stripped of his previous cold-blooded demeanor. His weapon fell from his grasp, and he was on the verge of losing control of his bodily functions. Of course, Abert had merely controlled the lightning's power, ensuring Bullseye lost his ability to act. Otherwise, despite Bullseye's skills, he was still merely a human. Under such high-voltage electricity, survival was impossible. Two uninvited guests, yet their intentions remained unclear. Jean Bing, observing Abert's abilities, spoke with a grave expression. How should I address you two? Bullseye's fate had made it abundantly clear that these two unidentified individuals possessed extraordinary powers beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Moreover, their ability to silently infiltrate his office without either he or Bullseye detecting their presence was alarming. The men downstairs, along with Wolf from the Blood Wolf gang, had been completely oblivious to the intrusion. Did they possess extraordinary stealth capabilities, or had they simply materialized in his office? You may refer to us by our code names, Eternal and Utopian, Daoyi declared, gesturing to himself and Abert. I am here to fulfill your wishes. Jean Bing scoffed. Fulfill my wishes? I wonder what price I must pay. He did not bother to inquire about their abilities. Abert's display of extraordinary power through the electric shock to Bullseye was already evident. However, Jean Bing, seasoned in the underground world, was not naive enough to believe in the existence of free gifts from the heavens. He was acutely aware that in this world, nothing could be obtained without cost. Indeed, you are a wise man, yet your position limits your perspective. Dao, you remarked casually. Do you know what you lack? Jean narrowed his eyes slightly. True power possesses the ability to alter everything, to manifest one's own ideals. This is particularly pertinent in a world increasingly populated by superhumans and monstrous entities surfacing from the depths. Without sufficient power as a foundation, your plans and aspirations are ultimately mere illusions, fantastical visions that can be shattered at any moment. With that said, can you grant me strength? Jin's eyes narrowed further as he recalled Lady Gao's unique abilities, the peculiar monsters recently appearing in New York, and the colossal devastation wrought by military experiments. Indeed, this was the very reason for our presence here. Dao opened the suitcase in his hands, revealing the memory device and the belt within. The fear memory device emitted a faint, eerie blue glow, as if sensing its master's presence. This as Jean gazed at the fear memory device. feeling an inexplicable yearning from the depths of his soul, akin to discovering fresh water after days of thirst in a desert. The Gaia memory, known as the Gaia memory, is a device that encapsulates various memories through a special program, transforming information into the essence of Earth's memory. Observing Jean's bewildered expression, Dao continued. In essence, it empowers the user with formidable strength, potentially even facilitating the evolution of life itself. The fear memory device before you is the most advanced type of Gaia memory, wielding the power to control fear, though it requires the Earth driver to harness its capabilities. Is this for me? Jin's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the eerie blue glow emanating from the fear memory device. Naturally, try it out. Truly experience the strength that the Gaia memory can bestow upon you. He pushed the suitcase containing the fear memory device and the Earth driver towards Jean. Jean picked up the fear memory device and the Earth driver, donned the latter, and pressed the button on the memory device. Terror. The fear memory device automatically took flight, connecting to the interface of the Earth driver, merging into it as the interface transformed into a sphere. Jean transformed into the fear dopant. Such power! Jean raised his hand, clenched his fist, and reveled in an unprecedented strength. With a mere flick of his hand, he shattered the heavy desk before him, as effortlessly as crushing tofu. A thought crossed his mind, and a dark blue mire of fear materialized, filling the conference room with an overwhelming pressure. The recently revived target, witnessing the mire manifesting around him, raised his trembling hands in disbelief. After years of being an assassin, he had once again felt the sensation of fear, instinctively surfacing and uncontrollable. Jean glanced at Dao and a burlt, and with a mere thought, the mire began to spread towards them. Dao casually tapped the eternal memory device. Eternal. A cerulean ripple expanded, instantly dissipating the fear mire that Jean had released. Jean regarded the eternal memory device with apprehension, sensing an encounter with a formidable adversary. My apologies, gentlemen, Jean said with a slight bow. I have just acquired the power of the fear memory device and momentarily lost control, thus offending you both. The Burlt smiled lightly, a hint of danger in his tone. We did not bestow the fear memory device upon you to give you the audacity to provoke the consortium. So, do you wish to obtain the power of the Gaia memory to realize your aspirations? Dao inquired. What if I refuse? Will you threaten or kill me? Jean asked, curiosity lacing his voice. Quite simply, Dao paused, observing Jean's cautious demeanor with a smile. Then, you would simply decline. The consortium has never favored coercing others. Although your compatibility with the fear memory device is exceptionally high, the museum project does not hinge solely on you. If you refuse, we will find another agent. But that would mean another gang leader wields this power instead. Where would that leave you? You are an astute individual. Ponder this carefully. So, what is your answer? Are you willing to relinquish this power? Dao spoke with the allure of a tempting demon. What must I do? Jean asked after a moment of silence. Simple. Sell the Gaia memory, find the most suitable candidate for it, and simultaneously maximize the potential of the fear memory device. Dao replied with a smile, clearly pleased. I am quite curious, Jean said, having nearly made his decision, feeling a sense of ease as he spoke. With such potent power, why would you choose to sell the Gaia memory rather than keep it for yourselves? This intrigued Jean. If it were him, he would ensure absolute control over the memory device's power, empowering his most trusted allies to forge a formidable force. It is precisely to uncover the Gaia memory's potential, Dao replied, shaking his head. Only a suitable user can truly unlock the Gaia memory's latent capabilities, even surpassing its inherent limits to reveal infinite possibilities. With all questions answered, it is now time for you to provide your answer. Jean picked up his alloy cane, scrutinizing it for a long time. This cane, which Jean always held, appeared to be an ordinary walking stick, yet it concealed profound mysteries. It possessed an array of offensive abilities, capable of emitting lasers, toxic gas, and smoke. In close combat, it could discharge electric shocks like a stun baton, impervious even to Jean's extraordinary strength. It was his last line of defense and had once symbolized his power. However, now, before the might of the Gaia memory thus, There was but one answer. Suddenly, Jean erupted into laughter, effortlessly bending the alloy cane until it snapped. I pledge my allegiance to you, Consortium B. How amusing. Truly fascinating. Dan Dao initially paused in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. Observing this, Jean's eyes darkened slightly. What does this mean? Is he mocking me? However, the Consortium does not seek your loyalty. Rather, it requires the execution of the museum project and the identification of a suitable user to unlock the true potential of the Gaia memory. Everything else is inconsequential. Dan Dao continued to laugh before finally composing himself to speak. In other words, regardless of how you choose to wield this power, it is entirely your prerogative. You may use the power of the fear memory device to become the true ruler of New York's underworld. The Consortium will not interfere, as long as the museum project proceeds smoothly, allowing the capabilities of the Gaia memory to be unearthed and relevant data to be collected. The Consortium is indifferent to everything else. Your loyalty is not a requirement. Is that so? A glimmer of insight flashed in Jean's eyes. I too wish to obtain the power of the Gaia memory. The shadowy-eyed target suddenly interjected, his gaze filled with yearning. Having personally experienced the formidable power bestowed by the fear memory, Jean Bing developed an intense yearning for the Gaia memory. Observing the target eye, Tan Daoyi offered a subtle smile, appreciating the fervent gaze that was willing to pursue power at any cost. I shall provide you with a suitable Gaia memory, he stated. From now on, Utopia will liaise with you, regularly delivering the Gaia memory products planned by the museum. He gestured towards a bolt, the transformed Utopia. This concludes our meeting. Ciao. A bolt waved his hand, and with a ripple akin to water, the two vanished from the office. Xuanqin Mogu mentioned that Jean Bing happened to possess a staff, hence, Punisher Jean Bing observed Tan Daoyi and the bolt disappearing without a hint of surprise. After acquiring the fear memory, he too could traverse through the fear swamp with ease. It was hardly astonishing for these enigmatic figures from the so-called Consortium B to come and go as they pleased. Jean Bing retrieved the fear memory. Reverting to his human form, his gaze sweeping across the office desk he had inadvertently demolished and the broken staff. Inform David to tidy up this place and summon all senior personnel directly under my command, he instructed. Having witnessed the immense power of the Gaia memory, Jean Bing comprehended that the trade of memories would not be as simple as dealing in other commodities. Such artifacts, capable of granting extraordinary power, would undoubtedly attract widespread attention upon their emergence in the market. If he acted without sufficient caution, the confidential nature of such matters could easily lead to calamity, at least until he fully mastered the power of the fear memory and, with the help of the Gaia memory, built a formidable force of his own. Although he was uncertain when Utopia would deliver the Gaia memory, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Understood, the target, I nodded, glancing at the remnants of the shattered office desk, where the original communication device was now untraceable before turning to exit the office. Jean Bing turned to gaze down at the entirety of New York from the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, clutching the fear memory, his eyes ablaze with fervor and ambition. With the power of the fear memory in hand, the entire underworld of New York would fall under his dominion. No, it would not be limited to New York alone. Should he gain mastery over an ample supply of Gaia memory, the whole of the United States would be within his grasp. The Punisher, Frank Castle, a former Marine Corps officer with the rank of captain, had been decorated for his exemplary service with the Medal of Honor, Navy Cross, 3 Silver Stars for Purple Hearts, and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. After his discharge from the Vietnam War, he served as a training instructor for troops. However, during a family picnic at the park, he witnessed a brutal act of gangland justice, resulting in the tragic murder of his wife and children. Fortunate to escape with his life, Frank utilized his intelligence network to identify the perpetrators of his family's murder and sought legal recourse. Yet, the gang evaded justice through various legal loopholes, leaving Frank utterly disillusioned with the judicial system. To avenge his family, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, meting out ruthless punishment to any criminal he encountered. Thus, the Punisher was born, under the cover of night in New York. The Punisher instilled fear in the hearts of criminal underworld figures as he stealthily infiltrated a warehouse on the outskirts of the city, known for arms and drug trafficking. He had set his sights on this gang, believed to have connections to the notorious Gene Bing of New York's underground. However, Frank was unconcerned with such affiliations. For him, there was only one word to describe his response to evil: kill. Taking advantage of the darkness, he swiftly neutralized the outer guards and slipped into the storage area, opening a weapons crate to select armaments he intended to take after dispatching the gang members. He devised a rudimentary detonation device, ensuring the warehouse's contents would be obliterated upon his departure. Once everything was in place, he attached a series of grenades to himself and stealthily approached the gathering of gangsters within the warehouse. As a lone wolf, lacking the wealth of an affluent benefactor, acquiring sufficient weapons had always posed a challenge for the Punisher. Whether through legitimate gun shops or the underground black market, procuring armament was an expensive endeavor. With no legitimate source of income, his only revenue stemmed from punishing these criminal factions. Thus, the weapons stored in this gang's warehouse were too valuable to waste. After quietly dispatching the guards outside with a knife, Frank positioned himself by a window to survey the warehouse's layout and the distribution of personnel. Having gathered adequate intelligence, he set up a simple triggering device with a grenade at the entrance. Climbing atop the roof, he created a distraction outside, causing a grenade to detonate. What's happening out there? Don't tell me you're playing some ridiculous game with the grenades in the storage? The gang leader, Roar Silui, shouted, hearing the commotion. However, silence met his inquiry, leaving him unsettled. Boss, something feels off. The guards outside Haven T made a sound. One of his subordinates remarked. With a scoff, Roar commanded, "Send a few men to check what's going on." Simultaneously, he reached into his pocket to retrieve a recently acquired artifact, the Gaia Memory, rumored to grant extraordinary power. A handful of gangsters cautiously approached the door, weapons drawn, and opened it. With a thunderous explosion, the grenade detonated, shattering the warehouse doors and sending nearby gangsters flying like ragdolls. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast were left grievously injured. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone's attention was diverted, Frank hurled grenades into the densely packed area of gangsters, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that decimated their ranks. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he descended with a rope, unleashing a barrage from his submachine gun that felled the remaining gangsters. "Who the hell are you?" Roar growled from behind cover, surveying the devastation of his men. "Do you realize that our beast gang is under the protection of Gene Bing? Offending him is a death sentence." Frank responded with a derisive smile, tossing 2 more grenades that sent the retaliating gangsters tumbling. "It's the Punisher." A nearby subordinate recognized Frank's signature attire and reported urgently to Roar. "The Punisher," Roar seethed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Punisher's infamy was wrought from the lives of countless gangsters. However, in the past, Roland would undoubtedly have been filled with trepidation, already contemplating his escape. Yet now, endowed with extraordinary powers, what could the Punisher do? With a sinister grin, Roland extracted the Gaia Memory and transformed into the Beast Hybrid. Ignoring Frank's barrage of gunfire, he rose and charged towards him. "What on earth is that?" Frank exclaimed, unable to suppress his curse upon seeing the grotesque figure before him. The bullets from his submachine gun proved futile against this creature. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Frank hurled his remaining grenades and retreated, evading the onslaught. Positioned at the entrance of the warehouse, he kept his weapon trained on the fiery explosion, sensing that the monster would not be easily dispatched. Indeed, a roar reminiscent of a beast erupted as Roland, in his beast hybrid form, charged forth from the flames. The wounds and charred marks on his body, inflicted by the shrapnel of the grenades, were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Such formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities. Frank marveled inwardly, his eyes narrowing in awe. Despite his astonishment, Frank acted swiftly, as Roland, resembling a wild beast, howled to declare his newfound strength. Frank turned and fled. The situation was starkly apparent. Neither grenades nor submachine guns posed any effective threat to this unexpected monster. Remaining stationary would lead to certain doom, and, as a tactical mastermind, Frank knew precisely when to press the attack and when to strategically withdraw. Roland, eager to showcase his might, especially against the infamous Punisher, was momentarily taken aback by Frank's abrupt flight. You, the Punisher, who instills fear in countless gangsters, are simply running away? Yet, Roland quickly shook off his surprise, erupting into a triumphant laugh. Punisher, you dared to invade my beast gang and injure so many of my brothers. Now that you've witnessed my power, do you think you can escape? Without hesitation, he pursued Frank. Amidst the blazing inferno, Frank heard a faint roar emanating from the flames and furrowed his brow. This gang leader is still alive? What in the world is going on? Biochemical modification? How could he possess such strength? Having observed the ineffectiveness of bullets and grenades, Frank strategically led Roland into the weapons storage area and triggered a preset explosive device. However, the simultaneous detonation of the entire ammunition stockpile failed to instantly vanquish the monster. Casting a final glance at the burning armory, Frank exited the Beast Gang's factory. Based on his assessment, this creature possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. If it survived the explosion, killing it would be exceedingly difficult. It was likely to emerge from the flames at any moment. Now armed only with 2 handguns and a submachine gun, Frank realized he had no means to confront the monster should it emerge. Thus, he swiftly distanced himself from the gang's factory to a prearranged sniper position, lifting his Barrett sniper rifle to observe the chaos within the blaze. Initially, Frank had established this sniping point out of caution, expecting to effortlessly infiltrate and resolve what he believed to be a typical gang situation without the need for a sniper rifle. Little did he know he would encounter such an extraordinary creature. As expected, Roland was not dead. Through the scope, Frank watched as Roland pushed aside the debris and charged from the flames, a fierce glint in his eyes. Cursed Punisher, I will tear you to shreds. Roland roared, his beast hybrid form rapidly healing from its injuries. However, his hatred for Frank was palpable. His subordinates had been almost entirely slaughtered, and his own weaponry had been turned against him, resulting in unprecedented losses. Observing Roland's frantic demeanor, Frank smirked slightly before squeezing the trigger. The bullet, capable of shattering a person and penetrating the armor of a mid-sized tank, struck Roland. The force of the impact sent him staggering back several meters. Damn, that hurt, Roland exclaimed, extracting the bullet from his chest and discarding it on the ground. It didn't penetrate? My body can withstand a Barrett round. Frank stared in astonishment as he watched the circular wound on Roland's chest heal rapidly. Like a beast, Roland sniffed the air, honing in on the scent of Frank's presence. Frank muttered to himself, it seems he can still track me like a beast, following the scent left in the air. Meanwhile, he continued firing the Barrett, aiming for Roland's eyes. If he couldn't penetrate the creature's body, he would target its vulnerable points. Yet, the speed at which Roland, now a beast hybrid, ran and his instinctive awareness of danger allowed him to evade Frank's precise shots. Although the Barrett's bullets could momentarily halt Roland's momentum, he continued to close the distance to Frank. Realizing that Roland's injuries were healing rapidly, Frank took a deep breath, focusing intently, and fired 3 rapid shots. One struck Roland's leg, another his chest, but these were merely intended to hinder his movement, allowing the 3rd bullet to hit its mark. Is it over? Frank sighed, watching as Roland fell, clutching his eyes. Beasts are not so easily defeated. Instinctively, Frank sprang into action, drawing his sidearm and aiming at the source of the sound. Who are you? He demanded, warily observing the figure of Kamen Rider Eternal, Daiki Kaido, before him. This fellow has acquired power through the Gaia memory and possesses tremendous regenerative abilities. If we cannot destroy the Gaia memory within him, he will soon recover, Daiki stated, pointing towards Roland, who was regaining his footing, his demeanor alert. The Gaia memory? Frank's eyes narrowed. Is it the source of this transformation and power? How do you know so much? He questioned suspiciously. Daiki smiled slightly, because the Gaia memories are what we distribute in search of worthy users. So, you intend to assist that monster against me? Frank asked, glancing at Roland, who was rising once more. Shaking his head, Daiki produced the Excel driver and memory, tossing them to Frank. Actually, I'm here to help you gain the power to combat the hybrid. Frank caught the driver and memory chip, glancing at the lost driver and eternal memory at Dan Dao's waist. So, these two items allow me to don armor like you? He inquired. The dopant refers to the monster that the gang leader transformed into. Indeed, a creature like him, transformed using Gaia memory, is classified as a dopant, Dan Dao confirmed. If you employ the XL memory and driver, you would, in fact, transform into Kamen Rider XL. Frank appeared somewhat perplexed. Kamen Rider? Yes. By utilizing the XL memory and driver, you'll gain the ability to shatter this fellow's Gaia memory, restoring him to his original state. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Frank asked, his expression fluctuating between curiosity and suspicion. You may refer to me by the code name of the Gaia memory I wield, Eternal. As for my aim, it is simply to select the most suitable users of Gaia memory, enabling it to achieve greater enhancement and breakthroughs. So like this individual, you have distributed numerous Gaia memories for the so-called research? Frank raised an eyebrow. Is this Gaia memory given to me merely as an experimental subject? Dan Dao sighed slightly. Indeed, a significant number of Gaia memories have been released into the market. While you may choose to see yourself as a test subject, those capable of using the driver without being affected by the toxins of Gaia memory are, without a doubt, rare and invaluable specimens. Toxin? Is it a side effect? Frank asked, observing Roar, who was now behaving like a beast and charging on all fours. Precisely. If the memory is directly inserted into the body, it will unleash potent toxins. If the user is overwhelmed by intense negative emotions, such as anger or hatred, they will react with the toxins, leading the user to lose control. Dan Dao shook his head as he watched Roar. An inadequately qualified user cannot withstand the toxins of Gaia memory, resulting in a state of mental instability. Clearly, they're not candidates for the evolution of memory. Make your choice. The beast approaches swiftly. Of course, you can opt to forego the power of the XL memory, but then you might find it impossible to contend with the beast dopant. Frank activated the XL memory, his gaze deepening as he pondered. The XL memory pulsed with a force that seemed to beckon him. With a resolute expression, he positioned the driver at his waist, which then automatically extended and secured itself. Responding to the inexplicable call, he inserted the memory, and the roar of an engine erupted, flames igniting around him. Kamen Rider XL had arrived. Excellent, Dan Dao clapped, smiling. You are indeed a fitting user for XL. The fire within you can perfectly harness its power. Before Dan Dao could finish, he swiftly blocked Frank's punch with a casual push, sending Frank several meters back. You still have a long way to go before you can challenge me. However, you may now unleash the power of XL and bring despair to evil. This is your weapon, the engine blade. He tossed the engine blade before vanishing. Frank picked up the engine blade, glancing toward the spot where Dan Dao had disappeared, then turned to face the approaching beast dopant. Who are you? Where's that bastard Punisher? Roar demanded angrily, glaring at the figure clad in red armor. Frank, however, spoke to himself. Though he is indeed a bothersome individual, he did utter a profound truth. I will bring despair to all evil. So, are you prepared to face your impending end? You bastard! I will tear you apart. Roar, initially bewildered, quickly grasped that Frank intended to confront him and lunged forward. This is impossible. Roar, in his beast dopant form, knelt in disbelief, staring at the unhealing wounds upon his body, engulfed in crimson flames. Frank merely chuckled coldly, following the guidance of the memory, twisting the driver's throttle to execute the ultimate drive. A roar of engines filled the air. XL maximum drive. Despair is your end. With a sweeping kick, he sent the beast memory shattering to the ground, concluding the battle. Nick Fury, clad in a black trench coat, entered Frank's safe house, taking a seat on the sofa with a look of astonishment. It's quite rare for you to seek me out. I am rather busy with a plethora of matters. So if you have something important to discuss, do so swiftly. I need you to investigate something, Frank replied calmly, ignoring Nick Fury's demeanor. What is it? Wait, who is this? Nick Fury abruptly halted mid-sentence, pointing to Roar, who lay bound and unconscious on the ground. A gang leader from New York, Frank answered. Now, that is surprising. You actually left a mobster alive? Nick Fury's gaze shifted. Is this individual connected to what you want me to investigate? Frank nodded and recounted his encounter with Roar and the battle against the beast dopant. Nick Fury's expression grew serious as he interrupted. If this individual S arsenal exploded, not even Barrett's armor-piercing rounds would suffice. It's no ordinary weaponry. How did you manage to capture him? Frank shot a glance at Nick Fury, who had interrupted his narrative, retrieving the Excel driver and memory to provide a complete account of the events. Gaia memory? Dopant? Nick Fury's single eye narrowed, his expression grave. It seems we are facing tumultuous times. First, those mysterious creatures born from the collapsed source virus, and now this so-called Gaia memory. This is the beast memory I destroyed, Frank said, producing a cloth-wrapped bundle revealing the shattered beast memory. Nick Fury took it, examining it closely. It appears to be nothing more than a typical broken USB drive. Stop looking. If it were that easy to discern, I wouldn't need to consult you, Frank replied, rolling his eyes. Take this memory and the individual lying there back for research and analysis. Nick nodded as he carefully wrapped the shattered memory device and tucked it away. May I have a glance at the drive and memory unit bestowed upon you by the enigmatic figure who claims to be eternal? He inquired. Frank fell into a brief silence before handing over the acceleration drive and memory unit. Is it as simple as inserting this memory unit into the drive for it to function? Nick Fury asked, scrutinizing the structure of the drive and memory unit. You may give it a try, Frank replied, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Nick Fury fixed a steady gaze upon Frank. Then I shall summon someone to test it. Frank sighed resignedly and gestured as if to say, do as you wish. Nick Fury was indeed a man who placed no absolute trust in anyone. Coulson, come in. Nick called through the communicator on his collar, summoning Coulson, who had been waiting outside. Director, is there something you need? Coulson inquired, glancing at Frank, who sat nearby. Try out this equipment, Nick instructed, handing the drive and memory unit to Coulson. Coulson accepted them, somewhat puzzled, and looked around. Place the belt around your waist and insert the memory unit into the interface, Frank prompted. Coulson nodded and complied. As he donned the belt and inserted the drive, a roar of engines erupted. Nick Fury distinctly felt a rush of heated wind against him. Suddenly, the acceleration memory unit emitted a brilliant red glow, causing Coulson to cry out in pain and stumble back. The memory unit ejected forcefully from the drive, landing directly in Frank's hands. What has happened? Coulson queried, bewildered. It appears that individual did not deceive you, Nick mused. This so-called Gaia memory unit indeed requires a specific individual to harness its powers, possessing what is referred to as compatibility. Coulson, what sensations did you experience just now? Nick probed. Coulson reflected briefly before responding. Upon inserting the Gaia memory unit, I felt a surge of searing energy radiating from my waist throughout my entire being, just as it felt as if I might be consumed by flames. It ejected itself automatically. Interesting, Nick pondered. Let's move that fellow lying over there to the vehicle and transport him back to the agency for a thorough examination. Coulson nodded, returning the drive to Nick and carrying Roland out of the room. Nick gently caressed the drive. Might I borrow this drive for a time to conduct some research? Seeing Frank's cold, silent gaze, Nick offered a wry smile. Surely, you could assist me in conducting some tests and gathering data? Frank stepped forward, reclaiming the drive from Nick's grasp. I will not participate in any experiments at SHIELDS Lab. Nick nodded vigorously. That is entirely agreeable. We can conduct our tests at my secure facility. Over the years, Nick had covertly siphoned funds allocated to SHIELD from the World Security Council to construct several clandestine bases. Meanwhile, at the Fisk Group's subsidiary, Jean Bing was receiving the Gaia memory unit from Eberhardt. Mr. Utopia, Jean Bing suddenly addressed. What is it? Eberhardt casually inquired, leaning on his cane. I previously identified an individual capable of utilizing the Gaia memory unit and sold the Beast memory unit through a reliable channel to him. However, just last night, the user of the Beast memory unit vanished, along with the destruction of his gang. The whereabouts of the Beast memory unit are unknown. Could this impact the consortium's plans? Jean Bing questioned, concerned about attracting unwanted attention from governmental forces before he had fully developed his power. If the individual named Roland, who used the Beast memory unit, were to encounter misfortune, Having this mysterious consortium handle the aftermath would be most advantageous. Eberhardt chuckled in response. What were you expecting me to say? The beast memory unit has indeed been destroyed. Destroyed? You already knew? Jean Bing's eyes widened as thoughts raced through his mind. Was the consortium monitoring all Gaia memory units? Eberhardt nodded slightly, his tone laden with meaning. You should have noticed that the memory unit used by the Eternal is somewhat different. Jean Bing acknowledged this. The Eternal memory unit clearly appeared distinct from his own and the others for sale. The impeccably smooth memory unit was a pure memory unit that could transform into a Kamen Rider using the drive, while the beast memory unit was destroyed by Kamen Rider Excel. Eberhardt elaborated. Why? Jean Bing asked, puzzled. Why would you destroy the beast memory unit? The consortium is both its seller and its destroyer. It is not the consortium that seeks to destroy the beast memory unit, but rather those chosen by the consortium to wield the Excel memory unit, Eberhardt corrected. Jean Bing grasped the implication. So, the individual using the Excel memory unit is also selected by the consortium? Precisely, Eberhardt affirmed with a smile, observing Jean Bing's anxious demeanor. In truth, you need not worry. Aside from the eternal memory unit, pure memory units may not necessarily be superior to yours. The utopia I wield is likewise not a pure memory unit. The power of the Gaia memory unit depends on the user. Jean Bing's expression grew complex. If you have been privy to all this, why allow the destruction of the beast memory unit? Eberhardt smiled gently. The power of the Gaia memory unit originates from the Earth's stored intelligence and memories. Ultimately, the memory unit is merely a vessel. Even if it is destroyed, the information it contains returns to the Earth. The consortium can recreate identical memory units without incurring any real loss. The beast memory unit's ease of destruction merely signifies that its user lacked the requisite qualifications to unleash its potential. The destruction of the beast memory unit by the user of the acceleration memory unit is hardly a matter of regret. I understand. Jean Bing's eyes flickered with a deeper meaning. This was likely a battle orchestrated by the consortium, intending to filter out the strong through combat between those using pure memory units and those selling regular ones. Only the strongest would emerge victorious, or rather, the victor would be the one the consortium required, capable of unlocking the potential of the Gaia memory unit. I will undoubtedly become the most powerful user of the Gaia memory unit, Jean Bing declared with unwavering conviction. One day, he would obtain the might of the strongest Gaia memory, no longer a mere pawn to be manipulated. He silently resolved to himself. Eberhardt smiled noncommittally. I hope so. I have great faith in you. The merchandise has been delivered, so I shall take my leave. Meanwhile, in a halted experiment, Alexander Pierce, Minister of the World Security Council, was assigning tasks to his subordinates in his office. Suddenly, Pierce's gaze shifted. Gentlemen, upon your return, please ensure that the tasks assigned are executed with diligence. You may leave now. Once the staff from the subordinate departments had exited, Pierce retrieved his phone from his pocket and placed it on the table, projecting a virtual screen. At this moment, is it the S.H.I.L.D. research that has made progress? Pierce inquired of the Hydra member embedded within the S.H.I.E.L.D. experimental department on the other end of the screen. The Hydra member shook his head. We still have no leads on utilizing the source virus contained within the cartridge. Our research on the abomination cells has only just commenced. Pierce narrowed his eyes slightly. So you initiated this communication solely to inform me that our plans are at a standstill? There is new information to report. The Hydra member hastily replied. Speak, Pierce said, his tone rigid, clearly indicating his displeasure. Nick Fury has returned with a gang member and a shattered, unidentified device resembling a USB drive. He has handed it over to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research department for comprehensive analysis. I sense something unusual about this, hence my immediate report to you. Pierce's brow furrowed at the mention of a gang member. Such matters typically fell outside S.H.I.L.D.'s jurisdiction, and Nick was not one to meddle in the affairs of criminal organizations without good reason. It seemed that whatever Nick had brought back was far from ordinary. Send me the images, Pierce instructed. Upon seeing the shattered beast memory device on the screen, Pierce instantly recognized it. Though it was in pieces, It was unmistakably of the same type as the so-called Gaia memory device used by Dr. Stern, who had been sent by the B organization. The Gaia memory device? Another scheme of the B organization? Pierce pondered. The Gaia memory device was known to grant its user extraordinary powers, a fact that was abundantly clear. The user, Dr. Stern, had the ability to manipulate and recombine biological genes at will, which was immensely beneficial for the enhancement experiments conducted by the SHIELD organization. Upon learning of Dr. Stern's capabilities, Hydra had naturally sought to study the Gaia memory device in his possession. However, given that Dr. Stern was sent by the B organization, there was a degree of hesitation, as they were wary of provoking the organization. Who could say whether this was merely a test from the B organization, sending Dr. Stern to the SHIELD organization alone? Moreover, Dr. Stern was not even a member of the B organization, but rather an arbitrary recruit, appearing to be little more than a disposable bait. Additionally, Dr. Zola believed that Dr. Stern could greatly aid his experiments, thus opposing any actions against him. Sir? The Hydra member on the screen noticed Pierce's prolonged silence and cautiously called out. Pierce snapped back to attention. Closely monitor SHIELD's research on the Gaia memory device they acquired. Additionally, keep tabs on Nick's recent movements. Investigate thoroughly the actions of the gang member Nick brought back. It would be ideal to trace the origin of the Gaia memory device. The Hydra member nodded subtly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Do you have further instructions? He asked. What the research on the source virus? Why has there been no progress? Pierce inquired. SHIELD's research on the source virus remains cautious, leading to slow advancements. After all, they're concerned about potentially creating such a monstrosity. Pierce hesitated, then chose to withhold further comments. After all, he was no expert in scientific matters. Let be. Find a way to expedite SHIELD's experimental department's progress so we may reap the benefits, Pierce advised. Understood, sir, the Hydra member replied. For the greater glory of Hydra. For Hydra. Pierce acknowledged with a nod, severing the communication. He contemplated whether to seek an excuse to meet Nick Fury, hoping to extract some useful intelligence from him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated again. Pierce glanced at the display, indicating a secure communication channel, and furrowed his brow. Connect the call. What is it? Sir, we have encountered an incident at the secret laboratory we established in the New York prison. The individual on the screen reported, visibly anxious. Pierce raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before responding. That lab with no significant results? In pursuit of replicating the super soldier program, the American military had been conducting related experiments, and naturally, Hydra had not abandoned this endeavor. Pierce's faction of Hydra had leveraged their power to establish a clandestine research facility within the New York prison, employing inmates for human experimentation. The experiments have been ongoing for several years without any groundbreaking outcomes. The laboratory has experienced an explosion. How should we proceed? Should we relocate the experiments? The project leader on the screen cautiously inquired. No need, Pierce replied coldly. Since the laboratory has suffered an incident, terminate the project. From this point forward, this initiative is ceased. Destroy all related information and eliminate anyone privy to it. But the experimental program. The project leader clearly did not anticipate Pierce's abrupt decision to end the project. No further discussion. You are to follow orders. Pierce's tone left no room for dissent. After years of fruitless research yielding no valuable outcomes, the project had lost its worth. After all, whether it was the enhancement technology from the SHIELD organization or the source virus they had acquired, alongside the gamma cell, mutated abomination corpses, and now the addition of a Gaia memory device. All of these were tangible powers. In contrast, the long-standing project yielding no results had become a burden. Not only had it failed to produce anything useful or applicable over the years, even if a breakthrough were to occur, the upper limit would merely equate to that of Captain America from World War II, compared to the aforementioned powers visible to Pierce. This project was evidently outdated. Previously, since the project had been able to operate autonomously, Pierce had neglected it. However, now that an incident had occurred, Rather than invest further resources into such a valueless experimental program, it was wiser to shut it down. Understood. I shall immediately erase all traces of the experimental project. The project leader acknowledged. Realizing Pierce's resolution and knowing that the matter was beyond redemption, he could only comply with the orders. On the streets of New York, a liberated Luke Cage stood amidst the bustling thoroughfare, observing the throngs of people and the vibrant neon lights of the shops and buildings, feeling as though he had stepped into another world. Luke Cage, originally named Carl Lucas, had once roamed the streets in his youth, but as he matured and faced the loss of loved ones, he resolved to abandon that life and start anew. One fateful day, Carl was betrayed by a former friend and imprisoned. In a desperate bid for an early release, he willingly participated in an experiment aimed at resurrecting the super soldier program of the past. During the experiment, a hostile inmate burst into the lab, intending to harm Carl. By sheer coincidence, this intrusion accelerated the chemical changes within Carl, resulting in a drastic mutation of his cells. This transformation endowed him with immense strength and an invulnerability to weapons. Following the explosion that ensued in the laboratory, Carl successfully survived and escaped from prison. Upon returning to New York, Luke Cage, unaware of the experimental project he had undergone, resolved to erase all traces of his former identity. He feared that the forces behind the experiment might discover his survival and subsequently hunt him down. If his newfound powers were revealed, he would undoubtedly be recaptured and returned as a test subject. Thus, he decided to sever all ties with his past, adopting the name Luke Cage to embark on a new life. In a narrative twist, Luke Cage's origins were intriguingly linked to Hydra. After changing his name, Luke sought employment to sustain himself. However, having spent his youth wandering the streets and later being wrongfully imprisoned, he found himself lacking the skills necessary for suitable employment. Moreover, with his new identity as a black man, securing a legitimate job proved even more challenging. Reluctant to return to gang life, he relied on his acquired superhuman abilities, taking a position as a security guard in a low-demand night venue. After enduring the experiments in prison, his strength had significantly increased, and his skin was impervious to bullets, making him well-suited for the role of a bouncer. Meanwhile, Jessica Jones, embodying a sense of despair in both demeanor and attire, frequented a bar, drowning her sorrows in drink. Months prior, a tragic incident had claimed the lives of her family. Though Jessica survived and gained the ability to fly along with superhuman strength, she found little joy in her newfound powers. Not long after, she encountered Kilgrave, the Purple Man, who had left her with deep psychological scars. When Kilgrave stumbled upon Jessica practicing her abilities, he seized the opportunity to exert control over her. During this period of manipulation, Jessica suffered immense physical and mental anguish, leading her to abandon her once heroic aspirations. Now, she sought solace in alcohol, aiming to intoxicate herself to escape the memories of her torment. Jessica's liberation from Kilgrave's grasp came during a confrontation when he compelled her to commit malevolent acts. It was then that she crossed paths with Daredevil, a vigilante whose unwavering willpower and heightened senses allowed him to resist Kilgrave's control. Unable to dominate Daredevil, Kilgrave ordered Jessica to restrain him and fled in defeat. Although Jessica temporarily broke free from Kilgrave's influence, she remained haunted by the shadows of her experiences. Subsequently, she established a private investigation agency, immersing herself in a haze of inebriation to numb her pain. As she sat alone at the bar, swigging drinks, a group of tattooed youths approached her, their intentions unmistakably lewd. "Hey there, why are you drinking alone? Would you like some company?" one of them taunted. Jessica merely glanced at the group with mild disdain and replied, "I could use some company, but you'll have to pick up the tab." The group, momentarily taken aback by her response, soon laughed, underestimating her capacity for alcohol. They readily agreed, not realizing that her enhanced abilities had significantly increased her resistance to alcohol, making it challenging for her to become intoxicated without a copious amount of liquor. This reality posed a considerable burden on her already precarious finances. But with someone willing to pay, she welcomed the opportunity. Confident in her ability to outdrink them, Jessica felt unperturbed by any potential altercations, knowing her powers would protect her. Suddenly, As she gulped down the drinks paid for by her unwitting patrons, she heard a sinister voice that sent chills down her spine. "My precious, at last. I found you. How disappointing to see you drinking with these filthy vermin." Startled, Jessica instinctively attempted to flee, but her body betrayed her, refusing to respond. Kilgrave, impeccably dressed in a purple suit, glided over to her side, elegantly pouring himself a drink. "My dear, this time I won't let you escape," he said with a chilling smile. Overwhelmed with fear, Jessica trembled, her mind racing with thoughts of escape, yet her legs remained rooted to the spot. "You bastard! What do you want? Are you seeking death?" The surrounding ruffians were incensed by the audacity of the individual, whose nonchalant demeanor was infuriating. Moreover, the derogatory term he used, "filthy insects," was undoubtedly a reference to themselves, which was intolerable. The group of thugs promptly resolved to teach this arrogant individual a lesson, intending to bring him to his knees in apology. A flash of disdain crossed the eyes of the individual, who then addressed Jessica. "Jessica, take care of these pests. Just based on this little girl?" A group of ruffians burst into laughter, as if they had just heard an amusing joke. However, their expressions quickly darkened. "We have changed our minds. Initially, all you had to do was crawl beneath us on your knees to earn our forgiveness. But now, we shall shatter your limbs, leaving you to crawl away like a wretched maggot." With that, they encircled the figure in purple, ready to strike. Truly, they were despicable pests, and I too have altered my decision. "Jessica, eliminate them," commanded the figure in purple, a glint of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. The ruffians, taken aback, attempted to act, but found themselves immobilized, their bodies betraying them as they stood frozen in place. "What have you done?" they gasped in horror. The ruffians inquired in terror. "How noisy!" The figure in purple furrowed his brow, activating his powers, rendering several thugs incapable of uttering a sound. "Jessica, do not make a move yet." A smug smile spread across his face as he observed Jessica's body trembling slightly. "You cannot resist me. Even if that wretched blind man were to reappear, you would undoubtedly remain under my control," he mused inwardly. He reached into his pocket, feeling the mysterious artifact sold to him, known as the Gaia Memory, which endowed him with formidable strength. This particular Gaia Memory, referred to as the Puppeteer, granted him even greater manipulation abilities. However, in regard to Jessica, the Purple Man preferred to wield his own abilities, manipulating her actions while she remained conscious, gradually dismantling her psychological defenses. He aimed to shape her into his desired form, compelling Jessica to take a life with her own hands, staining them with blood. Despite her fervent struggle against the Purple Man's control, desperate to avoid committing murder, her body remained entirely unresponsive to her will, and she struck a nearby thug with a powerful punch. Despair flickered in Jessica's eyes. With her enhanced strength, her blow could almost guarantee the thug's demise. Just as her fist was about to descend, a hand unexpectedly appeared before her, intercepting her lethal strike. The bartender, sensing the disturbance, promptly alerted the security personnel. Arriving just in time was Luke Cage, the bar security. Upon Jessica's punch being caught, both she and the Purple Man were taken aback. They were aware of the immense power behind Jessica's full-force strike, yet this seemingly unremarkable bouncer effortlessly thwarted it. Luke Cage, in turn, was astonished to discover that the seemingly despondent, even frail woman before him possessed such formidable strength, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Casting a puzzled glance at the motionless thugs, Luke Cage addressed Jessica. "Madam, if there is a dispute, please resolve it outside." Yet, he was met with a look of pleading from Jessica, leaving him bewildered. With Jessica's extraordinary strength, one would assume that ordinary individuals could not intimidate her, necessitating her appeal for assistance. The Purple Man, however, revealed a sinister smile. "So, you are also a superhuman. Ignore him. Jessica, continue your actions." Previously, the Purple Man would have exercised caution in instructing Jessica to kill, intent on keeping the matter discreet. However, emboldened by the power of the Gaia Memory Unit, he believed he was beyond the reach of any constraints. He could do as he pleased. Upon witnessing the Purple Man speak and Jessica resume her movements, Luke immediately sought to intervene while attempting to shout for the thugs to flee. Judging by the force he had just witnessed, Jessica's fist, if it connected with an ordinary person, would likely be fatal. To stay there and watch. Suddenly, Luke Cage realized with astonishment that his body had become unresponsive, and he gazed incredulously at the Purple Man. In an instant, he comprehended that both Jessica and the completely immobile thugs were under the control of the man in the purple suit before him. After seizing control of Luke Cage, the Purple Man smugly addressed Jessica. "All right, now there are no more nuisances. Hurry and act." Jessica, against her will, began to move again, struggling and shaking her head slightly, as if to reject the Purple Man's command. Yet her body still swung a fist towards the nearby youths, similarly immobilized by the Purple Man, like sheep awaiting slaughter. "Using your powers to incite others to kill each other, you scoundrel." At a critical moment, Luke Cage managed to partially break free from the Purple Man's control, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Despite the effort being somewhat strained, with his hands trembling, the force behind this punch was sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary individual. The Purple Man was sent flying, crashing into the bar's back cabinet, shattering bottles and soaking himself in various liquors. Seizing the opportunity, Luke quickly grasped Jessica's arm, preventing her from carrying out the Purple Man's orders. "You managed to escape my control?" The Purple Man gasped, rising from the spilled alcohol, his suit drenched, wearing a distinctly eerie smile as he spoke. "First that detestable blind man, and now you. Why can't you all simply accept my control? Why must you resist me?" The Purple Man's ability to control others stemmed from releasing external hormones. Luke Cage, a product of the Hydra's super soldier program, had gained extraordinary powers, albeit through an accident. The Hydra experiments aimed to create super soldiers capable of handling various situations. The Purple Man's method of control, through the release of hormones or viruses, could be considered a form of biochemical weaponry. Hydra's modifications to super soldier candidates were comprehensive, including defenses against biochemical weapons, although they had not successfully produced a truly effective specimen. Nonetheless, as a test subject, Luke Cage possessed some degree of resistance to this type of control. Thus, propelled by intense anger, Luke Cage was able to temporarily break free from the Purple Man's influence and retaliate. That was perilous. Had it been before, I might not have gotten back up. But I'm not the same as I once was. As the Purple Man spoke, he retrieved the Gaia memory unit from his pocket, activating it and connecting it to his body. Upon transforming into a monstrous hybrid, the Purple Man incited panic among the onlookers, who had initially assumed the altercation was merely a jealous squabble, and some even entertained the notion of witnessing a spectacle. Upon witnessing the Purple Man's grotesque transformation, they scattered in fear. The Purple Man disregarded the fleeing patrons, instead focusing on Luke Cage. "Since I cannot control you with my own abilities, let us see how you fare against the power of the Gaia memory unit." With that, he unleashed puppet strings, ensnaring Luke Cage's body. Instinctively, Luke attempted to evade the encroaching strings. "Jessica, stop him." However, under the Purple Man's command, Jessica seized Luke Cage. Damn it. Luke barely had time to curse before the strings ensnared him, rendering him unconscious. "What does it matter if you are superhuman? Now you are my puppet." The Purple Man laughed triumphantly at having subdued Luke Cage. As punishment for disrupting his splendid reunion with his prized possession, he ordered Jessica to end Luke's life. The Purple Man decided to have Jessica eliminate Luke Cage, removing the audacious interloper while simultaneously shattering Jessica's resistance. He found a fruit knife and handed it to her. "Kill him." Jessica shook her head fervently, yet her hands, still beyond her control, gripped the knife and advanced toward the motionless Luke Cage like a puppet on strings. "Excellent. My dear, proceed," the Purple Man coaxed in a tone both persuasive and sinister. As Jessica realized the situation was irretrievable, she cast a remorseful glance at the dazed Luke Cage before painfully closing her eyes, unable to bear witness to the act of murder she was about to commit. With the knife in her grasp, Jessica distinctly sensed something was amiss. The fruit knife felt as though it were striking steel rather than flesh, refusing to penetrate. Opening her eyes in confusion, she discovered that the knife could not pierce Luke Cage's body at all. Was he impervious to blades? Such a troublesome ability indeed. The purple figure narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the shattered blade. Yet, even if your body is invulnerable, I refuse to believe your eyes possess the same formidable defense. He said with a cruel smile. He commanded Luke Cage to widen his eyes and then instructed Jessica, drive the knife into this fellow's eyes, eliminating this nuisance from existence. At this moment, Jessica was utterly despondent, her mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, the empty bar was filled with the sound of buzzing wings, as a mechanical beetle collided with the knife in Jessica's hand. What infernal contraption is this? The purple figure was taken aback, both startled and furious, ready to retaliate against the mechanical insect. Then, a roaring motorcycle engine approached swiftly. A bike adorned with a flaming skull motif shattered the bar's entrance, crashing inside. The Punisher halted his motorcycle, glanced at the purple figure, and extended his right hand, upon which the mechanical beetle landed, transforming into a flip phone. This self-inviting device is rather useful, Frank murmured to himself. You are the Punisher. The purple figure instinctively recoiled, trembling at the sight of Frank's iconic attire. The Punisher's fearsome reputation had been forged through the corpses of countless gangsters. After a moment, the purple figure regained his composure and, filled with indignation, retorted, What of the Punisher? Dare you meddle in my affairs? Today, you shall not return. Having acquired the power of the Gaia memory, the Punisher was merely an ordinary man in comparison. Moreover, I currently control 2 superhumans. The Punisher will undoubtedly prove no match for me. Pathetic fool. Frank merely smirked disdainfully, retrieving the driver and memory device. Excel, how do you also possess the Gaia memory? The purple figure questioned, bewildered, as he observed Frank transform into Kamen Rider. Frank showed no intention of responding, merely raising his engine sword and coldly stating, Are you prepared to face the end of your despair? Damn it, Jessica, restrain him. The purple figure commanded Jessica, while simultaneously steering Luke Cage towards Frank. Noticing the two approaching him fearlessly, Frank's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that Jessica and Luke were under the purple figure's control. While Frank showed no mercy to his enemies, he could not bring himself to harm the innocent. Of course, should hostages be involved, Frank would not easily relent. The headlights of his armored vehicle illuminated, locking onto the invisible strings controlling Luke Cage. He leaped, deftly evading Jessica and Luke's assault, and swung his engine sword, severing the puppet strings. What is happening? Luke Cage questioned in confusion as he regained his consciousness. Who is this individual clad in red armor? Frank glanced at Luke Cage and succinctly instructed, You must stop the woman he controls. Do not interfere with my confrontation with this man. Raichi. Luke Cage stammered, then hurriedly restrained Jessica, who was attempting to lunge at Frank. Stay back. The purple figure shouted in panic as he saw Frank approaching, having repeatedly attempted to launch puppet strings, all of which Frank effortlessly severed. Cowardly fool, Frank scoffed, lifting his engine sword and striking the purple figure, sending him crashing away. I surrender. Do not kill me. I can hand over the Gaia memory. Realizing he was no match, the purple figure staggered to his feet, retrieved the memory device, reverted to his human form, and raised his hands in surrender. Frank's vehicle headlights flickered as he extracted the memory device and deactivated his transformation. Be cautious. This individual also possesses the ability to control others, Luke Cage warned. Noticing the unfolding situation, the purple figure laughed triumphantly. Too late. What is the Punisher to me? He will obediently become my puppet. But mid-sentence, he froze, his smile vanishing as Frank's gun was aimed at his head. Why are you not under my control? The purple figure asked, bewildered. Frank huffed, as the memory device in his hand glowed faintly red, revealing that the Excel Armor's information-gathering system had detected the purple figure's subtle maneuvering from the start. However, against the power of the accelerated memory, the purple figure's external hormone manipulation was utterly insignificant. Where did you acquire your Gaia memory? Frank pressed the gun to the purple figure's forehead. I do not know who they are. The one who sold me the memory device took my money and then gave me this memory. That is all I truly know. The purple figure stammered, his eyes filled with terror. Please, spare my life. I can. Bang. Before the purple figure could finish his plea, Frank pulled the trigger, leaving him in shock and disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. In that case, Your existence holds no value. Had SHIELD or military personnel been present, they would likely have chosen to spare the purple figure, taking him back for research. However, the merciless Frank had no interest in such frivolities. The Punisher's creed was simple. If you are guilty, you shall die. Of course, had the purple figure provided any information regarding the organization trafficking Gaia memory, perhaps he could have lived a while longer. After the purple figure's demise, Jessica regained control of her own body. "Sir, you may release me now," she said, unclenching her fist and addressing Luke Cage, who had been holding her. Luke Cage, taken aback by her words, smiled sheepishly and quickly let her go. Frank approached the purple figure's lifeless body, collected the puppeteer memory device, and prepared to depart. "Mr. Punisher," Jessica mustered her courage after a brief hesitation to call out to Frank. "What is it?" Frank replied, casting a disinterested glance at her. "Thank you," Jessica expressed sincerely, relieved that with the purple figure gone, she would no longer have to live in constant fear. Luke Cage chimed in, smiling, "And I too owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your intervention, I would likely have perished at the hands of that fiend." Frank's expression remained impassive as he mounted his motorcycle. "I killed him simply because he deserved it. It has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly if there's nothing else." With that, he revved the engine and sped away. After Luke Cage revealed his unique abilities, he decided against continuing his work at the bar, finding himself with nowhere to go. At Jessica's invitation, he joined her previously solitary detective agency, becoming her partner. The puppeteer's memory was entrusted to Nick Fury by Frank. In the office of the president of the Dream Group, Daoyi revealed an intrigued smile and spoke, "Should we intervene to reclaim the puppeteer's memory? Or should we notify Kim to take action?" Yaz, with a gleeful grin, interjected, "Let Kim handle it at SHIELD and retrieve the memory." Daoyi smiled faintly and shook his head, replying, "Let them be. It will allow them to witness the power of the Gaia memory. Now, prepare. We shall visit Chinatown. I intend to select a pet cat." As he spoke, Daoyi produced the golden Smile-It-In memory, toying with it in his hand. Although the procedure for connecting to the Gaia memory was straightforward, akin to receiving an injection with the appropriate equipment, utilizing the Gaia memory without undergoing the connection procedure would be unbearable for an ordinary person, resulting in uncontrollable rampage. If SHIELD attempted to have someone use the puppeteer's memory for experimentation and data collection to uncover its secrets, chaos would inevitably ensue. At that moment, both SHIELD and Hydra would clearly sense the power of the Gaia memory. "I will arrange for transportation," is replied with a slight nod. In the SHIELD laboratory, researchers were preparing for practical experiments with the recently acquired Gaia memory. Nick Fury and Pierce observed the laboratory's proceedings from their respective offices. Fury publicly and Pierce through clandestine channels. Previously, they had obtained a damaged beast memory from Frank and analyzed it thoroughly, concluding that while its internal structure differed from a conventional USB drive, the results indicated merely a broken USB. Upon examining the user, Raoul, they found nothing extraordinary aside from some mental anomalies. In summary, their research yielded no valid information. Had they not witnessed Frank transform using the memory of the Masked Rider and collected various data, Fury would have doubted Frank's honesty. Consequently, after the researchers reported their lack of findings, Fury promptly contacted Frank, hoping to acquire an intact Gaia memory for further study. To his surprise, Frank responded swiftly, delivering a complete memory shortly thereafter. "We can commence the experiment," Fury commanded. The researchers calibrated their testing instruments, and the volunteer nodded, activating the puppeteer's memory and imprinting the interface onto his skin. Initially, upon acquiring the complete puppeteer's memory, the researchers had conducted tests and discovered that the Gaia memory emitted a peculiar wave signal upon activation. However, they had yet to find a method to capture and analyze its information and were hesitant to dismantle it. After all, their previous attempts with the broken beast memory yielded no useful data or intelligence. In truth, if the memory's integrity were compromised, the Earth memory information would dissipate immediately. Ultimately, the researchers opted for a slightly risky approach to stimulate the memory's signal and directly employ it on a human subject, hoping to discover a breakthrough. Once the agent had imprinted the memory interface onto his palm, the memory entered his body, successfully transforming him into a mixed being. Successful, the researchers exclaimed with excitement. Excellent. Immediately conduct tests and data collection on the transformed state. Fury, equally exhilarated, eagerly issued commands. However, at that moment, the transformed agent suddenly froze. Electric arcs coursing across his body as he trembled. Is something wrong? Joseph Smith, please respond. The personnel called out urgently. The transformed agent struggled to raise his hand with great difficulty, stammering, "I can't control it." His words were abruptly cut off as his body expanded, violently flinging nearby equipment and researchers aside. The situation spiraled out of control, prompting armed personnel to swiftly subdue him. Fury narrowed his eyes, issuing commands without hesitation. The awaiting S.H.I.E.L.D. armed forces immediately targeted the rampaging mixed being with tranquilizer darts. No, the tranquilizers are ineffective. Use live ammunition, Fury instructed calmly. But that's one of our own. The officer in charge of the armed unit protested anxiously. Sir, follow orders. He has lost his sanity and become a monster. Do you wish for him to escape our base? Fury replied sternly. Understood, Commander, the officer conceded reluctantly, instructing his team to switch ammunition. Yet, the mixed being emitted a sound akin to a flute, releasing a powerful sonic wave that incapacitated everyone present, forcing them to kneel, clutching their ears. After crashing through the laboratory door, the mixed being unleashed a barrage of puppet strings, manipulating all personnel in the vicinity. When the base's security team arrived in response to the alarm, they were met with fire from their own comrades, unable to recklessly fire upon controlled former colleagues. Despite their numerical superiority, they found themselves suppressed. Damn it! Fury cursed under his breath as he recognized the situation had escalated beyond control. He immediately contacted Frank for assistance, instructing S.H.I.E.L.D. forces to maintain a safe distance from the mixed being and employ remote firepower to avoid further casualties. In this predicament, unless they disregarded the already controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. members and unleashed heavy firepower from a distance, they had no other viable options. Given the mixed being's ability to control personnel at will, deploying more troops would merely bolster its power. They could only hope for Frank, who wielded the Gaia Memory's power, or request Stark to remotely command his Iron Man suit for support. Nick immediately contacted Frank, appearing somewhat flustered. Pierce displayed a faint smirk of schadenfreude. Although the motives behind the B Corporation's decision to circulate the Gaia Memories remained unclear, it was evident that such power was not easily researched or controlled. Should we take any action? Inquired Sitwell, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a trusted subordinate of Pierce. Pierce's gaze was imbued with a flicker of fervor as he observed the chaotic scenes unfolding on the screen, an incursion of the hybrid entity into the heavily fortified S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base, showcasing its formidable might. He shook his head and replied, "We shall wait and observe, closely monitoring the situation. Nick will likely seek assistance from the individual who provided him with the memory. Once this person reveals themselves, we must ascertain their true identity. I suspect they acquired the Gaia memory from the same corporation as that notorious leader, enabling them to defeat others wielding similar memories and deliver the memory to Nick." Understood. Sitwell nodded. However, Dr. Stern, that leader is a researcher dispatched by the corporation to the organization, making him a difficult target. Frank, on the other hand, presents a different scenario. If we can unveil his true identity, I am confident that Hydra's influence can seize the usable Gaia memory from him. As the chaos ensued, S.H.I.L.D. agents found themselves retreating in the face of the rampaging hybrid entity, their standard weaponry proving ineffective against it. Additionally, the numerous colleagues ensnared by the hybrid's puppet strings rendered them unable to employ their more powerful arsenal. By the time Frank arrived on his motorcycle, the out-of-control hybrid had already commandeered over 100 S.H.I.E.L.D. D agents as puppets, successfully breaching the D base. Neat. You owe me one. Frank communicated through his communicator, observing the hybrid's control over the multitude of D agents. Can you release these controlled agents from their bindings? Nick asked. Frank swiftly severed the puppet's strings, entangling two agents before glancing at the throng of D agents under the hybrid's influence, his brow slightly furrowing. Simultaneously battling the rampaging hybrid, he had to ensure not to harm the hundreds of controlled puppets, which complicated matters. The hybrid, sensing its puppet strings being severed, let out a furious roar, directing the D agents to open fire on Frank. Nick, your agents are unleashing a hail of bullets on me, Frank warned, his tone tinged with danger. Nick's brow furrowed. These individuals are D agents. I merely wish to preserve their lives, which is why I refrained from utilizing heavy weaponry and called upon you for assistance. Frank scoffed lightly, acknowledging that these individuals were indeed unwilling participants and that it would be unwise to recklessly endanger their lives. Have the remaining agents under your command engage at a distance to divert the creature's attention. Only then can I sever the puppet strings controlling them and liberate them from the monster's grasp. Nick nodded, ordering the on-site forces to cooperate with Frank's plan. Meanwhile, Pierce observed the unfolding scene from his office as Frank appeared, transforming into a masked rider to confront the hybrid. At last, the user of the Gaia memory makes an entrance, he mused, though the figure appeared somewhat familiar. He pulled up a photograph of Frank and addressed Sitwell. That's Frank Castle, the infamous Punisher, a rather dangerous individual, Sitwell remarked. I remember now, Pierce nodded. Nick has mentioned this comrade, regarding him as possessing the abilities of a level 10 agent. Few individuals garner such praise from Nick Fury. He pondered whether Rumlow could contend with him, lamenting that the Winter Soldier had recently been sent to the organization for modifications by Dr. Zola. Otherwise, deploying the Winter Soldier would have been a more prudent choice. Sitwell smiled slightly. A level 10 agent is already at the pinnacle of human combat capability. Even Crossbones would not surpass that. However, we're not limited to Crossbones alone. Even if he reaches the zenith of human combat prowess, it is improbable that he could face our entire Hydra elite task force single-handedly. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Pierce's lips curled into a slight smile at this. Caution is still advisable. Rumlow and his team are still within DS jurisdiction. Acting covertly could arouse Nick's suspicions if anything were to go awry. Moreover, Frank's power, enhanced by the Gaia memory, far exceeds that of an ordinary human. Standard firepower poses no threat to him. He gestured towards a screen, where Frank boldly advanced through the hail of gunfire from the controlled agents, systematically severing the puppet strings released by the hybrid. Rest assured, we will set traps beforehand. Denying him any opportunity to utilize the memory, Sitwell stated, his gaze sharpening. Very well. Inform Rumlow and his team to be on standby, ready to mobilize at a moment's notice to seize the Gaia memory from Frank, Pierce urged, his anticipation palpable as he observed Frank's formidable display of power. It seems you have a profound yearning for the power of the Gaia memory, Pierce remarked, his expression growing stern as he noticed Sitwell's audacity. Suddenly, his attention was drawn away from the battlefield on the screen, only to find the enigmatic figure of Daoyi, embodying eternity, casually leaning against his desk and gazing at him. Who are you? Pierce maintained an outward calm, though his mind raced with questions. How had this individual entered? When? Had he overheard his conversation with Sitwell? As one of Hydra's leaders, his infiltration into SHIELD was nearly complete. If he could not deduce Pierce's identity, it would indeed be disappointing. Daoyi spoke with an air of regret. How did you know? Sitwell, drenched in cold sweat, instinctively reached for his firearm, only to be halted by Pierce's hand. If I am not mistaken, Pierce, initially startled by the revelation of his identity, swiftly regained his composure. Noticing the eternal memory device at Daoyi's waist, he continued, You must be a member of the B Corporation. The Gaia memory Frank possesses was entrusted to him by you. Indeed, You may address me by my codename, Eternity, which is also the name of the memory I wield, Daoyi nodded. However, Mr. Eternity, I am quite curious about one matter. How did the corporation ascertain my identity? And how did you manage to enter my office so stealthily? Pierce narrowed his eyes at Daoyi. Daoyi smirked playfully. When a corporation wishes to know something, nothing can remain concealed from them. They possess the ability to reach any corner of the globe. Very well, a flicker of inscrutable meaning danced in Pierce's eyes. What brings you to seek me out? Do you wish to acquire the power of the Gaia memory? Daoyi countered with a question. What do you mean? Pierce inquired, intrigued. It means I can offer you the opportunity to gain the power of the Gaia memory. Daoyi replied, producing a silver Gaia memory adorned with the letter W. I certainly do not wish to become a mindless monster like that unfortunate soul, Pierce said, gesturing towards the rampaging hybrid on the screen. Daoyi scoffed lightly. There is no need for such indirect probing. I can tell you plainly. The Gaia memory contains the memories of the Earth, and if used directly, an ordinary human would be overwhelmed by its vast information, leading to a loss of control. The individual at SHIELD headquarters is a failed product and will be subjected to punitive retrieval by the organization. Casting a glance at the attentive Pierce, he continued, I believe you can deduce that there is a prerequisite for using the Gaia memory. It requires a connection hole procedure. He then presented a device resembling a handgun, inserting the memory into it. So, do you desire the power of weather? Pierce fixed his gaze on the memory and the device. Weather? Indeed, it can control cold, wind, thunder, heat, rain, fog, mirages, and more, enhancing the user's ability to command the elements for various attacks, Daoyi elucidated. It sounds incredibly powerful, capable of manipulating the elements like a deity from legend, Pierce remarked, his eyes alight with fervor. However, what must I sacrifice? Or rather, what is your motive for this? Daoyi shrugged. Everything is to advance the museum project. The museum project? Pierce's eyes gleamed with interest. If possible, I would like to learn more. The organization has invested in your Hydra. Thus, it is no secret. The concept is quite simple. The museum project aims to circulate the manufactured Gaia memories, seeking suitable users. Through these users, we intend to unlock the deeper potential of the Gaia memories, perfecting them. All circulated memories are for the museum project, including the one in the Punisher's possession and the weather memory offered to you. Daoyi raised the device containing the memory. So, in a sense, those who obtain the Gaia memories are merely experimental subjects of the organization. Pierce pondered aloud. Precisely. This is merely a trivial prize for acquiring powers far beyond the ordinary. Daoyi remarked with a hint of amusement. So, are you prepared to join the museum project or relinquish the immense power within your grasp? Pierce chuckled. In comparison to the power gained, it is indeed a trivial cost. I can think of no reason to refuse. Excellent. Daoyi moved beside Pierce, aligning the device with his ear to print the connection hole. As the transformation into a weather hybrid commenced, Pierce felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him and stood up in excitement. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he raised his right hand, conjuring storm clouds and lightning within the office, followed by flames and frost. What an extraordinary power! The ability to command the elements, he exclaimed, his voice laced with exhilaration. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning leapt from the storm clouds, striking the desk and shattering it into charred remnants. Agent Sitwell, nearby, recoiled in shock, stepping back as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, gazing at the ruins of the desk just a few paces away. You just acquired the power of the weather memory and are not yet adept at controlling it. If you wish to avoid obliterating your office, it would be wise to gradually experiment with your abilities in the future, Daoyi advised. Pierce reigned in his excitement, retrieving the weather memory and returning to his human form, gripping the memory tightly. His voice trembled with exhilaration. This is the power of the Gaia memory. Is truly magnificent. Not quite, Daoyi interjected. Although the weather memory is indeed a superior Gaia memory, it falls short of the most potent golden Gaia memories. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether you can fully harness the power of the weather memory. Pierce felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him and fixed an intense gaze on Daoyi. How can I acquire the strongest golden memory? Mr. Eternity specifically mentioned this information. Surely it is not merely to tantalize me. Daoyi laughed heartily. I admire that look in your eyes. It reflects a powerful drive and ambition. Those outside the organization wishing to obtain the Golden Gaia memory must become agents of the museum project. Agents of the museum project? Pierce questioned, slightly puzzled. The organization will not expend additional resources on the circulation and sale of Gaia memories. Thus, agents are selected to undertake this responsibility on behalf of the organization. Pierce's eyes brightened. Becoming an agent of the museum project would mean controlling the circulation of Gaia memories, allowing him to select suitable memories for his subordinates or recruit individuals capable of using them into his organization. In short, the advantages were manifold, maximizing the utilization of the Gaia memory's power for himself. Pierce cleared his throat. Mr. Eternity, I am confident that with Hydra's strength, we can assist the organization in advancing the museum project seamlessly. Observing the desire in Pierce's eyes, Daoyi smiled faintly and shook his head. Unfortunately, an agent has already been appointed for the museum project, someone with a remarkably high compatibility with the Golden Gaia memory. Pierce's smile faltered. Is there truly no opportunity for collaboration? I believe I would be the most fitting executor for the museum project. Daoyi waved his hand dismissively. Whether you're the most suitable candidate is not for you to proclaim. You must prove it to the organization. The current agent has a significantly high compatibility with the Golden Gaia memory. How will you demonstrate your worth? Whatever conditions you propose, we will undoubtedly meet them. Pierce asserted resolutely. Daoyi responded, Since you are so determined, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can find and defeat the King of Fear, you may replace him and become the agent of the museum project. The King of Fear? Indeed, the individual who possesses the fear memory, Daoyi nodded. The Golden Gaia memory stands as an unparalleled superior memory, wielding overwhelming power above all others, and the fear memory is among the finest. Given your current strength, you are certainly no match for the King of Fear. However, Pierce's expression remained unfazed. As long as I can defeat this so-called King of Fear, I should be able to employ any means necessary, correct? Daoyi nodded slightly, stating, The capable rise, while the inept descend. This is but a natural order. The consortium shall only ally with the victorious. Rest assured, the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be me. Pierce interjected. Daoyi chuckled casually. To render the game more intriguing, I can offer you a modicum of assistance. He produced a USB drive, which was indeed merely a USB drive. It contained research data from Jingban Shanhonglang regarding the Gaia memory unit. What is this? Pierce inquired as he accepted the USB drive. You should be able to uncover methods to enhance your powers within the Consortium's research on the Gaia memory unit. My gratitude is yours. I shall not disappoint you. Pierce replied, tucking the USB drive away and nodding. Let's await the outcome. Daoyi remarked as he took a step back, vanishing from Pierce's office. Pierce's gaze fell upon the shattered remnants of his desk as he spoke. Inform Lamlo that the operation is postponed. Have someone clean up my desk. Why? Sitwell queried, perplexed. Although Pierce had acquired the weather memory unit from Daoyi, the Gaia memory unit was undeniably valuable to Hydra. Pierce glanced at the weather memory unit in his hand and replied nonchalantly, The consortium's museum project will undoubtedly circulate a substantial amount of Gaia memory units. Frank, after all, has been selected by the consortium. While it has not been explicitly stated, we need not risk offending the consortium over a mere memory unit. He paused before continuing. Keeping him might assist us in locating that fearsome monarch. Our paramount objective now is to identify and defeat the agent of the museum project. Ensuring the circulation of the Gaia memory units remains firmly within our grasp. Sitwell nodded in understanding. At the S-H-I-E-L-D base, Frank found himself encircled by a cadre of S-H-I-E-L-D agents. These controlled agents lunged at Frank without regard for their lives. Frank attempted to shake off the agents clinging to him, yet one managed to cling tenaciously to his arm. As Frank swung forcefully, the agent's arms were inexplicably torn away, sending him flying to the side. Observing this, Frank was taken aback, as it seemed beyond the capabilities of mere flesh and blood. Typically, even the fearless would be hindered by pain and the body's instinct for self-preservation, preventing them from fully exerting their strength. Such a scenario in which both arms were severed, yet the target remained securely held, was inconceivable. However, those under puppet-like control lacked such limitations, able to unleash the full power of their muscle limits. Frank, of course, could have easily broken free from his bindings, yet these individuals' bodily structures resembled taut bowstrings, snapped with ease. "Nick, it appears you must be prepared for the sacrifice of some," Frank stated, "to resolve this hybrid threat with utmost efficiency and minimize losses." Decisive action was necessary. There could be no further regard for the controlled SHIELD agents. He must strike decisively to defeat the hybrid and prevent its control from spreading further. Just as Frank resolved to act, he suddenly felt his body float uncontrollably. A languid voice echoed, "In the end, it seems we must clean up the mess." Following the sound, amidst the mist, a golden figure casually pointed a staff toward Frank. Beside him stood a white tiger hybrid, the very embodiment of the Utopia memory unit, alongside the white cat, nurtured by Daoyi, who had adopted the saber-toothed tiger memory unit.